Damn, is this even China? Lin Qi gazed at the bedroom before him in utter bewilderment. A renowned game concept artist, Lin Qi, after working overtime, was driving home when a massive truck barreled towards him, smashing him like a flattened snack. Damn it, the national highway at midnight is no place for mortals. Two colossal trucks, their high beams blazing side by side, left Lin Qi with nowhere to hide. He stared at the utterly unfamiliar surroundings and fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that this colossal truck is truly a designated tool for interdimensional travel? But where is this place? Is this even still domestic? What on earth has been done here? He inspected the cramped bedroom, less than 20 square meters, with just a single bed, a desk, and a chair. On the desk lay a mirror, an oil lamp, and a sheet of paper scrawled with cryptic symbols. The dilapidated, dust-laden decor tormented Lin Qi, a skilled concept artist. The taste of aesthetics was utterly lacking. He picked up the mirror, and by the lamp's glow he beheld his own face, a young visage, blue eyes and golden hair. Damn, in my next life I'd rather be in Zhonghua. How has my appearance changed so completely? Yet the more he studied the face, the more familiar it became. It can't be, it simply cannot be. Transmigrating into my own company's game and becoming the very first character I drew. How could such a thing possibly occur? Lin Qi refused to accept the truth. He examined the mirror once more. Damn, the resemblance grows ever more striking. Isn't that the unkempt, exhausted Isaris Roland, unwashed and worn from days of sleepless nights? How did I end up like him? Isaris Roland, a character from the real world's first fully immersive motion-sensing game, Zhonghua. He was also the very first character Lin Qi independently created after joining the company post-graduation. Zhonghua is a game crafted by a super AI model. At Lin Qi's company Apollo Game Studio, the base code was fed to AI, which then enriched the world and its central storyline, the world's first fully immersive online game. It was also the first game accessible via in-game sleep pods. By promising players a chance to wander another world in their dreams, the game became an instant global sensation. Transmigrating into someone might be acceptable, but why Isaris Roland? As Lin Qi's first major character, Isaris was his magnum opus. With golden silky hair and an exquisite blend of Western chiseled features with Eastern soft contours, he possessed a truly magnificent face. Just by glancing in the mirror, one could see it clearly. Moreover, after feeding the concept art into the AI, even the background turned out bizarre, a true template for a protagonist. Isaris Roland is the illegitimate son of the illustrious Roland family, the largest noble family in Wonhen town of the Wiridia Empire. His mother is Sasha Roland, the eldest daughter of that family, while his father was a roving old cowboy. In short, rather than a tragic romance, it reads more like the tale of a naive noblewoman being deceived for money and affection by a scoundrel. His mother passed away when he was barely 6 or 7, and his father was nothing more than a drunkard, caring only about the monthly alimony from the Roland family to buy fine liquor. Recently, his father too died in an accident. While sorting through his father's belongings, he discovered the paper inscribed with strange characters. While the original Isaris might not have known its significance, Lin Qi, the indefatigable workhorse of the company, knew all too well. This blueprint could elevate an ordinary person to extraordinary heights, etched with transcendent knowledge. If he could decipher this demonic puzzle, he could leap from being a noble bastard to becoming a transcendent being. In the game, Isaris was originally designed as a sagacious character who, upon solving the blueprint's mystery, attained transcendent power and became the orchestrator of Sequence 9 in the romantic series. Empowered by his newfound might, Isaris encountered one of the 4 protagonists journeying to Wonhen town for aid, a destitute princess named Alina. Together, they aided one another, thwarting the local pursuers after Alina and unraveling conspiracies by the nobles against the Roland family. Later, while Alina continued her travels through the kingdom, Isaris inherited the Roland legacy and eventually became her steadfast ally. A typical side character. Lin Qi sighed, knowing all this was merely the initial draft of the setting. Because Lin Qi had drawn Isaris so strikingly handsome, the AI, upon enriching the backstory, deemed him extremely powerful and endowed him with a formidable mechanism that overshadowed protagonist Alina. The very fact that he looked imposing turned into reality under Lin Qi's art. Isaris' strength stemmed from his mechanics, not from mere numbers. For numerical monsters, one could simply cut the numbers, but with mechanisms you can't just trim them. Revising such systems is excruciatingly time-consuming. Ultimately, after discussions among the company leaders to highlight Alina's brilliance, Isaris, originally a side character, was demoted to an Easter egg role. The change was simple, merely altering a few words in the AI settings. The foolish Isaris never drew power from that mysterious blueprint. After the revisions, the storyline centered almost entirely on Alina. Isaris transformed from a battle companion into someone rescued by her. Having never acquired transcendent power, the noble bastard stood no chance of inheriting the Roland legacy. Instead, he took up his father's mantle and became an old cowboy boasting in taverns. In the early game, players could encounter him at Leifu Tavern in Wenhen Town, where he muttered cryptic lines about nearly becoming transcendent, imbuing the tavern with a buoyant atmosphere. Never let an otherworldly Kong, e.g. scenario occur. Moreover, midway through the game, to push the plot forward, this attractively modeled Easter egg character met his end during a plague. So what should be done now? Having pieced everything together, Lin Qi fell into deep contemplation. Am I now the sagacious Isaris or the foolish version? Staring at the baffling cryptic symbols and his own haggard reflection, worn from days without sleep, he took a deep, steadying breath. Why am I so foolish? Damn it. Forcing himself to regain composure, he sifted through all known information. Now he possessed a fate-altering superpower, yet one he could not wield. It was as if one awoke only to find themselves back in kindergarten, expecting a reward only to receive a harmless blank cartridge, a soul-crushing disappointment. Run. He must flee. Since Alina had yet to arrive in Wenhen Town, he might still have a few years to live. Escaping to another city, or even another country, could be his only hope to evade that plague. As for this discarded scrap of paper, he decided to keep it. After all, what if one day his inner Einstein emerged and deciphered it? Something is better than nothing. With that thought, Lin Qi hurriedly began packing up the room. Yet when he opened a trunk tucked beneath the bed, he froze. It was the relic of Isaris's father, the boastful old cowboy, and it was there that the paper chronicling transcendent power was found. Only upon noticing a revolver among the trunk's contents did Lin Qi realize that the old cowboy's gun seemed perfectly intact. After all, this wasn't his original world. Was he overreacting? With a sigh, he murmured, "Well, I must adapt." As he retrieved the revolver from the trunk, the moment his hand touched it, something inexplicable happened. Suddenly, a semi-transparent blue screen materialized before his eyes. Forbidden object encountered. Energy at optimum levels. Attention. Fan benefits system activated. Activating character panel. Name: Isaris Roland. Lin Qi. Race: Human. Wyridia. Kingdom. Identity: NPC. Easter egg character. Level 3. Experience 0120. Health 3950. Hunger. Mental fatigue. Stamina 3750. Main profession none. Secondary profession artist. LV 3. Attributes: Strength 7, Agility 6, Endurance 8, Intelligence 6, Faith 0. Special attributes: Charisma 9, Will 3, Luck. Skills: Luolan Secret Sword LV 1, Liquor Appreciation LV 4, Combat Power 5, Evaluation: a remarkably handsome little waist. Handsome aside, utterly worthless, unable even to defeat stray dogs, a pathetic scrap. He felt as though the system itself held him in contempt. Lin Qi noticed a return button at the top left of the panel. Upon clicking it, he was taken back to the home screen. Fan benefits: 1. Exposure equals revenue. Appearing in key CG scenes and main quests accrues base popularity calculated by screen time and significance. 2. Performance adds bonuses. Highlight moments, aesthetic execution, and emotional resonance yield substantial rewards. 3. Interaction empowers. Access to the player forum and CG bullet comments allows adjustments to performance strategy. Note: popularity and rewards can be used in the system shop currently locked. So how am I supposed to run away? Lin Qi's dreams were utterly shattered. The system's intent was clearly to steal the spotlight. Isaris had been reduced to an Easter egg role for hogging attention, and now must he also vie for it. But then again, since he had arrived here, Lin Qi would never be content living as an ordinary man in a world brimming with transcendent power. To truly savor life and the world, one must first become strong. In his past life, only the wealthy indulged without a care for survival. How could a mere workhorse afford such wild freedom? In this world, strength is defined by power. Only by mastering transcendent abilities can one shed the worry for the future. Damn it. Lin Qi stared at the revolver in his hand and silently muttered under his breath. Name: Shimpan. Type: Revolver. Level A class. Forbidden object ability 1. Guaranteed hit. As long as you envision the bullet striking the enemy, when firing it will follow your intention. 2. Dangerous enchantment. When the revolver contains 3 or fewer bullets, you can enchant them with transcendent power to inflict critical damage. Cost: using this weapon amplifies your inner emotions, compelling you to act irrationally. Description: fate grants no favors. It merely delays the inevitable price until it detonates. Staring at the panel, Lin Qi was utterly stunned. This revolver was indeed an A-class forbidden object. Some readers have remarked that the narrative alternates between Isaris and Lin Qi, making it confusing at times. Just know that they are one and the same. Forbidden items. In the game Final Epoch, forbidden items are like magical artifacts in a Xinxiao world, except that unlike ordinary treasures, using these forbidden items always demands a price. Forbidden items are born in myriad ways, catalyzed by divine faith, shaped by the convictions of the mighty, or condensed from the lingering obsessions of the dead. Their forms are impossible to predict. A brush, a lamp, a dish, a basket. Anything in this world, whether object or life, may transform into a forbidden item. Moreover, forbidden items are exceedingly rare, something that one may chance upon but never seek. It is as if they possess their own intelligence, choosing their masters of their own accord. and a rank forbidden item is literally priceless. This also stirred doubt in Lin Qi's heart. The body's original father was just an old cowboy, yet among his relics there was not only a set of transcendent knowledge, but even a rank forbidden item. Something about this was off, extremely off. Did the original body's father truly die by accident? Before Lin Qi could ponder further, he suddenly realized another problem. The panel could display basic information about forbidden items. What about transcendent knowledge? Lin Qi lunged toward the stack of transcendent knowledge on the table as fast as a 100-meter sprinter, silently chanting in his heart, Panel. Panel. The response appeared: transcendent knowledge pathway romance sequence 9 matchmaker unlock conditions emotional fluctuation meeting the requirement hair from 3 different young girls and 1 item saturated with rich emotions. As expected, it was the romance sequence, one of the 3 hidden sequences that barely appeared in the game. In Final Epoch, there were a total of 15 sequences. They were divided into 12 regular sequences and 3 hidden sequences. The 12 regular sequences were also known as the 12 True God sequences. Each of the 12 True God sequences was strictly controlled by its corresponding True God church to prevent any leakage, whereas the romance sequence in Lin Qi's hands was one of the 3 hidden sequences. In the game, the hidden sequences were shrouded in mystery. By the time the game reached version 5.0, only a handful of characters had mastered them. Most players could only obtain transcendent power by joining a church, while the 3 hidden sequences did not even have corresponding churches. People only knew their names: romance sequence, night sequence, void sequence. What Lin Qi knew about the romance sequence was that it was powerful and unfathomable, but were these unlocking conditions not a bit too abstract? Before he could think it through, a clear chime sounded by his ear. He watched as the panel began to change, 1 item saturated with rich emotions. He froze. He had not done anything yet, had he? Suddenly Lin Qi thought of one object: judgment. A forbidden item that amplified its wielder's emotions, was in itself brimming with intense feelings. As for the remaining 2 requirements, acquiring hair from 3 different girls was not too troublesome. With a face bearing 9 points of charm, very few girls would be able to refuse him. Regarding the emotional fluctuation, Lin Qi planned to try using judgment tomorrow to see whether the emotions it amplified would suffice. Having thought everything through, he finally let out a long breath and collapsed onto the single bed as if all strength had drained from his body. This body had probably gone several days without sleep while trying to decipher the transcendent knowledge. The moment he relaxed, exhaustion surged over Lin Qi like a tide. Tomorrow he would get the hair of 3 girls, then find a place to use judgment, and see if he could unlock sequence 9 matchmaker of the romance sequence. After that, he would wait for Yelena to arrive in Kissmark Town, and then he could start clinging to the camera, so to speak. With these thoughts, Lin Qi completely lost consciousness. 3 o'clock in the morning. A loud chime exploded by Lin Qi's ear. He shot upright, searching for the source of the sound. Side quest activated. Please defeat the 2 assassins who have infiltrated your home. Quest rewards: 2000 experience, 900 copper coins, partial memories of Isaris. Assassins. Inside already. Reading the text on the system panel, Lin Qi's mind snapped, fully awake. He made no sound, instead hiding judgment beneath his pillow and shifting into a side-sleeping position, one hand slipping under the pillow to grip the weapon. As the illegitimate son of a noble, Isaris lived in one of the Roland family's external properties, a detached 2-bedroom house. In the eyes of nobles, even an illegitimate child of noble blood was still nobility, a tier above commoners. Thus, even though the Roland family despised Isaris, they could not treat him too harshly in his daily life. If he were living in a kennel outside, it would be the Roland family's face that was lost. Feigning sleep, Lin Qi pricked up his ears to listen for movement outside the door, but in truth, he heard nothing at all. These assassins were clearly professionals, but that was fine. Even if footsteps made no sound, a door opening had to make some noise, right? Lin Qi planned to give them a huge surprise when they entered his bedroom. With a weapon that guaranteed a hit on whatever he envisioned, he was not afraid of his aim being off. Yet 2 full minutes passed, and still nothing happened. What was going on? The system could not be wrong. These were assassins, not petty thieves. Why were they not making a move? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a strange fragrance drifted into his nose. Lin Qi reacted instantly, clapping a hand over his mouth and nose. Those 2 bastards were trying to poison him. Anyone who often works as an assassin knows that engaging in close combat is sheer stupidity. In desperate moments, even an ordinary adult can slide tackle a tiger to death. Assassins are still just human. They are killers, not duelists in a ring. Of course, they would spend the least effort to eliminate their target. If visibility at night were not so poor, they would simply have chosen to blow his head off from afar with a sniper rifle. Truly professional. But what do I do now? This was far too professional. The 2 assassins were denying him any chance at a face-to-face encounter. If he opened the door now, he might be riddled with bullets on the spot. If he did not, he would either suffocate or be poisoned to death. Lin Qi was in a crisis. Holding judgment, he crept toward the bedroom door, pressed his back against it, and searched the room for anything that might be useful. Damn it, the room did not even have a window. If this continued, he really would suffocate himself to death. Lack of oxygen made his brain throb, leaving him unable to devise any strategy. To hell with it, do or die. With a click, the bedroom door swung open. A thunderous gunshot rang out as the coat he had thrown out as bait was pierced clean through. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qi rolled out and dove into the bathroom beside the bedroom. Pressing his back against the bathroom doorframe, he cautiously peered toward the living room. Bang. Damn good thing it's so dark they can only guess my general position. Otherwise that shot just now would have blown my brains out. Wait, they may not hit accurately, but I definitely will. With that thought, Lin Qi raised judgment, aimed toward the living room, imagined a bullet punching through an assassin's skull, and fired. Another gunshot echoed, yet nothing happened. What's going on? Is this a rank forbidden item of fake? How could it miss? Wait, imagine hitting the enemy. Does that first require actually seeing the enemy? Lin Qi felt that the lack of oxygen had turned him into an idiot. He had not even glimpsed the assassins, only conjured a vague black silhouette in his mind. If that could hit, the weapon would not be a forbidden item, it would be a divine artifact. Judging by the gunshots just now, we both roughly know each other's positions. They're probably hiding behind the sofa. In this pitch-black room, we can only guess. To hell with it. Crouching, Lin Qi suddenly half rose and hurled a glowing sphere toward the sofa area. It was an oil lamp. Bang. The lamp was shot and shattered midair by the assassins. That's enough. Though it was only an instant, Lin Qi had caught a glimpse of both assassins. Without the slightest hesitation, 2 gunshots rang out, followed by the thuds of bodies hitting the floor. Lin Qi did not bother checking the corpses. He threw open every door and window, then rushed outside himself, gulping down fresh air. Damn it, I almost suffocated. Fortunately, judgment had a guaranteed hit effect. Otherwise, he really would have died here today. Once he calmed down, Lin Qi felt something was wrong. Even if Isaris had been adjusted into an Easter egg character, he was supposed to die in the midstage of the game's main storyline. The main line had not even begun, so why had such a grave crisis already occurred? Given Isaris' level, defeating these 2 assassins was pure fantasy. They were not street thugs, but trained professionals. Anyone accustomed to killing knows that stabbing someone with a blade causes blood to spray everywhere, and there is always a chance the first strike will not be fatal, instead triggering the victim's desperate will to live, making them scream and erupt with strength. Compared to street punks who draw knives at the slightest provocation, professional assassins are far more difficult to deal with. They release poison into your room. If you do not wake, you die in your sleep with no blood to clean up. Even if you wake up in the night to use the toilet, you step out only to face 2 armed assassins. This was an organized, meticulously planned murder. The mastermind knew Isaris extremely well and had even been inside his home. The 2 assassins had not opened doors to confirm which room Lin Qi was in. They entered and immediately released poison into Isaris' bedroom. Who on earth wanted Isaris dead? None of this had ever been mentioned in the previous life's version of the game. Shaking his head, Lin Qi decided to shelve the matter for now. After such an ordeal, he was thoroughly awake. Though his head still ached and his body felt tired, he was in better shape than before going to sleep. Quest complete. Rewards granted: 200 experience, 900 copper coins, partial memories of Isaris. The system's voice came late, but it came. Before Lin Qi could step back into the house, a searing pain exploded in his mind. Damn it, could you at least let me lie down first? That was Lin Qi's final thought before he lost consciousness. As he opened his eyes, the brightness was blinding, prompting him to shut them again. Lin Qi, having just awakened, felt the ache in his back and waist. After a scuffle with 2 assassins the previous day, he had not yet recovered and was abruptly shut down by the memories forcibly implanted by the system, having spent the entire night lying outside. Lin Qi touched his face. Was it sweat? Would I sweat facing such opponents? Oh no, it was tears. I actually shed tears from empathizing with someone else's memories. The cost magnifying the emotions within. After giving himself 2 firm slaps to force himself awake, Lin Qi stepped into the house. He first secured all the doors and windows before falling into contemplation at the sight of the 2 corpses in the living room. These 2 corpses had been in the living room for an entire night, and the bloodstains had already dried. What should I do now? Friends who often commit murder know that dried bloodstains are the hardest to clean up. Just as Lin Qi was pondering how to deal with the 2 corpses, the doorbell suddenly rang. Oh no, who is it? Lin Qi quickly blocked the door with his body and shouted to the person outside. Isaris, it's me, your uncle, here to see you. A gentle male voice came from outside the door. It was someone he had seen in Isaris memories. No, I can't let him in. The corpses in the living room haven't been dealt with yet. Creak, the door opened. The cost behaving irrationally. Uncle. Lin Qi felt a bit awkward. What he thought in his head was one thing, but what he did with his hands was another. What should I do now? What if I just take him out too? A dark thought filled Lin Qi's mind. Isaris, what happened here? Isaris Roland asked, pointing in shock at the 2 corpses in the living room. I don't know either. They sneaked in at night, and when I discovered them, I shot them with the gun left by my father. Lin Qi replied truthfully. Was it a burglary? The security here is quite poor. Don't worry, Isaris, leave it to uncle to handle. Why don't you tidy up your things and come back to Roland Manor with me? Alding comforted, patting Lin Qi's head. Aren't you afraid of seeing the corpses? Wait, this isn't the peaceful world of my previous life. This is the end era, a place filled with superpowered beings. Having thought it through, Lin Qi let out a quiet sigh of relief. According to Isaris memories, his uncle had always been good to him since childhood, so he should be trustworthy, right? While thinking this, Lin Qi saw Alding pull something out from his pocket. A phone. No way, his family still uses oil lamps. Where did that phone come from? Seemingly noticing Lin Qi's surprise, Alding chuckled softly and said, this is a recent invention of the Moore family called a communication device. You can contact the police department directly through this. Do you like it? The Moore family sent your uncle several of them. If you come back to the manor with me today, I'll get you one too. Uncle, I think I'll pass. Everyone in the manor dislikes me, and I'm fine living here on my own. Sigh. Alding, upon hearing this, said nothing more, but just patted Lin Qi's shoulder. Then he'll stay here with you today. You wouldn't turn away your uncle, would you? Lin Qi felt a bit troubled. If he stayed here, how could Lin Qi complete the advancement ceremony of the romantic sequence? Although he was a biological uncle, he was Isaris' uncle, not my Lin's uncle. Haha, I'm just joking. It's good that you're fine. Just make sure to stay safe. Someone will come to handle the corpses soon. Will take my leave now. Seemingly understanding Lin Qi's intentions, Alding said no more and took out a bag of gold coins from his pocket, handing it to Lin Qi before leaving. Phew, that was close. Feeling relieved, Lin Qi walked into his room, stashing the blueprint filled with extraordinary knowledge into his pocket and securing the judgment at the small of his back. After a while, two uniformed individuals arrived at Lin Qi's home. What is this? A fat monk and a thin monk. I am Officer Danny from the Kissmark Town Enforcement Court, and this is Neil. Was there a burglary here? The chubby officer inquired. Yes. Before Lin Qi could say much more, he was interrupted by the thin officer Neil. We've already heard from Mr. Alding about the specifics. Don't be afraid. With that, the two of them began to handle the two corpses in the living room. In less than 20 minutes, the living room was restored to its original state. Are the police in this world so professional at handling corpses? It makes sense. In a world with extraordinary powers, what can ordinary people as police officers do? After sending off the two officials, Lin Qi did not linger at home, but hurried toward the city center. System, what else do I need to unlock the romantic sequence? Extraordinary knowledge path, romantic sequence 9 matchmaker, unlock conditions, emotional fluctuation, met hair from 3 different girls, an item containing rich emotions. Good, it seems that after last night's memories of Isaris, the emotional fluctuation has already met the requirements. So now the goal is quite simple. Head to the most prosperous area of Kissmark Town and find 3 beautiful girls to obtain their hair. Kissmark Town, Honeydew Street. Just from the name, it sounds like a romantic place. The cobblestone pavement, worn smooth over the years, gleamed softly. On both sides of the street, aged semi-timbered houses leaned against each other. Most second-floor balconies were filled with vegetable plants. The bakery on the street emitted an enticing aroma, while a horseshoe hung at the entrance of the blacksmith shop next door. The bakery owner was shouting at the blacksmith to keep the noise down. The blacksmith, however, said nothing and instead increased the speed of his hammering. A few children chased each other down the street, leaving behind a series of cheerful giggles that startled the nearby pigeons. The shopkeeper at the roadside was enthusiastically calling out, and the pedestrians on the street wore smiles of happiness. It felt as if this was another world. From the moment Lin Qi arrived, it was as though he had a barrier with this place. Not physical, but spiritual. After all, this was no different from a game, and with the existence of the system panel, Lin Qi occasionally felt as if he were still playing that fully immersive online game. However, the vibrant atmosphere of this street brought Lin Qi a different sensation. Yes, he had come here. This was a life that could not be revived. He could no longer treat everything here as cold data. Lin Qi bought a cinnamon roll and a freshly baked apple from the bakery. He completely relaxed, munching as he searched for beautiful girls on the street. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, damn it, they're chasing too closely. Elena was evading the pursuit of the Kissmark Town gang. She understood that these gangsters were after her because they had been paid off by certain families. She recalled that nightmarish night when the Morningstar family perished, leaving her as the only survivor. Revenge. I must have revenge. As the girl thought this, she successfully changed her outfit during her escape. Her long skirt transformed into shorts and a t-shirt, sunglasses perched on her nose, and a sun hat on her head. The fleeing noble girl transformed into an ordinary girl that could be seen everywhere on the street. Sighing with relief, Elena noticed a boy by the roadside. It was hard not to notice. He had the charm of a 9-point guy. He was flirting with a girl by the street, a skewer of roasted apples in his left hand, while his right hand caressed the girl's shoulder-length hair, a mischievous smile on his face. Gurgle. A protest from her stomach made the girl's cheeks flush. This entire escape had left her wallet nearly empty. Her family had been destroyed, her assets seized, her estate burned. She only had the pocket money she had saved over the years. Despite food shops lining the street, she lacked the courage to ask for anything. She scanned the crowd around her. Most wore commoner attire, while that striking young man was dressed quite well. A wealthy noble. Surely wouldn't mind one roasted apple, right? Sorry, sir, I'll treat you to a feast when I have money. Lin Qi felt a bit bewildered. He had already completed most of the hair collection from 3 girls, leaving just this last girl in front of him. As he was at the roadside feeling the texture of the girl's hair with his right hand to see if it met the standard, he suddenly felt his left hand lighten. His roasted apple was snatched away. When he turned around in surprise, he caught a whiff of sunlight. The sunlight illuminated the girl's profile, bringing a warm feeling. She held her sun hat with one hand, while clutching the stolen roasted apple with the other. Her smooth thighs radiated vitality, and her silver hair was tousled by the wind, yet she paid no mind. Wait, what great hair quality. Wait, don't run. Realizing what was happening, Lin Qi chased after the girl. What should I do? What to do? He's catching up. Damn it, I'm so hungry I might faint. He won't come after me to hit me, right? Is she crazy? Why is she still running? I gave you the roasted apple. Ooh, just give me a strand of hair, beautiful. I'll treat you to a meal. Ooh, I just want one strand of hair. Thus the two tangled in misunderstandings began a sprint. However, as Lin Qi was pursuing, he sensed something was off. Oh, why was it so noisy behind him? He turned his head to see a throng of people in black clothing following closely. She's right ahead. Ooh, I definitely didn't see wrong. Brothers keep chasing. Ooh, a big reward awaits if we catch the boss. What the hell? Could it be that these people are affiliated with the assassins from yesterday? Lin Qi was terrified. Run faster, legs. If I get caught, it will be a disaster. Oh no, they've spotted me. Run. These gangsters are like snot after catching a cold. They'll pop up again in no time. Elena accelerated once more. Thus the misunderstandings deepened. Just as Lin Qi was passing an alley, a hand suddenly reached out, pulling him in and swiftly covering his mouth. Shoo. The owner of the hand was the girl who had snatched his roasted apple. Lin Qi quickly reacted, pushing the girl against the wall, while simultaneously covering her mouth and glancing to see if the black-clad people had passed. Shoo. Elena was puzzled, her little head filled with big question marks. Sorry for getting you involved in this. Consider that roasted apple as an apology. Looking at Lin Qi, who had already moved far away, Elena said, Aren't those people chasing me? Could it be that you're a wanted criminal? Elena asked, voicing her thoughts. No, Lin Qi said, feeling confused. You seem to be in trouble too. Anyway, thank you for the roasted apple. Elena, what's your name? Elena extended her hand, looking at the boy in front of her, who seemed lost in thought. Congratulations, you have encountered the game Protagonist. The main quest has been activated. Countdown to version 1.0 open beta, 177 days, 8 hours, 6 minutes, 16 seconds. Please help Elena deal with the troubles ahead. Quest rewards 1,500 experience points, 50 silver coins, in Elena's favor. Just as Lin Qi was lost in thought, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the alley. They must be hiding nearby. We have to find them. Realizing this, he grabbed Elena's outstretched hand. I am Isaris, nice to meet you. Are you being chased by the underworld as well? Elena asked curiously. In any case, I certainly cannot be friends with them. I'll explain later, but can you give me a strand of your hair? Lin Qi gazed at the girl before him with longing. Elena reflexively leaned against the wall, crossing her arms defensively. So you're a creep. What? It's just an upgrade material. Lin Qi rubbed his forehead helplessly. There's such a strange upgrade material. Fine. Hearing his explanation, Elena reluctantly plucked a silvery strand of hair. He shouldn't be asking me for money to roast apples, right? With the hair in hand, Lin Qi hadn't even had time to be excited before a system prompt appeared before him. Requirement met. Do you wish to initiate the upgrade romance sequence 9 connector? Yes. An indescribable feeling filled his entire being. This was completely different from the game. In the game, leveling up and upgrading only required clicking a button, leaving no personal sensation. This is the feeling of being filled with power. Deep blue points. The experience points he had previously acquired were finally useful. Lin Qi felt a ringing in his ears as he poured all his experience points into the connector. Display panel. Character panel. Name Isaris Roland, Lin Qi, race human, Viridia, kingdom, identity, NPC, Easter egg, character, level 10, experience, 5200 health, 170 stamina, 80 main profession, romance sequence 9, connector, LV, 10 secondary profession, artist, LV, 3 attributes, strength 18, speed 13, endurance 10, intelligence 8, faith 2, special attributes, charm 9, will 4, luck. Skills, Roland's secret sword, LV 1, alcohol appreciation, LV 4, gravitational line, LV 1, emotional disturbance, LV 1, remaining skill points, 10th combat power, 27 evaluation, a rookie entering the extraordinary world of no use besides being handsome, even unable to defeat 10 fully armed ordinary people. Allocate all skill points to gravitational line. Gravitational line LV1 to gravitational line LV10. The thread is invisible to others, can reach a length of 15 meters with extremely high hardness. Found them over here. The black-clad men, searching around, quickly gathered towards the shout from their companion. Let them see my might. Upon seeing the 30 or so black-clad figures at the alley's entrance, Lin Qi immediately raised his hands and shouted, We don't know each other, big brothers. You? Elena was furious. Run. Taking advantage of the moment when these black-clad men were stunned, Lin Qi swiftly activated the gravitational line, secretly linking the few black-clad men in front, and grabbed Eilena's hand, running towards the other end of the alley while setting traps with the gravitational line. Are you an extraordinary being? Eilena, while running, was somewhat surprised. Of course, didn't I just ask you for upgrade materials? Not you. Eilena was taken aback by Lin Qi, who manages to successfully upgrade within 2 seconds of obtaining upgrade materials. Is this some kind of unparalleled genius? At the Roland family in Kissmark Town, the two who escaped pursuit were resting on a sofa. Are you sure they won't chase after us? Eilena wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked. This is the Roland family's house. The underworld wouldn't dare to come in here. Lin Qi loosened the clasp on his chest and fanned himself. The Roland family. Let me introduce myself again. I am Isaris Roland, the illegitimate son of the Roland family in Kissmark Town. Sorry. Why apologize? I don't think being an illegitimate son is bad. After all, my parents are very good to me. Lin Qi waved his hand nonchalantly. I am Eilena Morningstar, the eldest daughter of the Serafino Morningstar family. Eilena stood up and curtsied to Lin Qi, even though she wasn't wearing a dress. Lin Qi observed Eilena, who had become serious and seemed to understand what she wanted to say. Could you tell me the location of the Moore family? Sigh. Lin Qi sighed inwardly. This foolish girl truly believed that the nobles would help each other. The Morningstar family suffered a massacre, with the perpetrators being the second and third-ranked families in Serafino. The lucky Eilena escaped, but she was still naive, wanting to seek help from the Moore family, which had connections with the Morningstar family, to take revenge. How could that be possible? Being connected by marriage is merely a superficial bond. Both sides have some shared industries, but this foolish girl doesn't think about where those shared industries went after the Morningstar family was annihilated. They were all swallowed up by the Moore family. Seeking help from the Moore family is akin to walking into a tiger's den. Lin Qi found himself in a dilemma. In the background story, Eilena successfully escaped from the Moore family and grew significantly after this incident, but he couldn't be sure that Eilena would escape this time. Everything in this world is real for Lin Qi, who cannot turn back time should he influence Eilena's decision. What do you want from the Moore family? The Roland family has business dealings with the Moore family, and if you don't tell me your purpose, I cannot answer your question. Lin Qi chose a middle ground answer. Indecisive. After 3 rounds, he chose the same tier hex. Let's see what you have to say first. The Morningstar family was exterminated, and I need the Moore family's help. Only then can I take revenge for my family. Eilena clenched her fists. That's it. This is the initial goal in the background story of the protagonist, Eilena. However, no one helps her, and she can only head to the capital to seek ways to become stronger. On the journey, she witnessed the oppression of commoners by the nobility and understood the kingdom's corruption. After her revenge, she vowed to change the kingdom. It was only after Eilena resolved to change the kingdom that the main storyline officially began. Why do you think the Moore family would help you? Lin Qi asked, looking into Eilena's eyes. What do you mean? Does the Morningstar family have any common businesses with the Moore family? Yes. Communication devices. My uncle has many communication devices. He told me they belong to the Moore family's industry and never mentioned the Morningstar family at all. Eilena was not foolish, on the contrary, she was very smart. She couldn't have failed to realize she was isolated and helpless. She just felt unwilling. It's like you already felt you didn't do well on this exam, but you still want to see the results before giving up. The eldest daughter of the Morningstar family seemed to lose all her strength, collapsing onto the sofa. Clearly, she had already anticipated this. Why does she still cry upon hearing the answer? Revenge for the massacre, pursuit by the gang, isolated and helpless. All of this weighs down on a teenage girl. She is not some strong-minded transmigrant nor a battle-hardened dragon king. She is merely a flower that has grown in a greenhouse for over a decade. I will help you. What? Hearing the voice, Eilena lifted her head to look at Lin Qi. It was strange, despite her crying so much that her nose was running, her face still appeared not unattractive, rather exuding a sense of pity. Only by being beside Eilena can he gain more screen time, and the system would issue more tasks that could make him stronger. I told you I will help you. Do you have any plans? Lin Qi asked Eilena, who was sitting on the sofa now calm. I plan to visit the Moore family tomorrow, Eilena replied as she looked at him. Don't worry, I will be very careful. Don't underestimate me. I am, after all, a star seer. All right, tomorrow, I will go to Roland Manor to see if I can gather any useful information for you. Let's meet here in the evening, Lin Qi sighed. Lin Qi helped Eilena organize his bedroom before heading to the master bedroom, where his father used to sleep. Lying on the bed, he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a new system message he hadn't checked. As he was thinking, a translucent screen appeared before his eyes. Congratulations. You have successfully met the conditions to become a path romantic. Sequence 9 connector unlocked. Main quest, the final chapter of Romance 1. Sequence 9 connector LV10 achieved 2. Collect 3 mysterious substances from the holy path of the middle. Sequence not achieved 3. Understand familial love not achieved. Meeting the above 3 conditions will unlock sequence 8 balanced answer. The main quest has been completed. Reward issued 1,500 experience points, 50 silver coins, and Elena's affection. Main quest issued, please help Elena find out why the gang in the slums is pursuing her. Quest reward 2,000 experience points, 30 gold coins, and a class forbidden item fireworks. Wow. Seeing the 2 new quests appear in front of him, Lin Qi was filled with excitement. To level up to the next sequence, one actually doesn't need extraordinary knowledge. Thanks to the existence of the system panel, Lin Qi, despite being considered a local, could enjoy benefits akin to those of players. For locals to ascend to a higher sequence requires extraordinary knowledge, whereas players only need sufficient experience points and to complete their job transfer quests to reach the next sequence. Lin Qi is a player. He only needs to reach a sufficient level and then complete those 2 system tasks to ascend to sequence 8. What absolutely great news! The mysterious substances from the Holy Path are relatively easy to obtain. They can simply be bought with money. But what does it mean to understand familial love? How can one understand that? In his previous life, he was an orphan, and in this life, when he came through, his parents had also passed away. Isn't this a bit of a challenge? Looking at the next task, it was even more enticing. The gang was merely a criminal organization composed entirely of ordinary people. Charging in and beating them up would easily net him a forbidden item. This is great. But upon further thought, it's not quite that simple. The first side quest Lin Qi completed rewarded him handsomely with a full 2,000 experience points. The situation was quite perilous at the time, especially since he was just an ordinary person then. Facing 2 professional assassins and managing to counterattack for such a generous reward seemed justified. Main quest help Elena resolve her current troubles, providing 1,500 experience points. Even if Lin Qi hadn't become an extraordinary person, he would have easily handled that task. So the system's rewards should be roughly proportional to the difficulty of the tasks. 2 extraordinary beings ambushing a gang of ordinary people is supposed to be quite easy, yet the reward was actually 2,000 experience points and a forbidden item. This indicates that the gang is definitely not simple. They surely have extraordinary beings among them. With these thoughts, Lin Qi drifted into slumber. The next day, after getting up, the 2 of them tidied up a bit and had breakfast before heading to their respective destinations. Elena planned to test the Moore family's attitude towards the annihilation of the Morningstar family, while Lin Qi intended to visit Roland Manor to gather detailed intelligence about the Moore family from Alding. Looking at the scene before him, even though Lin Qi had seen it in Isaris' memories a few times, he was still astonished. The center of Kissmark Town, undoubtedly the noble district, had such a grand estate. Every 10 meters, there were towers on the outer walls of the estate, each with a small window and guards on duty every day. The core of the estate was a 3-story main building with the Roland family emblem, a rose, hanging at the entrance. Guided by the butler, Lin Qi entered the interior of the main building, where the hall occupied the entire floor. Oak beams spanned the ceiling and tapestries depicting the family history adorned the walls. "Little Isaris, what brings you here?" A warm male voice came from upstairs, and a figure in a suit walked down slowly. Uncle Lin Qi greeted. Alding nodded at him and said to the butler, "Brew a pot of black tea and bring it to the study." "Yes, sir." The butler bowed and exited the main building. "Uncle, why are there so few people in the estate?" Lin Qi asked while following Alding upstairs. "After your mother passed away, I sent away those collateral relatives and dismissed the excess servants. I'm quite lonely now, little Isaris. Why don't you come back to live here? The people you dislike are all gone," Alding said with a smile to Lin Qi, who was following behind. "Forget it, uncle. I'm quite fine living alone." Lin Qi shook his head. The 2 of them arrived at the study on the 2nd floor. The room was irregularly round, with oak bookshelves standing along the wall, forming a curved barrier. There were not many books on the shelves, but each was locked to the iron plate. "Please sit." Alding sat down behind the desk and gestured to the seat across from him. Just as Lin Qi sat down, he heard Alding's voice again. "What brings you to see your uncle today?" "I am just interested in that communicator you mentioned last time. You said it was the Moore family's property." "To be precise, it is an industry of the Moore family together with other nobles. However, that family encountered some issues, and now this industry wholly belongs to the Moore family. Do you want it?" "I'll give you one." "Thank you, uncle." "Which family is stronger, the Moore family or the Roland family?" Lin Qi did not hesitate this time, but continued the conversation. "Of course, the Roland family. The Moore family is just an ordinary noble. They have no extraordinary abilities to inherit nor any skill inheritance." Alding shook his head with a smile. "By the way, Roland's secret sword. This skill displayed in the system belongs to the Roland family's technique." Knock, 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 came the sound of knocking at the door. "Come in." With Alding's voice, the butler entered the study carrying a tray, poured a cup of tea for Lin Qi and Alding each, and then left. "I remember that this butler wasn't here before." Lin Qi looked at the butler, who walked out somewhat puzzled. The previous butler was old. He was hired a few years ago. "You little rascal, how long has it been since you visited the estate? You didn't even say you would come and see your uncle." Alding took a sip of black tea and said, "Oh, I'm here now." Lin Qi's curiosity was piqued. No wonder the Roland family could occupy such a large area in the city center. It turns out they are not just ordinary nobles. In the kingdom of Viridia, the greatest noble, without a doubt, is one. The royal family, the solar family. The reason they became the royal family of Viridia is quite simple. They possess the inheritance of extraordinary sequences. The Holy Path solar sequence. In the worldview of the End Epoch, there are 12 conventional sequences and 3 hidden sequences. The 12 major conventional sequences are also known as the 12 major church sequences. The righteous God association of the solar sequence is the state religion of Viridia. Although it is said that there are 12 righteous God associations within the borders of the Viridia kingdom, the one with the largest number and most popularity is undoubtedly the Eternal Radiance Church, which shares a sequence with the solar family. Beneath the royal family are the nobles who can inherit various skills, such as the Roland family. The next level down are ordinary nobles like the Moore family. Just as Lin Qi was about to take his leave after understanding all this, Alding stopped him. Don't rush, stay and have lunch with your uncle before heading back. Under Alding's request, he had no choice but to stay at the estate. The more I walk around, the larger it feels. Lin Qi wandered casually in the main building. This had been completely impossible before. He would have been scolded by those collateral relatives for lacking decorum. He reached the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. Before he became extraordinary, he couldn't feel it, but now, looking at the long sword hanging on the wall at the end of the corridor. This thing is indeed a forbidden item. A long sword with a red gem embedded in the hilt, its blade adorned with rose patterns. Panel, Lin Qi silently thought, placing his hand on the blade. Name true words. Rose type long, sword level C class, forbidden item ability 1. Oath of love. If the wielder makes a sincere vow of love to the sword before battle, the strength and sharpness of their strikes will increase with the intensity of the vow's emotion. 2. Thorn of protection. When the wielder faces an unavoidable lethal attack, the sword will automatically transform into a swirling rose storm, blocking or deflecting the attack with intricate trajectories. The success rate of the block is related to the strength of the vow's determination. Cost. After each use, the wielder will enter a state of absolute honesty for several hours. Introduction. When you are willing to face death for your beloved, the rose is also willing to be born for you. A growth type forbidden item. From the panel, it seems this thing will grow stronger with the owner's emotions. It's been in use for quite a while, so it's fallen to C class. If it is continually nourished with emotion and vows, could it reach A class level? Does the Roland family have such a good item? Something feels very off, extremely off. The Roland family is a powerful clan with a legacy of skills, and now they have such a bugged forbidden item. Before he could think too much, an ear-piercing bell rang from the 1st floor. Dinner is ready. Because the main building of the Roland Manor is too large, notifying everyone individually at mealtime is too time-consuming, so there is a bell in the dining room on the 1st floor. After the butler and maid set the food, they rang the bell, and afterward they had to stand by to serve the nobles' meals. Isn't this unnecessary, uncle? It's just the 2 of us. Lin Qi looked at the table full of exquisite dishes, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of his mouth. Haha, it's not easy for you to have a meal with your uncle, so it should be a bit lavish. Odin, seated at the head of the table, laughed. By the way, uncle, does the Roland family have a family history? Lin Qi casually asked during dinner. The Roland family definitely has secrets. Why do you ask that? I'm not too clear about past events. Since I can remember, the Roland family has always been like this. Odin took a sip of water from the table and spoke. It's nothing, I'm just a bit curious. Lin Qi did not get the answer he wanted. After dinner, Lin Qi took his leave and returned home only to find that Elena was already back. What did the Mower family say? Lin Qi asked Elena, who was lost in thought on the sofa. Nothing. Elena lowered her head. Well, she must have hit a wall. It seemed she was still being cautious, not staying long with the Mower family. By the way, does the Morningstar family have a family legacy? Lin Qi asked. The background story of Elena did not mention the family legacy, but based on noble rankings, the Morningstar family should also have a legacy of skills. Yes, the Dawnstar secret sword. Elena replied as if it were obvious. I see. Do you have a family history? Yes, the noble direct line has a family history section in their childhood education. Surely Odin was lying. This guy definitely knows something. But why is he lying to me? Is it because I'm just a bastard? Looking at Lin Qi, who was inexplicably lost in thought, Elena puffed up her cheeks in anger. This guy always gets lost in thought while talking. Why are you asking these questions? Elena asked. No, it's nothing. Does your family have forbidden items? What do you mean? No, the forbidden items were all taken by those guys. Hearing Lin Qi's question, Elena secretly hid her hands behind her back. Does she think him after her family's forbidden items? This girl is too easy to read, right? Is that bracelet on her wrist a forbidden item? So what are you planning to do next? Lin Qi ignored Elena's wild thoughts and continued to ask. I plan to leave. I don't think anyone is willing to help me anymore. But that's okay, I will slowly grow stronger, and when I am strong enough, I will seek revenge. Elena raised her white, glowing arm upon hearing Lin Qi's question. Cute thinking. I told you I would help you. Don't you think something is off? For example, the moment you arrived at Kissmark Town, you were being chased by the local gang. Yeah, why was I being chased as soon as I arrived? Is this person really the protagonist? Isn't he just an idiot? In fact, Lin Qi himself didn't understand during his past life. What he saw was Elena, who had already been fleeing for a long time. Back then, Elena was calm, decisive, and full of wisdom. Now she is just a little girl who has not yet endured any trials. After struggling in this unbalanced society for over a year, witnessing the oppression of commoners by nobles and the superiority of extraordinary beings over ordinary people, Elena transformed from a naive noble girl into a calm and courageous fighter against oppression. Just go ask the black market and you'll know. You are also sequence 9. You should have some combat ability, right? Lin Qi said as he stood up, addressing Elena. Who do you think I am? I am the heir of the Morningstar family. Watch me perform. Hearing this, Elena raised her face defiantly. Then let's first discuss our abilities. I am the puppeteer of the romantic sequence 9, with 2 abilities. One is to restrain enemies using invisible gravitational threads, and the other is to disturb the emotions of enemies in battle, causing feelings of fear or guilt. Lin Qi proudly raised his thumb. I am the stargazer of the stellar sequence 9, capable of scouting enemies within a certain range and marking them. Enemies marked by me will have their movements predicted. Elena seemed like a schoolgirl called upon to answer a question, raising her hand to speak. Very good, Elena, junior soldier. Our battle plan is for you to first observe the number and strength of the enemies, and then I will control the situation. Then we will defeat them all. Understood, General Isaris. Then what do you think we should do first? First, we should go to their stronghold. Wrong. First, we need to buy 2 swords. All right, this idiot. Isaris took Elena to a weapon shop to select 2 well-fitting long swords. In this world, the regulation of weapons is not very strict, as many bored nobles enjoy firearms and swords encrusted with gems. They don't use them for battle, but merely as decorations. A toad jumping off a cliff pretending to be Batman. The 2 disguised themselves and arrived at the stronghold of the black market, which is the slums of Kissmark Town. This place could be described as a no man's land where robbery, assault, and murder are everyday occurrences. At this point, someone might ask, Teacher, why is no one managing this? Because no one will protect the poor. The slums and the commoner districts are entirely different. To the nobles, commoners are quality chives that can be squeezed for juice, while the poor are just rice bugs that waste food. Most people living in the slums are either disabled or lazy. If they could work normally and have ambition, the nobles would be happy to let them go to the commoner districts to find jobs and pay taxes to them. The nobles originally wanted to completely cleanse the slums to free up land for enterprises, but their proposals were all voted down. The Eternal Radiant Sun Church. They need the existence of these people, who otherwise how would they develop new medicines? These disabled individuals without land, household registration, or anyone caring for them are the best test subjects for the church. In front of the Black Skull Tavern. General Isaris, do we really have to dress like this? Elena asked, wearing an oversized black trench coat, sunglasses, and a black hat. Of course, Elena, junior soldier. We must hide our identities, Lin Qi answered matter-of-factly. Then why aren't you dressed like this? Lin Qi was dressed in a fitted black suit covered with a long crimson coat, with a silver revolver at his waist, and a slender straight sword in his hand, his golden hair styled in a handsome side part exuding a charm of 9 points. Anyone who saw him would exclaim, which noble's dashing young master is this? Cough, cough, Elena, you don't understand. The reason I dress like this is to instill fear in the enemies. If we lose as long as I'm dressed like this and mention the name of the Roland family, they wouldn't dare do anything to us. And you are different, you are a girl. The people in the slums would light up at the sight of a female lizard, let alone a beauty like you. A faint scent of cheap tobacco and blood drifted from the Black Skull Tavern at the alley's mouth. Elena stood motionless, eyes tightly shut, her hands forming a triangle before her face. This was the resonance of a Star Watcher, a skill allowing perception-based awareness within a limited radius, terrain contours, architectural structure, enemy count, and relative strength. 17 ordinary people inside. 1 sequence 9 transcendent on the east side of the 2nd floor, likely their leader. Lin Qi leaned against the crumbling brick wall of the Black Skull Tavern, the hem of his crimson coat stained with muddy splashes from his hurried approach. He methodically loaded ornate silver revolver, its barrel etched with intricate filigree. Let's eliminate the civilians first. Tell me, have you ever taken a life? Lin Qi slid the fully loaded judgment into his belt, then drew the long sword he'd kept tucked beneath his arm. No, but I've made my choice. Elena inhaled deeply, her breath trembling with quiet tension. Commence operation. The moment the words left her lips, Lin Qi kicked open the tavern's heavy door and strode inside, shouting toward the stunned patrons. You may flee now. I grant you 5 seconds. Patrons stared at the 2 strangely dressed figures. After a beat of stunned silence, raucous laughter erupted. Ha, 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 ha. What is this? Cosplay. Ha. Look at that little one. She's wearing clothes stolen from Mu's widow's simpleton son. Ha. Who are these fools to dare disturb the Black Skull? Boy, our boss is a transcendent. Run, unless you wish to die. Lin Qi ignored their mockery. Ah, he sighed. May I take your laughter as consent to face death? Brat, crawl back to your mother's breast for milk. A flash of silver. Then the burly man who'd charged shrieked, no more, collapsing at Lin Qi's feet. Crimson arterial spray arced across nearby tables. His severed head struck the floor, still frozen in terror. In the final instant before oblivion, all he perceived was light, a cold, lethal radiance descending upon his throat. Thud. His skull hit the floor. Time's up. Die, red eggs. Damn it, kill them. As the gangsters regained their wits, 3 nearest thugs drew pistols from their coats. Yet they failed to notice. The invisible threads had already coiled around each muzzle. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots echoed, but Lin Qi stood unscathed while each shooter collapsed, a neat hole blooming between his eyes. It's a transcendent. Run. Alert the boss. Ilena moved without pause, her left hand extended, fingertips blazing with starlight that split into 5 glinting shards. Stellar mark. Each marked target left shimmering silver afterimages in Ilena's vision, trails of motion rendered visible. Dawnstar Celestial Path Secret Sword. First form, weave the net. At her sharp cry, the air filled with a dense lattice of silvery sword light. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Blades flashed, blood fountained. Ilena surged forward like a she-panther through the lingering afterglow, closing in on her next foe. So she wielded swift blades. Lin Qi mused, parrying blows from several thugs. Lin Qi did not employ the Roland secret sword techniques. The reason was simple, he didn't know them. Just kidding. How could anyone use level 1 Roland secret sword? Instead, he relied solely on speed and strength surpassing mortal limits. About time. Emotional disturbance. Judging the moment ripe, Lin Qi activated his ability upon the remaining thugs. From the moment he'd entered, slaying an ambusher at the threshold, then revealing transcendent power alongside Ilena, amplified by emotional disturbance to magnify their primal fear. Don't kill me. I beg forgiveness. I have an 80-year-old father and an 80-year-old mother. Mercy, noble sir. The surviving thugs lost all will to fight. Discarding weapons, they scattered in blind panic. Shall we pursue them? Ilena pushed her sliding sunglasses up her nose with a fingertip. No need. What purpose would pursuit serve? They're merely mortals. I'm no bloodthirsty aberration, Lin Qi muttered, exasperated. At that very instant, footsteps descended the tavern stairs, though the room had been empty moments before. What business brings you here? He bore no resemblance to the brutish crime Lord Lin Qi had imagined. The man appeared 30 years old, impeccably dressed in a tailored white suit, rimless spectacles perched on his nose, a star-shaped diamond stud gleaming in one ear. You're the Black Syndicate's boss? Lin Qi asked. I am Kafu, second in command of the Black Syndicate. Might I inquire your purpose in provoking us? We seek your leader. Send him down. 2 transcendents and 1 syndicate. That was unexpected. Speak plainly. What do you want? Lin Qi replied, voice laced with condescension. My apologies, Lord Isaris. If you refer to the assassination attempt, I regret I cannot disclose details. Our syndicate's trade rests upon absolute integrity. Kafu spoke with unhurried precision. So, you admit this table belongs to you? Confirmed. A Black Syndicate assassin. Suspicion verified. You seem disinclined to fight. Shall we talk instead? Lin Qi, uncertain of the man's intent, hesitated. Indecisive. Let's hear what he has to say first. Judgment remains unused. 6 rounds pristine. If needed, I'll invoke the Roland name. Who dares defy our house? Please return home, Lord Isaris. Your employer has rescinded the contract. Your safety is assured. Kafu selected a relatively intact chair and sat with practiced ease. What audacity! Lin Qi likewise claimed a chair, and not just sat. He crossed his legs with deliberate theatrical flair. Smoke. Kafu produced a pack of cigarettes from his inner suit pocket. Damn, falling behind. Lin Qi had smoked occasionally in his past life, but never once in this one. I don't indulge in such inferior tobacco, Lin Qi replied, feigning composure. Before the sentence finished, he caught Kafu regarding him with an odd, searching look. But this is Violet Rose, Roland family's signature violet-scented blend. Damn it, uncle, what are you doing? Smoking kills. Cough, cough. Let's move on. Since the assassination is off limits, at least tell me. Who hired you to hunt Ilena? Not hunt, escort. The Mower family paid us to remove Miss Ilena from Kissmark Town upon sighting her. Kafu exhaled a slow plume of smoke. Understood. The Dawnstar massacre had unnerved the Mower family before any battle began. They feared being seen aiding Ilena and sought only to banish this ill omen. Your trade is built on integrity, yet you betray the Mowers so readily. Lin Qi locked eyes with Kafu. Because offending the Roland family was clearly an unwise decision. If there's nothing further, Lord Isaris, please depart. Walking home, Lin Qi fell deep into thought. Because I am of the Roland family, the Black Syndicate disclosed the Mowers' plot. So what of the assassination? Was the one who ordered it stronger than the Rolands? Hey. Snapped back to reality, Lin Qi found Ilena glaring at him, cheeks flushed with indignation. Sorry, I drifted off, he said, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. You always do this. Vanish mid-thought out of nowhere. What's your next move? Ilena asked. What move? The assassination attempt. Since you aided me, Lady Ilena shall reciprocate. She winked playfully. What are your plans? Lin Qi evaded her question. I suppose I'll wander the kingdom indefinitely. After all, I'm a jinx. Disaster follows me wherever I go. Her voice softened. Ooh, she lowered her head, shoulders slumping. Clearly the mower's willingness to spend heavily on hiring thugs to drive her away had wounded her deeply. I simply can't fathom their reasoning. Had I been refused outright, I'd have left willingly. Why resort to expulsion? Are they truly so afraid? Are the Dino and Baki families truly that terrifying? She murmured softly, almost to herself. Are they merely ordinary nobles? Lin Qi watched her attention fully diverted and pressed on. Indeed, they possess no inherited arts or legacies. Then how did they defeat you? They hired 3 formidable transcendents. Even the weakest ranked sequence 5. Something was profoundly wrong, so wrong it defied logic. 2 minor noble houses, even bankrupted, could never command sequence 5 transcendents. A far more ominous force lurked behind this. Ilena perhaps hadn't grasped it yet. Events spiraled beyond Lin Qi's predictions. Who orchestrated his assassination? What truly ignited the Dawnstar massacre? And what was the original conspiracy among Kissmark's nobles, targeting the Rolands, that shaped Ilena's backstory? And Kafu? Why did he harbor no hostility toward me? Thanks to emotional disturbance, Lin Qi sensed subtle emotional currents around others. Ilena's aura radiated friendliness and dependence. Uncle Aldine's overflowed with doting affection. Yet Kafu's resonance held something unmistakable, protectiveness. Wait, this makes no sense. Your syndicate sent assassins after me, just hours ago. Only after stepping into this world did Lin Qi grasp how densely layered even a 200-word lore fragment could be in reality. Utterly stumped, Lin Qi surrendered. He pictured heaven flipping him the middle finger and promptly sat down right there on the road. Ask him anything. He'd respond with one phrase, so what? Since clarity eludes me, I'll cease straining. I'm just a weakling sequence 9. Kill me if you must. Fine, I'll explode right alongside you. Just kidding, brother. I'll find Uncle Aldine and see what he'll reveal. Lin Qi and Ilena walked along the path home, the scenery by the roadside failing to conceal the gloom in his heart. It seems that Lin Qi should have already freed himself from the constraints of the Easter egg roll. Having helped Ilena resolve the issues encountered in Kissmark Town, he should now appear in Ilena's backstory. Moreover, the battle with the Underworld Association should also be edited into the trailer, as the initial goal of attracting players' attention has been achieved. According to the upcoming plot development, Ilena should leave Kissmark Town to continue her travels in the kingdom, returning to Serafino stronger after avenging her family before arriving in the royal capital. It was also at this time that the game underwent the public beta test for version 1.0. By then, Ilena had already reached the level cap of sequence 7 in version 1.0. There are now too many problems surrounding Lin Qi, including the crisis of the Roland family, the cause of the old cowboy's death, who wanted to assassinate Isaris, and why Olden did not inform him about the history of the Roland family, as well as why Ka from the Underworld Association is in a friendly state towards him. But the most important thing now is to enhance his strength, as the system indicates that there is still half a year until version 1.0's public test. If calculated based on the timeline of his previous life, he has about 3 months left before the internal test, which will take place 3 months before the public test. He needs to reach the level cap of version 1.0 within these 3 months. Lin Qi has now left his name in Ilena's backstory, and if luck is on his side, he might even land a few close-up shots in the trailer. His next goal is to interact with the internal test players. He wants the internal test players to spread the word about him in the real world. What kind of characters do players like? Although players have different aesthetics and preferences for characters, according to Lin Qi's analysis, the most popular characters share 3 elements. Beauty is paramount. Strength must reach the level of sequence 7 before the internal test to give players a sense of power. A tragic background, a noble illegitimate child who is not well regarded with both parents deceased. How could one not feel the tragic weight of such a story? While there are many issues, Lin Qi still cannot sort out. The fundamental reason is simply that he is not strong enough. His current primary goal is singular: to complete the transfer task for sequence 8. With everything figured out, Lin Qi returned to his senses already at the doorstep. After they entered the house, Ilena asked, "Do you really not need my help?" "No need." Koff already said the assassination has been called off. Lin Qi shook his head. Can we really trust his words? Ilena disagreed with his view, saying, "I think it's best to find the mastermind behind this." Lin Qi's next plan is to go to the Roland Manor to inquire with Olden about the situation and see if he can level up the Roland secret sword, as the Roland Manor compared to here is a bit safer with its guards. But if he takes Ilena to the Roland Manor, will there be a butterfly effect? What if Ilena takes too long and delays the opening of version 1.0? But if he goes alone without taking Ilena, will she feel like he is rushing her along? Wait, why am I so conflicted? I might as well just ask her. Elena, I plan to stay at the Roland Manor for a few days to ask my uncle about Ka from the Underworld Association. Hey, do you want to come with me? Lin Qi looked at Elena and asked. Is it too soon to meet the family? A shy blush spread across Elena's small face, her silver hair failing to conceal her red ears. What do you mean by downstairs, girl? Lin Qi rolled his eyes at Elena's comment and continued, I can't be bothered with you. Let me pack my things, and well set off. As Lin Qi entered the room, he did not rush to pack, but instead opened the system first. Main quest completed. Rewards 2,000 experience points, 30 gold C-class, forbidden item firework. Before him, a red gem appeared out of nowhere in Lin Qi's hand. Panel, he thought silently while looking at the gem. Name firework type gem grade C-class, forbidden item ability. Inserting the gem into a part of the body can release fire. Cost, each use will burn the holder's blood. Description, anyone who bears the divine fire with flesh and blood must know that burning is a form of prayer. This forbidden item's ability is powerful, but the cost is high, especially for locals. Burning one's own blood could easily cause irreversible damage to the body. Lin Qi felt a bit awkward. Although he had a player panel, he did not have a player shop. If there were life potions in the player shop, he could use this forbidden item freely. Just burn away, my buddy can just take potions. This forbidden item cannot be used for now. He will have to wait and see if the system shop opens to check for life potions. After putting the gem in his pocket, Lin Qi changed out of the red coat and black suit he wore for the camera into a more comfortable casual outfit and walked out with his freshly packed luggage. Who are you, not my sister? Elena stood by the window in the living room looking like a snowfall that wouldn't melt. Her long silver hair resembled the frost that forms when cold air flows over the pine branches on a winter night, as dazzling as the scene created by the first morning light mingling with white frost on a castle window. The deep blue floor-length gown resembled the water of a lake under the night sky, only shimmering with a magnificent luster when she turned. The golden earrings adorning her earlobes were designed in a minimalist classical swirl, gently swaying with her movements resembling two fallen stars carefully kissing that icy realm. What are you doing? How can we walk in such a long gown? Lin Qi was a bit bewildered. Showing off. She specifically ran to the window to pose. Why aren't you wearing what you had on just now? Elena asked urgently as she looked at Lin Qi walking out. What's wrong? This outfit is more comfortable. All right, fine, you win. Lin Qi and Elena sat in the carriage heading to the Roland Manor. There was no way around it. Such a long skirt made it impossible to walk. Lin Qi looked at Elena, who was taking deep breaths, feeling speechless. Is it really necessary, bro? We're just staying for a few days. What do you understand? As the eldest daughter of the Morningstar family, it is only proper to dress up for my first visit to the Roland family. Don't get me wrong, I'm not dressing up for you. It's just for the sake of noble etiquette, understand? Elena feigned calmness. All right, whatever you say. The carriage arrived at the Roland Manor and stopped at the front of the main building. After Lin Qi got off, he noticed that his uncle and the butler were waiting for him at the entrance, and he did not rush to greet them. Once he steadied himself, Lin Qi reached out towards the carriage. A hand as white as snow landed on his, followed by a pair of silver high heels. Hello, Mr. Old, I am Elena Morningstar, the eldest daughter of the Morningstar family. I hope you do not mind my abrupt visit. After getting off the carriage, Elena lifted her gown and performed a curtsy to Olden. Hello, Miss Elena. Not at all, please come in, please come in. Olden returned a gentlemanly gesture and said to Elena, you have surprised me, you little rascal. It seems the Roland family has a promising future. When are you planning to get married? How far along are you? Have you thought about where the wedding will be held? Olden, having finished greeting, secretly asked Lin Qi. What are you talking about, uncle? We're just friends. Lin Qi was speechless. His uncle, who appeared to be a gentle middle-aged man, suddenly turned so nosy. Is this how you treat your uncle? Can't you tell when to be serious? Look at how beautifully she is dressed. Can she be just a friend? You've really done well bringing back a wife. Without a word, you've got a third of my strength from my youth. Overjoyed, Olden patted Lin Qi's shoulder. The Roland family should just hurry up and face their end. In the main dining room, Lin Qi was launching a fierce attack on the table full of delicacies. Sitting on his left side was Elena, and on his right side was Olden, both smiling as they conversed. To be honest, Lin Qi completely couldn't understand the content of their conversation. Weren't we supposed to inquire about the Underworld Association? How did the conversation shift to how old they are this year, and how many children they plan to have after marriage? Cough, cough, uncle, do you know Ka from the Underworld Association? Lin Qi attempted to steer the conversation back on track. To his surprise, the ever-smiling Olden's face suddenly darkened when he mentioned this name. Where did you hear that name? Keep your distance from that guy. He is very dangerous. This was the first time Lin Qi saw Olden so serious. In his memories of Isaris, he was mostly smiling. Why? Lin Qi wanted to gather more intelligence. That guy is the most dangerous person in Kissmark Town, the head of the Underworld Association, and one of the most powerful people in Kissmark Town, a Sequence 7 trickster of the Fate Sequence. Koff is the head. Upon hearing this news, Lin Qi and Elena exchanged glances, both filled with shock. Sequence 7. But in Elena's echo skill, Koff was clearly Sequence 9. Did Kafu actually deceive me? And what's with that protective instinct of his? Could it be the skill of an illusionist? Lin Qi pondered while lying on the bed. After promising his uncle to keep a distance from Kafu, they returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Qi stayed in the same room he had in Roland Manor, while Elena was arranged to stay in the room next to his. Before leaving, Aldine mysteriously mentioned that there were no other residents near their rooms. Really, what does he take me for? Lin Qi stepped out of his room and knocked on the door next door. The door creaked open to reveal a sleepy-eyed Elena. What is it? Elena asked, rubbing her eyes in her pajamas. Lin Qi swallowed nervously. To be honest, he hadn't realized how appealing Elena looked in her casual attire. I plan to search the manor for secrets about the Roland family history. Would you like to help me? Lin Qi asked. No, I want to sleep. You know, I've been a bastard child since I was young. As for the Roland family's history, Elena sighed, looking at Lin Qi's feigned pitiful expression. I understand. I'll change my clothes in a bit. Great, the plan is working. First, I'll check the study. Those books locked with iron chains have piqued Lin Qi's interest. It's rather strange for books to be locked away like that. Then I'll look at the mural in the hall depicting the family history for any clues. Just then the door opened again. Elena appeared, now dressed in casual clothes. Let's go. The moonlight streaming through the corridor windows illuminated her silver hair, giving her an aura of tranquility, while her alabaster arms bore a bracelet that seemed to be a forbidden item. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Seeing Lin Qi frozen in place, Elena called out again. Oh, right, coming. Damn it, it's all my uncle's fault for constantly whispering about marriage and children in my ear, making Lin Qi feel a bit flustered. Being in his teenage years, he was easily prone to wild thoughts. The two made their way to the study on the second floor. They quietly opened the study door. Elena flipped her hand, and a lamp appeared. Is this the ability of that bracelet? What's inside it? Elena asked Lin Qi, who was rummaging through the bookshelf while holding the lamp behind him. I'm not sure what's in there, but the fact that these books are locked has me intrigued, Lin Qi said without turning around as he examined one of the locks closely. Lin Qi used a gravitational thread on the lock before him. An invisible thread entered the keyhole, and with a click the last barrier preventing Lin Qi from examining the books disappeared. Lin Qi pulled out the book hidden within the lock, and before he even had a chance to look at it, a chime rang out. Acquired extraordinary knowledge, life path, natural sequence 9, Shepherd unlock method, create a life, craft an item imbued with life energy, and provide 3 different types of hair. This book contains extraordinary knowledge, and it's from the natural sequence. The unlocking method seems outrageous, but is actually quite simple. For instance, creating a life simply means planting a potato, or any other seed, as long as you plant it and wait for it to mature, you've created a life. An item imbued with life energy is usually a life potion from the player's shop. And 3 types of hair are even easier: human hair and 2 other animal hairs. If this book is from the natural sequence, does that mean? Lin Qi looked at the remaining 11 books on the shelf, feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Could it be that my uncle has collected all 12 conventional sequences? Is he some kind of obsessive collector? If he finds out I possess a hidden sequence, won't he torture me to hand it over? What's wrong? Elena asked, curiously observing Lin Qi, who stood frozen, not even flipping the book open. Nothing, let's go to the hall. Lin Qi, coming back to his senses, placed the book back on the shelf and said to Elena, is just looking at one book enough? And you seem to have not even opened it yet. These are all adventure stories I read as a child. Adventure stories. The tale of the ancient wolf demon launching a war against the sheep demon of the green pastures to enhance its power. As their voices grew distant, the door that Lin Qi had casually closed slightly opened from the inside. The two of them, now in the hall, began to study the history of the Roland family under the light of the oil lamp. This is Lin Qi's area of expertise. Let's not forget he currently has a LV3 painter profession on his panel, and as far as Lin Qi knows, Isaris has never learned to paint. This painter must be a skill he brought along with him. When it comes to murals, Lin Qi is a professional. When it comes to murals, Lin Qi is a professional. The mural begins with 3 elderly men sitting around a round table in a meeting, all cloaked in capes. Lin Qi noticed that one of the elders' cape bore the pattern of a rose. This should represent the Roland family, while the other 2 elders' capes featured a pentagram and a lion with a mane depicted as flames. The next scene depicts a chaotic battle between 2 armies, one adorned with armor decorated with roses, lions, and pentagrams from the 3 alliances, while the other wore armor featuring a giant black axe. Lin Qi recognized that giant axe. The flag of the Ironwood Republic. Did the Ironwood Republic engage in war with the Viridia Kingdom? This is yet another event Lin Qi is unaware of. However, upon reflection, it's understandable. The Ironwood Republic is a ruthless war machine, primarily active in version 2.0. The entire nation is quite belligerent, akin to a short-tempered creature. They engage in battle at the slightest disagreement, and if you don't kill me, I'll kill you. The next scene depicts the victorious demonstration of the 3 allied armies. The next scene shows a map. It is the current map of the Viridia Kingdom. What's going on? The history of the Roland family is so ancient. What happened? Turning his head, Lin Qi found Elena staring intently at the first part of the mural. Are you sure this is the history of the Roland family? Elena asked, seriously looking into Lin Qi's eyes. Of course it's the mural of Roland Manor, so it tells the story of the Roland family. That rose is indeed the symbol of the Roland family. Lin Qi pointed at the rose behind one of the elders' cloaks in the first part. Then why does the mural of the Roland family depict the symbol of the Morningstar family? Elena inquired. What? That pentagram. It's the emblem of the Morningstar family, Elena said in a subdued tone. Lin Qi was stunned. Did the Morningstar family and the Roland family collaborate in history? How is that possible? In the background story, the Morningstar family, to which Elena belongs, is a well-known noble in the kingdom with its territory in the flourishing Celestino, while the Roland family is merely a noble from the impoverished town of Kissing Scar. Could two vastly different families have collaborated in the past? Which family does that lion represent? How did the Roland family fall to such a state? Lin Qi felt as if he had been caught up in a terrifying web of conspiracy. Tomorrow I must have Uncle Aldine tell me the entire history of the Roland family. The next day, just after finishing breakfast, Lin Qi was about to ask Alding about the mural. Sorry, little Isaris. Uncle has business to discuss today. You can either stay at home with Elena or go out. Alding said to Lin Qi with a hint of apology. Did this old man predict my prediction? Just as he was about to ask him about the business. But Lin Qi had no choice but to say, all right, I understand, Uncle. What are we doing today? Elena, who was next to him with an ice cream in her mouth, asked. Let's first visit the Parker Tamundi Chamber of Commerce. Lin Qi said, looking at the departing carriage. What are we going there for? Elena asked curiously. To buy 3 portions of the mysterious substance of the mid-series Sacred Path. Why? Can you refine pills? Just consider me a pill refiner. The Parker Tamundi Chamber of Commerce, the largest trade association in the End-Era world. The reason it became the world's largest chamber of commerce is very simple. As long as you have money, you can get anything. The Parker Tamundi Chamber of Commerce originates from the Republic of Katrizia and is also the map for the main storyline event of version 3. The Parker Tamundi Chamber of Commerce is also the family business of the third main character, Marina Parker Tamundi. The chamber is not far from Roland Manor. After all, this chamber serves the wealthy and naturally needs to establish itself in the noble district. As Lin Qi and Elena got off the carriage, a plump man approached them at the entrance of the chamber. The man had slicked back hair, wore a beautiful gold necklace around his neck, and had a green jade ring on his hand. Welcome, young Master Isaris, to the Parker Tamundi Chamber of Commerce. My name is Link. How may I assist you? Link said warmly while ushering Lin Qi and Elena into the chamber. Do you have the mid-series mysterious substances of the Sacred Path here? Lin Qi did not ask why he knew him. The reason Isaris was famous in Kissmark Town was partly because of being a bastard, partly due to his looks, but mainly because. If Alding Roland were still unmarried and childless, then Isaris as a bastard would be the first heir of the Roland family. Yes, we have everything from Series 6 to Series 4. What level would young Master Isaris like? Link asked enthusiastically. In this world, mysterious substances are mainly used for alchemy, as native extraordinary beings do not need mysterious substances to upgrade their series. They only need to reach their level limit and obtain the extraordinary knowledge of the next series. After deciphering the extraordinary knowledge, they can reach the next series. Lin Qi, who has a panel, is like a player. He does not need extraordinary knowledge. As long as he reaches his level limit and completes the upgrade task, he can directly advance to the next series. The level of the mysterious substance only affects alchemy and makes no difference to Lin Qi's upgrade task. 3 portions of Series 6 will suffice. Lin Qi said to Link while sitting on the sofa in the noble lounge. Riding a bicycle to the bar, save where you can and spin where you should. All right, young Master Isaris, please wait a moment. Saying this, Link walked towards the back of the chamber. What potion are you planning to refine? Elena asked while sipping the orange juice that Link had brought her. A potion that makes people obedient when they smell it. Lin Qi said, pretending to be lewd. Ew, that's disgusting. No wonder you're such a scoundrel. Elena knew Lin Qi was joking, and since he was unwilling to say more, there was no need to press further. Just then Link arrived in front of Lin Qi with a rectangular small box. Young Master Isaris, here are 3 portions of the mid-series mysterious substance of the Sacred Path. Please take a look. Link placed the box on the table in front of Lin Qi. Lin Qi opened the box and saw 3 irregular orange spheres inside. Panel. Lin Qi silently thought. Series 6 Sacred Path Mysterious Substance X3 description, like a nasal gag. Know who told you to add a description? Alright, no problem, let's check out. Lin Qi closed the box and said to Link. Sure, 3 portions of mid-series Sacred Path Mysterious Substance, 30 gold coins, each, that will be 90 gold coins. Link rubbed his hands together. After Lin Qi paid, he left the Parker Tamundi Chamber of Commerce amidst Link's warm send-off. So expensive, completing a task only gives 30 gold coins, just enough to buy one. Lin Qi was somewhat pained at his wallet. The two of them strolled nearby after leaving the chamber, spending 2 gold coins at a jewelry store to buy Elena a pair of earrings she liked before returning to Roland Manor. I want to go to another place. Just after returning to his room and putting the mysterious substance he just obtained back into the system backpack, Lin Qi knocked on Eilena's door. Where to? Eilena asked with some curiosity. To the bedroom where my mother used to live. Saying this, Lin Qi walked towards the room at the far corner of the third floor. Lin Qi's mother's bedroom was the closest room to the forbidden item, the Truth Rose. When the two arrived at the door, they saw a beautiful lock on the door. Why is it still locked? Eilena asked. Lin Qi did not reply but crouched down to activate the gravitational line, attempting to unlock the door. After several attempts, Lin Qi realized it was completely futile. No, the structure of the lock inside is too complex. Eilena, can you use resonance to help me see the structure of the lock? Lin Qi made way for her. Just watch my skills. With that, Eilena closed her eyes, placing her hands in a triangular shape before her. After a while, Eilena opened her eyes. Why is this lock so complex? It feels like there won't be a matching key. The lock mechanism needs to have 3 turns inside. So complex. Yet typical locks just go straight through, albeit with different shapes, but this lock has turns. Eilena was at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi seemed to think of something and silently thought, panel. Name forgetfulness type lock leveled class. Forbidden item ability. Once locked, only the person who locked it and their blood relatives can open it with blood. Cost after locking, you will forget what was placed inside. Description: money. Forbidden items. Extraordinary knowledge. Just kidding, it's only a sock inside. This thing is indeed a forbidden item. But who locked it? Was it Uncle? Lin Qi thought as he drew his bloody palm across the wall where the Truth Rose was. Eilena beside him was dumbfounded. What's wrong? What are you doing? Before she could question Lin Qi, he pressed his bloody palm onto the lock. Click. The lock opened. Is this a forbidden item? Eilena reacted. Yes, I only just remembered. I remember seeing it when I was a child. Lin Qi used gravitational lines to stitch up the wound. Your Roland family has so many forbidden items. This sword should be one too, right? And that revolver of yours. Eilena exclaimed. The higher the level of a forbidden item, the easier it is for extraordinary beings to sense it, but the higher the level, the more it will choose its master. No, that gun isn't from the Roland family. Saying this, Lin Qi pushed the door open. The layout was the same as Isaris remembered, with spacious floor-to-ceiling windows, gray curtains, a dressing table, and a soft big bed. On the left side of the entrance was a clothes rack. Lin Qi looked at the scene that had appeared in his memory, feeling somewhat dazed. What's this? Eilena pointed to a black leather case on the bed and asked. This is something that didn't appear in my memory. Lin Qi hesitated as he gazed at the box before him. Is this my uncle's belongings? Why is it in my mother's room? Or is it my mother's keepsake? Then why has my uncle never mentioned this to me? Honestly, it is quite rude to rummage through someone else's room. Must I also pry into their belongings? Just as Lin Qi was hesitating, a voice as melodious as a celestial choir suddenly rang in his ears. Why not open it and take a look? Eilena inquired. Oh brothers, this is getting out of hand. If you want to criticize someone for a lack of manners, go ahead and blame Eilena. It has nothing to do with me, Lin Qi. Lin Qi opened the box, revealing a neatly folded custom suit and some small items on top of which lay an unopened letter. Lin Qi initially thought these were his uncle's belongings, but just as he was about to close it, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding ding ding, multiple system notifications sounded around Lin Qi. What does this mean? This whole box is filled with forbidden items. Roland can't possibly be part of a smuggling family, right? With a flutter of anxiety, Lin Qi picked up the letter on top. Name mother's letter type, letter level D class, forbidden item ability, can withstand a fatal blow. Exclusive to Isaris. Cost, a mother's love requires no cost. Description, a letter left by Sasha Roland, the eldest daughter of the Roland family, to her son Isaris Roland. Lin Qi was stunned. A resurrection item only had a level of D. No, it's because this forbidden item can only be used by him, resulting in its low level. Lin Qi felt an overwhelming urge guiding him to open the letter. Isaris, by the time you read this letter, I may already be gone, but please believe that your mother will always love you. It's a pity I couldn't see you grow up, but it's alright. I have prepared a birthday gift for you. At 8 years old, you were in the most annoying stage. Although you were very sensible, your lively nature would still guide you. So, I am giving you a yo-yo, the most popular toy in the noble circles recently. I hope you will like it. At 9 years old, you were already a big kid. If you were by my side, you would probably be learning about the history of the Roland family right now, so I am giving you a fountain pen, hoping you can write down things you like. At 10 years old, in the blink of an eye, you've been born for 10 years. Thinking back to how you looked when you were just born makes me smile. You were so ugly without any hair. However, my son is definitely the most handsome in the world, so I am giving you my favorite ring. When you meet a girl you like, give it to her. At 11 years old, I honestly don't know what big kids like, so I'm giving you a pair of earrings that I like. At 12 years old, I suppose you should have made a few friends by now, so I'm giving you some pocket money. Don't underestimate this card. It has a lot of money in it. At 13, I'm giving you a stylish pair of sunglasses. At 14, a shiny watch. At 15, a cute wallet. At 16, amazing, in the blink of an eye, you've grown up so much. I've heard that kids your age are quite rebellious. Although I believe you will behave, you might also try some new things, right? Then I'll give you a pack of cigarettes. I've heard that kids at this age love to sneak cigarettes, but promise me to smoke less. At 17, oh dear, I almost forgot. This year I'm giving you a lighter. It's the most popular among nobles. What's it called? Da-dong. At 18, congratulations, Isaris, you are now an adult. You've become an adult, and this year I'm giving you a formal suit. Unfortunately, I can't take you to customize it myself. If it doesn't fit, well, go to Grandma Andy's tailor shop to modify it. I believe you will look very handsome in it. It's a pity I couldn't see you grow up. Don't be sad for me. Isaris, your mother will always love you. As Lin Qi opened the letter, Elena stole a glance. Upon seeing the words above, she quietly left the room and closed the door. She knew it was best to let the boy have some time alone. Lin Qi's vision became a bit blurry, as if he were observing the world through distorted light. Plop. A tear fell onto the envelope. What the heck, why am I crying? Is it because I'm moved? Or is it because I have Isaris memories? Or is it Isaris' physical issue? Lin Qi wiped his tears and took out the suit from the box. Name, regret, type, clothing, level D class, forbidden item, ability 1. Don't get hurt, automatically mitigates some damage when attacked. 2. Size, the size of the clothing will change with the body. Exclusive to Isaris. Cost, a mother's love requires no cost. Description, remember to find Grandma Andy for resizing. It seems there's no need to go find Grandma Andy anymore, mother. After putting on the suit, Lin Qi took out the earrings inside. Name, Sasha, type, earrings, level D class, forbidden item, ability 1. Calming, wearing it has a calming effect. 2. Clarity, blocks a certain degree of mental attacks. Exclusive to Isaris. Cost, same as above. Description, your mother hopes you sleep better. Name, violet, type, cigarettes, level D class, forbidden item, ability 1. Endless cigarettes, the cigarettes have no quantity limit. 2. Harmless, the cigarettes will not harm your body. Cost, same as above. Description, your mother hopes you smoke less. Thus, the gifts in these suitcases turned into forbidden items due to the emotions after Sasha Roland's death. Is this what family affection is? Lin Qi sighed. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the system task. Shouldn't he complete it now? System. Main task, romantic, final chapter 1. Sequence 9, connector, LV10 achieved 2. Collect 3 portions of sequence, sacred path, mysterious substances, 333. Understand, familial affection, not achieved. Why? Lin Qi was puzzled. Could it be because of the primary relationship? My feelings and Isaris' feelings are different. A shedding tears upon seeing that letter felt more like a bodily instinct. Therefore, the concept of feelings requires Lin Qi's spirit to perceive. Just as Lin Qi was in doubt, he heard a voice from outside. Just a moment, Mr. Alding, Isaris. Get out of the way. Angrily, Alding pushed open the door, but upon seeing Lin Qi in a suit, he suddenly calmed down. Uncle, why didn't you give me my mother's keepsakes? Lin Qi chose to take the initiative. Saw you come into, Miss Elena. Alding sighed and closed the door. I'm not giving it to you for your own good, little Isaris. What do you mean? Isaris, promise me. After knowing everything, can you continue to be an ordinary person? Sorry, uncle, I am already an extraordinary being. I should have invited you to live at the manor much sooner. Alding sighed, shaking his head. Why, oi? Lin Qi asked, intrigued. In the first draft of Isaris' lore, he was originally a transcendent being. It was only in the second revision that he became an ordinary mortal. Yet Alding implied that Isaris ought never to tread the path of transcendence. Then today I shall tell you everything about Roland, Alding said after a pause. Do you know what preceded the kingdom of Viridia? A nobility-ruled territory. Elena interjected. She had studied royal history during her aristocratic upbringing as a child. Correct. Initially, Viridia was not a unified kingdom, but merely 3 immensely powerful noble houses. It was only when the Romulan dominion invaded that these 3 great houses united to defend their lands, and thus Viridia was born. You mean? Precisely. The Roland Dawnstar and Solar families jointly founded the kingdom of Viridia. Then how did the Dawnstar family fall into such ruin? Elena demanded, voice urgent. Lin Qi understood why Alding had summoned Elena. The old man had known of the Dawnstar lineage from the very beginning. Shortly after the kingdom's founding, the Church of the Eternal Sun approached the Solar family, offering them the complete solar sequence in exchange for religious dominion over Viridia. By the time the Roland and Dawnstar families realized the peril and sought aid from other churches, it was already too late. The Church of the Eternal Sun had entrenched itself across every corner of Viridia, and no rival faith dared challenge its supremacy. And with the full solar sequence, now there's the Solar family indisputably rose as the strongest among the 3 noble houses. Alding glanced briefly at Elena before continuing. The recent annihilation of the Dawnstar family stemmed from a single simple cause. They conspired with the Silent Starried Society to acquire the entire stellar path. Unsurprisingly, they failed. A spy embedded within the Dawnstar household delivered the intelligence directly to both the Church of the Eternal Sun and the Solar family. Noble intrigue is precisely thus. This is why I never wished for you to step onto the transcendent path. But why are only the Dawnstar and Roland families forbidden from ascending? Lin Qi asked, curious. Because of forbidden artifacts. The original strength of the three noble houses lay in two pillars: inherited familial techniques and ancestral forbidden artifacts. Together, these enabled them to stand toe-to-toe with transcendent beings. Even noble houses possessing full sequences could not unseat the Solar Dynasty's rule. Yet the Roland and Dawnstar houses differ fundamentally. Granting them complete transcendent sequences would be akin to fitting flight engines onto a cripple. Alding, sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, deliberately chose a light-hearted metaphor. Then those transcendent sequences in Uncle's study are. Isaris, I was just like you in my youth. I sought power, to topple the Solar family and restore the Roland name to glory. But it proved impossible. I petitioned every major church aligned with the true gods. Each refused outright, offering only a Sequence 9 primer on Transcendence as consolation. Isaris, promise me, you'll go no further. You're the only kin I have left. Alding placed a hand on Lin Qi's shoulder. I'm sorry, Uncle, but I can't. How could one possibly seize the spotlight forever stuck at Sequence 9? Would I really need to charm players to death with sheer good looks every time the camera turned my way? We live in the internet age, Uncle. Everyone's seen countless handsome men and beautiful women. Real charisma demands both strength and charm. Isaris, our family's ascent has always heralded misfortune. The Solar family will never let us be. Alding shook his head resignedly. We will win. Lin Qi dismissed the warning lightly. After all, the main storyline clearly centered on Elena toppling the Solar Dynasty. All he needed was to cling to her coattails. I will destroy the Solar family. Elena's voice brimmed with fury. So the narrative's claim that she sought liberation from oppression was evidently artistic embellishment. Undoubtedly, avenging her slain kin weighed heavily upon her motives as well. As the three continued conversing, a knock sounded at the door. Master, dinner is served. Very well, we understand. Alding acknowledged the summons and rose. Let's go. Come what may, we must eat first. Just as they reached the threshold, Lin Qi sensed something amiss. Why had no bell rung? The Roland Manor's main wing was vast. Traditionally, meals were announced by chimes. Even now, with most cadet branches long departed, the bells still rang without fail. Why had the steward come in person? The instant Alding opened the door, a flash of white light streaked past the threshold. Ever-vigilant Lin Qi reacted instantly, yanking Alding backward just in time to evade the lethal sword blade. Yet their assailants wasted no time regrouping. They pressed forward, relentlessly targeting Alding. Lin Qi, having pulled Alding clear, swiftly drew his sidearm, judgment, and fired. He hadn't time to aim, but distance was negligible. It'll hit. Even as the thought formed shank, the bullet split cleanly in two. The steward who had cleaved the bullet midair lowered his blade, not to strike again, but to smile faintly at Lin Qi. Remarkably quick reflexes, Master Isaris. Green, what in blazes are you doing? Alding surged upright, voice thunderous with rage. As you see, I'm killing. Green leveled his long sword at Alding. Still unaware of the situation, Alding. From behind Green emerged two more figures. One was broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, thick beard framing a leathern vest and brass knuckles gleaming on his fists. The other wore immaculately oiled hair and neatly trimmed mustache, and bore an ornate saber at his waist. What brings the patriarch of the Mower family and the second-in-command of the Black Malice Guild to my Roland Manor? Alding fixed his gaze upon the trio, subtly positioning himself between Lin Qi and Elena. I seek wealth, declared Klinger Mower, the mustachioed noble. I'm here because Mr. Green promised to slay Koff. The hulking second-in-command of the Black Malice Guild, Jones rumbled. Slay Koff? You truly believe a mere steward can eliminate a Sequence 7? While stalling for time, Alding signaled urgently behind his back, urging Lin Qi and Elena to seize any chance to flee. Huh, so deeply concealed. You didn't even know. Jones laughed, turning to Green as if hearing a jest. Allow me to reintroduce myself properly, Green Door, Inquisitor of the Church of the Eternal Sun. With a graceful, almost mocking bow, Green addressed the trio. How has the Church of the Eternal Sun taken interest in the Roland house? Was it sent by the Solar family? Alding demanded. No, Mr. Alding. This bears no relation to the Solar family. Rather shortly after the Dawnstar massacre, the Church received intelligence confirming that the Roland, Dawnstar, and Solar families each possessed an extraordinarily potent Class A forbidden artifact. And coincidentally, our High Priest happens to be a man of considerable avarice. So, Green smiled faintly. It seems I've been gravely underestimated, sending only you three to claim the Roland family's forbidden artifact. Alding locked eyes with Green, voice venomous. I advise you to surrender now. The High Priest approaches, even you know his might. After all, he is one of the sole Sequence 7s in Kissmark Town. Just as the voice of Green had not yet faded, Elena and Lin Qi exchanged glances behind Alding. The two clever individuals understood each other. The confined space of the room and corridor was not suitable for their fighting style, and they needed to move the battlefield outside. Among the three opponents, the steward of the Eternal Sun Church, Green, could be seen as a formidable adversary just from the sword technique that split the bullet. The second-in-command of the Black Evil Society, Jones was certainly not to be underestimated, leaving only 1 weak point the head of the Mower family. As a noble, his combat experience was bound to be the least, making him the most logical breakthrough. After exchanging glances, the two quickly made their judgment. Elena's bracelet shimmered, and a longsword appeared in her hand, purchased by Lin Qi during their visit to the Black Evil Society. At the same time, Lin Qi raised the judgment in his hand, aiming at Kling. Bang! Along with the sound of a gunshot, Elena charged towards the three with her longsword. Dawnstar Trail's secret sword first form, weaving the web. A dense array of silver sword light pierced towards the three. Just as they dodged, Elena and Lin Qi rushed towards Kling holding Alding. Seeking death. Kling snorted coldly and drew the sword from his waist, intending to replicate Green's earlier scene and split the bullet. However, just as the sword was about to strike the bullet surprisingly turned in midair. It must hit. Bang! The bullet struck the blade that was positioned horizontally in front of Kling's forehead. Be careful, Green said as he retracted his longsword. This is actually a forbidden item. This kid is rolling in wealth. Jones revealed a sinister smile. Remember the agreement, forbidden items belong to the church, the rest is up to you. Green shot a glance at Lance. Don't worry. The three who successfully escaped were in the lobby on the first floor. Isaris you and Elena run quickly. Uncle is blocking them here. Alding held the truth rose that he had taken from the wall when escaping the room. What are you saying, Uncle? If it comes to it, just fight them. Lin Qi's tone carried a hint of ferocity. There were still 4 bullets left in judgment, and the last 3 could deliver critical hits. Well, see if your sword can cut through. None of you will escape. A figure appeared before the 3. Green. Sigh, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Lin Qi sighed. It seemed that this Green was likely a sequence 8. The sequence of the Eternal Sun Church was the Sacred Path Sun sequence. The sequence 9 of the Sun sequence does not possess mobility skills, but sequence 8 does. Sacred Path Sun sequence 8, the Fire Incantator. Skill fire movement, able to transform into flames for mobility within a certain range. Isaris, you all go first. No, Uncle, you go first. Lin Qi stood in front of Alding. He still had trump cards. With judgment and the firework given from the previous mission, he might catch them off guard. Haha, don't worry. Uncle's skills have never declined. Alding raised the truth rose and said, I will protect you all. The oath took effect. Name truth rose type longsword level clevel forbidden item a level forbidden item oath in effect ability 1. Oath of love. If the swordsman makes a sincere oath of love to the sword before battle, the strength and sharpness of the strike increase with the intensity of the emotional oath. 2. Thorns of protection. When the swordsman encounters an unavoidable fatal attack, the sword will automatically transform into a swirling rose storm, blocking or deflecting the attack with a delicate trajectory. The success rate of the block is related to the strength of the oath's resolve. Cost. After each use, the swordsman will fall into a state of absolute honesty for several hours. Introduction. When you are willing to face death for your beloved, the rose is also willing to be born for you. I told you none of you will escape. Saying this, Green activated fire movement and charged towards Alding. Alding raised the truth rose in front of his chest and calmly said, Roland's secret sword first form Sigh. It was unclear. One could not see how Alding drew his sword, only hearing the whistling sounds of wind cutting through the air. In an instant, 4 bleeding sword wounds appeared on Green's body. Indeed impressive. No wonder he's called the most talented heir of the Roland family in nearly a century. If you were a transcendent, I might even lose to you, even if you were sequence 9. As the fire movement ended and Green maintained his distance, he lamented his sword wounds. So much unnecessary chatter. Alding said, no longer saying much as he charged towards Green with the truth rose. If Alding usually gave Lin Qi the impression of a polite and kind middle-aged man, now he was a swordsman with a murderous intent, striking deadly blows. What should we do, Mr.? Alding's sword is too fast. If we rashly intervene, it might disturb him, Elena said urgently, watching the fierce battle before her. Have you forgotten about us, little girl? A voice came from above their heads. Lin Qi and Elena quickly jumped left and right to evade. Clang. With a loud sound, a large pit was created where they had just stood by someone's fist. A display of incredible physical strength. Eternal Path War sequence 9 rookie. Don't be dazed now, a flippant voice said as a gem-studded sword suddenly appeared before Lin Qi. Lin Qi reacted quickly, bending backward to evade, while activating the gravitational thread, which tightly wedged into the wall behind, and quickly pulled Lin Qi to a safe distance. Oh, what ability is this? Craig stroked his little mustache and asked Lin Qi. Want to know? Beg me. Lin Qi straightened up and beckoned at Craig with his finger. You really are seeking death, kid. You were smart enough to know that I have the least combat experience among the 3, so you chose me as the breakthrough point to escape the encirclement. But have you ever considered the advantages of being a noble? I am quite wealthy, you brat. In a short time, I can elevate myself to sequence 8 with potions. Saying this, Craig activated fire movement and flew towards Lin Qi. Damn this old bastard. Not a single drop of sweat, are you all about money? After a few exchanges, Lin Qi had a rough idea of Craig's level. Sequence 8's power and abilities with a street thug's combat experience. Craig's Mower family is completely different from Elena's Morningstar family and Isaris Roland family. Families with inherited skills arrange extensive practical training from a young age to help children quickly master the techniques. Craig was merely a primary school student mastering strength. However, just as Lin Qi thought this, Craig's sword, which had been evaded by Lin Qi, seemed to lose its spine and turn sharply. Lin Qi at a distance wiped the bloodstains from his cheek. "Don't underestimate me, you damn nobles." Craig's eyes widened, filled with bloodshot veins. "Oh, indeed. This is a forbidden item. A Sequence 8 fire incantator combined with an unknown forbidden item. This is a grade forbidden item named Jealousy, which has the effect of a flexible blade. The sword can change into a straight sword or a flexible sword according to the user's will." Craig said proudly. "What? Is this person a mint? How could he tell the enemy the abilities of a forbidden item? Can you switch between a soft sword and a straight sword? Interesting." Lin Qi raised the judgment in his hand, aiming it at Craig. "I can't let you get close, it's a bit dangerous." As Lin Qi said this, he fired a shot at Craig. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Craig vanished from his original position, creating distance. Dream on. At the moment Lin Qi fired, Craig activated fire movement to close in on him. Just as the sword named Jealousy was about to stab Lin Qi, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. When the two long swords clashed, the sparks illuminated the bullet flying towards Craig. Craig quickly retreated, transforming his sword into a soft sword, the tip flicking to deflect the bullet that was about to strike his left leg. "What a troublesome kid, Isaris." "Oh really, thank you." Lin Qi scratched his head, showing an embarrassed sunny smile. "Red Egg, who's praising you?" Craig, infuriated, raised his hand to send a 20-centimeter fireball flying towards Lin Qi. The Sun Sequence 9 skill Candlelight summons a fireball to attack enemies. A rather useless skill, although it's powerful, it can't hit a slightly stronger enemy. Just as Lin Qi dodged the fireball, a sword suddenly appeared in his line of sight. He swiftly sidestepped to the left, raising his long sword with his right hand. "You think I would be foolish enough to believe Candlelight could hit you, kid?" Craig's face twisted with rage as he realized. Damn it, he deliberately obstructed my vision with Candlelight. Lin Qi pushed Craig back with force, positioning his long sword in front of his chest in the same stance as Aldine, declaring first style of the Roland secret sword sai. Craig felt a grave threat. He had seen Aldine use this move against Green, and he couldn't see how Aldine wielded his sword. If it were him, he would probably be chopped into pieces. Just as Craig was on guard, bang! A gunshot rang out. What a joke! How could Lin Qi reach Aldine's level? His Roland secret sword was only LV1 and merely a superficial skill. Surprisingly, it had truly intimidated Craig. "Damn it, you little brat." Craig was concentrating on defending against Lin Qi's Roland secret sword, not expecting that this brat would actually shoot him from a distance. Craig transformed Jealousy into a soft sword, planning to deflect the bullet with the tip of his sword just like last time. However, when the sword tip collided with the bullet, he realized something was wrong. Why couldn't he move it? Dangerous enchantment. Bullets of 3 or less will deal critical damage. This was the fourth bullet that Lin Qi had meticulously prepared for Craig. Except for the first shot fired to block Green's pursuit, the remaining 2 shots were both aimed at Craig. The goal was to familiarize Craig with these presumably unavoidable bullets, making him think he understood the effects of the forbidden item and letting his guard down. Then came this critical fourth bullet. To be safe, Lin Qi even placed an enchantment on the bullet. When it encounters powerful strikes, it will change direction. Although Craig was a noble with little combat experience, rising to Sequence 8 in just a few months proved his talent. Just as the bullet pushed by the force of the sword tip veered toward his eye, Sequence 8's reaction speed and physical strength allowed him to make the correct judgment in an instant. "Damn you, little brat. I will definitely kill you." Covering his ears, Craig shouted wildly in rage. Damn it, did it miss? Instead of hitting his eye, it merely shot off one of his ears. Judgment had only 2 bullets remaining, along with the second in command of the Dark Society and Green. What should I do now? Furious, Craig charged at Lin Qi, his sword alternating between a straight sword and a soft sword, making it difficult for Lin Qi to respond. "Aren't you going to grab your ear? Who knows, you might be able to reattach it." "You remind me of an adventure story from my childhood where the protagonist is a police officer who caught a big villain who only had one ear, called One Ear." Facing the relentless onslaught akin to crashing waves, Lin Qi continued to provoke Craig. "Kid, you can only talk big. Once you're dead, the entire Kissmark town will belong to our Mower family." Craig's expression was a mix of pain from losing an ear and ecstatic visions of the future. Crack! Lin Qi's long sword was knocked away by Craig. "Haha, die, little brat. This is the gap between Sequence 9 and Sequence 8. My strength surpasses yours." Seeing the dawn of victory, Craig leaped, transforming his sword into a straight sword, slashing down at Lin Qi. He aimed to slice this damned brat in half. However, observing Craig in midair, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Qi's mouth. Lin Qi, unable to retract his right hand after his long sword was knocked away, aimed it at Craig in midair. A red gem was embedded prominently in the back of his hand. Fire! Accompanied by Lin Qi's voice, flames erupted. Ah! Craig, engulfed in flames, screamed in agony, discarding jealousy and wildly flailing his arms in an attempt to extinguish the fire. Futile. Lin Qi snorted, coldly picked up jealousy from the ground, and without saying anything more, he severed Craig's head with a single stroke. Craig Mower, the head of the Mower family, was slain. The cost of this fire was indeed a bit high. Lin Qi staggered a couple of steps, contemplating. Although its power was indeed immense, after using it once, Lin Qi only felt as if he had taken off into the air countless times. A sense of emptiness filled his entire being. He forced himself to look towards the other side. Elena was walking toward him, holding her left shoulder. Behind her lay a bloodied corpse. It seemed the second-in-command of the Dark Society, Jones, had perished at Elena's sword. No doubt the protagonist. The two glanced toward the battlefield where Aldine and Green were locked in combat, their struggle appearing to take place in another dimension. Though Lin Qi knew it was difficult to intervene in such a battle, time was running short. Green had mentioned that the Sequence 7 priest was on his way, and they had to eliminate Green before he arrived. Uncle, don't worry. The bullets won't hit you. Lin Qi raised judgment, aiming it at the two engaged in battle, shouting loudly. Green knew that the bullets from this gun could lock on, so as long as Lin Qi held this gun, he would inevitably be distracted. Well done, Isaris, Aldine remarked. Lin Qi understood his task. He couldn't get close to Aldine and Green's battle, and could only think of ways from the periphery. So was he to shoot when Green was distracted? No. He just needed to keep the gun pointed at Green. He had no intention of shooting at all. As long as Lin Qi kept the gun trained on Green, he had to remain vigilant for the bullet attacking from the shadows. It's time to end this quickly, Uncle. Lin Qi understood that even if an ordinary person mastered a skill to the peak, they would hold no advantage against a transcendent being. Comparing with a system panel, the life and stamina of a transcendent being far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even if Aldine's Roland's secret sword was formidable, coupled with the A-class forbidden item True Word Rose, he still held no advantage against Green. There were differences even between Sequence 8. The gap between Green and Craig, whom Lin Qi had killed, was even larger than the disparity between Lin Qi and an ordinary person. Suddenly Green took a step back, discarding his long sword and pulling out a bell from his pants pocket. Lin Qi didn't know what it was, but he knew it was likely a forbidden item that must not be allowed to activate. Bang! He fired abruptly, imagining the bullet striking Green's temple. At the same time, a strange red light flashed from the gem on his right hand as he infused the bullet with a flame enchantment. This was his strongest strike yet. He had to kill Green. Ding! The sound of the bell rang, and the bullet aimed at Green flew back toward Lin Qi at the same speed. Lin Qi couldn't react in time. In his line of sight, the flame-wrapped bullet flew toward him like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Thud! Lin Qi suffered no harm. Uncle! The bullet aimed at Lin Qi was deflected by Aldine's True Word Rose, hitting Aldine in the chest. Uncle! Lin Qi caught the falling Aldine from behind. It's okay, Isaris. Just listen to your uncle from now on. Blood stained Aldine's suit like a vivid rose painted on his chest. Since you've decided to walk the path of the extraordinary, you must work hard. Your uncle is just an ordinary person with nothing to teach you. Take this sword. It is a forbidden object passed down through the Roland family called the True Word Rose. Aldine's voice gradually weakened. The critical fire-infused bullet had destroyed his heart, the strongest strike from Lin Qi landing on his beloved uncle. Uncle, don't say that. Everything will be fine. Lin Qi pressed against Aldine's bleeding chest, trying to save his fading life. His vision blurred once more, but this time, he couldn't tell if it was Isaris' instincts or his own emotions. Since coming to this world, Aldine had been taking care of him. Though he was an orphan in his past life, in this life, he had an uncle who loved him. He envied Isaris that at least he had seen his parents and had an uncle. Lin Qi was not a machine, he had feelings. Watching the man who once gifted him a bag of gold coins lose warmth in his arms, he felt a long-lost sorrow and sadness. I'm sorry, Isaris. Your uncle can't be with you until the end. Aldine slowly extended his hand, sensing his life was nearing its end in Lin Qi's embrace. Lin Qi lowered his head, a wide, sturdy hand resting on top of it, just like when they first met facing the two dead assassins in the living room. The gentle man had placed his hand on his head and said, "Don't worry, Isaris. Leave it to your uncle." Ding. Mission completed. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the Pathway Romantic Sequence 9 Connector 1. Sequence 9 Connector LV10 achieved 2. Collected 3 pieces of mid-sequence Sacred Pathway Mysterious Substances 333. Understand familial love achieved. Sequence 8 Balanced Dancer unlocked. What a touching familial bond. Have you finished your farewells, young master Isaris? Green put away his bell and picked up the long sword that had been thrown on the ground. Don't worry, you'll soon send you down to reunite. Experience maxed out. Main profession romantic sequence 8 balance dancer LV 10 new skill acquired attract repel balance with both attractive and repulsive forces you dance like a dancer maintaining balance no matter what. Skill points maxed out. Attract repel balance LV 10 Lin Qi wiped the tears from his face, gently laying Alding's body down, picking up the true word rose from the ground. I will kill you Green I promise. The oath took effect. True word rose leveled class, forbidden object to class, forbidden object Green suddenly felt a powerful pull drawing him towards Lin Qi. What is happening? Which sequence's ability is this? Green was shocked and his cautious nature, sensed something was wrong. This force was definitely not something sequence 9 could possess. Haha young master Isaris you are a sequence 8, yet you let an ordinary man like Alding deal with me. Are you that afraid of death? No wonder you would kill your uncle with your own hands. While desperately resisting the inexplicable gravitational force Green spoke. Don't let him provoke you Isaris. Understanding Green's intent Elena shouted. Don't worry Green. If I say I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. Since you won't come to me then I will come to you. With that Lin Qi used repulsive force to propel himself, flying towards Green at an incredible speed. Damn he's even faster than Alding. In a hurry Green was caught off guard by Lin Qi's sword strike. The tremendous force from the sword sent Green flying away. With a loud crash Green embedded himself into the wall of the hall. Indeed impressive young master Isaris. I've changed my mind I want kill you. I will take you to the church and extract this powerful sequence from your mouth. Green forcefully pulled himself off the wall. Have you forgotten something? If you have the ability come and try it. Lin Qi looked at Green and said casually. Green stood up and saw Elena holding that forbidden revolver just like Lin Qi had earlier aiming it at him. Are you shameless? Young master Isaris they are sequence 9 outnumbering you but you are also sequence 8 like me. Isn't this a bit despicable? Green realized he might be done for today, but he was still stalling for time waiting for the priest to arrive. You're dead, even Jesus can't save you mark my words. With that Lin Qi transformed into a bolt of lightning charging towards Green. Compared to Alding Lin Qi's swordsmanship was far lacking, but his strength and speed were truly overwhelming. If Alding fought Green with superb sword skills Lin Qi was the kind of enemy Green least wanted to face a beast with both power and speed. Fueled by anger and hatred Lin Qi felt no fatigue in his body. He used repulsive force as an accelerator then attracted Green's body with gravitational force obstructing his movements. It was like two people playing a fighting game. You are on 3G, while your opponent is on 5G. How could you possibly win? Moreover, there was also Elena holding a mysterious forbidden object behind. Green could only infer that the handgun should have certain hit effects, but who could guarantee it had only that one effect? With a clang Lin Qi knocked the sword out of Green's hand. Wait young master Isaris. We can cooperate. I know many secrets of the church, just spare me. Facing the threat of death Green revealed a look of fear. It's easy to spare you return my uncle's life. PFF. A massive amount of blood sprayed from Green's neck and with a thud his head fell to the ground plunging the manor into silence. As the true word rose fell from Lin Qi's hand. Completely drained of strength he collapsed to the ground his arms shielding his eyes as if evading someone's departure. We need to hurry Isaris, the priest of the Eternal Radiance Church, may be arriving soon. Elena handed him the judgment in her hand. Lin Qi stood up, sheathed the judgment, and picked up the true word rose glancing at Alding's body on the ground with reluctance. Just then the door opened. A man walked in under the astonished gazes of Lin Qi and Elena. The man was around 30 dressed in a well-tailored suit wearing frameless glasses with an ear stud and a smile on his face that bore a few drops of blood. It wasn't his own blood, it was someone else's. Sorry it seems I have arrived a bit late. The newcomer shrugged and tossed the head he was holding onto the ground. Gurgling accompanied by the moonlight Lin Qi saw the rolling head clearly. The priest of the Eternal Radiance Church Salak from the Kismark Town branch. Holy Path Sun Sequence 7 Purification Night. This Sequence 7 powerhouse had his head severed and thrown in front of Lin Qi. The murderer was the man before him. The leader of the Black Society, the most dangerous man in his uncle's words Kafu. What brings you here? Lin Qi raised the judgment in his hand and asked Kafu. Be careful, the judgment can easily go awry. Kafu raised both hands in a cooperative manner towards Lin Qi. He knows about the judgment. What's going on? This man has been like a fog since he first appeared. Lin Qi suspected that he might not actually be Sequence 7. To kill a priest of the Eternal Radiance Church silently, he might have already reached Sequence 6. I know you have many questions, but rest assured. I am on your side. Kafu slowly approached Lin Qi while reaching into his inner pocket. Elena and Lin Qi's bodies tensed. They were already at the end of their strength and facing a terrifying man capable of easily dispatching Sequence 7. They had no confidence in escaping his grasp. Crack. Kafu took out a pack of violet from his inner pocket, pulled out one, placed it in Lin Qi's mouth, and lit it for him, while also lighting one for himself. We're in this together, Master Isaris. Go rest, and I will take care of everything for you. The next day sunlight shone on Lin Qi's sleeping face, waking him up. After a simple wash, he put on his clothes and left the room, heading downstairs. The hall that was originally ravaged by battle had vanished, leaving only a makeshift bed made from 2 or 3 chairs. The corpse on top narrated everything that happened last night. After all, he was your uncle. Ooh, I didn't act on my own. Kafu walked over and said, "Thank you." No matter Kafu's motives, he had indeed helped significantly by killing the priest, and Lin Qi had no reason to speak harshly to him. At this moment, Elena, with her shoulder wrapped in bandages, also entered the hall. Elena's left shoulder was injured in the battle with Lance yesterday, and her entire shoulder was bloodied from being grazed by Jonas Finger Tiger. "So can you tell me now? Why are you helping me?" Lin Qi looked at Kafu and asked. Kafu glanced at Elena before replying, "Let's wait until it's just the two of us, Master Isaris. Elena can be trusted." "All right, Isaris, I came today to resign." Lin Qi's words were interrupted by Elena. "Where do you plan to go?" Lin Qi asked Elena. "I plan to travel the kingdom alone, seeking opportunities to grow stronger. I'm still too weak. I'm not a genius like Isaris. No, I'm not a genius at all. I'm just a complete fraud lacking any talent, all thanks to technology. I'm not saying that, Isaris. Although I can't compare to you now, I will definitely surpass you in the future. Just wait and see. Goodbye, my friend." Elena reached out her hand, looking into Lin Qi's eyes. All right. Their hands clasped together, just like when they first met in that alley. This battle was a heavy blow to Elena. Clearly both were Sequence 9. While Lin Qi effortlessly defeated 2 Sequence 8 opponents, she only managed to defeat 1 Sequence 9 and lost her combat capability due to her left arm injury. She needed to grow stronger. She would never again want to just watch her companions fight. Just like that little girl in the rain. "Please stop fighting." Elena left just like she came, taking nothing with her. "And these are what I forgot to hand over to you, Master Isaris." Kafu, watching Elena leave, placed the items he took from his pocket on the table. The forbidden sword named Jealousy from Craig, the mysterious bell artifact from Green, and Jonas Finger Tiger. "You." Lin Qi was a bit speechless. This guy didn't take them out earlier or later, but chose to wait until Elena left to reveal them. "You clearly are strong enough that no one would say anything even if you took everything away. Why sneak around?" Lin Qi curiously asked. "If I were to fight that girl, would Master Isaris stand by my side?" Kafu asked with a smile. "When I raise a question mark, it's not because I have a problem, but because I think you have one. Of course I would help Elena. I guessed it would be like that, which is why I waited for her to leave. I won't be your enemy." Kafu adjusted his glasses. "What do you mean?" Lin Qi asked with curiosity. "If Alding is the last assurance your mother left for you, then I am the last trump card your father left you." Kafu spoke calmly. "My father?" Lin Qi was curious. A boastful old cowboy could command a Sequence 7 powerhouse. "Yes, your father, Leon Lopez, the romantic Sequence 3, the contradictory poet." Kafu revealed a shocking piece of information. Lin Qi snapped back to reality from his shock. That old cowboy. In the previous life, he was only mentioned briefly in the plot, without even a name, and he is Sequence 3. Although Lin Qi had anticipated that Isola's father was not an ordinary person, he did not expect him to be this powerful. "So you are?" Lin Qi looked at Kafu and asked. "I am your father's subordinate. Lord Leon originally intended to leave you a share of Sequence 9 extraordinary knowledge and a defensive artifact. If you can become an extraordinary being, you could naturally inherit the Roland family and live as a carefree noble. But now things have exceeded his expectations. I didn't expect you to reach Sequence 8 without Sequence 8 knowledge. I'm very curious, how did you do it, Master Isaris?" Kafu looked into Lin Qi's eyes and asked. "That makes sense now. Whether in the first edition or the second edition, the background story of Elena states that the conspiracy against the Roland family was resolved. Lin Qi was just thinking that if he hadn't broken through to Sequence 8, how could Elena have defeated Sequence 7 on her own? In the original background story, it should have been Kafu acting in secret to eliminate the priest, and Green allowing Isaris to smoothly inherit the Roland manor. I shouldn't have to report to you how I managed to do it right." Lin Qi hadn't forgotten that there were people from the underworld who wanted to assassinate him. Kafu looked at Isaris as if he understood his meaning. "Don't be so petty, Master Isaris. Those 2 assassins who tried to kill you were Jonas men. They intended to use you to provoke Alding. Those 2 assassins were already doomed on their way to kill you. Don't you think the poison they used feels familiar, Master Isaris? All the assassins of the underworld used poison from my hands. They only took ordinary spices. They had already been poisoned themselves. If you don't believe me, you can have Danny send the autopsy report." Kafu said with a smile. "Forget it. What do you plan to do next?" Lin Qi asked. "Of course I will stay by your side, Master Isaris. Lord Leon asked me to protect you. I plan to leave Kiss Town." "Leave? Master, everything in Roland now belongs to you. This is a wealth you cannot imagine. I want to go to the capital." "The capital is the most convenient place to connect with players. The starting points for internal testing and public testing players are different, but as the plot progresses, they will all rush to the capital." Lin Qi needed to prepare in advance and establish a good image in the capital. Only then can he gain attention and fan value. You and your father are really alike. Kafu shook his head and sighed. Where is my father now? Are you kidding? A sequence 3 died from an accident. Who would believe that? Rest assured he is dealing with those he should be. After speaking with Lin Qi turned his attention to the matters ahead. Having buried Aldine's remains, he returned to his former residence to gather essential belongings before heading to the Roland estate. Open my character panel. Once all tasks were settled, Lin Qi finally had a moment to assess his current strength. Character panel. Name Isaris Roland, Lin Qi, race human, kingdom of Viridia, identity NPC, Easter egg character, level 20, experience 9500, health 400, 400, stamina 200, 200, primary profession romantic path, sequence 8, equilibrium dancer LV 10, secondary profession painter LV 3, attributes strength 40, speed 30, endurance 20, intellect 20, faith 7, special attributes charisma 9, willpower 6, a luck. Skills Roland secret blade LV 1, alcoholic beverage connoisseurship LV 4, gravitational thread LV 10, emotional disruption LV 1, attraction repulsion dual balance LV 10, remaining skill points 0, combat power 45, evaluation. You are no longer the weakest link, but to true masters you remain the weakest among the weak. Display main quest. Lin Qi's current strength was sufficient for self-preservation. With his sequence 8 prowess and the forbidden artifacts in his possession, even a sequence 7 adversary would hesitate to challenge him. Main quest: the romantic phenol in 1. Sequence 8 equilibrium dancer LV 10, LV 10, complete in 2. Collect 3 mid-sequence mystical substances 0, 3, and 3. Achieve 1000 fan points 0100 in new main quest unlocked in 1. Establish your own faction in the capital before official launch. Faction requirements and base of operations: not established members, sequence 700, sequence 8, 13, sequence 905 and 2. Attain reputation of 500 in the capital before Elena arrives. 0500. Lin Qi gazed silently at the quest list, deep in thought. His next ascension condition demanded fan points, an intriguing clue suggesting that public attention in the real world generated fan points, while recognition in the end world yielded reputation. Was the system implying that only by founding a faction in the capital and winning the people's devotion could he meaningfully aid Elena in the main storyline? Even without Elena's involvement, Lin Qi intended to build a faction. He needed allies. The decline of the Roland family and the death of his uncle Aldine were both entangled with the Eternal Sun Church and the Solar family. Having benefited from the Roland's wealth and influence, he bore a solemn duty to restore their honor. Moreover, since arriving in this world, Aldine had treated him with unwavering care, though motivated perhaps by Lin Qi's occupation of Isaris's body. Yet such kindness would never be forgotten. That debt would most certainly be repaid. And in the following day, have you finished sorting the assets? Lin Qi asked, eyeing Koff, now dressed in a proper butler's uniform. Yes, sir. Per your instructions, professional appraisers have evaluated the Roland family's holdings, including this estate. The ledger is here. As he spoke, Koff withdrew a sheet of paper from his pocket. No need. Are there any other notable figures remaining at the Eternal Sun Church in Kissmark Town? None. Its 2 strongest members are dead. Moreover, I suspect Sarek concealed Grell's death and his attempt to seize the truthful Rose to avoid reporting upward. The church hierarchy likely remains unaware even now. Is the church closed to lay people today? It's their day of rest. Only minor clerics will be present. Sell the Roland assets through the Pactamondi Mercantile Guild. Then procure a Carajand horse. Tonight we shall obliterate the Eternal Sun Church in Kissmark Town and depart immediately for the capital. As you command, Master Isaris. Lin Qi dared act so boldly for one simple reason: the conspiracy against the Rolands involved only Sarek, Grell, and a handful of others. Even if the Kissmark branch were destroyed, suspicion would not fall upon him. Even should the church grow wary of his liquidation of Roland assets and swift departure for the capital, they could not act without evidence. Tensions between nobles and the church had long been laid bare. They might suspect Lin Qi, but suspicion alone was insufficient. And what evidence could they possibly uncover? Even if uncovered, how would they explain it? That a church priest coveted a Roland family artifact and was slain in retaliation. Were such news to spread, noble church relations would fracture irreparably. Preposterous. Did any noble house lack its own treasured relics? If the Kissmark branch could assault the Rolands, what prevented others from suffering the same fate? Should nobles unite in fierce resistance, even the Solar family, the church's closest ally, would risk being dragged down with it. And should such widespread noble opposition arise, rival churches would rejoice, particularly the Silent Star Eye Society, which had long opposed the Eternal Sun Church. All major churches resented the Eternal Sun Church's dominance, and each sought to supplant it. The alliance between the Dawnstar family and the Silent Star Eye Society was no anomaly. Many noble houses maintained covert ties with competing faiths. Yet the Dawnstar and Roland families held unique positions. Put simply, so long as Lin Qi refrained from pledging allegiance to any single church, neither the Solar Family nor the Eternal Sun Church could move against him. Should the Eternal Sun Church attempt to accuse Lin Qi of destroying their Kissmark branch, he would publicly expose Sarek's plot to seize Roland artifacts, instilling dread among all noble houses and prompting unified resistance against the church while simultaneously implicating the Solar Family. Moreover, as the sole heir of the Roland family and unaffiliated with any rival church, the Solar Family could not strike openly. Many nobles knew the truth behind the Dawnstar massacre the Solar Family's doing. But the Dawnstars had indeed consorted with the Silent Star Eye Society, so their annihilation, however brutal, remained politically defensible. Yet should the Solars now move against Lin Qi, a scion with no known church ties, that would send shockwaves across the nobility, triggering universal alarm. The Solars had eradicated the Dawnstars out of fear, their formidable lineage intact, forbidden artifacts, and complete transmission of an exalted sequence posed an existential threat. These three pillars formed the very foundation of solar dominion over the kingdom. If the Dawnstars sought to claim all three, rebellion was inevitable. But targeting the Rolands, who lacked even a full exalted sequence, was another matter entirely. Such aggression would unsettle every noble house possessing any exalted sequence, even without inherited techniques. Some might even rally their forces, not merely for survival, but to confront the Solars outright. Thus, though Lin Qi appeared surrounded by enemies, his position was in truth unassailable. Once the main storyline commenced, and Elena raised her banner, Lin Qi would fire the opening salvo, striking the Solar Family and the Eternal Sun Church with devastating force. Nightfall. Then we depart for the capital. Master Isaris called from the driver's seat as the carriage rolled forward. Let us go? Tell me, how did you become so adept at this? Lin Qi asked, peering through the carriage window at the Eternal Sun Church now engulfed in roaring flames. I performed such tasks often under your father's command. And your craft hasn't dulled after all these years. And not entirely. Haha. You serve my father no longer. And then whom do I serve? And you serve me, as my steward. And understood, my lord. Master Lin Qi, seated inside the carriage, was addressed by Kafu the coachman. Sir, must we truly persist along these rural byways? The main road would bring us to the imperial capital in just 3 days. Let us take the smaller roads. It hardly matters a few more days. The imperial highway is no place for ordinary travelers. Lin Qi murmured from within the carriage, his voice laced with a bone-deep dread of that very road. As their carriage passed through a modest village named Harmonia, a band of brigands suddenly encircled them. Surrender your wealth, or perish, bellowed the burly ringleader, glaring at Kafu atop the driver's bench. We seek only coin, not blood. Hand over your money. Lin Qi drew back the carriage curtain and surveyed the encircling mob, a ragged assembly of gaunt, half-clad villagers. Alas, they are pitiable souls. Give them some silver and send them away, Lin Qi sighed, turning to Kafu. These were clearly villagers driven to desperation by crushing tax burdens. At Lin Qi's command, Kafu withdrew a pouch of silver coins from his belt and tossed it toward the leader. Take it and vanish. The chieftain opened the pouch, glanced inside, and hesitated, already turning to withdraw. Then a voice pierced the silence. They must have far more gold. Hand it all over to us. Exactly. Silver to dismiss us. Give us gold instead. Hearing those words, Kafu silently set down the reins and stepped down from the carriage. Lin Qi exhaled softly. If they courted death, so be it. Kill them. Understood, master. Just as Kafu prepared to deliver a lesson these avaricious villagers would never forget, a haunting melody cut through the air, the clear, piercing notes of a flute. That boy again. Damn it, he's still alive. A ripple of panic spread through the crowd. Then a man approached, tall and elegant, his blue formal coat adorned with a single feather in his hat, a vertical flute resting lightly against his lips. My apologies, esteemed travelers from afar. These villagers have caused you undue trouble. Might I beg the favor of your mercy? Let them depart in peace. He lowered the flute and bowed deeply, a gesture of noble grace. Lin Qi recognized him. More precisely, he remembered him from his past life, a villainous boss in the game. Julian of the Sacred Path, the Chromatic Sequence. Sequence 8, the Bard. Julian had been born to an ordinary family in Harmonia Village. Drawn to music since childhood, he journeyed far to join the grand sanctum of arts. Upon his return, he found his village transformed. Baron Maddie, newly installed, had tripled the existing levies. The lecherous Baron Maddie issued a grim decree: families unable to pay taxes must surrender their daughters as maidservants to his manor, or their sons as laborers. When Julian returned home, he discovered his only sister had already been sent to Baron Maddie's estate. To rescue her, he stormed the manor alone. Baron Maddie was no fool. He recognized Julian as a transcendent being. He released the girl and granted Julian's family full tax exemption. Yet this privilege bred poison. Whispers slithered through the village that the girl had been discarded after growing tiresome to the Baron, that Julian himself had submitted to the Baron's will, that his family now served as the Baron's lapdogs. In this remote, insular hamlet, envy fixated upon this humble, upright family. Too fearful to defy Baron Maddie, the villagers redirected all their malice toward neighbors who had lived among them for generations. Having never witnessed transcendence, they could not fathom why the Baron favored Julian's kin, only that their own suffering must be the result of that family's scheming. Ultimately, Julian's sister, unable to bear the slander against her honor, took her own life, an act the villagers twisted into proof of guilt. Soon after, Julian's parents succumbed under the weight of relentless rumor. The final thread of Julian's reason snapped. Wielding his Sequence 8 bardic powers, he slaughtered every soul in Baron Maddie's manor, including the children sent there by villagers, and enslaved the entire population of Harmonia, turning it into a ghost village. He perished later as a boss slain by players in version 1.0. Clearly at this moment Julian had only just returned home. Julian, mind your own affairs. We still pay taxes while your family is exempt. Humph. With a sister so fair, no wonder she ensnared Lord Maddie, thus earning your family's exemption. Humph. Exempt yourselves yet interfere with our dues. Lin Qi tilted his head, intrigued. Do you not hate Baron Maddie? Stepping down from the carriage, he asked plainly, do you not hate him? Of course we do. How could we not? Lin Qi pressed, then why not kill him? What? He is a nobleman. Lin Qi frowned deeper. Yet I am also a noble, so why dare you rob me? At those words, every villager dropped to their knees. Master, we had no idea you were nobility. Master, we truly cannot afford the tax. The ringleader immediately prostrated himself, lifting the silver pouch high above his head. Noble master, you should have said so sooner. Lin Qi sighed inwardly. They mistook him for a placid merchant. Typically, carriages belonged either to nobles on travel or merchants laden with goods. The moment they surrounded the carriage, Lin Qi had offered them silver, prompting them to assume he was merely a cautious trader avoiding conflict. In their minds, nobles were brash, arrogant, and obsessed with wealth, never kind, never reasonable. Lin Qi defied every stereotype. Why do you remain standing? Are you not from this same village? You show no fear of nobility. Lin Qi turned his gaze to Julian. My lord, you flatter me. Julian removed his feathered hat in a graceful bow. Do you intend to remain confined to this village? Truth be told, even without Lin Qi's question, Julian had already resolved to leave with his family. Lately, the rumors had grown increasingly vile. His sister locked herself away for hours, silent and withdrawn. He longed to escape, to begin anew elsewhere. My estate lacks servants. Would you consider joining me? Lin Qi added, noting Julian's silence. What would you require of me? Julian asked cautiously. He sensed this man stood at Sequence 8, while the coachman beside him remained an unfathomable abyss. He had intervened only out of loyalty to his birthplace, hoping to spare these villagers' lives, never imagining this man descending from the carriage might see value in his abilities. Simply fulfill the tasks I assign. We journey toward the imperial capital. Lin Qi knew this man needed only one catalyst. I shall need time to consider. Very well. First attend to my business. What business? I hear your local noble bears the name Maddie. Yes, what of it? Nothing at all. You dare not strike a noble, but I do. After all, I am one too. The Maddie Manor. What are you doing? Know this. I am a nobleman. A bald man in opulent noble attire crumpled backward across the marble floor, scrambling desperately away from the figure looming before him. I know. Baron Maddie, allow me to present myself, Isaris Roland, at your service. Lin Qi executed a flawless noble bow. Though outwardly courteous, as if carved from polished marble, Baron Maddie knew better. Moments earlier, he had watched in horror as 2 Sequence 9 guards were flattened into brittle, crumbling wafers by some unseen force wielded by this very man. We are both nobles. Why do this to me? Lin Qi's thoughts drifted to the nobles he'd encountered since his arrival, his doting uncle Aldine, the guileless Elena, the envious grasping Clegmore. He understood nuance. Yet 80% of this world's nobility were irredeemable scoundrels. His motive for killing Baron Maddie extended beyond Julian or the villagers of Harmonia. It stemmed from the egalitarian ethics instilled in him during his former life, a visceral intolerance for such oppression. To wield great power is to invite the impulse to kill. This world's institutions were warped beyond repair, and Lin Qi, still weak, could not reform them overnight. Yet where he held power, he could excise corruption. Before Julian's eyes, Baron Maddie's head parted cleanly from his neck, the feared nobleman slain as effortlessly as a chicken. So simply, so utterly. Julian possessed the same transcendent strength. Yet why could he not have done the same? Why had the thought of ending this blight upon his village never once crossed his mind? He needed to understand the gulf between them. My lord, I will accompany you with my family. A wise choice. After killing Baron Maddie, Urian borrowed a carriage from Maddie Manor to take his family home and embarked on the journey to the capital. It took them 4 or 5 days to reach the capital. Upon arriving, Lin Qi and the others did not rest, but went directly to the Pactamundi Chamber of Commerce. At the entrance of the chamber, Lin Qi saw a rotund man rushing towards him as soon as he got off the carriage. "Young Master Isaris, you have come to the capital as well." Lin Qi, sweating profusely from his haste, tightly grasped Lin Qi's hand. "Lin Qi, what brings you to the capital?" The newcomer was actually Lin Qi from the Pactamundi Chamber of Commerce in Kismark Town. It's all thanks to you. The sale of the Roland family's assets has been counted as my achievements, and because the chamber sees my performance as outstanding, I have been transferred from Kismark Town to the capital and even promoted. Young Master Isaris, since my authority has increased after my promotion, rest assured, I will definitely provide you with the lowest prices. Lin Qi's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Lin Qi knew that the Roland family's assets had sold for an astronomical sum. Wouldn't young Master Isaris need to find a place to stay in the capital? Can a noble young master with a fortune buy a thatched cottage? All right, give me a manor. Lin Qi understood Lin Qi's thoughts. He merely thought Lin Qi was foolish with money. However, Lin Qi didn't mind, as money was just a number to him, as strength was the essence of everything. Lin Qi led Lin Qi and the others to the VIP room and personally brewed a pot of black tea. "Young Master Isaris, please take a look to see if there's a manor to your liking." Lin Qi handed Lin Qi a thick album about 20 centimeters thick. Inside were exquisite photographs of manors. Lin Qi skimmed through and selected 3 manors of moderate size for Lin Qi to introduce. "Young Master Isaris, your taste is truly excellent. You've picked out the 3 best manors at a glance." This manor with a small pavilion at the entrance originally belonged to the Tella family, who later moved to Calmont Town. It covers about 10 hectares and includes a main building. Lin Qi's attention was mostly on the last manor he selected. The moment he saw the photograph of this manor, it felt familiar. It seemed to belong to a popular boss from his previous life. Though it looked similar, Lin Qi couldn't be sure, so he decided to listen to Lin Qi's introduction first. "As for this last manor, to be honest, young Master Isaris, I do not recommend you choose it. Although it is the largest, most luxurious, and cheapest of the 3 manors, it is a haunted house." "Oh, please elaborate on the haunted house." If he was uncertain before the mention of haunted house, confirmed Lin Qi's suspicions. This was indeed the manor of the boss from his past life, the dream weaver Viola Didier. This manor is called Didier Manor. The Didier family was originally a noble family in the capital, but for unknown reasons the entire family died in their sleep overnight. Later, during a foreclosure, the manor was purchased by a merchant who also died in his sleep the next day. Subsequently, this manor changed hands about 4 times, and 2 of the owners were Sequence 8 powerhouses, but they both perished. Lin Qi's voice trembled with fear, as if afraid that the manor would claim his life as well. Viola Didier, originally the most cherished daughter of the Didier family, was beautiful, gentle, and extraordinarily gifted, being a Sequence 9 shepherd. When Viola was 13, her sister gifted her a music box which looked like a crystal ball, but was in fact a highly dangerous Class A forbidden item. The more powerful a forbidden item, the more it seeks a master. In the hands of others, it was merely a Class D forbidden item that accelerated the holder's aging. Viola's sister, jealous of her beauty, bought it from the black market and gave it to her, intending to hasten her sister's aging and make her ugly, which led to a tragedy. A forbidden item that found its master shed its Class D facade, revealing terrifying fangs. This forbidden item would put people within a certain range into a deep sleep, and if they did not awaken within 10 hours, they would die. The most perverse aspect was the cost to the master. This forbidden item's price was the inability to distinguish between reality and dreams. What Viola believed to be reality was in fact a beautiful dream fabricated by the forbidden item, while her family, who could not wake from this reality, became a nightmare to her. Subsequently, in Viola's nightmare, which was in fact reality, some people would inexplicably break into her home, so she hid in the basement waiting to kill them after they fell asleep. From Viola's perspective, it was as if she were living a nightmare every day. At first, the family members in her dreams could not awaken, and later law enforcers would invade her home. Feeling trapped in a nightmare, Viola fled to the basement and would kill anyone who intruded. In the previous life, players could only distinguish between reality and dreams after defeating Viola, and the reason for Viola's popularity was quite simple. Viola was a typical noble girl with golden hair and large waves, dressed in a luxurious black gown and black stockings with slender legs and an angelic face, prompting countless players in the previous life to call her mom on the forums. This is the manor. Lin Qi made his decision. According to the timeline, Viola was likely still Sequence 9. Lin Qi could easily handle her acquiring a worthwhile manor while potentially obtaining a Class A forbidden item, and if lucky, even a golden-haired beauty. Young Master Isaris, would you consider again? I can offer you discounts on the other 2 manors. This one is truly a haunted house. Lin Qi still wanted to persuade him. Don't worry, Lin Qi, even if I die and become a vengeful spirit, I won't come looking for you. Lin Qi patted Lin Qi's shoulder. All right then, young Master Isaris. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Lin Qi had no choice but to prepare the contract. After signing the contract and paying, Lin Qi and his group drove the carriage towards Didier Manor. Didier Manor is located in the northwest of the capital, surrounded by no other manors or buildings. It is unclear whether the haunted reputation scared everyone away or if it was simply because this area belonged to the outskirts of the capital. "Is this Didier Manor?" Lin Qi exclaimed as he watched Kafu push open the iron gate with a horse emblem on it from the carriage. It looks much larger than in the photos. Upon arriving at the main building, the group looked at Lin Qi, waiting for him to speak. Urian and his family's unfamiliarity with the Pactamundi Chamber of Commerce meant they were unaware that this manor was a haunted house. Urian's parents and younger sister stood anxiously before Lin Qi. At home, his brother only mentioned that a noble employer had taken a liking to his skills and could take them to the capital, so they had quickly boarded the carriage, having had enough of the village's gossip. Only now did they see the noble that Urian had mentioned. With golden hair shining like the sun, he wore a precious-looking black suit, exuding an air of nobility with his elegant smile and graceful demeanor. Compared to the fat and ugly Baron Maddie, this young man was more in line with their impression of nobility. "Let me introduce myself. I am Isaris Roland. Due to certain circumstances, I moved from Kismark town to the capital, and I see great potential in Urian, so I want him to be the captain of the manor's guard. Since he is concerned about his family, and the manor indeed needs people, I've brought the three of you along. You three can do whatever work you are capable of in the manor. My butler Kafu will teach you. I will pay you 30 silver coins a month." Lin Qi spoke to the anxious parents and younger sister. "Thank you, my lord. We do not need a salary, just enough food will suffice." Urian's father said as he observed Lin Qi's expression, fearing that his words might displease the noble lord. "Haha, the salary must be paid. I am not a landlord." Lin Qi shook his head and continued, "Let's do it my way. Urian, stay here. Kafu, take them to their rooms." "Understood, my lord." Kafu replied and led the three to the second floor. "My lord, you asked me to stay because..." Urian said with curiosity. "Let's wait for Kafu to come down before we talk." Lin Qi waved his hand, urging Urian not to rush. After a while, footsteps were heard coming down the stairs. "Master, I have already shown them to their chosen rooms," Kafu said to Lin Qi as he descended. "Did you discover anything strange?" Lin Qi inquired. "There are fluctuations of forbidden objects, albeit very faint. The second floor should be fine." "Wait, what do you mean?" Urian asked, feeling confused. "This house is a haunted property. It's highly likely that someone misused the forbidden objects, leading to the problems." Lin Qi explained. "Haunted property." Urian was somewhat surprised. He thought that Isaris didn't seem like someone who lacked money to buy a haunted house. "Urian, your task today is to protect your family. Kafu and I will search the manor first." Lin Qi assigned the task after some thought. "Understood, my lord." "Yes, master." The decoration style of Didier Manor is a typical European manor. The main building where Lin Qi and the others are located is a 3-story Baroque-style structure. On the left side of the first floor is a dining room that can accommodate 10 people, with a kitchen on the inner side, and a seating area on the right consisting of a long sofa and 3 small sofas adorned with an oil painting on the wall and a fireplace nearby. The second floor mostly consists of individual rooms, mainly servant quarters, each with a single bed, and there are 2 bathrooms on either side of the second floor. The second floor also features a dedicated laundry room and a pantry. The third floor is the residence for nobles, featuring a master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom, a study, a reception room, a piano room, and an art studio. Lin Qi chose a bedroom with a balcony as the master bedroom. After Lin Qi selected the room, Kafu the butler helped him change into new bedding and arranged his clothes and some necessities. In addition to the main building, the manor includes a plot of wasteland, an open-air theater, an underground wine cellar, a garden, a stable, and an ice cellar used for food storage. Lin Qi plans to turn the wasteland into a vineyard once there are more servants available. Lin Qi and Kafu spent about 4 hours touring most of the manor's buildings, yet they still hadn't found the basement where Viola was hiding. In his previous life, Lin Qi was curious about how Viola survived in a state of confusion between dreams and reality. Not only did she survive, but she also eventually became a sequence 8. How did she acquire extraordinary knowledge while unable to distinguish between reality and dreams? Unable to find the basement, Lin Qi had no choice but to wait for Viola to reveal herself at midnight. "Kafu, go back and rest," Lin Qi said to Kafu upon returning to the main building. "All right, master. Have you chosen your room?" "Not yet. I plan to stay on the outermost part of the second floor, so it's convenient for you to call me anytime." "Stay on the third floor. The third floor is only for you and your family. The Roland family doesn't have that many people left to listen to me." "I understand, master." Lin Qi, lying on the bed, contemplated his future plans. He already had a base, and the next step was to assemble his own team. He intended to establish an agency, as in this world the extraordinary individuals are mostly affiliated with the church aside from the nobility. If you want to find someone with extraordinary power to solve problems, you can only spend money to seek help from the church. Lin Qi planned to set up an agency. After selling off the Roland family's business, he had acquired a considerable sum, but that money was not endless. Living off past glories was out of the question. Establishing an agency could not only generate income, but also enhance Lin Qi's reputation, especially since he still had main storyline tasks to complete. Viola should currently possess only Sequence 9 strength. Even if she had an engraved forbidden object, Lin Qi wouldn't have much trouble dealing with it. As for Kafu, it's needless to say Lin Qi suspected that old chap had already reached Sequence 6. As for Urian, despite being Sequence 8, he wouldn't be eliminated instantly, as long as he made some noise Lin Qi and Kafu would swiftly rush over. Lin Qi had a rough idea about recruiting subordinates and building a force. There was still some time before the main storyline 1.0 began, and there were still many gifted and potential bosses like Urian, but Lin Qi wouldn't recruit everyone. He wanted to recruit those who were talented and grateful. As for those twisted and malicious bosses, they could be left to the players. I lack talent, Lin Qi lamented while lying on the bed. Currently, he had already amassed a double-digit number of forbidden objects, including Craig's sword, Jealousy Lance's claw, and Green's mysterious bell. The Veritas Rose and the Judgment, both the spear and the sword, were already sufficient for Lin Qi to use as weapons, not to mention the box of relics from Sasha. It seems I need to find time to distribute these forbidden objects among my subordinates. Just as Lin Qi was thinking this, he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness. A silver earring on Lin Qi's ear emitted a faint glow. Clarity blocks a certain degree of mental attacks. Waking up, Lin Qi touched the earring on his ear and left the room. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he saw Kafu walking towards him. I was just about to call you, master. All right, let's go downstairs and have a look. Just as they reached the stairs, they heard the sound of a flute coming from downstairs. Are you the reason for this haunted house? Urian frowned at the girl before him, who couldn't be much older than his sister. Intruder, this is my home, it's not haunted. The girl before them had warm golden long hair and cold gray eyes. Her black dress flowed like ink, and the lines around her neck were as graceful as a swan with long legs straight beneath the black skirt. Forget it, let's deal with you first. Urian took out his flute. A melodious tune filled the air as Viola's instincts prompted her to shift to the left, an invisible air current brushing past her, stirring her golden locks. Just as Urian was about to continue his attack, he saw two figures appear behind Viola. He noticed Lin Qi standing behind her, waving his hand at him. Urian put away his flute. Viola seemed to sense the presence behind her. She instinctively turned around and raised her hands towards Lin Qi. Whoosh! A branch shot out from the palm of Viola's hand, heading straight for Lin Qi. Just as the branch was about to hit Lin Qi's eye, it bizarrely froze in midair. Lin Qi was contemplating how he could make Viola distinguish between dreams and reality. In his previous life, players had killed Viola, and in her dying moments, she sensed death, which allowed her to discern between dreams and reality. How could Lin Qi persuade her? He couldn't just kill her, right? Lin Qi still wanted to recruit her as a subordinate. Don't get me wrong, we're not bad people. I just want to ask if you've seen a crystal ball-shaped music box. Lin Qi smiled warmly at the girl before him. What do you want it for? Viola remained on guard. Actually, that was a token of love I gave to my fiancée, but she lost it. If you've seen it, please let me know. After all, it was her only last wish, Lin Qi said, his voice choked with emotion. I have seen it. Follow me. A flicker of emotion crossed Viola's eyes at the mention of love. Did she actually believe him? Urian and Kafu exchanged shocked glances. As expected of the son of the great Leon, he truly has a way with girls. As expected of a noble able to lie without batting an eye. Where are we going? Asked Urian, curious, as he followed Lin Qi. To the basement, answered Viola, who walked in front of Lin Qi. Why do we need to go upstairs to get to the basement? Lin Qi asked curiously. Because the entrance to the basement is upstairs. Damn. No wonder I couldn't find it. The entrance to the basement is actually on the 3rd floor. Normally basements are accessed from the 1st floor, but the basement of the Didier Manor is accessed from the 3rd floor. The downside is that it requires a long flight of stairs to reach the basement, but the upside is that most people won't be able to find this place. Is this what you mean? In the basement, Viola handed Lin Qi a crystal ball. Panel. Lin Qi thought silently as he took it. Name Nightmare's voice, type music box, level A class, forbidden item, ability 1. Dream induction. After winding it up, the music box will create a forced sleep domain with a radius of about 50 meters centered on itself. Except for the holder, all living beings within the area will fall into an irresistible deep sleep. Those who sleep for 10 hours will have their dreams completely consume their perception of reality. Their bodies will remain alive, but their consciousness will be eternally trapped in the nightmare realm, becoming a living beauty in sleep. 2. Otherworld. The holder will gain the physiological trait of infinite wakefulness, no longer needing natural sleep. When the holder actively chooses to sleep, their consciousness will enter a unique dream world constructed entirely by their subconscious. Cost. The user will be unable to distinguish between reality and dreams within 12 hours. Description. When the melody plays, wakefulness becomes a luxury. Is it really like this? In my past life, Lin Qi was curious as to how Viola, who couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams, didn't starve to death and instead became Sequence 8. This other world is completely a bug, a world where everything is essentially real based on the holder's thoughts. The fact that the holder doesn't need sleep is equivalent to having double the cultivation time. Do you use this music box every day? Lin Qi asked. Sorry, this was given to me by my sister. I didn't know it was your fiancé's token. I use it to fall asleep every day. Viola lowered her head shyly. After all, it's just a dream. Giving the music box to him doesn't matter, right? I still have one when I return to reality. I understand. Come find me again in 24 hours, Lin Qi said, giving Viola a deep look. What? Why do you all want to stay at my house? Hey. The three of them left the basement amidst Viola's urging. Is this a forbidden item? Urian asked, curiously looking at the music box in Lin Qi's hand. Yes, its ability allows a certain range of people to fall asleep, while the holder does not need to sleep. When asleep, the holder will enter the interior of the music box, where there is a small world that changes according to the holder's thoughts. Lin Qi remarked while surveying the scenery inside the crystal ball. There's actually a world. How powerful is that? Urian was somewhat surprised, coming from a small village he had never seen much. The cost is also quite significant. The user will be unable to distinguish between the two worlds. Lin Qi doused Urian with cold water. So she is correct. She thinks everything is a dream. So that's why you want her to come find you tomorrow. Lin Qi returned to the bedroom and placed the nightmare's voice on the table while taking out some forbidden items from the system backpack. Name Jealousy type Longsword level B class, forbidden item ability 1. The sword wielder can freely switch between two forms. Straight sword, soft sword. Cost: the sword wielder must clearly and loudly shout the name of the forbidden item and its ability when using it. Description: it hates all singular existence and thus always prepares another face for itself. Name Brute's grip type Claw level B class, forbidden item ability 1. Grants the wielder extraordinary arm strength and explosive power and increases the destructive force of their strikes. Cost: wearing the claw will gradually erode the user's sanity. Description: it grants you the power to crush everything while taking away the patience to think why to crush. Name Demon Contract type Bell level A class, forbidden item ability 1. Causal reversal: when encountering an attack that conceptually must hit, the cause and effect of that attack will be forcibly reversed and returned to the attacker. 2. Pain reversal: transfers the damage already suffered by oneself or others to another carrier object. Only one ability can be used at a time. Cost: each use of the ability will directly deduct a corresponding portion of the user's lifespan based on the scale and nature of the intervening event. Additionally, the bell itself will enter a dormant period of 30 natural days. Description: every bargain with fate is made with the currency of your limited time. It feels like none of these forbidden items are suitable for Urian and Kafu. Lin Qi planned to return the nightmare's voice after Viola wakes up. After all, it originally belonged to her, while the Truth Rose Judgment and Sasha's relics are all forbidden items Lin Qi intends to use himself. Most of Sasha's relics are daily life type D-class forbidden items, very powerful and do not require any cost, but these items are exclusive to Isaris and cannot be used by others. Truth Rose and Judgment were battle forbidden items given to Isaris by her uncle and father. These newly acquired forbidden items have strong abilities, but their costs are also relatively high, and currently there are no suitable masters for them. Just as Lin Qi was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a ringing sound by his ear. The preview of the End Times era strange scenery has been released. Please check it in the system. It's here. The preview. Upon hearing this news, Lin Qi eagerly summoned the panel, intending to admire his own elegance. It is a 2 minutes and 47 seconds video, and at the beginning of the video there is a medium shot of a carriage moving along a street lined with vendors. Is this the town of Qin? Before Lin Qi could let his thoughts wander, the perspective shifted to the entrance of a manor as the carriage passed by. At the gate there hangs a rose emblem, the Roland Manor. Next, the scene shifts to a finely carved little boy practicing with a long sword on a patch of grass, while a woman sits at a nearby table drinking tea. It's young Isaris and his mother Sasha. The perspective shifts again to a silver-haired girl sitting at a table studying, a little boy rummaging through trash on a dirty street, a blonde girl fiddling with an abacus, and a red-haired boy locked in a prison with chains. These are the 4 main characters in the game. The next scene is in a tavern filled with burly men. The Black Skull. That segment was indeed included in the preview. At the entrance of the tavern, a blonde youth casually loaded bullets into a pistol, while a girl dressed oddly, whose posture suggested she was a maiden, raised both hands towards the tavern. Immediately afterward, the perspective shifted to the girl's palm, and the screen turned transparent. The boy then kicked the door open, beheaded a burly man who attempted to ambush him, while 3 white threads bound the gun barrels aimed at him. This scene not only showcased intense fighting, but also highlighted Lin Qi's gravitational lines and Alina's resonance. Lin Qi thought that his part would end here, since the previous preview displayed battle scenes of 12 sequences, and now that the video is halfway through there shouldn't be any more shots left. What he didn't expect was that the next shot would be the fight inside Roland Manor. The scene in the frame is incredibly graceful. Facing Craig's attack, Isaris bends backward to dodge, while a flash of white light shines from his hand for white threads piercing into the wall behind him. Then Isaris uses the threads to pull himself away. Next, Craig descends from the sky for a strike. With no weapon in hand, Isaris raises his right hand, the gem on the back of his hand flashing with red light as flames engulf Craig's body. The next scene shows Elena battling Jones. At the beginning, Elena can only dodge Lance's attacks, but as she gradually observes the pattern of his strikes, she begins to counterattack with the Dawnstar secret sword, ultimately turning the tables on Lance. Then the remaining three protagonists showcase their fighting postures. The boy picking up trash stands up against his bullies caught by an officer who takes him away for training. The girl fiddling with an abacus deals with the parasites in her family, while the red-haired boy bound in chains breaks out of prison. Thus the video comes to an end. Lin Qi, watching the complete video, feels bewildered. His role seems to be excessively prominent. The previous promotional clips mostly showcased bizarre sequential abilities and geographical features, with only the latter part revealing the four main protagonists. But what about now? From the footage, Isaris is clearly the main male protagonist, having more screen time than the four main characters. System, check the bullet comments. Lin Qi wants to see the players' feedback first. You can check all bullet comments tomorrow. Is it really going to take until tomorrow to see them? With this thought, Isaris lies down on the bed. There is much to do tomorrow, starting with some renovations on the manor. At the very least, the noble emblem on the front gate needs to be changed. Replace Didier's steed with Roland's rose. He also needs to recruit at the talent market, as the number of servants in the manor is simply too few, making the vast estate feel extremely desolate. He will also have to face Viola, hoping to make her see reality. Next, he needs to set up an office, as there are still system tasks to complete. After finishing the tasks, he will see if his experience points are enough to max out his secondary profession, and with the extra skill points, he will upgrade the Roland secret sword. There's no rush to recruit subordinates. First, he must establish his reputation. Otherwise, how can he attract people to work under him as a nameless figure? With thoughts of the future, Lin Qi falls into a dream. The next day, after washing up, Lin Qi heads to the dining hall on the first floor. Today's breakfast is prepared by Julian's parents. Given that the ingredients have not yet been procured, this breakfast spread is already quite impressive. He instructs Kafu to go purchase the necessary items and ingredients, while Julian changes the sign at the entrance to the Roland family emblem. After Julian's parents and sister tidy up the manor, Lin Qi returns to his bedroom. He hasn't checked the bullet comments yet, brother. System, check the promotional clip. The promotional clip today indeed shows a variety of bullet comments. Wow, this is so cool, guys. I know it's cool, but don't go overboard, guys. This is just like me. No way, that's me. These should be the 5 main protagonists in the game, right? They seem to have quite a story. It seems so, but what ability is this? It's really graceful. What the hell? Honey, since you all are after Isaris, I'll take Elena. You go ahead, you know what I mean. What luck? Lin Qi looks at the bullet comments in silence. Oh, everyone remains so abstract. Looking at the comments, he feels an oddly nostalgic sensation. Currently, based on the bullet comment feedback, Lin Qi's popularity is the highest in the entire game. Next, he just needs to wait for the public beta, aiming to leave a strong and tragic impression among players. Wait a minute, after the promotional clip is released, do I have fans now? With this thought, Lin Qi summons the task panel. Fan value 410000. Only 4 fans. Lin Qi stares at the task panel in a daze and promptly clicks on the exclamation mark behind it. Fan value is the real-time number of fans for the Isaris account in the player forum. Seeing this, Lin Qi returns to the panel homepage and opens the player forum, finding his account there. Wow, it's even a blue V. Upon clicking, he finds nothing posted inside. No wonder there are only 4 fans. Many probably don't even know that Isaris has an account in the player forum. He looks at the forum account and the system's built-in editing function as a dark thought emerges in his mind. Could he edit highlights and post them on the forum? Does this mean he could earn a considerable amount of fan value before the closed beta? Having figured this out, Lin Qi closes the panel. Although he wants to start editing right away, most of his highlight moments are already in the promotional clip, so he'll have to wait for new material. Otherwise, players will easily become fatigued and develop a negative impression of him. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking comes. Come in. Sir, the essentials have been purchased. Should we recruit some servants now? Kafu opens the door and asks Lin Qi, who is sitting on a chair reading. Let's go to the Parker to Mondi Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Lin Qi puts down the book in his hand and walks out of the room. Julian, if that little girl from the basement comes looking for me, have her wait in my room, Lin Qi says to Julian as he's getting ready to leave. Understood, sir. The Parker to Mondi Chamber of Commerce not only sells items, but also provides servants for nobles in need. However, this is not human trafficking. Rather, it offers professional servant teams based on the employer's requirements. The advantage is professionalism. The servant teams provided by the Parker to Mondi Chamber of Commerce are far superior to those directly recruited by employers from the talent market. Not only are they of noble background and good looks, but they can also meet the employer's needs. The downside is obvious: expensive. The hiring costs for these professional servant teams are quite high, and a portion must be given to the chamber. In other words, the chamber also functions like a direct recruitment service. Upon arriving at the chamber, Lin Qi chooses a servant team of about 30 to 40 people, including maids, chefs, stable hands, gardeners, brewers, and stewards. Lin Qi can sense that Lin Ke's attitude is more respectful than before. How could it not be? To Lin Qi was previously a wealthy noble and a major client. Now he's a super strong man who survived the haunted mansion. After signing the contract, Lin Qi and Kafu returned to the manor with the servant team. Honestly, the notorious reputation of the Didier Manor is still quite terrifying for these ordinary servants, but out of trust in their employer and their own professionalism, they bravely stay. Sir Viola is looking for you. As soon as Lin Qi returns to the manor, he receives this news from Julian. Just as Lin Qi enters his bedroom, he feels something flying towards him. Repulsion. The flying branch halts before his forehead due to the repelling force. You are the boss of these bad guys. As long as I kill you, I can wake up from this nightmare, right? The Viola before him is completely different from the one Lin Qi saw yesterday. With bloodshot pupils and a distorted face, this is a situation Viola has never experienced in recent years, as she cannot awaken from her nightmare. From yesterday until now, she has been in this world she believes to be a nightmare for an entire day. Why is this happening? No. This is not reality. This is a dream. Yes. This is a nightmare. Die. Viola's arms completely transform into a thick branch as she charges at Lin Qi with all her might, ready to perish together. Kill him. As long as she kills him, she can return to reality. My family, my everything. Bang. A tremendous force strikes Viola's face, propelling her body and causing her to lose balance and fall to the ground. What is happening? Viola cannot comprehend. She raises her head to see a pair of cold eyes. Fool, this is reality. The owner of the cold gaze states. And no, it's impossible, this is fake. It's fake. Viola, sitting on the ground, refused to believe the truth. It's all you, this is all your scheme. You are a monster. A nightmare. I can only return to reality by killing you. Viola's expression was solely one of fear. This is reality. That crystal ball-shaped music box is in a class forbidden object, and its cost is making the user unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. Its function is to put nearby people into a deep sleep, and if the sleep lasts more than 10 hours, they will die. After your family died, everyone you encountered was killed by you, whom you regarded as dream monsters. Lynch administered a strong dose to the frenzied Viola. I don't believe it. This is all fake. You monster, go die. Viola suddenly lunged at Lynch. Slap. A chop struck her neck, and Lynch caught the unconscious Viola, placing her on the bed. So I have a good sleep. Lynch walked out of the room, and the servant team he just brought back had already started cleaning the manor under Kafu's arrangements. Lynch went downstairs just in time to see Kafu talking to a maid. Kafu, sir, what is your command? Kafu gestured to the maid to leave after hearing Lynch call him. Wouldn't it be better to renovate the manor? Lynch looked at the medieval European-style hard decoration and asked, although this manor has been built for 30 years, its decoration style is not outdated. Most noble manors are of this style. Kafu thought Lynch disliked the outdated decoration and explained, I know, I just think this style is too garish and want to change it to a more minimalist style. Garish? Kafu was a bit puzzled. Weren't nobles fond of such extravagant styles? One could tell from their outfits and diamond-studded swords. It seemed that his master was indeed different from those nobles, always wearing that black suit, without any diamond-studded buttons or luxurious swords in sight. How about this? Have a few workers come tomorrow to measure the main building and make a sketch for me. I'll design it myself, going for a minimalist style. Lynch said to the dazed Kafu. I understand, sir. Kafu nodded, surprised that his master actually knew about renovations. As expected of the son of the great Leon. Sir, what should I do? Seeing the two finish their conversation, Urian approached Lynch and asked. He felt awkward. His parents and sister were already cleaning with the new servant team while he stood around like a bystander. Looking at the smiling faces of his family after they left the village, Urian understood that following Lord Isaris to leave Harmony Village was the right move, which led to his current feeling of uncertainty. He desperately wanted to pledge loyalty to Lord Isaris. Kafu, seeing through everything, thought, as expected of Lord Leon's son, the way he commands is indeed remarkable. Damn, I almost forgot about you. Lynch remembered he still had a musician with him after hearing Urian's words. How about this? Go find out about someone named Sellers in the noble district. See where he is now. All right, sir, I'm on it. Urian, thrilled to receive the task, rushed out of the manor. At this time, Sellers should not have been corrupted by the Bone Eater's box yet. If Urian can bring back news of him, he can be recruited into the team. Lynch thought this way. The Bone Eater Sellers is an elite boss within the capital. He was originally a guard from a noble family, but accidentally came into contact with the class forbidden object, the Bone Eater's box, while protecting the manor owner's second son. However, at that time, the Bone Eater's box was incomplete. The Bone Eater's box erodes a person's flesh and wears down their will until they completely go insane. At that point, it merges with its host and becomes a monster that knows only slaughter. Lynch's reason for recruiting this unstable Celes is that he can resolve this issue. In the previous timeline of the game, Celes was originally a Sequence 7 extraordinary being and had fused with a forbidden object, which naturally caused players to flee in panic. The reason players were finally able to defeat this boss was that one player found the lid of the Bone Eater's box. Once the complete Bone Eater's box is used and the lid is put on, the erosion will stop. In the end, players utilized this lid to finally defeat Celes. Mikafu Urian Viola Celes. If everyone joins, it would have already reached the minimum requirement of 5 extraordinary beings to establish the Extraordinary Affairs Office. At that time, they could go to the Extraordinary Management Bureau to create the office. What should the office be called? The Avengers. Sheep Village. Bear Ridge. Lynch shook his head, no longer thinking about these things. The priority was still to get Viola and Celes to join. With these thoughts in mind, Lynch returned to his room. Viola opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was a pure white ceiling. That person did not deceive her. This was reality. No matter how much Viola was unwilling to believe, she could no longer deceive herself. She had just fainted, but she did not go to another world. Without the voice of nightmares, she would only wake up in the real world. This was the only time in years that Viola had not dreamed, but she could not feel happy. The ceiling in her eyes began to distort under the effect of her tears. Her vision became blurry, and she could faintly see the happy faces of her family. Hearing the faint cries beside her, Lynch put down the apple he had finished peeling. He placed the apple on the bedside table and said to the girl who was crying on the bed, "Have an apple first, you can eat soon. Are Mom and Dad not here anymore?" The girl's voice came to Lynch's ears, tinged with tears. "It's not your fault, Viola. The cause of this tragedy is simply jealousy, and you are innocent. But if I had never used that music box, they wouldn't have died. How everyone would be as happy as before. It was I who caused their deaths. They won't blame you, Viola." Lynch stroked Viola's head and continued, "I once had a sister as lovely as you and a family that loved me. Although they have all left me now, I know they all want me to live on. Your family. My parents and sister passed away due to illness, and the only relative, my uncle, was recently murdered. The moment I saw you, it felt like I saw my sister still alive. This was a lie." In his previous life, Lynch was a true orphan. In this life, he had only met Uncle Alding, and Isaris indeed had a sister named Barina Roland. Although they played well as children, after turning 10 and becoming a bit more sensible, Barina began to discriminate against Isaris, the illegitimate child, under the influence of family and those around her. The reason Lynch fabricated this story was to evoke empathy. Although despicable, it was useful. In front of a girl who had just received the news of her family's death, expressing that his family was also gone, and she resembled his sister, gave her a sense of familial attachment. It would make the other person subconsciously rely on him. The girl who was sobbing on Lynch's body was the best proof. If Viola knew all this, she would definitely elbow Lynch and shout, "You bastard." The next morning, Lin Qi awoke, performed a brief wash, dressed, and descended to the ground floor. He took his seat at the head of the dining table and said, "Please be seated." Viola was the first to respond, settling gracefully to his left. Already mentally unsteady under the influence of a nightmare's voice, the young woman had just suffered the shattering blow of learning of her family's death. And in that fragile state, she was deeply moved by Lin Qi's solemn, heartfelt declaration of kinship. She accepted Lin Qi's arrangement and remained within the manor where they adopted the roles of brother and sister. Urian, you may sit as well. Upon hearing this, seated himself to Lin Qi's right. He knew his master differed markedly from other nobles. Lin Qi held no reverence for the rigid customs these aristocrats prized. Rather, he treated his servants not as subordinates bound by feudal hierarchy, but as hired professionals engaged in mutual equitable service. Seeing take his seat, Urian followed suit. "Carry on with your duties. I'm no child. I need no one to wait upon me while I eat." Lin Qi addressed the two maids standing nearby. "Yes, master," they replied in unison. Later that morning, after breakfast, Urian sought out Lin Qi in the smoking room. "My lord, I've learned the whereabouts of the person you sought," Urian said, stepping into the smoking room. Lin Qi withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, the forbidden artifact known as violet, and offered one to Urian. "Care for a smoke?" "No, my lord. I do not smoke." Silas currently serves as captain of the guard at the Breg Manor. Most who know him describe him as diligent, responsible, and loyal. He has held this post for 7 years. His current strength places him at sequence 8 of the Ocean Path, the Tide Caller. "Shall I gather further intelligence?" Urian waved off the offered cigarette. As a bard, his livelihood depended entirely upon his voice. Smoking was out of the question. Lin Qi retracted the harmless cigarette and said, "Well done, Urian. No further intelligence is needed, for now. Instead, inquire discreetly about any upcoming noble gatherings." "As you command, my lord." Before formally establishing his agency, Lin Qi needed to penetrate the capital's aristocratic circles to ensure his name became known among the local nobility. In this world, transcendent beings generally fall into 3 categories: nobles, clergy, and independent transcenders. The first two require little explanation. Independent transcenders are those who chanced upon esoteric knowledge and thereby awakened their latent power. Individuals required to register with the Transcendent Administration. The Transcendent Administration is Viridia Kingdom's official enforcement body primarily tasked with quelling rogue transcenders and recovering forbidden artifacts. Though an official institution engaging the administration to handle anomalous incidents incurs substantial fees, often prohibitively high, this reality gave rise to private agencies, profit-driven organizations founded by transcenders authorized to undertake clandestine contracts involving anomalies and supernatural phenomena. Yet Lin Qi's motivation for founding such an agency was not profit. How much could one truly earn through such ventures? Those who seek agencies are overwhelmingly commoners. Wealthy nobles place far greater trust in the official administration. Only those unable to afford its services turn to agencies, whose quality varies wildly and unpredictably. Lin Qi's true purpose in establishing the agency was to prepare for the imminent arrival of players. The 12 standard sequences detailed in the tome left behind by his uncle Aldine at the Roland Manor all had been brought here by Lin Qi. Once the agency was fully operational and he commanded his own loyal cadre, he would leverage rapid ascension into transcendence as a lure, propelling his popularity among players to dizzying heights. He could already envision legions of players clamoring, even fighting for admission into his agency. After all, in the game epics, and players acquire transcendent sequences through only 2 conventional paths: joining the church, where they must laboriously accumulate contribution points through mundane tasks before redeeming ecclesiastical knowledge, or entering noble service, where becoming a guard offers only a chance, not a guarantee, of receiving transcendent knowledge. Both paths bear critical flaws. Church-acquired knowledge demands immense time and effort, yet offers no choice. Only the church's singular sequence is available with no alternatives. Many novice players, bewildered and uninformed, join the church only to receive a sequence they neither desire nor understand. Noble patronage proves even more daunting. Not only is knowledge acquisition probabilistic, but the very identity of the granted sequence remains unknown until bestowed. The sequence granted by nobles is entirely random. Players possess no agency whatsoever in its selection. Lin Qi, however, offers something distinct: all 12 standard sequences, and the hidden romantic sequence, stand ready for selection, freely and deliberately chosen by the aspirant. The sole requirement mirrors that of the church accumulation of contribution points. Yet Lin Qi also intends a safeguard. He plans to purchase the forbidden artifact Unbreakable Oath from the Pactamondi Mercantile Guild. Unbreakable Oath, an artifact binding its signatories against betrayal, with the sole cost being ritual obeisance to the Oath's sovereign. Lin Qi seeks this artifact because in his prior life an ill-fated player was deceived by an NPC into signing precisely this contract, only to discover it was irrevocably locked. Even upon resurrection, after forfeiting an entire life, the bond persisted. Its dissolution permits only one recourse: account deletion. Lin Qi prepares this precaution precisely because he was once one of those players. He knows them intimately. What transpires in Grand Theft Auto 5 speaks volumes about human nature, how much more so in epics, in a realm granting transcendent power and unparalleled freedom. Should the impeccably composed Lin Qi suffer betrayal at the hands of players, the consequences would be grim. Not merely reputational loss, but genuine, irreversible death. He is no player. He possesses no mechanism of resurrection. Having finished his cigarette, Lin Qi and Koff boarded a carriage bound for the Pactamondi Mercantile Guild. Their objectives: to inquire about the price of Unbreakable Oath and to hire several artisans for the agency's renovation. Upon arriving at the guild's entrance, Lin Qi spotted a familiar face: Link. After exchanging courteous pleasantries, Link ushered Lin Qi and Koff into a VIP chamber, then excused himself to retrieve both the Unbreakable Oath documentation and the artisan profiles. After a brief wait, Link still had not returned. Just as Koff rose to investigate, a soft knock sounded at the door. Link stood there. "My apologies, Lord Isaris. Our guild's heiress happens to be conducting an inspection today. Upon learning of your presence, she expressed a desire to meet you. Would this be convenient?" Link opened the door and dabbed perspiration from his brow with a handkerchief, his haste evident. The heiress of the Pactamondi Mercantile Guild, the protagonist of the game's 3.0 update, the last sovereign of the Catricia Republic, absolute ruler of the Covenant lands, the city of Golden Authority. Across forums, players lose themselves gazing upon her portrait, uttering breathless, reverent phrases: "Mother, step on me. Billionaire, feed me." A cunning golden-haired beauty with cascading waves. Marina Pactamondi. Of course, although Lin Qi did not understand why Marina appeared at this moment, he knew that he must establish a good relationship with her. Not only is she the heir of the Pactamondi Chamber of Commerce, but she will also successfully become the president of the Republic of Catricia in the 3.0 version main storyline. If Elena is a class fighter against aristocratic rule, then Marina is a steadfast warrior of capitalism. For the Republic of Patricia, which values contracts, and money, having wealth means obtaining everything. Receiving Lin Qi's affirmation, Lin Qi slowly opened the door, revealing a girl following behind. The girl had golden wavy hair cascading down her shoulders, wearing a black veiled hat, a black gown adorned with diamonds, and carrying a black purse. Her small face displayed a polite smile, and her amber eyes seemed capable of seeing through one's heart. Her high nose and lips painted with lipstick added a touch of allure to her face. "Hello, young Master Isaris." As Marina stepped into the room, she extended her gloved hand towards Lin Qi. "Hello, Miss Marina." Lin Qi stood up from the sofa and shook the hand she offered. "Is there something you need from the Protagonist Chamber of Commerce today, young Master Isaris?" The two, having exchanged greetings, sat down on the sofa. Marina did not reveal her purpose first, but instead asked Lin Qi a question. "I plan to acquire a forbidden item called Unbreakable Oath, and also have some craftsmen redecorate my estate." Lin Qi remained composed. "I see. It may take a few days to find the forbidden item, but the Protagonist Chamber of Commerce will do its utmost to assist you in locating it. As for the craftsmen, I will arrange for two to visit your estate shortly. Rest assured they are meticulously selected craftsmen from headquarters, and you can trust their skills. Consider it a meeting gift for your first encounter with young Master Isaris today." Marina smiled slightly at Lin Qi. "Thank you for your generosity, Miss Marina." Lin Qi performed a noble gesture of gratitude and continued, "Did you just arrive in the kingdom of Viridia? Of course, this country is quite nice with beautiful scenery that I enjoy immensely. Indeed, Viridia is different from the Republic of Patricia. It is a feudal aristocracy, and for someone like Marina, who comes from old wealth, it is simply paradise. In the Republic of Patricia, due to the existence of contracts, ordinary people do have income, unlike Viridia, where practices like human trafficking, cheap labor, and indentured servitude exist to benefit aristocratic rule. Marina looked at the state system of Viridia with a sense of longing, unable to imagine that such cheap labor still existed in this world where one does not need to pay wages, merely having noble status and providing food can yield an obedient servant. "Miss Marina, you must have come to see me today for more than just pleasantries, right?" Lin Qi took a sip of the red tea brought by Lin Qi and addressed Marina on the opposite sofa. "Young Master Isaris, you are indeed perceptive. The Protagonist Chamber of Commerce is planning to hold a banquet soon, and I wonder if you would be interested." "A banquet?" "Yes, it will be held at the Protagonist Chamber of Commerce in a week. We have invited many nobles, but I am uncertain if young Master Isaris will grace us with his presence." As Marina spoke, she took out a gilded envelope from her bag and handed it to Isaris. "Ding. Side quest activated: gathering and banquet. Please attend the gathering and banquet hosted by the Protagonist family and leave unscathed. Quest rewards 3,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, and the blueprint for the extraordinary weapon Evil Fire. It would be an honor. I will arrive punctually, Miss Marina." Lin Qi accepted the envelope. Looking at the quest description, this gathering likely held some danger, yet Lin Qi still intended to attend. Completing the quest was secondary. The primary goal was to make an appearance among the nobles of the capital. He needed to prepare for the upcoming establishment of his agency, and Marina's gathering presented an excellent opportunity. Moreover, Marina was the organizer of the gathering, a merchant, and also a key character in the game. It was highly likely she was unaware of the dangers at the event. The crisis at the gathering was likely instigated by nobles within the Kingdom of Viridia and the Protagonist Chamber of Commerce who had conflicting interests. Having reached Sequence 8 and possessing 2 Grade A forbidden items, Lin Qi believed he would face no danger unless confronted by a mid to high sequence powerhouse. The two continued to exchange pleasantries. Marina spoke of the charm and culture of Patricia, while Lin Qi described the ambience and streets of Kissmark Town. After a while, Lin Qi and Koff took their leave and returned to the estate. Just as they were about to enter the room, they heard a servant say that several burly strangers had arrived at the door. The craftsman Marina helped them find had arrived. Lin Qi stared in awe at the towering figure before him, standing 2 meters tall and weighing around 200 pounds. Anyone would call him a strong man. "Hello, I am Alit, sent by Miss Marina to assist you," the leading man said to Lin Qi. Marina had actually found 5 extraordinary beings to help him with the renovations. Lin Qi immediately recognized that the leading man Alitz was an Earth Sequence 8 stone shaper, while the other 4 were Sequence 9 miners. While this favor is quite significant. "Hello, please help us measure the main building and renovate the rear garden and vineyard." Lin Qi briefly outlined his requests, and then sent Koff to call Julian and Viola. Moments later, the 4 sat together on the sofa on the first floor. "The craftsmen for the renovations are here. If anyone has preferences for their rooms, feel free to discuss them with the workers." Lin Qi, holding a drawing board to design his own room, did not look up. "I don't have many demands for my room." Viola stroked her chin and said, "Indeed, a tribute to the legendary rat person Viola. Having lived in a basement for so many years, how could she care about the style of her room? I hope there can be some greenery and musical instruments in my room." Julian pondered carefully. "I prefer a simpler style. It would be best if the room were a bit darker. I do not like it too bright," said Koff, the second legendary rat person. Before long, Lin Qi had completed the sketch of his room. The materials in this world were vastly different from his previous life, but due to the existence of extraordinary beings, he could replicate them almost one-to-one. After briefly explaining his draft and desired style to Alitz, the latter patted his chest and assured Lin Qi that he would provide a satisfactory plan. Having taken care of everything, Lin Qi entered the smoking room. Ever since obtaining the harmless cigarette Violet, Lin Qi found himself wanting to smoke it whenever he had the chance. A sore throat indicated that his throat was building muscle. The team still needed a skilled craftsman, as Lin Qi had just acquired a blueprint for an extraordinary weapon in the side quest rewards. This extraordinary weapon was a glove-shaped item, perhaps a lower-tier substitute for the forbidden item Flame, capable of releasing fire through the glove. While this item was somewhat lackluster for Lin Qi, it would still be useful for the other team members. Lin Qi planned to see if there were suitable craftsmen to recruit into his team to create it. Even if it wasn't useful, he could sell it to eager players after the public test. With these thoughts, Lin Qi shed tears of emotion. There are not many NPCs as diligent and considerate of players as I am. A week later, the Roland Manor has been completely transformed at Lin Qi's request, abandoning its previous luxurious aristocratic style in favor of a modern minimalist aesthetic. Throughout this week, Lin Qi has been gathering intelligence within the capital, as the capital is vastly different from Kismark Town. Kismark Town lacks an extraordinary management bureau. After all, how many extraordinary individuals can a small town have? However, the capital is different. As the most prosperous city in Viridia, every day young people enter here willing to risk everything for their dreams. This is the best stage for the strong to display their ambitions, a treasure land for merchants to prosper, and the core social circle that local aristocrats aspire to enter. Dressed in a black suit with a red trench coat and sporting a side part, Lin Qi arrived at the Parker Tumandi Chamber of Commerce with Viola, who was clad in a black dress. Noble gatherings typically involve bringing a female companion, not only to showcase one's charm, but also to avoid unnecessary troubles. Countless brawls arise between nobles due to jealousy, which these foolish nobles prefer to call nightly duels. In his previous life, Lin Qi had the fortune of witnessing one such duel in a game where two ugly and overweight nobles exchanged slow, clumsy sword strikes with diamond-encrusted swords. How to describe it? Even a dogfight would be more entertaining. After handing the invitation that Marina had given him to the doorman, Lin Qi was led to the second floor of the chamber. In the banquet hall, sturdy marble columns stood on either side. Under the crystal chandeliers, elegantly dressed guests held wine glasses, engaging in hushed conversations, occasionally punctuated by restrained laughter. Footsteps on the thick carpet made almost no sound, only the occasional crisp clink of silverware against porcelain could be heard. Silent waiters glided through, refilling the wine glasses. Did we arrive late? Viola gently asked, clutching Lin Qi's left arm. Not at all, in fact, we arrived half an hour early. Lin Qi glanced up at the clock on the wall as he spoke. Although he wore a watch, his left hand was occupied. Why is everyone here so early? Though Viola is a noble young lady, she had never participated in such gatherings due to her young age, thus, she found everything quite intriguing. The only reason they arrive early is to gain advantages, whether to befriend higher-ranking nobles or to establish partnerships with others with the ultimate goal of benefiting themselves. Lin Qi took a sip of the freshly poured champagne as a middle-aged man approached. The man in his 40s wore a tailored gray suit, sported gold-rimmed glasses, and had a ring shaped like an Ouroboros on his left hand, holding a wine glass. Hello, I am Hotterblack. My family is in the coal mining business, the man said, pulling out a business card from his pocket and handing it to Lin Qi. Hello, Mr. Hotter, I am Isaris Roland, and I recently moved to the capital. This is my sister Viola. Lin Qi accepted the man's business card and tucked it into his pocket. Black. That was easy. Isn't that the noble family where Silas is currently working as a guard? Viola smiled politely, though slightly awkwardly, and nodded at the man. Mr. Isaris, if your manor needs coal in the future, you can choose us. Hotter said with a smile to Isaris. Is he treating us as rich folks? Lin Qi and Viola exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. This was a misjudgment on Lin Qi's part. As a modern person, he was well-versed in various scams and sales tactics. He assumed Hotter thought they were wealthy nobles from outside the capital hoping to profit from them. However, from Hotter's perspective, a handsome man and a beautiful woman exuded noble charm and a strong aura. Although they claimed to be outsiders, they had quickly gained the Parker Tumandi family's approval and were invited to the banquet. Not simple, definitely not simple. Moreover, the man possessed a sharp aura, one that only those who had experienced life and death struggles would have. The siblings, lost in thought, grew increasingly inscrutable in Hotter's eyes. Just as the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, a voice suddenly rang out from the stage of the banquet hall. I apologize for interrupting your conversations. Most of the guests have arrived, so let us begin today's auction segment. A woman in uniform equipped with a voice-enhancing artifact announced. Auction. Lin Qi was somewhat curious. He had thought this banquet was merely for noble exchanges and a dinner to foster relationships, never expecting there would be an auction. Seemingly sensing his surprise, Hodder explained, Mr. Isaris, this should be your first time attending a Parker Tamandi banquet, right? They hold such banquets periodically to showcase and auction off the valuable items they have acquired during that time. I see, Mr. Hodder, do you have any news? Lin Qi inquired. Haha, I just heard there's a potion at this auction that has never circulated on the market, supposedly capable of permanently enhancing the physique of those who consume it. Hodder casually waved his hand. Potion. Permanently enhanced. Why does that sound like a health supplement? Ladies and gentlemen, this is today's first item, the grade forbidden item serpent crossbow. Its effect is to shoot crossbow bolts laced with serpent venom at the cost of the user also being poisoned. The auctioneer on stage began introducing the first auction item. The price is too high for this. Who would buy it aside from those extraordinary beings immune to toxins? The level of forbidden items correlates with their abilities and costs. Powerful abilities with low costs are the elite of a grade forbidden items, such as Judgment and True Word Rose, while strong abilities with equally high costs can only be considered ordinary a grade forbidden items like Demon Contract and Nightmare's Voice. However, some forbidden items are exceptions. For instance, this grade forbidden item Serpent Crossbow seems rather mediocre, but represents no cost for individuals who are immune to toxins. The strength of forbidden items is inseparable from the user's abilities. In the end, the Serpent Crossbow was purchased by a bald noble as a collectible. The second auction item is the Sequence 7 Order Mage's Extraordinary Knowledge. There are actually extraordinary knowledge. The 12 major conventional sequences are strictly controlled by the church, yet some will inevitably leak out, mostly from extraordinary individuals who have defected from the church. They trade extraordinary knowledge for the money to escape. This is also one of the conflicts between the church and the nobles. The church does not wish for extraordinary knowledge to flow into the hands of nobles, yet the nobles have acquired it with real money, so the church will not agree to reclaim it. The third item. The fourth item. Lin Qi observed that most items were either grade or grade forbidden items and low-level extraordinary knowledge. Just as Lin Qi felt there was nothing of interest and was about to give up, the auctioneer suddenly presented a small white porcelain vial. Potion Blood of Ares, crafted by heretical potion masters, capable of temporarily enhancing the physique, but will consume the user's potential. Good stuff. This potion is quite ordinary for Lin Qi, as it is limited to the panel, but for nobles in their 40s or 50s, it is a rare find. Those already in their 40s or 50s will not typically improve their strength without a remarkable encounter. Now a potion that can enhance their physique allows them to live a few more years. The cost is the consumption of potential. What potential do these folks have at this age? The Blood of Ares piqued Lin Qi's interest, wondering if there would be even more powerful and bizarre forbidden items or rare extraordinary knowledge to come. The next auction item is the highlight of this auction, the coveted item of all nobles, a napkin used by Miss Lena, the first diva of the Viridia Kingdom. Lin Qi. The auction at the banquet concluded amidst Lin Qi's bewildered expression. Who could have predicted that the final auction item following the Blood of Ares would be a napkin used by a celebrity? Are these nobles out of their minds? Reflecting on the frenzied expressions of those foolishly excited nobles after the auctioneer announced the item, Lin Qi felt a chill run down his spine. So disgusting. Viola seemed to have opened the door to another world. Is this what perversion looks like? Lin Qi sighed. After the auction concluded, it was time for the nobles to mingle. Feeling a bit bored, Lin Qi took Viola to the entrance and boarded the carriage waiting outside. Has it finished inside, sir? Kafu, who was waiting for them in the carriage, asked. No, it was too boring. I stepped out for a smoke. Here, I brought out some violets, Lin Qi said. You should stay inside, it's the etiquette of the nobles, Kafu replied as he accepted the smoke Lin Qi handed to him. Sorry, I never learned any noble etiquette, Lin Qi said as he took a leisurely drag from his cigarette. After enjoying themselves in the carriage, Lin Qi and Viola returned to the banquet hall. When they returned to their previous spot, they found 3 people waiting for them. Seeing them approach, the leading middle-aged man spoke first. Mr. Isaris, Miss Viola, hello. I am Osmond Newt, the current head of the Newt family. The man appeared to be in his early 30s with short gray hair slicked back, dressed in a well-fitted suit, and a yellow chrysanthemum pinned on his chest. Hello, Mr. Osmond, Lin Qi responded. He had heard of the Newt family, an old noble family rooted in the capital for many years, which dominated the clothing industry of the Viridia Kingdom, possessing considerable wealth. But they seem to be here looking for us. We don't know them at all. Lin Qi remained cautious. This is my wife Mary Newt and my daughter Lin Baina Newt. After shaking hands with Lin Qi, Osmond turned to introduce the other 2. Lady Mary wore a yellow evening gown adorned with white diamonds, her appearance radiant, making it hard to believe she was a woman in her 30s. Miss Lin Baina was even more impressive, her purple gown accentuating her ample bosom with a round face and doe-like eyes, exuding both innocence and allure. What a grand statement. Lin Qi was astonished while suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his arm. Turning his head, he found Viola glaring at him with a resentful expression. Ahem, Lady Mary, Miss Lin Bena, this is my sister Viola. Lin Qi, recovering from his surprise, introduced Viola to the two women before shifting his gaze back to Osman. Mr. Osman, what do you seek me for? Lin Qi asked, somewhat puzzled. Haha, young Isaris, no need to be nervous. I just came to catch up. Catch up? Did your uncle Alding Roland not mention it to you? You have an engagement with Lin Bena. What? Are you talking about your uncle? I never heard Uncle Alding mention it. Lin Qi was truly bewildered. This was neither in his plans, nor in the background story of his past life. Oh, this is also my fault. Our Newt family and the Roland family have been close for generations. Your Uncle Alding and I are good friends, and I've heard of what happened with the Roland family. Osman's expression turned guilty, his tone low. The news of the Roland family's assets being liquidated was not widely known, and the fact that Osman was aware indicated he had been keeping an eye on the Roland family. To most nobles, the Roland family was merely a noble family from a remote and impoverished town. Only those aware of the empire's secrets would know of the Roland family's former glory. While the engagement's authenticity was still uncertain, the Newt family should be privy to the Roland family's past. I am also saddened by my uncle's situation, but life and death are inevitable experiences for everyone. Lin Qi spoke softly, lowering his gaze. When he liquidated the family assets, he had undergone a brief inquiry from the Merchant Association attributing Alding's death to illness. He had no choice. He could not reveal the Roland family's secret inheritance. Osman placed his hand on Lin Qi's shoulder, saying, Your uncle and I made a pact in our youth. If our children are of opposite genders, they would marry. But my uncle has no children. Lin Qi realized halfway through, how could Osman not know that Uncle Alding had no children? He must be after the Roland family's secret inheritance. This scoundrel wants him to be a son-in-law. At the same time, this was also a test. If Lin Qi agreed, it would be a joyous occasion. For someone like Osman, marriage between children was merely a tool to gain power. If Lin Qi refused, then he could not blame Osman for taking harsh measures. It's like this, Mr. Osman. In fact, like men, Lin Qi blurted out shocking words. I don't believe saying this will make you produce a son. It turned out that when people receive a sufficiently shocking message, their brains enter a 35-second short-circuit state. Lin Qi's words stunned everyone around him, leaving them in utter disbelief. Viola exclaimed, No way. That's too extreme. Lin Bena questioned, I can't believe I lost to a man. Lady Mary remarked, Oh my, the young ones are so open-minded. After a moment of silence, Osman patted Lin Qi on the shoulder, saying, It's fine, we respect all sexual orientations. Come visit the Newt family sometime, Lin Bena. You stay and have fun with Isaris and the others. With that, Osman took Lady Mary into another social circle of nobles. Are you really gay, oi? Lin Bena whispered to Lin Qi as soon as Osman left. No lies, as gay as it gets, Lin Qi said, suppressing his shame. I'm not even interested in you. I already told you I have a boyfriend, Lin Bena huffed, turning away. Having a boyfriend and still going on blind dates. Do you think I want it? Just because my boyfriend is a commoner, my father has always disapproved. Let me tell you, my boyfriend is amazing. Though he's a commoner, he's exceptionally knowledgeable and also an extraordinary being. You don't even compare to his pinky finger. Lin Qi's act of feigning gayness made Lin Bena very upset. What's going on? He'd rather pretend to be gay than be engaged to me. Am I that undesirable? Just as Lin Qi was about to tease her further, he noticed two individuals approaching them. The leading figure was dressed in a red robe of the church, holding a red wooden cane with a cheerful smile. Lin Qi's expression turned serious upon seeing him. The Church of Eternal Radiance. Bishop Lance. Sun Sequence 4, O Eternal Light. Lin Qi's seriousness stemmed from the fact that Lance was one of the three final bosses of version 1.0. In the End Era version 1.0, the level cap was 30 for main professions, which corresponded to Sequence 7. However, in the main storyline, players faced high sequence bosses in team battles with NPCs of similar levels acting as the main force. For example, the Silent Star Council, which had been at odds with the Church of Eternal Radiance. One church worships the sun, while the other venerates the moon. Under the long-standing enmity, Supernova Elena from the Silent Star Council called for support, bringing many elders of the council to back her up. Lin Qi felt a bit anxious as he watched Lance approach him. Could it be that this guy knows about the incident at Kissmark Town? Is this merely a test, or has war already been declared? Facing the impending crisis, Lin Qi felt a sense of unease. Mr. Isaris, hello. I am Lance, the Bishop of the Eternal Radiant Sun Church. Lance smiled as he extended his hand towards Lin Qi. Bishop Lance, it is truly a pleasure. I thought I would only see you within the church. Lin Qi grasped the hand that Lance offered. Oh, Mr. Isaris also worships the sun. Lance expressed some surprise. Of course, the sun god, representing light, is the nemesis of all evils in this world. Praise the sun. Lin Qi placed his left hand over his right chest with a look of reverence. Bishop Lance seemed to sense his devotion and nodded, saying, Mr. Isaris, piety moves me, and I believe the sun will always shine upon you. Thank you. Lin Qi nodded. Then we shall take our leave. After bowing to Lin Qi, Lance walked to the other side. Was this old man simply greeting me or probing me? Lin Qi's unique nature caused Lance to leave in haste, as he indeed harbored doubts about the fall of the Eternal Radiant Sun Church in Kissmark Town. It was inevitable for him to be wary of the noble who came from Kissmark Town. In this world, due to the existence of extraordinary powers, people's faith in the divine was extremely fervent. Lance initially thought Lin Qi was an extraordinary being from another source, but did not expect Lin Qi to start by praising the sun, leaving Lance flabbergasted. He genuinely believed Lin Qi was an extraordinary being of the sun sequence. After all, if he were an extraordinary being of another sequence, showing such reverence to the sun would make his ascension in the sequence quite difficult. However, he did not realize that when Lin Qi first arrived in this world, his faith value was 0. For a staunch materialist warrior, assimilating into the faith of the end times indeed required some time. "Bishop, are we leaving just like this?" asked the assistant following Lance. "Don't rush, I have my own rhythm. This kid is a bit troublesome. Let's apply some pressure today and continue our investigation in secret." Lance's expression darkened. Was this guy truly worshipping the sun, or just pretending? Did he not fear angering the divine with his nonsense about faith? "Bro, are you from the sun sequence?" "There's no way the sun sequence has such strange abilities as yours," Viola asked, clinging to Lin Qi's arm. "Not at all. I walk the romantic sequence among the hidden sequences." Lin Qi casually took a sip from a nearby champagne glass. "How rare. Oh, aren't you afraid of faith backlash?" Viola was quite shocked. "Don't worry, the god of romance wouldn't care about such things." Lin Qi waved his hand nonchalantly. "How would you know what the divine thinks? Caring about such matters is in itself quite unromantic." In the following time, Lin Qi became familiar with about 30% of the nobles present. That was sufficient. Before demonstrating his prowess, interacting with more nobles would not elevate their opinion of him. Conversely, once he revealed his strength, those nobles who had previously treated him dismissively would immediately come running to curry favor. Finally, the time for the banquet arrived. Amidst the busy waiters, the tables in the banquet hall were filled with dishes, and familiar nobles gathered in small groups whispering. They were waiting for the host of the banquet to speak. "Thank you all for attending the banquet hosted by the Parker-Diamandi family today. I am the eldest daughter of the family, Marina Parker-Diamandi." Marina spoke into an extraordinary device that amplified her voice from the front of the banquet hall. Today she wore a bright silver gown, her golden hair styled up, and to avoid a monotonous appearance, she specially wore 2 large golden earrings. Standing on the platform, she was poised and elegant. No wonder she was voted the most desired female character in the previous life's forum. As Marina finished her speech, loud applause erupted from the audience. As most nobles began to enjoy their meals, Lin Qi, however, stopped Viola, who wanted to grab some pearl-like meat. "What's wrong?" she asked as Lin Qi pulled her back. "There's poison in the food." This was Lin Qi's suspicion. He had not forgotten that during the mission there had been hints of an impending attack, and after the banquet everyone would disperse. This timing was perfect for an attack. Sure enough, just 2 or 3 minutes later, a noble suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, the utensils beside him clattering as they fell. "There's poison. The food is poisoned. What do you Parker-Diamandi intend to do?" The nobles on site immediately descended into chaos. "It's not us. Everyone please calm down," Marina shouted loudly with the amplification device. However, for these terrified nobles there was only one way to silence them. That was to have a knife at their throats. Just then there was a loud crash. A large hole was suddenly blasted into the wall of the banquet hall on the 2nd floor. 5 individuals dressed in black and wearing animal masks burst through the hole. Lin Qi recognized this attire. It belonged to an organization in the game of the end times, initially established by a rogue extraordinary being from the church. It later developed into an organized and scaled terrorist organization. They were extremely dangerous individuals. "Everyone be accommodating, we only kill the target. Don't make trouble for yourselves." The leader, a man in a crocodile mask, shouted loudly. Sure enough, in the face of the assailants, all the nobles who had just been shouting fell silent like frightened chicks. "You have such audacity to attack the Parker-Diamandi family's territory. You will surely pay for this today," Marina said to the man in the crocodile mask. As the eldest daughter of the Parker-Diamandi family and the host of this banquet, Marina knew that if she showed fear at this moment, their business in Viridia would suffer a catastrophic blow. If a merchant association cannot guarantee safety, who would buy anything from you? Lin Qi assessed the strength of the 5 intruders in his heart. 2 sequence 9S, 2 sequence 8S, and the one in the crocodile mask is likely sequence 7. Is this all the strength they have? What made them think they could attack a banquet hosted by the Parker-Diamandi family? There's even a bishop from the Eternal Radiant Sun Church here. A sequence 4. Wait, where is Lance? Lin Qi suddenly realized that Lance was missing. He looked around and finally spotted Lance crouching in a corner, hands on his head. "What are you doing?" "This old man." Lin Qi roughly understood Lance's intentions. In recent years, the Eternal Radiant Sun Church had made very slow progress in countries other than Viridia. He was likely waiting for the Parker-Diamandi family to deal with these people. At that point, if Marina sought his help, it would cost her a lot of benefits. Lin Qi still had one thing he couldn't figure out: what about Kafu? He had clearly instructed Kafu to come immediately upon hearing any commotion in the banquet hall. At the entrance of the Merchant Association, the infamous executioner Kafu is actually babysitting. A man wearing an elephant mask sneered, holding a large red knife. "Your mouth still runs as freely as ever, white elephant," Kafu said nonchalantly, touching the wound on his chest from the ambush. "By the way, do you want to join our crazy abyss cult? It's better than staying next to a snot-nosed brat, right?" White elephant twirled the large knife in his hand. "I will rip your mouth apart so you can't speak. That is the punishment for disrespecting the master. Looks like our negotiations have fallen through. What do you think?" Before the last word fell, Kafu shot forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing the distance to White Elephant. White Elephant watched Kafu approach. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he swung the red giant blade down towards Kafu at an unscientific speed. "What a good dog. Ooh, just a few words of scolding to your master, and you lose your rationality." White Elephant's tone was filled with satisfaction, as killing a sequence 7 at his level was sufficient for him to handle. "Your chances of hitting me are 0, while my chance of smashing your head with a single punch is 100%, Kafu said calmly as he reached White Elephant. As soon as the words fell, the red giant blade that was aimed at Kafu seemed to be deflected by something, while Kafu extended his right leg back, swung his right arm, and with force from his waist, delivered a powerful right punch to White Elephant's face. You are definitely not a sequence 7. The fist appeared larger and larger in White Elephant's vision. Bang! A mixture of red and white burst forth under Kafu's immense strength as White Elephant's head exploded like a watermelon from Kafu's punch. The executioner Kafu. Sequence of fate. Sequence 6. Probability theorist. In the banquet hall, 5 black-clad figures wearing animal masks engaged in a fierce battle with Marina and her companions. At this moment, Marina was overwhelmed with despair. The Parker Tamandi Chamber of Commerce had hosted numerous banquets without incident, yet now, as the family's eldest daughter, she faced such turmoil. Each branch of the Parker Tamandi Chamber of Commerce had a transcendent being stationed at it. For a small town like Kismark, the Guardian was likely a Sequence 7 powerhouse, while the capital's branch would undoubtedly have a Guardian of no less than Sequence 5. However, the Guardian of the Chamber had yet to appear, leading to 2 possibilities: either this individual had betrayed them, or he was entangled with a similarly strong opponent. Marina could not assess the situation. All she knew was that their adversaries had come prepared. There was likely a traitor within the chamber. He had informed the enemy of the chamber's general strength. This was why they dared to crash the banquet with only 5 people. Marina Parker Tamandi, with a mystical path knowledge Sequence 8 decoder. Recently, she had successfully broken through to Sequence 8 through extraordinary accumulation, but she had overlooked bringing her glove artifact to match her gown. At this moment, the girl's desire for beauty proved somewhat fatal. Although she had other artifacts available, she lacked confidence in defeating an opponent of Sequence 7. Lynch and Viola were crouched in a corner, coldly observing the chaos of the battle. The attackers, 5 in total, were led by the strongest among them, a Sequence 7 crocodile, followed by a Sequence 8 rabbit and antelope, and finally a Sequence 9 chicken and dog. On Marina's side, there were about 7 individuals, but only 4 were transcendent beings, 2 of Sequence 8 and 2 of Sequence 9. Aside from Marina, the other Sequence 8 was Alitz, the stone shaper of the Earth sequence, who had previously helped Lynch with renovations. After a fierce scuffle, the 3 ordinary individuals wielding extraordinary weapons had already fallen into a pool of blood, while the strongest, the crocodile, faced Marina. The 2 Sequence 8 beings were besieging Alitz, while the 4 Sequence 9 fighters battled amongst themselves. The balance of power had shifted. "Viola, stay here. I will be right back." "No, I'm going to. I can help you." The girl's stubborn voice was laced with concern, as she could not bear to lose her family again. "Don't worry, I'm quite strong. Just listen to me." Just as the rabbit entangled Alitz while the antelope attempted a sneak attack from the shadows, a voice suddenly reached Lynch's ears. "Using numbers to bully the few is not the gentleman's way." The antelope looked in terror at the man before him, who had pinched his dagger with 2 fingers. How did this guy arrive so quickly? "Thank you, mister. Isaris." The shaken Alitz immediately expressed his gratitude to Lynch. If it weren't for Lynch, he might have already fallen to these 2 skilled assassins. "You're welcome, Mr. Alitz." Lynch nodded at Alitz. "There truly are some who fear nothing." The antelope seethed with anger, as if it had not been for this inexplicable individual, he would have succeeded. But now should they continue? The antelope and rabbit hesitated, as the plan had encountered variables, and they were not the commanders of this operation. "Kill him." The crocodile, who was closely monitoring the situation, issued the command to the 2. "It seems you are quite anxious." Noticing the situation on the other side, Marina quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Marina is truly tenacious. The crocodile had initially thought to capture the leader first. As long as he subdued Marina, it would become much simpler. However, he did not expect that Marina, as a mere Sequence 8, could hold her own against him for so long with her abilities and artifacts. Following the command, the antelope and rabbit charged toward Lynch and Alitz. "Mr. Isaris that antelope is a night watcher while the rabbit is a fire speaker. Night sequence 8 night watcher. Sun sequence 8 fire speaker. Receive. Lynch responded before retrieving a gem-encrusted longsword from the system space. This sword is named Jealousy. One side is a straight sword while the other is a flexible sword. Can you guess its current form? Lynch shouted. The antelope charging toward Lynch quickly assessed that this was an artifact and solidified his combat strategy in his mind. Against an artifact that could shift between a straight sword and a flexible sword, the best combat method was to close the distance to the wielder. He intended to engage in close combat with a dagger. However, just as he drew near Lynch, he suddenly noticed the corner of Lynch's mouth curling into a cunning smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. Lynch did not raise his left hand holding the longsword, but instead lifted his right hand and struck fiercely at the antelope. A finger tiger was prominently worn on his right hand. A Grade B artifact, the Grasp of the Brute. This was precisely the combat strategy Lynch had devised. As soon as he called upon Jealousy's ability, due to its cost, the opponent would undoubtedly focus all their attention on this artifact. And at that moment, it was Lynch's chance to use the Grasp of the Brute for a potential one-hit kill. The antelope's pupils dilated in fear, and just as Lynch's fist clad in the finger tiger was mere 3 centimeters from his face, he suddenly vanished. Night Watcher skill: Shadow Travel. This skill allows one to hide in shadows instantaneously, but it consumes a great deal of energy and can only be used during the day or in light. Boom. With the force of destruction, Lynch's punch struck the ground before him, and with Lynch's power coupled with the Grasp of the Brute's ability, this blow exceeded 100 in force, creating a nearly 5-meter deep pit in the ground. The antelope stared at the pit before him, feeling as though he had walked through the gates of the underworld. What kind of trickery was this? Did he not just claim that using numbers to bully the few was ungentlemanly? So is your sinister plan justified? Yet before he could ponder further, a figure charged toward him with an extraordinary speed. Absolutely do not take it, Heaton. Run. However, just as the antelope attempted to slip back into the shadows, he felt an overwhelming suction pulling at his head. No, I just had a hair transplant. In the antelope's vision, a dark figure dashed toward him, its pupils a sky blue, yet why did a bloodthirsty red glow flash within them? Who on earth is this person? Why is there no information about him? The shadow's right hand, coiled with power, suddenly released like a spring, and in his dying moments the antelope heard a cracking sound. On my head, it's like a watermelon. Standing up, Lynch wiped the blood from his right hand and casually remarked, crisp and crunchy, what a nice head. The rabbit, entangled with Allets, felt a surge of fear at the sight of the antelope's exploded head. He activated fire movement, immediately distancing himself from Allets, reached into his pocket and pulled out a small blue vial. After uncapping it, he tore off the lower part of his mask and poured the liquid down his throat. Oh. Seeing his actions, Lynch felt a surge of curiosity. Is that a potion? The rabbit let out a scream of agony after drinking the potion. His body suddenly swelled, bursting his shirt and revealing veins bulging with muscle. His flesh exhibited a morbid shade of red. You all will die. The rabbit's voice was laced with a desperate ferocity and a pained rasp. Mr. Isaris, his state is very dangerous. Let's both attack together, Allets said, his expression grave. No need, let me handle this myself. Lynch, whose rationality had diminished due to using the Grasp of the Brute, rejected this most prudent approach. He gazed at the frenzied rabbit, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. You go assist the others. A mad rabbit is still just a rabbit. He will never defeat a tiger that could swat him dead with a single paw. When Lin Qi's jealousy blocked the incoming dagger, the rabbit's strength and speed had evidently escalated to a new level. Seeing the rabbit's eyes behind the mask turning red, Lin Qi understood that such a potent potion must come at a heavy cost. If he could just stall for a while, the rabbit would surely weaken. Unbeknownst to them, others viewed this as merely 2 madmen fighting. One side, with a body glowing red, shouted incomprehensible syllables, while the other wielded a long sword, a wild grin upon his face. Crouched among the crowd, Viola felt her weakness for the first time, having lost the voice of nightmare. She could only follow Lin Qi's words and watch him fight. She wished to help him, but she knew she was merely a burden. The assistant hiding in the corner said to Bishop Lance, who was staring intently at Lin Qi, he is definitely not a sun path practitioner. This is blasphemy against the sun. Such outrageous heresy. Alright, this kid is quite interesting. Let's see if he can continue to bring us surprises. A glint of coldness flashed in Bishop Lance's eyes as he held his head in his hands. A noble from a remote town casually produced 2 valuable grade forbidden items. Was he excessively wealthy, or was there more to it? The rabbit was internally distressed, wondering what kind of monster stood before him, able to match him, who had consumed a potion blow for blow. After all, this potion significantly enhanced physical capabilities. Yet judging by his expression, he seemed to be handling it with ease. The rabbit's heart was nearly filled with terror, as everyone appeared to be at sequence 8 based on their aura. But why was he so strong? Lin Qi, excited by the cost of the brute's grip, did not sense the rabbit's fear. At this moment he felt only one thing: battle. It was exhilarating. Jealousy was mysterious in his hands, sometimes firm and sometimes soft, leaving a myriad of cuts on the rabbit. His fingers, like poisonous snakes in the jungle, were poised to deliver a fatal strike to the plump prey. The rabbit truly felt like a small bunny in the jungle, and the terror of facing a predator pushed his will to the brink of collapse. What a joke. Just die quietly. Unable to bear it any longer, the rabbit charged at Lin Qi in a desperate manner. However, his dagger eerily hovered just 1 centimeter from Lin Qi's chest. What is this? This is a limitless technique, you fool. With a flash of sword light, the rabbit's head was severed, his expression one of utter astonishment. From the onset of the battle, Lin Qi had enveloped himself in a repulsive force. To break through his repulsion and hit his main body required at least the power of a forbidden item or a full-force strike. Attempting to break Lin Qi's repulsion with a mere dagger was as laughable as Danzo trying to shatter Susanoo with shuriken. After dispatching the rabbit, Lin Qi turned to survey the battlefield. With the help of all its Marina's 2 Sequence 9 subordinates were close to defeating the black-clad figures wearing chicken and dog masks. These 2 individuals, like the rabbit earlier, had consumed that mysterious blue potion. Otherwise, given all its strength, they would have been defeated long ago. Now only one person remained, the Sequence 7 crocodile. The crocodile felt distressed. Before the offensive banquet, they had meticulously devised a plan with the organization's Sequence 4 expert tasked to obstruct the guards of the trading company. The crocodile had charged into the trading company with the rabbit, antelope, chicken, and dog to capture Marina. To be cautious, he had also stationed the white elephant outside the company. Any unexpected factors would prompt him to signal the white elephant to enter. They had carefully matched their opponents according to the trading company's strength, especially since each of them possessed a potion provided by the organization that could temporarily enhance their abilities. Who would have thought that Marina, a mere sequence aide, could stall him for so long, only for a weird character to suddenly emerge during the banquet? One who spoke of gentlemanliness and bonds while ruthlessly eliminating the rabbit and antelope. Outside the trading company, the white elephant had also gone silent, and no matter how the crocodile signaled, it refused to come. A sense of unease crept into the crocodile's heart. Before the operation, their organization had clearly confirmed with Bishop Lance that he would not intervene. So who could have killed the Sequence 7 white elephant while carrying a grade forbidden item? Meanwhile, Marina felt a sense of relief. Regardless of Lin Qi's intentions, she had to acknowledge the favor from the Pactamundi trading company. Moreover, he was strong, too strong. Could this guy really be Sequence 8? Marina knew that once the incident was over, she would have to thank Lin Qi, and that forbidden item he mentioned would certainly be given to him. Earlier at the trading company, Lin Qi had expressed his desire to purchase the forbidden item Unbreakable Oath. Marina scoffed within. A grade forbidden item was priceless, and while he expressed interest, they never stated they would sell. This forbidden item was located at the headquarters of the Pactamundi Trading Company in the Republic of Catrisia. Any assistance in finding it was merely an excuse. But now, it definitely had to be produced, and she couldn't accept payment. That was money. Golden coins. The mere thought of this ignited a flame of resentment within Marina. It was all the attackers' fault for coming at this very moment, when they could have come earlier or later. At this moment, the crocodile, realizing he could no longer remain in a stalemate, suddenly pulled out a small blue vial from his pocket. After drinking the potion, he retrieved an axe-shaped accessory from his pocket. Miss Marina, I give up on capturing you alive. Prepare to die. The axe in the crocodile's hand, which seemed like mere decoration, suddenly enlarged. He swung the now enormous axe, charging at Marina with nearly double the speed enhanced by the potion. In the blink of an eye, the giant axe appeared in Marina's peripheral vision, exuding an aura of extinction as it swung toward her neck. Her skin felt the gust of wind generated by the axe's swing. Oh, I can't dodge it. Am I going to die? What a pity, I haven't even taken control of the Pactamundi family yet. I haven't even been in love, haven't met someone I like. Am I going to die here? As death approached, Marina reflected on her brief life. Raised as the heir of her family, while other children played, she was always tinkering with an abacus, pondering how to bring profits to her family. In her early teenage years, as her emotions began to blossom, while other girls talked about their crushes, she was only focused on how much money she had earned that day. As a normally oriented girl, she craved affection, yet she had never encountered someone who made her heart race. She had met the prince of the kingdom whose desires made her uncomfortable. She had encountered polite nobles whose feigned maturity disgusted her, and she had seen talented commoners whose greed shocked her. As death loomed, she realized she had 2 regrets: not inheriting her family's legacy to lead them to greatness, and not meeting someone she loved to feel the flutter of the heart spoken of by noble ladies. Just as Marina had resigned herself and was slowly closing her eyes, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder, a powerful force pulling her back. If you can't win, leave it to me, silly. In Marina's eyes, the handsome figure with golden hair showed no greed, no desire, and no feigned maturity, only a clarity as pure as the sky. Is this the feeling of being moved? Marina gazed at the scene before her, her heart uncontrollably racing. Amidst the chaos of the banquet, it seemed as if the blood on the ground turned pink. But This was merely Marina's imagination. To others, the noble named Isaris with a wild grin forcefully pushed Marina away while saying, "Don't interrupt my fight, you fool." The drastic ups and downs between life and death influenced by the bridge effect distorted Marina's own sensations. Lin Qi's words in her ears underwent her embellishment, and his actions in her mind transformed from a rough shove to a gentle pull. Even his wild grin and bloodthirsty gaze appeared to her as a gentle smile and warm eyes. Yet blessings and misfortunes coexist. In this peculiar distortion, she experienced the sensation of being moved for the first time. The gem-encrusted rapier clashed with the massive axe imbued with tremendous force, generating a shockwave, yet the two individuals at the center remained unaffected. One side was filled with muscles as hard as stone, the giant axe gleaming with a red light, and the face hidden beneath the crocodile mask radiated a chilling aura of killing intent. The other side was clad in a well-fitted black suit, the red trench coat billowing in the wind generated by the impact, while the gem-studded sword shimmered with colorful hues, and a sinister smile spread across the face beneath golden hair. In that moment, everyone on the scene understood one thing. This battle was beyond their intervention. The crocodile was horrified internally. He had just consumed a potion that boosted his physical strength by at least 30%, and yet he found himself evenly matched with this kid. "Are you okay, miss?" Alex asked as he helped Marina, who had been pushed down by Lin Qi. "I'm fine, Isaris, be careful, he's a wasteland walker." Marina, now helped up, finally reacted and shouted an important piece of information at Lin Qi. "Natural sequence 7, a wasteland walker. Damn brat, that forbidden item in your hand looks impressive." The crocodile gazed at Lin Qi's handsome face, his inner fury brewing like an erupting volcano. What was supposed to be a well-planned simple task had been completely ruined because of this kid. The sparrow doesn't peck because he will soon chop off your head. Lin Qi's instinct for battle suppressed his rationality. "Bishop, this is..." The assistant in the corner of the church felt anxious. A sequence 8 could actually face a sequence 7 without losing ground. This was simply unbelievable to him. Could it be that his forbidden item isn't a level forbidden item? Not quite. This kid has the power of 2 level forbidden items. He just mentioned the function of that sword, but the claw he's wearing is well hidden. Bishop Lance understood clearly. If it came down to pure strength, Lin Qi would definitely not be a match for the crocodile, as the disparity in their stats was evident. However, while the opponent only wielded a likely level axe, Lin Qi possessed both jealousy and brute's grip. With the capability of 2 forbidden items, he could completely hold his ground against the crocodile. This wave, the advantage is on my side. The incident at Kissmark Town might indeed have been orchestrated by this kid. Though he lacks some strength, his mind is sharp. Bishop Lance was not at peace as he observed Lin Qi's battle. A small branch would typically not concern a bishop of his level, but he knew that the priest of the Eternal Sun Church in Kissmark Town, Salak, that greedy fellow, possessed an 11 forbidden item. It was said that this 11 forbidden item had the power to reverse causality, and Lance's target was precisely that forbidden item. At this moment, Lin Qi was completely unaware that he had caught the eye of the lurking old shutoff. He only felt exhilarated, relishing the visceral thrill of combat. The crocodile felt he had encountered a madman. This guy gave him no breathing room at all. He had even sheathed the gem-encrusted longsword, and with hands equipped with the claw, he rushed at him like the Grim Reaper with blinding speed. Moreover, they were too close. He could not swing the giant axe at all. Such a long weapon was rendered useless in unknown combat when the enemy closed in. Yet he could not retract it. Once he did, given this guy's treacherous nature, he would surely pull out that sword to engage in a weapon duel. Damn it, I want a storage forbidden item too. Yet at that moment, Lin Qi had no other thoughts. He only wanted to either kill the crocodile in front of him or be killed by him. Under the influence of brute's grip, the speed of Lin Qi's fists increased, yet his stamina drained rapidly. Was there a more stamina-efficient method? Lin Qi inexplicably recalled a past life where he first received a custom illustration commission. The client wanted him to draw a boxer. Lin Qi drew numerous boxers, but none met the client's satisfaction. Finally, the client said he wanted a boxer unlike any other. Because of that comment, Lin Qi began to learn about boxing, even visiting an underground fighting arena once. There he discovered the door to a new world. Inside there were techniques and methods completely different from those of boxing, and the scene at that time had a profound impact on Lin Qi. Later he came to know that such techniques had a formal name: dirty boxing. Lin Qi raised both hands to the sides of his temples while his feet began to alternate in jumps. What is the most important aspect of boxing? Power, fists, speed. It is footwork. The crocodile looked at the completely different stance of the person before him, feeling confused. What was going on? The aura had entirely shifted. Was it bravado or confidence? The crocodile took a step back, and Lin Qi immediately jumped forward, just enough to position himself out of the range of the crocodile's giant axe. Damn it. The crocodile was furious internally. Did this guy really think he could only chop with an axe? Breath of nature. The crocodile roared. Suddenly a light yellow powder appeared around Lin Qi, carrying a pungent floral fragrance. Not good, my vision is obscured. The scene before Lin Qi was filled with yellow powder obscuring his sight of the crocodile's movements. Die brat. Bone piercer. The crocodile shouted loudly. A branch flew from his palm with tremendous destructive force toward Lin Qi. At the same time, he raised the red giant axe and struck fiercely at Lin Qi. This is truly unreasonable. Lin Qi slowly expanded the repulsive membrane, clinging to his body, blocking both the branch and the axe coming from the crocodile. Though this repulsion was insufficient to withstand the force of the crocodile's giant axe, it successfully allowed Lin Qi to lock onto the crocodile's position. Damn, what is this strange ability? This guy is a hidden sequence. The giant axe in the crocodile's hand was repelled by an inexplicable force, stirring a storm of shock in his heart. No wonder this kid could contend with me as Sequence 7, using the power of Sequence 8. Could he really be one of the hidden sequences? Hidden sequences have a clear shortcoming compared to regular sequences. Every regular sequence is a complete path with a history of ascending from Sequence 9 step by step to Sequence 0 to become divine. That is why these 12 regular sequences possess churches that are worshipped by countless people. However, the 3 hidden sequences have no books or legends recording those who ascended, meaning that the hidden sequences do not know if there is an end to their extraordinary path. And the price of an unknown path is strength. At the same level, hidden sequences are clearly superior to regular sequences, and even in cross-level battles they are not completely unbeatable. Upon sensing the position of the crocodile with repulsion, Lin Qi immediately exerted stronger repulsion to deflect the giant axe from its original trajectory. The crocodile thought to withdraw and increase the distance. However, an invisible thread wrapped tightly around his waist and abdomen. Not good, I can't get away. The crocodile felt an inexplicable force binding him in place. At the same time, Lin Qi arrived before the crocodile like a bolt of black lightning, lowering his center of gravity. The immense force surged from his retracting right leg to the core, and his right hand shot forth like a released arrow, striking the crocodile's face. Bang! The tremendous force shattered the mask on the crocodile's face, revealing a weathered visage marked by several scars beneath. Before he could recover from the dizziness caused by the powerful blow to his face, he felt his hair being violently gripped. With all his strength, the crocodile forced his eyes open. He only saw the demon in the black suit grasping his hair with his left hand, and his right hand, stained with blood from the claw, bore a cruel and sinister smile. The banquet hall fell into silence. In the spacious hall, the only sound that could be heard was the sound of fists striking faces. The nobles present gazed at the figure who was gripping the thug by the hair and fiercely pounding his fists into the other's face, falling into a long-lost fear. After delivering dozens of punches to the alligator's face, it was finally confirmed that Lin Qi, who had lost his breath, threw the alligator onto the ground. Master, it's over. At some unknown point, Kofu lifted Lin Qi's arms and removed the grip of the brute from him. It seems a bit excessive. Lin Qi looked at the alligator's body, now reduced to a puddle of mush, feeling somewhat helpless. The cost of the grip of the brute was indeed too high. He had completely immersed himself in the battle, the desire to deliver each punch with lethal force affecting his actions. Viola gazed at the alligator's mangled corpse before recalling her first encounter with Isaris, when she declared her intent to kill him and lunged at him, giving her a chilling shiver. It should be fine, right? After all, I am his beloved sister. Once Kofu used a handkerchief to clean the blood from Lin Qi's hands, Lin Qi adjusted his clothes and hairstyle before turning to the nobles present, offering a sunny smile. The Roland Manor office will soon be established. If anyone has needs in this regard, please contact us. Supernatural events, forbidden items, guarding tasks. Whenever you need, the doors of the Roland Manor will always be open for you. The nobles were left speechless. Marina looked at the completely cooled atmosphere and exchanged a knowing glance with Kofu. Understanding the cue, Kofu was the first to start clapping. The applause in the banquet hall surged under Kafus led. In this lively atmosphere, Lin Qi let out a sigh of relief. His reputation had been established, right? Probably. Due to the recent attack, Marina offered the nobles present a gold card from the Parker to Mondi Commerce Association, which granted a 10% discount. This was unavoidable. As a commerce association reliant on clients, it was necessary to bleed a bit to restore its reputation. Fortunately, the nobles did not take it to heart. After all, there were no casualties, and the only blood spilled was that of the thug. After soothing the nobles and sending them off, Marina returned to the VIP room, where Lin Qi, Kofu, and Viola were seated on a long sofa enjoying pastries. Having not eaten a bite before getting into a fight, Lin Qi now felt his stomach rumbling. Mr. Isaris, I apologize for the unpleasant experience at this banquet. Marina, sitting on the opposite sofa, offered Lin Qi an apologetic smile. Thank you so much for your help to the Parker Tamondi family. No problem, we're all friends. Lin Qi waved his hand, signaling Marina not to be so polite. Regarding the rank forbidden item, the unbreakable oath, the association has made progress. Once it arrives in a couple of days, I will personally deliver it to your manor. To express my gratitude for your assistance, I will cover any expenses you incur at the association from now on. Marina was genuinely thankful to Lin Qi. Without Lin Qi's involvement, the incident would have been a devastating blow to Parker Tamandi's business in Viridia, and she herself might have lost her life. Then I will not decline any further. Lin Qi nodded, accepting Marina's sincerity. You three haven't dined yet, have you? Please wait a moment. The chef is preparing dinner for you. There's no need, Miss Marina. It's getting late, and if there's nothing else, we will take our leave. Lin Qi stood up to speak. Marina stood up to see them off. Just as Lin Qi stepped out of the door, he suddenly heard Marina's barely audible mumble. Isaris, can I place an order for you to be my personal bodyguard for life at the Roland Manor? Lin Qi looked at the blushing girl in front of him, slowly forming a question mark. Upon returning to the manor, Lin Qi was still pondering the earlier scene. After Marina said that deeply girl-like phrase, she turned crimson and left, claiming she hadn't fully woken up. I am truly a sinful man. Lin Qi sighed and instructed the servants in the manor to prepare dinner for the three of them. My lord, what happened at the banquet? Urian, who had been waiting in the manor, was unaware of the attack on the banquet. Nothing. Some thoughtless individuals attacked the banquet. Lin Qi yawned and replied nonchalantly. My lord, please make sure to take me along next time. Urian felt uneasy. Among the lord's subordinates, Kafou needed no introduction, while Urian regarded Kafou as unfathomable and likely had already advanced to the mid-tier. Though Viola's strength was somewhat lacking, her beauty and the fact that she was addressed as the lord's sister added to her appeal. Only he, having done nothing to contribute, merely handled some intelligence gathering. Had it not been for the lord saving his family from peril, he could hardly imagine his current life. For this reason, he was determined to repay the lord, to let the lord know of his capabilities. Lin Qi looked at Urian in silence, wondering why the lad seemed so dazed. Always thinking about work, can't he even relax? All right, I promise to take you next time. Lin Qi waved him off. Task completed. Rewards granted: 3,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, and the blueprint for the extraordinary weapon Evil Fire. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Lin Qi returned to his room and took out the design blueprint for Evil Fire. It was a pair of mechanical gloves appearing red with a cluster of black flames on the back of the hand. Not bad, it looks quite cool. Lin Qi couldn't comprehend this production blueprint. Although he was an art student in his past life, specializing in original artworks, this kind of mechanical crafting was entirely outside his realm. Character panel name: Isaris Roland. Lin Qi. Race: Human. Kingdom of Viridia. Identity: NPC. Side character: level 20. Experience: 39500. Health: 400 Stamina: 178200. Main profession: Romantic. Sequence 8. Balancer: LV 10. Secondary profession: Artist. LV 3. Attributes: Strength 40, Speed 30, Endurance 20, Intelligence 20, Faith 7. Special attributes: Charisma 9, Will 8, Luck. Skills: Roland's Secret Sword, LV 1, Wine Appreciation, LV 4, Gravitational Line, LV 10, Emotional Disruption, LV 1, Repulsive Balance, LV 10, 30. Boxing, LV 1. Remaining skill points 0. Combat Power 45. Evaluation: you are no longer the weakling you once were, but in the eyes of true powerhouses you remain a mere novice. Did I actually gain a new skill? This skill was recalled by Lin Qi under the influence of the grip of the brute. He didn't expect it to enter the skill slot after being recreated today. Looking at the panel before him, Lin Qi fell into contemplation. He had already accumulated a lot of experience. Should he max out his secondary profession? Or should he first wash away the wine appreciation skill? He acquired this skill purely because the original persona helped the drunken father buy wine and gained experience from it. Skill points acquired: 3. Secondary profession: Artist, LV 3, LV 10. Remaining skill points: 10. Roland's Secret Sword, LV 1, LV 10. Lin Qi thought for a moment and decided to max out the Roland's Secret Sword. The dirty boxing skill seemed more like an option bound to the grip of the brute. Lin Qi did not intend to use this forbidden item regularly, since its cost was too high. This loss of rationality would be a fatal weakness in the eyes of true powerhouses. Wait a minute. Under the influence of the grip of the brute, Lin Qi obtained the first skill. He had comprehended himself. Did that mean he could also comprehend other skills? Given the unique gravitational and repulsive forces of the romantic sequence, along with the 2 rank forbidden items, True Word, Rose, and Judgment, could he create a combat style that was uniquely his own? Would this combat style be recognized as a skill? If recognized as a skill, he could skip the endless practice and trial and error, directly enhancing his strength through points allocation. Having figured all this out, Lin Qi felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life as a player, everything revolved around numerical competition. After all, players had limited forbidden items at their disposal. Even those who had previously learned combat techniques found themselves powerless against opponents 1 rank higher. Moreover, due to the resurrection mechanism, most players simply charged headlong into battle. What combat techniques? They could discuss that with my second life. But Lin Qi was different now. He was a true native, and he had only 1 life to live. Therefore, he could not continue fighting as he had in the game, but instead needed to practice and acclimate like the natives of this world. However, thanks to the system's existence, Lin Qi could bypass this practice and fully adapt to the abilities he had just acquired. This was entirely a bug. Please call me a super genius. Lin Qi thought to himself, feeling smug. Knock knock knock, a sound came from the door. Sir, dinner is ready. The voice of Kafu came from outside. Lin Qi stepped out of his room and walked downstairs to the dining hall with Kafu, where Viola was already waiting for them. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, the three starving individuals began devouring the delicious food before them. After finishing dinner with nothing else to do, Lin Qi returned to his room. The communicator in this world was just a communicator. It lacked any entertainment functions like a mobile phone. Feeling incredibly bored, Lin Qi could only pass the time by reading. The book he read was one he had bought a few days ago from the bookstore, mostly historical texts. Although Lin Qi had been a player in his previous life, he had never delved deeply into the history of the nations within the game. After all, while playing the game, most players simply focused on completing the main and side quests, and then read the background stories of their favorite characters. A very few players bothered to study the history of the nations depicted in the game. However, now that he had become a native, Lin Qi had no choice but to read. While he understood the main storyline of the game, he was not fully aware of the numerous side quests. He could only seek out the memories he had missed through the act of studying history. Knock knock knock. Brother, may I come in? Viola's voice reached Lin Qi's ears. Viola, come in, Lin Qi said, putting down his book and rubbing his eyes. Brother, can you teach me how to become stronger? Viola's expression was serious, as she did not want to be helpless in the face of danger like she had been today. Sigh, Lin Qi sighed. He had originally planned to wait until Viola reached Sequence 8 before giving her the Voice of Nightmares, for she was currently too weak. If she were to be affected by Voice of Nightmares again, Lin Qi was unsure if Viola would be able to endure it. Looking at Viola's determined little face, he understood her resolution. He took out the crystal ball-shaped music box from his system bag and said to Viola, "This item is called Voice of Nightmares, a genuine grade forbidden item. It has two abilities. One can put people within a certain range into a deep sleep, and if they sleep for more than 10 hours, they will die. The second ability is an alternate realm. The holder does not fall asleep, but instead enters a virtual world completely controlled by the holder after they fall asleep, which you previously thought was reality. Its cost is quite high as it causes the holder to lose the distinction between reality and dreams. Viola, you can use it to double your training time, but be sure not to be influenced by it. Do you understand?" Lin Qi said sternly to Viola while holding Voice of Nightmares. "I understand, brother." Viola's eyes were filled with determination. After sending Viola off, Lin Qi planned to rest. Tomorrow he needed to find some people to buy an incredibly loud bell to ensure it could wake up the servants affected by Voice of Nightmares. It would be best to install one in every room. Wait, does that mean I won't be able to sleep in anymore? What if I sleep for more than 10 hours? Doesn't that mean I would be done for? A night passed without a word. The next day, after getting up and washing up, Lin Qi arranged for Kafu and Yulian to go by the bells. In any case, you must ensure that you can wake up, and after waking up you need to check on the number of servants to avoid anyone still being asleep. Lin Qi conveyed the seriousness of the matter to the head of the servants. A gentleman nearing 50 named Mingan was not a local of Viridia. He had come from the game's 4.0 main storyline, the Land of Miracles and Mysteries, Ethereum. According to his own account, he had come to Viridia from Ethereum when he was around 10 years old. This place was practically his second home. "I understand, sir. I will ensure they are awakened on time," Mingan said to Lin Qi. Lin Qi nodded and waved his hand, signaling Mingan to leave. At that moment, a guard suddenly came in to report that a carriage had arrived outside, claiming to be from the head of the Newt family. Upon hearing this news, Lin Qi instructed the guard to let them in while feeling a bit curious. What business did Osman have here? Was he still coveting the Voice of Truth's rose? Stepping out of the main building ready to welcome the guests, Lin Qi suddenly heard a hearty laugh. "Haha, Isaris, there's no need to be so polite." Osman approached Lin Qi dressed in a well-fitted deep blue suit. "Mr. Osman, please come in quickly," Lin Qi said, unable to comprehend his intentions. "Indecisive. Buddy, listen to what you have to say." The two who entered sat on the sofa in the hall, and Lin Qi arranged for two maids to brew tea before glancing at Osman. Osman was examining the facilities within the main building with a peculiar gaze. "Isaris, who designed this manor for you? It is a style I've never seen before, quite impressive. The space is vast, and overall, it looks very grand." Osman expressed his astonishment at the decorations before him. "I commissioned a designer from the Park to Mundi Chamber of Commerce. If Mr. Osman likes it, I can give you their contact information," Lin Qi replied with a smile. "Haha, no need. Do I prefer a more luxurious style?" Osman laughed in response. At that moment, the maids placed the brewed black tea on the coffee table between the two. Lin Qi picked up the teacup, took a sip, and asked, "Mr. Osman, are you here today too?" "Well, in 3 days there will be an art exhibition at my manor. Isaris, you know that I am in the clothing business. I often invite some painters and designers to exchange insights, which has gradually evolved into an art exhibition. I am here to deliver an invitation. You must come." Osman took out a blue envelope from his bag and handed it to Lin Qi. A side quest was triggered: wonderful art exhibition. Please attend the art exhibition hosted by the Newt family to successfully save the Newt family. Quest reward 2,500 experience points, support from the Newt family. I will definitely arrive on time, Lin Qi said, accepting the envelope, feeling somewhat puzzled. Isn't the Newt family the antagonists? Since arriving in this world, Lin Qi had maintained a level of caution towards strangers. Apart from the game protagonists he knew and the antagonists whose backgrounds he was aware of, only Kafu, a person who had never appeared in the game, had earned his trust. Even when facing Uncle Aldine, Lin Qi had initially been very wary of him. At that time, he had even contemplated whether to deal with Aldine, who had witnessed a corpse. However, Aldine later moved Lin Qi with his genuine actions and sincere affection. But ultimately, it was still a step too late. Lin Qi had initially thought Osman was a greedy man who knew the history of the Roland family, and that he approached him for the voice of truth's rose. Now it seemed had Lin Qi misunderstood him. Osman, who was to deliver the invitation to Lin Qi, stood up to take his leave, but Lin Qi wanted to keep him for lunch. Ultimately, he left under the pretext of needing to deliver invitations to others. What exactly is going on with the Nut family? Lin Qi had been in the capital for a while, and he had a general understanding of the distribution of the noble families. Without a doubt, the most powerful noble family in the capital is the royal family, known as the Solari family, the Eternal Sun. Following them are the super families that monopolize most of the country's industries, such as the Nut family dominating the clothing industry, the Dun family controlling the food raw materials industry, and the Ritchie family monopolizing weapon manufacturing. Compared to them, the previously mentioned Blog family can only be considered a minor noble family. As for the Roland family, just arrived in the capital. Frankly, they should be grateful they haven't been exterminated as remnants of the former dynasty. In the main storyline of the game, most of these nobles initially sided with Elena, but as the Solari family and the Eternal Sun Church declined, they turned against her. After all, Elena's goal is to liberate the commoners and destroy the noble system. Initially, these nobles only wanted to help her weaken the Eternal Sun Church's constraints on them. Their motivation for assisting Elena was to expand their own family's power, as if Elena became king, they would be her loyal vassals. Their contributions were greatly valued. However, as time passed, they realized that Elena's call for liberating the commoners was not mere rhetoric to garner support. Elena, this naive girl, was actually serious. What would happen if all the nobles were liberated? Who would serve them? How could they still enjoy the thrill of controlling others? They never expected that Elena, the noble girl with prominent eyebrows and big eyes, would betray the noble class. Thus, by the later stages of the main storyline, they began to support the Solari family and the Eternal Sun Church instead. After all, having their family constrained is far better than having it destroyed. Is the support of the Nut family really reliable? However, if they support Lin Qi, could it help him expand his notoriety? After all, he still has a task related to prestige. Regardless of the Nut family's intentions, Lin Qi is determined to save them, not out of kindness, but because he needs their influence. Or rather, he needs to save an influential noble for this event. Saving the Nut family, along with the previous incident involving the Parker Tamandi Merchant Guild, over time, once the news spreads, Lin Qi's prestige in the capital could undergo a qualitative change. A little trivia: going from 0 to 1 is also a qualitative change. No offense intended toward Chengdu brothers, please don't read too much into it. So this isn't me, Lin Qi, being kind. If anyone should be blamed, it's the system for making me do this. Having realized everything, Lin Qi felt at ease. At this moment, Kafu and Urian returned after going out to buy some bells. The two had bought a lot of bells of various sizes. The largest one was placed in the living room on the first floor, set to ring at 8 o'clock every morning. The remaining smaller bells were installed in each servant's room, set to ring at 6 o'clock daily. Even after shedding the burden of being a commoner, Lin Qi still couldn't sleep in. How frustrating. However, Lin Qi had no choice. If his subordinates wanted to become stronger, could the boss really stop them? In the following days, the incident involving the Parker Tamandi Merchant Guild's attack spread widely among the noble circles. Lin Qi's notoriety further expanded. The fierce and stylish out-of-town nobles, the bloodthirsty brawler, the rising dragon of the capital. Various titles circulated among the nobles, and incidentally, Lin Qi's yet-to-be-established Roland Manor office was promoted along with it. There was even a fan club established. It's called Rose. It seems that some enthusiastic fans found his manor and saw the rose emblem above. Lin Qi felt miserable these days. It was as if these nobles had lost their minds. He simply wanted to promote his fame and gain a bit of regional recognition, but somehow it turned into him being treated like a celebrity. Currently, the team still lacked professional talent. Lin Qi's task, reward the design blueprint for Evil Fire, could not be produced by any of his subordinates. Urian, Viola, Kafu, and Lin Qi himself were already saturated as combatants, not to mention there was also Silas, who Lin Qi had his eye on, but had not yet brought into the team. He still needed a craftsman and an alchemist. Actually, Alitz from the Parker Tamandi Merchant Guild is quite suitable. He is a Sequence 8 sculptor with considerable strength and sufficient skill. Unfortunately, he has been nurtured by the Parker Tamandi Merchant Guild since childhood, and his relationship with the guild is not merely that of an employee. Although Lin Qi has a favor to ask from the Parker Tamandi, it is highly likely he won't be refused, But what if Alitz has some reservations? However, there is also good news. Lin Qi plans to seek out the owner of the potion Blood of Ares. This person is a heretical alchemist, but their techniques are quite impressive, and Blood of Ares is considered a mid to high grade potion. But where should he look for them? Should he ask the Parker Tamandi Merchant Guild directly? That wouldn't be wise, as they obscured the name during the auction, only stating that it was a heretical alchemist, indicating they did not wish to reveal their identity. Moreover, the Parker Tamandi would never disclose client privacy. Would they still want to do business? Currently, Lin Qi needs to accomplish 3 tasks: find that heretical alchemist, and invite them to join, seek an opportunity to connect with Silas, and publish a recruitment notice through the Parker Tamandi Merchant Guild for an experienced craftsman. Also, through the system task, he learned that this art exhibition is another chance for him to shine publicly. The combination of the art exhibition incident and the Merchant Guild attack should provide sufficient material for Lin Qi. He plans to edit the footage and directly post it on the system's Blue Vi Isaris account to see if he can gain some followers. He aims to reach level 1-0 before the players arrive. Time quickly arrived at the day of the art exhibition. This time the Roland Manor was fully mobilized, especially since Urian had significant grievances for not being brought along last time. Lin Qi and the others arrived at the Nut Manor and showed the guards Osman's invitation before heading to the main building. As they approached, Osman and his family, who were welcoming guests at the door, immediately came over to greet them. "Haha, welcome, welcome, please come in quickly." Osman warmly shook Lin Qi's hands. "Sorry to intrude." Lin Qi greeted Madame Mary and Lin Benna before entering the main building. The decor style of the Nut Manor's main building is typical European noble style, with various paintings lining both sides of the red carpet leading in. The red carpet extends all the way to the staircase, which is also adorned with paintings on both sides. The 4 of them ascended to the 2nd floor, where the main location of the art exhibition was. The walls and both sides of the corridor were filled with paintings, and various small groups of nobles stood in front of the paintings, admiring them with rapt attention. The corridor was spacious, and even if it was filled with people admiring the artwork, it wouldn't feel crowded. "Look, that man with golden hair and a black suit is Isaris, while the one who scared off the bandits. He looks like just a wet behind fears kid." The 4 newcomers on the 2nd floor attracted the attention of most of the nobles. After all, among the nobles here to appreciate the artwork, very few were genuinely interested. Most were merely here to pay respect to the Nut family and to communicate and collaborate with other nobles. Thus, newcomers on the 2nd floor would certainly draw their attention. As Lin Qi arrived on the 2nd floor, his gaze was drawn to a painting on the wall. Having been an original artist in his past life and now possessing a level 10 in his secondary profession as a painter, his understanding of art far surpassed that of these nobles. The painting depicted a bare-chested man pushing a massive boulder up a steep slope that seemed to stretch infinitely. The man was modeled after Sisyphus, known as a cunning king who angered the gods by deceiving death. As punishment, he was sentenced to eternal toil, pushing a boulder up a steep hill only for it to roll back down to the bottom every time he neared the summit. Many interpreted this painting as Sisyphus finally realizing his plight was futile and hopeless. Yet at that moment, he gained the freedom of choice. Others believe that Sisyphus, who never ceased his efforts, embodied perseverance and seriousness, repeating the act infinitely until success, demonstrating that even in the face of bleak hope, one must strive. This very stance of recognizing the absurd, yet fully engaging in life, represents resistance. Nobles believe the painting signified that Sisyphus ultimately recognized his situation and in the final moment could choose to continue or give up. Commoners, however, saw Sisyphus as a symbol of relentless effort leading to success. But this painting differed from both interpretations. While the technique rivaled the original, Lin Qi noticed a detail. The expression in his eyes was different. If it represented freedom, Sisyphus' gaze should be one of relief. If it represented perseverance, his gaze should be steadfast. However, in the painting before him, Sisyphus seemed devoid of consciousness, like a soulless shell. What could this mean? "Mr. Isaris, it's good to see you again." Before Lin Qi could ponder further, a voice interrupted him. "Hello, Mr. Hode," Lin Qi replied as he turned to the speaker, the patriarch of the Breg family, Hode Breg, accompanied by a plain-looking young man around 20. "This is my son, Lin Breg." Hode introduced the young man to Lin Qi. "Greetings, Mr. Isaris." Lin shifted his gaze from Viola to Lin Qi and said lightly. Lin Qi scoffed inwardly. This brat seemed to be the mastermind behind Sella's being controlled by the bone-eating box. "The eldest daughter didn't come today. I thought I'd bring this little brat to broaden his horizons. I hope I'm not disturbing you," Hode remarked, noticing Lin Qi's indifference towards Lind. "This guy is too indulgent. It's fine, we weren't busy anyway. Who is this lady?" Lind couldn't help but interrupt when he saw Lin Qi had no intention of introducing the person next to him. "Haha, my son is spoiled by me. We won't disturb you any longer." After tugging at Lind's sleeve, Hode led him away. "That Lind is such a fool. At a banquet, asking a male companion who accompanies a lady for her name is either brainless or provocative." Lin Qi had never seen Lind nor heard of him, so he could basically rule out the idea of provocation. This guy is just a brainless, spoiled son. As they reached the other end of the corridor, Lin broke free from Hode's grasp. What are you doing? I still haven't gotten that bowtie's name. You idiot. How did I end up with such a fool? Have you forgotten our purpose? We came to befriend Mr. Isaris, who's recently been making waves in the noble circle, and you go ask him about his companion's name. Do you want him to challenge you to a night duel and smash your head in? Hode nearly suffered a stroke from Lin's words. Lin Qi had already gained some fame in the noble circle due to the banquet incident, and Hode understood clearly that this guy must be a dragon among men. He initially intended for his son to meet Lin Qi and leave a good impression now that he had just started to shine, but this pig-headed fool ruined everything. Stay right here, and don't move, he'll be back shortly, Hode said hurriedly before leaving. What are you going to do? To buy you some oranges. Lin Qi looked at Hode, returning with some surprise. Mr. Hode, what is this? Mr. Isaris, please forgive my son's earlier rudeness. He is still young, and I hope you won't hold it against him. Hode carefully observed Lin Qi's expression. Don't worry, Lin Qi replied somewhat speechlessly. That guy looked to be in his 20s, a few years older than Lin Qi, yet Hode still referred to him as young. Allow me to make amends. Please dine at my estate tomorrow, and I assure you will be satisfied, Hode said somewhat obsequiously. A visit to the Breg estate. This is quite fortuitous. I can meet Celis there as well. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. Seeing Lin Qi agree, Hode sighed in relief. He genuinely wanted to curry favor with Lin Qi. As a third-rate noble from the capital, Hode had always dreamed of elevating the Breg family. Unfortunately, to many nobles, the Breg family was merely a coal-selling clan. Despite his efforts in the noble circle, he found it to be of little consequence. At a banquet, he spotted Lin Qi. Initially, he only wanted to cling to this outsider noble for warmth, but unexpectedly the other party had become a hotshot in the circle with just one banquet. At that moment, Hode realized he must marry Jenny. No, he must cling tightly to this big shot. After just sending Mr. Hode off, Lin Qi noticed two more individuals approaching him. This is my boyfriend. What do you think? Is he not more handsome than you? Lin Bena proudly declared to Lin Qi. The two as a couple did not behave intimately. Lin Qi sized up the man, noticing that he had dressed up nicely today in a deep blue suit and wore black-rimmed glasses, yet his thin frame and ill-fitting suit made him appear somewhat odd. He is indeed handsome. Hello, I am Lin Bena's brother. Lin Qi smiled at the man. No, Mr. Isaris, you are the more handsome one. The man shyly scratched his head. Let me tell you, although Leo is still just a commoner, now he will soon become the most sought-after painter in the capital. Lin Bena raised her chin proudly upon hearing Lin Qi admit he was not as good as her boyfriend. This guy is completely childlike in his nature. Leo displayed an apologetic expression towards Lin Qi. He was not as infatuated as Lin Bena. From the first glance at this man, he understood their disparity. The other's charm could only be slightly surpassed by the readers behind the screen. And what about himself? Just a destitute street artist dressed in cheap suits that did not match his figure, only allowed to attend this exhibition due to Lin Bena's fervent pleading with her father. Suddenly, Leo noticed the painting on the wall behind Lin Qi. Mr. Isaris, do you like this painting? Leo asked with surprise. Not particularly. I just find it interesting. The artist has his own interpretation. Sisyphus appears resigned, his eyes vacant. I suspect the author intended to portray Sisyphus fully aware of his inability to complete this task, having completely given up. I merely saw a different interpretation that piqued my curiosity, but I do not appreciate this understanding. Lin Qi did not notice that Leo's gaze had shifted from delight to silence as he spoke. Mr. Leo, do you have a piece on display at the exhibition? Realizing he might have inadvertently slighted the other man, Lin Qi asked. No. Of course he does. Haven't I already said Leo will become a great painter? And besides, he is himself a mariner of the ocean path, a sequence 9. Leo hadn't even finished speaking before Lin Bena interrupted. By the way, Leo, where is your painting? Leo felt as though he had already carved a castle into the soles of his shoes. Just days earlier, he'd shown Lin Bena that very painting. Yet now, face-to-face with it, she failed to recognize it. He felt every attendee at the exhibition was laughing at him, especially Isaris, who dared to disparage his artwork. These nobles were all cut from the same cloth, born into privilege, possessing everything Leo had never known. While he fought for survival on the streets, they received formal family education. While he sold sketches on street corners in his teens, they savored youth within elite noble academies. His masterpiece, wrought with blood and soul, had been dismissed as worthless by a noble. He seethed, hating how nobles were born with everything, hating how they wore tailored suits and laughed carelessly in galleries he could enter only through desperate pleading. This was injustice incarnate. A capable commoner like himself, criticized by a noble who understood nothing of art. Leo's expression twisted further. Clap, clap. Applause rang out. The crowd turned toward its source. Osmond stood at the top of the staircase, lowering his hands after 2 sharp claps. Welcome everyone to the Newt family's art exhibition. May you each discover a painting that speaks to your heart. After this brief address, Osman approached Lin Qi. Well, Isaris, any favorites yet? He patted Lin Qi's shoulder as he asked. I haven't finished viewing them all yet, Mr. Osman. Perhaps if you told me in advance which was yours, I might already have found my favorite. Lin Qi offered the remark lightly. Huh, sharpwood indeed. Leo watched, ignored utterly by Osman, while Lin Qi chatted easily beside him, his inner jealousy surging barely contained. Even Lin Bena, normally slow to perceive such things, now sensed something wrong with Leo's expression. Leo, let's go see the other side. She called his name twice. Oh yes. Mr. Osman, Mr. Isaris, we'll take our leave now, Leo replied, snapping back to himself and offering a polite bow. Lin Qi nodded warmly in return. Osman didn't glance at him at all. You seem rather displeased. Am I mistaken? Osman truly granted Leo not even a flicker of attention, not a shred of courtesy. A social climber, a phoenix man, who thinks he can deceive an innocent girl to leap across class divides. Lin Bena is still young. When she matures, she'll see clearly what sort of man he truly is, Osman sneered. He was no naive, wide-eyed girl like Lin Bena. As head of a monopolistic dynasty that had dominated commerce for decades, Osman possessed razor-sharp insight into character. The greed and envy smoldering deep within Leo's eyes were utterly transparent to him. Leo, are you all right? At the far end of the corridor, Lin Bena voiced her concern. Leo's expression moments earlier had been terrifying. I'm fine. Apologies, Lin Bena. I still failed to earn your father's approval. Leo shook his head, signaling he was unharmed, just as a shadow fell across his vision. The man before him bore no striking features, but his suit fit flawlessly, accentuating Leo's own frail, undernourished frame. May I ask your name, miss? What did this mean? Was he being humiliated because he was a commoner? Was he destined to be treated thus, simply for being born without title? Isaris had scorned his proudest creation. Osman had condemned his lineage and temperament. Now this stranger, this nameless interloper, was grinding his dignity into the dust. Stay calm, Leo. Not yet. Not until the organization arrives. Calm. Hey, you don't see my boyfriend standing right here. Lin Bena's voice pierced Leo's thoughts. Boyfriend? Where? Hey, you wretch. You're nothing without your noble status. Nothing but rot in the capital's veins. You trash. Leo could bear the insult no longer, and roared. Linda, bewildered by the sudden fury, truly hadn't seen him. He never did. Not when a beautiful woman stood nearby. His gaze locked onto her, instantly blinding him to all else. When Linda finally registered what had happened, rage surged through him. He'd come to the exhibition in high spirits, only to fail at asking the first beauty's name, then endure a scathing reprimand from his own father. Now encountering a second beauty, he'd again failed to learn her name, and been viciously berated by this commoner. He glanced over the man who'd shouted at him. Ill-fitting suit, black-rimmed glasses, no noble crest upon his person. A commoner. Already seething, Linda's fury erupted fully. If he couldn't challenge Isaris, then surely he could crush this one commoner. Thud. Leo watched frozen as a fist swelled monstrously in his field of vision. Then came a searing, shattering pain across his left cheek. He collapsed, clutching his face. Are you all right, Leo? Startled, Lin Bena snatched up Leo's dislodged glasses from the floor and rushed to help him rise. Nobles, drawn by Lin Bena's cry, turned their gazes toward the commotion. For the first time, Leo saw clearly, without his glasses. Mockery curled across every noble face. They watched him like a sideshow act. What's going on? How did a commoner get in here? Did he sneak in? TSK, don't be absurd. Whispers of ridicule buzzed in Leo's ears. He looked up at the man who stood over him, fist withdrawn, whose eyes held only contempt, only disdain. So, I struck you. And then what? Dare you strike back? Leo read the unspoken challenge and surged to his feet. Activating his Sequence 9 Mariner ability, his arms swelled with sudden dense power. Calm yourself, Mr. Leo. His fist was intercepted mid-swing by Lin Qi. Drawn by Lin Bena's scream, Lin Qi had witnessed Leo unleashing his supernatural power, aiming to kill Linda. Though he knew not why Linda could not die. Not yet. What of Celis? Lin Qi still intended to wait for the foolish boy to accidentally touch the bone corrosion casket. Then Celis would rush to save him, only to have his sanity eroded by the casket's curse, and Lin Qi would step in to rescue Celis, earning boundless gratitude before taking him as a loyal subordinate. Leo stared at Lin Qi, whose grip held his arm effortlessly, whose expression remained serene, unruffled, masterful. Mr. Leo, are you well? Lin Qi asked, puzzled by Leo's continued struggle against his hold. What was this man doing? You nobles are all the same? Tell me, why didn't you intervene just now? Because I'm common-born and he's noble. So he may strike me, but I may not strike him back. Leo wrenched his arm free with violent force and snarled, You, all of you, look down on me. Then go ahead, go to hell. What happened to you, Leo? Lin Bena felt a twinge of fear as she looked at the ferocious expression on Leo's face, which was completely different from the Leo she once knew. If the Leo she liked was a shy, smiling commoner painter, then the current Leo resembled the scum lamenting injustice in the slums. And you filthy wench. We haven't even held hands since we got together. Do you look down on me because I'm a commoner? You nobles are all the same. Upon hearing Lin Beina's words, Leo reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He suddenly exerted force with both hands, gripping Lin Beina's neck tightly. You and your father are the same. You nobles look down on me from the bottom of your hearts. What do you privileged ones born with a silver spoon understand? In an instant, the guests at the art exhibition were startled by this sudden conflict, and the nobles hurriedly distanced themselves from the center of the uproar. Only one person rushed against the crowd. It was Lin Beina's father, Mr. Osman. Leo, what are you doing? Let Lin Beina go immediately. I can agree to whatever you want. Osman's suit was slightly wrinkled from squeezing through the crowd. For a moment, Leo's attention was diverted to Osman, and then he felt a tremendous force coming from his waist. He was kicked several meters away like a boiled shrimp curling up on the ground. My kidneys. He felt that the lowest rib in his body had been broken. Lin Qi, who had kicked Leo, supported Lin Beina's body. Are you all right? He asked after handing Lin Beina over to the rushing Mr. Osman. Cough, cough. Fine. Lin Beina covered her reddened neck, tears welling up in her eyes. Damn it. Leo, who had been kicked like a wild dog, used all his strength to stand up. He felt that half of his body was unresponsive from that kick. Clap, clap, clap. The nobles present actually began to applaud, admiring Mr. Isaris for saving an innocent girl from the clutches of a wicked thug. However, to Leo, this applause was a form of discrimination. He glared fiercely at the middle-aged noble who led the applause and charged at him despite his trembling body. Smack! He rushed forward as quickly as he could, and his return was equally swift. He realized that it was a man wearing a feathered top hat whose flute struck his face. Leo, lying on the ground, straightened up to scrutinize the man. The man was dressed in a blue uniform topped with a hat adorned with feathers, his attire contrasting sharply with that of the nobles present. After knocking Leo away with a short flute, Julian looked at Lin Qi, seemingly asking how to deal with him. Just then, the window on the second floor of the exhibition suddenly shattered from the outside. More than 20 people dressed as dock workers jumped in through the window. Bang! Don't move, shouted a robust woman leading the group, pulling out a firearm and shooting at the ceiling. Among the more than 20 people, only 4 or 5 were men. The rest were all stout women. Lin Qi squinted at them, recalling a side quest related to them from his previous life in the game. The group was called the Bohai Gang. Initially formed by a group of dock workers, the gang was established to resist the corrupt nobles who withheld their wages. Over time, the gang grew stronger and gradually transformed into a criminal organization composed of commoners. Their rise was attributed to a single individual, a mid-level manager who defected from the Storm Temple as Sequence 6 Abyss Priest of the Ocean Sequence. He brought out extraordinary knowledge ranging from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 when he defected from the church, which became the foundation of the Bohai Gang. Later, this defector was captured and dealt with by the Storm Temple, but the leaked extraordinary knowledge could not be entirely retrieved. Interestingly, in an effort to punish these commoners who obtained power through improper means, the No. 1 Eternal Radiance Church within the Viridia Church imposed a penalty on this gang. They killed all the men in the gang. To highlight the Church's mercy, they spared the defenseless women and children. This action disgusted the Storm Temple quite a bit, as at the time everyone thought this matter was between the Storm Temple and the Bohai Gang. After capturing the defector, the Storm Temple wanted to recover the extraordinary knowledge, but there were too many copies of that knowledge spread around, and they had no idea where it had gone. The Storm Temple couldn't just kill everyone in the gang, could they? They did not want the extraordinary knowledge to leak out to maintain social stability. They were not a group of murderers. However, the Eternal Radiance Church did not think so. If there were no punishment for the leaking of extraordinary knowledge, then these greedy individuals would band together to attack the Church's personnel. Punishment must be meted out. Severe punishment. Most people in the capital were aware of this incident, but all they knew was the feud between the Storm Temple and the Bohai Gang. Thus, the blame for killing all the male members of the Bohai Gang was placed squarely on the Storm Temple. The Storm Temple, Your Honor, I am wronged. In the end, with the intervention of the Solar Royal family, the Eternal Radiance Church provided some compensation to the Storm Temple along with a rather large scapegoat. Although the Bohai Gang was left with only women and children, they did not abandon the gang. They relied on low-sequence extraordinary knowledge to reappear before the game began. The re-emerged Bohai Gang was rejuvenated, with most of its members being the leftover women and children from the previous gang, who quickly rebuilt the Bohai Gang through extraordinary power. This is also why players referred to the Bohai Gang as the Seafood Sisters Society. The reinvigorated Bohai Gang primarily engaged in human trafficking and smuggling. They were not swiftly dismantled upon their return. They discovered that the previous destruction was solely due to the leak of extraordinary knowledge which had nothing to do with the remaining matters. Reorganizing themselves, they turned their attention towards commoners like themselves, choosing not to infringe upon the interests of nobles, but to harm those of their own social class. At the time the server opened in his previous life, the Bohai gang had just been dismantled, and his side quest was to escort a remnant of the Bohai gang out of Viridia with a grade forbidden item as the final reward. The side quest from his previous life did not mention the reason for the Bohai gang's subsequent destruction. However, Lynch now knew that they had offended the leading family in the national garment industry, the Newt family. But why would they take the risk of attacking the Newt family? Ha ha ha, you fools. Today you will all die here. Leo, lying on the ground, exerted all his strength to stand up and laughed heartily. Well done, Leo. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have found the opportunity to kidnap so many nobles at once, said the robust woman leading the group, patting Leo's shoulder in encouragement. Everyone listen up. We're not here for anything else, just for money. You must have heard the rumors from a couple of days ago, right? We killed a noble, the lead woman said while holding the gun. We just want to borrow some money for our getaway. You won't be stingy, will you? Is that the reason? A couple of days ago, when Yulian was gathering information in the capital, he mentioned that a young noble had been killed at the docks. So the reason for the Bohai gang's demise was not an attack on the Newt family, but rather the murder of a noble. This made sense. The Bohai gang, which had killed a noble, would surely have been hunted down by the Extraordinary Management Office and pursued by the Eternal Radiance Church. With no place to hide in Viridia, they could only choose to flee, which is why they planned this attack. Bang! Hand over everything valuable on you. The leading woman shot again at the petrified nobles. Lynch glanced at Kafu. Kafu shook his head at him. Indeed, it is unrealistic for someone like Kafu, even at Sequence 6, to resolve this situation while ensuring the safety of the nobles. After all, in this small gallery, a moment's inattention could injure these nobles. Lin Qi's Roland Manor office has yet to open. If something damaging to his reputation occurs at this time, it would be disastrous. However, he cannot just watch these people rob and then leave nonchalantly, otherwise how would Lord Isaris maintain his standing? At this moment, the leading woman turned to Lin Qi and asked, "Is this the pretty boy?" "Exactly, that's him. He should be at Sequence 7, replied Leo, who had been kicked aside by Lin Qi and was still recovering. The robust woman aimed her gun at Lin Qi while waving her other hand behind her. Upon receiving the signal, the others began to violently seize the belongings of the nobles present. This included, but was not limited to, jewelry, wallets, and even clothing. Just as the woman's full attention was on Lin Qi, Kafu quietly repositioned himself. After repositioning, Kafu cleverly formed a triangular formation with Lin Qi and Yulian cornering the robbers present. Just as they were about to act, 3 people suddenly charged out from the crowd, 1 woman and 2 men. The woman rushed towards the robust woman, declaring, "Liana, you are under arrest." "Just you," replied Liana, the robust woman. After exchanging a few moves, the two distanced themselves. Liana raised her pistol to aim at the woman, but suddenly felt an inexplicable force deflecting her gun. At the same time, Lin Qi appeared before Liana like a swift black panther. Lin Qi lowered his center of gravity, his legs coiling with power. The reaction force from the ground surged through his legs into his waist, and he raised his right fist, aiming from below to deliver a decisive blow to Liana's chin. With a bang, Lin Qi's fist struck Liana's chin successfully, yet she seemed unaffected. Lin Qi clicked his tongue and retreated to his previous position. This woman is at Sequence 7. Moreover, she is a Stormcaller, a Sequence 7 in the Ocean sequence that significantly enhances her resistance to damage. Be careful, that woman has a clever forbidden item on her, a woman suspected to be from the Extraordinary Management Bureau, reminded Lin Qi. Got it. Lin Qi felt it was somewhat tricky. The Stormcaller was too resilient, and it was difficult to inflict damage on her with sheer strength. There's no way she's Sequence 7, she's clearly just a Sequence 8. Liana sneered while stretching her neck. You go help the others. Lin Qi smiled at Liana as he just needed a thick-skinned punching bag. Are you sure? Asked the girl with a princess-cut hairstyle. Don't worry, even if I can't take her down, I can hold her off. All right, you hold on, and I'll deal with the others, and come help you. Lin Qi took a deep breath while looking at Liana, who was not far in front of him. Ever since he acquired the skill Dirty Boxing a few days ago at the banquet, he had been researching his fighting style. How can the balanced dancer, which can manipulate gravity and repulsion, unleash its maximum power? Like Pain's Shinra Tensei. That's not possible. The intensity of the repulsion isn't strong enough to reach that exaggerated standard. He had an immature idea. To enhance his attacking power without relying on forbidden items, Lin Qi thought of stacking gravity and repulsion. When 2 opposing forces are combined, it generates a powerful repulsive force. Coupled with Lin Qi's control, this repulsive force could be harnessed for his own use. However, this skill is still under development, and Lin Qi cannot yet master it proficiently. Just right, I'll use you to test it out today. Lin Qi spread his legs apart, lowered his stance while raising his left hand to form a gun shape with his index and middle fingers, and lifted his right hand underneath for support. He compressed and fused gravity and repulsion at his fingertips, and faintly saw a transparent vortex forming there. He planned to name this skill Kiss Mark after the Kiss Mark town of his hometown. Whoosh! Lin Qi moved. Under the influence of repulsion, He almost instantaneously reached Liana's front with the tip of his left fingers pressing against her neck. The two brushed past each other. Haha, are you kidding me? That punch was weaker than the first one, and did you really touch me? Liana, initially startled by Lin Qi's preparatory stance, thought it was some kind of ultimate move. But a ninefold reduction. Can you use a bit more strength? You pretty boy is really good for show, but useless. Liana mocked. No, you are already dead. As Lin Qi's voice fell, Liana felt an immense force emerging from the neck that had just been brushed. Her neck suddenly exploded open as if it had been struck by a high-speed rotating cutter. Liana's body collapsed to the ground, a large hole gaping in her neck, the entire cervical vertebrae shattered, leaving only some flesh connecting to her head. Ding. You have acquired a new skill, Kiss Mark LV1. Success. A wave of ecstasy surged in Lin Qi's heart. He had taken down a sequence 7 without using forbidden items, and he had a premonition that this footage would look very cool. Meanwhile, 3 employees from the Extraordinary Management Bureau, along with Kafu and others, had dealt with the remaining members of the Bohai gang. The few remaining members, upon seeing their leader Liana's corpse, immediately gave up resisting. Just as Lin Qi thought the dust had settled, a sudden voice broke through. Don't move. Whoever dares to move will kill him. It was Leo, who had been seeking an opportunity to escape since the situation first went awry. He had finally found a target among the nobles. A powerless young noblewoman, small in stature and frail. Leo was confident he could escape by taking her hostage. But after shouting this, he suddenly noticed Lin Qi looking at him with a strange gaze. Then Leo felt an immense force on his arm that held the girl, and his feet left the ground, the world flipping upside down in his eyes. A sharp pain shot through his back. He was slammed to the ground in a shoulder throw. Well done, Viola. Lin Qi smiled at Viola, who had effortlessly taken down Leo. Is this the joy of nurturing? Really? Brother, Viola, handling a criminal for the first time, felt a bit excited. The bewildered Leo glanced at Lin Qi, then at Yulian and Viola. They are in cahoots. I say less, I will curse you. Leo, now restrained by the Extraordinary Management Bureau personnel, glared at Lin Qi fiercely. I curse you to lose your family and noble status. Then you will experience everything I went through. Lin Qi, looking at Leo's distorted expression, recalled his past life. In his previous life as an orphan, Lin Qi managed to enter the local school with the help of an orphanage, completing 9 years of compulsory education. Afterward, due to his outstanding grades, he was admitted to a prestigious noble school that needed high-achieving students to enhance its reputation, not only waiving tuition fees, but also providing a scholarship that covered his basic living expenses for 3 years of high school. At this school, he encountered an art teacher named Zhou Yan, who began to meticulously sculpt him like a rough gem from the first art class he attended. Lin Qi had a deep interest in art, and with teacher Zhou's help, he naturally embarked on the path of art. After entering university and working part-time to support his studies, he stood out from thousands of job seekers after graduation to become a member of the then nascent company Apollo. Only Lin Qi knew how arduous this journey was. He looked at Leo, who was in front of him. This guy was talented in both painting and the path of the extraordinary. Yet he despised the nobility while craving their recognition. He loathed power, yet yearned for privileges. He was simultaneously insecure and arrogant. Lin Qi had never discriminated against him. He had abandoned himself. Lin Qi looked at Leo, who was staring at him, and said only one sentence. I'm too lazy to talk to you. You don't deserve to listen. After escorting the last criminal onto the Extraordinary Management Bureau's carriage, Laura Dawson, the squad leader for this operation, approached Lynch. Mr. Isaris, thank you for your help along with your friends. Laura, the female extraordinary manager with a princess cut, said. You're welcome. It's my duty as a law-abiding citizen, Lynch replied, glancing at the girl before him, who was yet another acquaintance. Laura Dawson, the daughter of nobility, is a close friend of the third princess of the Solar family in the game. Due to her upright character, she chose to join the Extraordinary Management Bureau. In the subsequent main storyline, she sacrificed herself in the power struggle between the third princess and the crown prince. After her death, 2 contrasting opinions erupted on the game forum. One voice expressed regret, as Laura Dawson was not only beautiful, but also possessed a just character, attracting many old lechers and player fans. Another voice was indifferent, as during the game's recent open beta, the Extraordinary Management Bureau and the Eternal Sun Church had arrested many players, causing disturbances. In summary, Laura Dawson was a principled girl who pursued justice throughout her life without appearing rigid. I am the main person responsible for this operation. If any remnants of the Bohai gang trouble you afterward, please be sure to inform me, Laura said solemnly to Lynch. Don't worry, Officer Laura. If anything arises, I will definitely let you know, Lynch nodded with a smile. Officer. He called me officer. Laura, who had just joined the Extraordinary Management Bureau and was leading a task for the first time, felt a surge of joy inside. Ahem, then let's escort the criminal away first. Goodbye, Mr. Isaris. Goodbye, Officer Laura. On the prison carriage outside the mansion, the members of the Bohai gang hung their heads low, knowing what awaited them. Although killing nobility was an accident, the Extraordinary Management Bureau would not show any mercy. What they faced next was either the death penalty or a life of endless imprisonment. Hey, don't you think it's unfair? You are all members of the Extraordinary Management Bureau, yet that woman is the squad leader. She's a noble, isn't she? Leo in the carriage yelled hysterically at the two Management Bureau personnel who were smoking. The reason you can't get promoted to squad leader is that you are commoners. This world is just like that. Leo's gaze was like a beast driven into a corner. Shut him up, Tali, said the tall man who was smoking, addressing another person. Tali walked over to Leo in the prison carriage and gave him a harsh slap on the mouth. Huh. Two cowards, you dare not voice your grievances against the oppression of nobility, yet you can only vent your anger on me, a commoner. Blood trickled from the corner of Leo's mouth as he continued to babble. Seizing the moment, he opened his mouth. Tali stuffed the still-burning cigarette into it, while firmly gripping his chin to prevent him from spitting it out. You seem to attribute everything that happened today to your identity as a commoner. Let me tell you, the director of the Extraordinary Management Bureau, Mr. Dylan, is also a commoner. Oh, and the reason Captain Laura is the captain is that she is only 19 this year, yet she is already a Sequence 7 extraordinary individual. Rather than complaining about your background here, why not think about what you have done for your dreams? After saying this, Tali gently twisted Leo's chin to release him. Finally quieted down, he sighed, and just as he turned around, he saw Laura walking out of the mansion. Let's go back to the bureau, Laura said, a hint of shyness coloring her face. She said no more, instead directing the carriage to begin its journey. I really appreciate you, Isaris, Osmond said, bringing the already recovering Lin Bennett to Lynch. You're too kind, Mr. Osmond. This is what I ought to do. Lynch smiled slightly. If you ever need our help in the future, please let me know. Osmond felt a wave of fear at that moment. If Lynch and the others hadn't been present today, those bureau personnel could have subdued the thugs, but it would have surely resulted in casualties. The exhibition could no longer continue after all the windows were shattered and the floor remained stained with various bloodstains. Mr. Osmond bid farewell to the other nobles one by one. Originally, Lynch also wanted to excuse himself and leave, but he could not resist Mr. Osmond's enthusiastic gratitude and ended up staying at the Newt Manor for dinner. After everything was concluded, Lynch took Koff and the others back to Roland Manor. At that moment, Lynch was preoccupied with the thought of having enough material and hurried to edit it, wanting to reach Sequence 7 quickly to prepare for the upcoming internal test. As soon as he entered the main building, Lynch rushed straight back to his room. Urian, feeling somewhat anxious, called out to Koff, who also wanted to return to his room. Mr. Koff, does the master not seem satisfied with me? Urian asked, somewhat puzzled by Koff's strange expression. Should I have just killed Leo directly? Urian thought uneasily. When Leo chose to charge at him to take hostages, his decision was to knock him away and follow the master's orders. Little did he expect that this damn guy would actually dare to curse the master at the end. In Urian's mind, the master was a great benefactor, and having grown up in a peasant family, he understood the rules of nobility well. While studying at the Wani Academy, he would often supplement his family's income by tutoring the children of nobles. The better nobles would give him a meal, while the lesser ones would only make him wait in the classroom until their children finished eating. Where could one find a noble like Mr. Isaris, who never cared about these noble rules and even paid his servants wages while providing food and shelter? This is no noble. This is a benevolent person. Urian desperately wanted to pledge loyalty to the master, but it seemed he had messed up. The master returning to his room in such a hurry today surely meant he thought Urian had failed to do his job. After hearing Urian's words, Koff was completely speechless. Only this simple child from a peasant background would pay so much attention to the rules of nobility. Who is Koff? The executioner. The spokesperson for the biggest criminal organization in Kisan Town, the Black Society. He was a ruthless person who had killed, set fires, and buried bodies countless times. In his understanding, whatever the master told him to do, he did. He wouldn't care about such trivial rules. This guy, the master, wouldn't care about such things, and what you did today was right. The reason you are alive is that the master did not intend to kill you. Otherwise, do you think you could get up after receiving a kick from the master? After saying this, Koff ignored the simple peasant boy. Urian, the guy who was called timid, had dared to face Koff, a Sequence 6, to protect his fellow villagers on their first meeting. Yet he was plagued by doubts over such matters. Exactly, Urian, you think too much. Interacting with your brother is really simple. If you haven't done well, your brother would say it directly. Viola comfortingly patted Urian on the shoulder. Hearing their words, Urian fell into deep thought. Mr. Koff's implication is that the master does not care about the life or death of small characters like Leo. The master wouldn't personally kill him, surely not wanting to dirty his hands over such insignificant people. I understand now. This is the heavy responsibility the master has entrusted to me. Let me, Urian, deal with those small characters who dare to insult or even curse the master behind his back. Back in his room, Lin Qi was unaware of everything happening below. He sat on the bed, eagerly opening the system. Ding. Side quest completed. Rewards distributed: 2,500 experience points. Support from the Newt family. Lin Qi disregarded the popping reward notification and impatiently opened the editing interface. The system's editing interface was quite simple. It would add special effects based on Lin Qi's own ideas and materials, and it would automatically beautify and adjust the rhythm. In short, Lin Qi didn't have to do much as long as he imagined the general content of the edited product in his mind. The system would automatically generate it for him. This was truly a great boon for Lin Qi, who was a novice in editing. Without hesitation, Lin Qi began to conceive the content of this video. It must be impressive enough to attract attention, and it was essential to showcase his strength and excite players' senses. In about 3 to 4 minutes, the system had completed the entire video. Lin Qi clicked on the video to watch it himself first. The video was titled Rose, named after the emblem of the Roland family, and it also signified the last direct bloodline of the Roland family Isaris. The video began with a slow-motion transition quickly sweeping over the panoramic view of the banquet held by the Protagonist Chamber of Commerce, then stopping at Lin Qi's face. Suddenly, the previously silent video came with a dull thud, the sound of silver cutlery falling onto the carpet. Then 5 assailants wearing animal masks burst through the door, the scene quickly sweeping past the antelope attacking Olets. Next, 2 fingers appeared pinching the dagger, and the camera pulled back to reveal Lin Qi's face. Following that was footage of Lin Qi slaughtering the rabbit and antelope, with the system cutting out excessive dialogue, mainly highlighting Lin Qi's dominance over the two. In the footage after resolving the rabbit and antelope, Lin Qi turned his gaze towards the crocodile. In a critical moment, he saved the soon-to-doomed Marina confronting the crocodile. The final shot lingered on Lin Qi holding the half-dead crocodile in his left hand and raising his bloodied fist in his right, the screen turning black, with only a thundering sound echoing. So cool. The system is truly my good baby. How can it be so stylish? The first half of the video showcases Lin Qi's impressive combat stance and overwhelming presence to the fullest. Even Lin Qi himself was left drooling over his own handsomeness. The screen then shifted to the day of the art exhibition. The main event opened with Leo ruthlessly gripping Lin Ben's neck and taking advantage of his distracted attention. Lin Qi suddenly kicked him away. This segment featured very thoughtful special effects, giving a close-up of Lin Qi noticing Leo's distracted state and the immense force of that kick. Moreover, the punch Lin Qi delivered to Liana's chin was enhanced with many effects, showcasing Lin Qi's speed with afterimages and a punch filled with power. It even provided a close-up of Liana receiving no damage. This is exactly what I wanted. Only by giving players a strong feeling of this boss would Lin Qi's later defeat of her deliver even greater shock. Evenly matched. What I want is complete domination. Surely no one thinks that the audience today enjoys watching the protagonist being oppressed, right? People prefer stories of invincibility. Rare finds indeed. As expected in the latter part of the video, Lin Qi posed, and the special effects at his fingertips were remarkably unique, the only white in the otherwise grayish screen. Then came Liana, who had just been hit with a face full of mockery. Before her expression could change, her neck suddenly exploded, blood spraying out and staining the gallery walls. The final scene showed Lin Qi straightening up using his hand to restore his disheveled bangs. The video ended. It was absolutely stunning. This is exactly what I wanted. After watching the finished video, Lin Qi immediately published it on the Blue V Isaris account. After finishing everything, Lin Qi laid down on the bed to rest. After all, there was no game in this world to pass the time. To sleep a little longer without being disturbed by the voice of nightmares, Lin Qi usually chose to sleep early. With the dream of waking up tomorrow to a million fans, Lin Qi fell into a deep slumber. The next day, after a good night's sleep, Lin Qi woke up, washed up, and had breakfast. Just as he walked into the study intending to check the system, a servant brought news. Miss Marina from the Protagonist Chamber of Commerce is here. Is this the unbreakable oath arriving? With this thought, Lin Qi abandoned his plan to check the system and went to greet Marina. As Lin Qi reached the entrance of the main building, he spotted the blonde elf stepping down from the carriage. Today, Marina was dressed in a deep red off-shoulder gown topped with a black women's coat. She looked like an elf lost in the mortal realm. Welcome, Miss Marina. Lin Qi bowed slightly, performing a noble's greeting. You are too kind, Mr. Isaris. Marina lifted her skirt to reveal a segment of her fair calf. The two entered the main building and sat down in the lounge on the first floor. Marina's accompanying personnel, Olets, a Sequence 8 sculptor, placed a black box on the coffee table. Mr. Isaris, this is the unbreakable oath you mentioned before. Our chamber's people went to great lengths to obtain it. Just now I brought it over as soon as it arrived. Marina exaggeratedly stated. I don't believe you at all. Lin Qi thought to himself, as her tone was strikingly similar to his previous leader, who had made empty promises. However, he did not expose her, but smiled and said, Thank you for your trouble, Miss Marina. You are too polite. There is no need for such formalities between us. After all, you are my savior. Marina had made an irrational decision during the banquet attack. She actually said something akin to a confession. Realizing she had misspoken at the time, Marina ran back to her room, tossing and turning on her wide bed until she had completely calmed down. To understand what had happened to her, Marina chose to consult professionals, her friends. After all, unlike Marina, the noble girl who was a recluse, those wealthy and beautiful noble ladies had rich romantic histories. Through Marina's description, they learned about the situation and ultimately reached a unanimous conclusion. You are doomed. You have fallen in love. Disbelieving, Marina made a plan. She would meet Lin Qi once more, assuring herself that she could maintain the calmness and rationality expected of the heir of the Protagonist Chamber of Commerce. However, sitting on the sofa opposite Lin Qi, Marina felt somewhat puzzled. Why was it so hot? How much coal did the Roland estate consume in a day? Sorry, mister. I'm feeling a bit warm, Marina said, removing her coat and revealing her smooth shoulders and delicate collarbone. Warm. The guy in a suit isn't hot, but you feel warm in a gown. Looking at Marina taking off her coat, Lin Qi felt a bit strange. The items have been delivered, so why isn't she leaving? He still planned to check the system. Why is she taking off her coat? Is she planning to stay for lunch? With this thought in mind, Lin Qi politely suggested, Miss Marina, would you like to have lunch at the estate? Sure. Just after having breakfast, Lin Qi glanced at his watch, which just pointed to 9 o'clock, slowly forming a question mark. Lin Qi had unspoken grievances. Why was Marilena not following the script? Wasn't she supposed to say she wouldn't disturb and then leave gracefully? That's how it's portrayed in dramas. Mr. Isaris, would it be convenient for you to show me around? I noticed that the decoration style of Roland Manor seems quite different from other noble estates. Of course, Miss Marilena, Lin Qi replied as he stood up and headed upstairs. Just as he turned around, Marilena secretly pulled out a small pink notebook from her coat, which had 6 large characters written on it. A handbook of romantic experience. Being a novice in matters of love, Marilena was fortunate to have a close-knit group of friends experienced in romance. These idle noble ladies rushed to help Marilena capture the heart of her beloved after hearing she was smitten. Marilena quickly flipped to the first page of the small notebook, where several lines were written. 1. Intentionally wear clothes of the same color as him, so it looks like couple outfits. 2. Subtly compliment his preferences to find a point of connection. Looking at the second tip, Marilena fell into deep thought. Alex had told her that the architectural style of Roland Manor was personally decided by Mr. Isaris. Does that count as his preference? Let's set aside the second point for now. I must definitely compliment him later. 3. Create coincidental encounters. Leverage your advantages during interactions, making eye contact when the opportunity arises, and if necessary, gently bite your lip while gazing into his eyes. Great. Next, I need to create accidental events during our interactions. Go for it, Marilena. You can do it. Whether in business or romance, I must win. With this thought, Marilena tucked the notebook close and followed Lin Qi. Standing behind the sofa, Alex reflexively wanted to follow her as she left. However, just as he took a step, the lady in front turned around and shot him a death glare. Alex wisely halted his steps, watching the two ascend the staircase. That was close, so I almost got killed. Alex felt a lingering fear. At the lunch table, Lin Qi sensed something unusual about Marilena today. While showing Marilena around the manor, she kept exclaiming, "Wow, is this really the style here?" And, "Wow, how did you come up with this style? Wow, the color combination here is really nice. But, isn't it a bit odd to comment on the color combination of bananas and apples on the fruit plate?" For a moment, Lin Qi imagined many things. How could a wealthy young lady be so uncultured? It must be that the Protagonist family, being an old aristocratic family, was very resistant to new ideas. This led Marilena to be surprised by everything she saw. How pitiful, truly pitiful. With this thought, Lin Qi felt a twinge of pity for Marilena. Could a young lady from a wealthy family not even have the freedom to choose what to eat? Otherwise, why would she exclaim upon seeing bananas and apples? With this in mind, Lin Qi frantically served Marilena from the communal plate, thinking, "Poor child, surely you wouldn't miss out on these at home. The old money family's rules are truly abominable." However, Marilena had a different thought in mind. He is serving me food, he must have feelings for me. The romance handbook is truly useful. And so the lunch ended in a strange atmosphere. After finishing the meal, Marilena and Alex left Roland Manor, while Lin Qi finally had time to check the feedback on the video he posted yesterday. As Lin Qi entered his study and opened the system, he was shocked by a message before he could even check the comments. The newly opened system displayed several large characters. 48 hours until the closed beta of End Era. What the heck? Is the beta happening this soon? The game End Era only has one closed beta because its main purpose is to test players' feedback. Like other games, stability, server capacity, and bugs within the game are all meticulously polished under the supervision of a super AI and human oversight. The closed beta is merely to see whether players enjoy the game, and since it is the only beta, a large number of slots have been made available. Wait, there was no news of a closed beta yesterday. Lin Qi hurriedly opened the system's Blue V account to check his follower count. 1 10,100,000 10,000 100,000. Lin Qi's video from yesterday brought him 700,000 followers. He rode the coattails of his brothers. The video, which was originally well-produced, also benefited from the news of the beta release, resulting in an incredibly terrifying view count. Lin Qi looked at the video that had reached 70 million views, excited inside, wondering how the players praised him. Say it a billion more times. Fire pliers Lu Ming. Whoa dude. What's up looking so handsome? Brothers, this is simply me. Last time I went to cut grass with Isaris, a python got wrapped around his sickle. Isaris kept shouting, there's a snake on my sickle, there's a snake on my sickle. I really can't deal with you taking off pants. Let's see if there are any comments from female fans. My brothers are either abstract or abstract. Lin Qi scrolled down and saw a female player with the ID. Is it an orange or a tangerine? Wow, an old acquaintance. Is it an orange or a tangerine? One of the top streamers of End Era, but she is neither a skilled player nor an entertainment streamer. She is a science popularization streamer for games. She deeply interprets the game's plot, worldview, background story, side quests, and the main character's past, helping countless newbies and players stuck on quests. Most players affectionately refer to her as Orange by Qi. Based on the game's trailer and this video that clearly centers around Isaris, we can conclude that Isaris is undoubtedly an important character in the game End Era. From the storyline perspective, this character should be in the capital of the game's first map. If players are not far from the capital during the closed beta, they can go find him. I estimate that he might give some hidden quests. Isaris has a very high presence in the trailer and is likely the main storyline's driver in version 1.0. Lastly, he is really handsome. Are there any sisters who want to team up with me to find him? Seeing Orange by Qi's nearly 3,000-word detailed explanation, Lin Qi felt a bit embarrassed. It seems his performance in the video has indeed fooled those players. How could he be the one driving the story? That was Elena's job. How could the players expect him to work overtime? Looking at the players' compliments, Lin Qi contentedly closed the system interface. Then he called for Kafu. Kafu, go to the Parker Tamandi Trading Company and buy 3 portions of the mysterious substances for upgrading to Sequence 7. Yes, sir. Lin Qi began to think about what he needed to do next after arranging for Kafu to purchase the final conditions for promotion. This closed beta, lasting only 2 weeks, is mainly to allow players to experience this bizarre and fantastical world. Before the main storyline begins, players mostly explore freely. How should Lin Qi find the players scattered throughout Viridia? To continue gaining follower points, he must give the closed beta players a small shock, making them become advocates for the character Isaris and hype up the game to those who didn't get beta access. Got it. He can use the system's built-in forum to broadcast his location. 2 days later, at exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, in the kingdom of Viridia, Kismark Town, outside a farmhouse in the suburbs, dozens of figures suddenly appeared. Wow, this is incredibly realistic. Is this really a game world? The trees, the weeds, the air. They were all dressed in the most basic farmers' clothing, resembling lowly commoners, with curiosity and shock evident on almost every face. A few players even knelt down to examine the cow dung on the ground. Good heavens, not only do the trees feel realistic, but the smell of this cow dung is authentic too, said a player with the ID Old 8 as he curiously picked up a piece of cow dung. Ugh, let's do this, brothers. It's just like reality. Damn, they didn't even censor when you take off your pants. This game is amazing. A few players in the corner remained relatively calm, although they were also very curious about their surroundings. They did not engage in any artistic behavior. A young man with the ID Eternal Sleep stood still, glancing at Old 8 and the players inexplicably climbing trees before he casually hopped over the fence and walked toward the farmhouse. After walking for a short while, he saw a farmer wielding a hoe. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Eternal Sleep approached and asked tentatively. The farmer turned to look, his expression suddenly one of surprise. How did a stranger end up in his yard? Just as he was about to shoo the person away, he paused, and a look of understanding crossed his face. He pointed to a nearby shed and casually said, "There are tools over there. You can help me hoe the field or organize the shed." In the next moment, a task prompt appeared in front of Eternal Sleep, and without much thought, he accepted the task. Eternal Sleep looked at the farmer and tentatively activated his inspection function. Name: Jerry, race human, kingdom of Viridia, level 2 health 2020, profession farmer, LV2 attribute, skills mighty, hoeing, LVMEX combat power 3, danger level low, favorability average evaluation, even with a combat power of only 3, he can still hoe you to death. Eternal Sleep had no intention of killing the farmer for no reason. He was simply hoping to complete a task and gather some information, as he didn't even know where he was. After completing the task, Eternal Sleep received his reward of 50 copper coins from the farmer. "Sir, which direction is the town?" he tentatively asked this seemingly intelligent NPC. "Oh, Kismark Town. It's just a short distance to the north. They're currently in need of labor. A while ago, some lunatic burned down the Eternal Sun Church in Kismark Town. They are now recruiting young men to rebuild the church. If you want to make some money, you can go there." Old Jerry had a good impression of this hardworking young man. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Eternal Sleep made his way to Kismark Town. He He walked along the streets of the town observing both sides as he searched for the church rebuilding task mentioned by old Jerry. He paused when he reached a manor, recognizing the place. He had seen this manor in the trailer of the End era. Meanwhile, on the other side of Kissmark Town, two players were heading towards the Eternal Sun Church. "Do you really think it will work?" asked the player with the ID roadside. "Don't worry, I've got this," replied the player with the ID one stripe. They were members of the Co-Creation Guild. "Didn't you notice? In the trailer, that middle-aged man fighting Isaris had a long sword with a sun emblem on it. That is the logo of the Eternal Sun Church." One stripe shared his speculation. "So, roadside played the role of the straight man. If we can get the church staff to know that the one who destroyed the church in Kissmark Town is Isaris, we will definitely be able to join the church." One stripe said confidently. "Wow, you're right. That means we could become extraordinary beings during the internal test." Roadside exclaimed excitedly. "Excuse me, gentlemen, what were you just talking about?" A voice interrupted them. The two players looked puzzled. Does this game have NPCs that can automatically find players? This is too intelligent." Roadside and One Stripe turned to examine the newcomer. Wearing a blue barred outfit, a feathered top hat on his head, and a smiling face beneath his brown hair. "What's going on? Did a task get triggered?" One Stripe asked Roadside in the player channel. "Let me see what he's about." Saying that, Roadside threw an inspection towards Yulian. Name: Yulian, race human, kingdom of Viridia, level health, profession, attributes, skills, combat power. Danger level extremely high, favorability dislike. Roadside looked at the panel of the person in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. What was happening? This NPC was actually 20 levels higher than them. His panel didn't display any values, and why was he at a dislike level? "I haven't done anything yet. Small characters don't need to dirty their hands. Let me, Yulian, take care of you." "You have been killed by Yulian." Eternal Sleep approached the manor gate and carefully looked inside. He definitely wasn't mistaken. This was the manor that appeared in the trailer. He carefully observed his surroundings, wondering if he could climb over the wall. "Sir, what are you doing?" A voice came from behind him. Eternal Sleep reflexively turned around, and what met his eyes was a man with golden hair dressed in a black formal suit with a red trench coat and a silver earring on his ear. "Isaris, I've found the main character of the game." Eternal Sleep felt a surge of excitement and reflexively threw an inspection at Lin Qi. Name: Isaris Roland, race human, kingdom of Viridia, level health, profession, attributes, skills, combat power. Danger level, favorability, indifferent. Eternal Sleep stared at the exaggerated panel in front of him, unable to utter a word. Especially the danger levels red and black question mark seemed to represent that this man could take his life at any moment. "Sir, it's not gentlemanly to pry into others' privacy." Favorability, indifferent, dislike. "Wait, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Isaris. I came here out of admiration." Eternal Sleep realized that if he didn't say something soon, this man would kill him. "Sir, please don't kill me. I'm your fan." Sitting on the sofa in the manor, Eternal Sleep was still in a state of shock. He suspected that if he had apologized even a moment later, he would have lost his head. Fortunately, when he found the manor, he had activated the game's recording function, and everything that had just happened was captured, including Lin Qi's exaggerated panel strength. Looking at the anxious Eternal Sleep sitting on the sofa, Lin Qi couldn't help but smile. It turned out to be another old acquaintance. It was so much fun to scare familiar faces. Eternal Sleep, the top streamer of End Era and the technical streamer with the most fans on the internet, had the main achievement of defeating a Padawan boss with a combat power of Sequence 3 using a panel of Sequence 5. He was also the spokesperson chosen by Lin Qi. Long Sleep sat on the sofa feeling a bit anxious. The character Isaris was completely different from the old farmer who had just given him the task. This guy could actually perceive players' inspections. Even though the panel did not display his basic information, Long Sleep understood, as the game manual stated, that inspections could not reveal NPCs more than 20 levels above the player. But for an NPC to sense inspections, isn't that a bit too unbelievable? Long Sleep could already imagine the scene after the open beta where players would throw inspections at Isaris and end up getting killed. Lin Qi looked at the restless Long Sleep and slowly spoke. "This immortal from another world, what brings you to me?" "Immortal from another world. Does this guy know about players?" Just as Long Sleep was pondering how to raise Isaris' favorability, someone walked in from outside. The person was dressed in a blue uniform and wore a feathered top hat. He entered, glanced at Long Sleep, frowned, and walked over to Lin Qi. "My lord, many strange people have appeared in the city. They are dressed in ordinary farmer uniforms, yet they seem completely out of place here. I see you encountered them, Urian." Lin Qi took a sip of his tea. Those two fellows seem to be plotting something to harm you, my lord, so I took the liberty of killing them. Should we bring them back for questioning?" Urian asked somewhat nervously. He needed a clear answer from his lord. No need, you did well, Urian." Lin Qi said nonchalantly. "What use is questioning players? If they are killed, so be it. After all, they can respawn. They probably thought they found some clues and tried to gain benefits for themselves." Lin Qi was indifferent to such matters. Lin Qi's words eased Urian's mind. Indeed, what he did was right. Although his lord didn't care about such trivial figures, the buzzing flies around were still quite annoying. Let Urian handle these flies. I will definitely alleviate my lord's worries. Loyalty. With this thought, Urian stood behind Lin Qi's sofa and turned his gaze toward Long Sleep. Urian's favorability toward you has decreased in indifference and disgust. Long Sleep. What did I do? He didn't dare to look at his panel, fearing that this new person could also perceive inspections like Lin Qi. How can doing nothing lead to being disliked? Mr. Isaris, I came here to see if you needed any assistance. Long Sleep felt that things were going poorly as the person who seemed to be Isaris' subordinate was staring at him as if he would rush over to kill him at any moment. I haven't been back here for a long time. I returned to pay tribute to my uncle, so I didn't bring many servants. If it's convenient for you, Mr. Long Sleep, could you help clean the manor? Lin Qi thought for a moment and spoke. As soon as Lin Qi finished speaking, a panel appeared before Long Sleep. Cleaning task. Isaris, who has moved to the capital, has returned to this long-abandoned manor to pay tribute to his relatives. Please help him clean the manor. Task reward 1 gold. Isaris favorability. What the heck? 1 gold. I just helped the old farmer and only received 50 copper coins. Long Sleep, upon receiving the task, felt a little excited. Rest assured, Mr. Isaris will take care of it. Long Sleep patted his chest and assured him. Urian, take him there. Lin Qi said, waving his hand at Urian behind him. Urian responded and then led Long Sleep away. As Long Sleep followed Urian, he felt a bit scared, mainly due to the fear of this NPC who had just said he killed 2 players. Keep in mind, in the game, end of the era respawns are not unlimited. Each person has only 3 respawn opportunities per day. Using them all will force them offline. Moreover, each death incurs a penalty of losing levels. This gentleman, although I don't know what means you use to gain my lord's permission, if you dare to show disrespect to my lord. Urian turned his head to look at the person following behind. How could that be? I deeply admire Mr. Isaris. He is simply the sun in my life. He is the lighthouse on my path of growth. Before Urian could finish speaking, Long Sleep hurriedly began to express his stance. Are you kidding? Isaris, a character with so much plot in the trailers, is bound to be very popular. One can only imagine how many players will come looking for him in a few days. As the first lucky person to encounter Isaris, Long Sleep was determined to seize the opportunity. Hearing Long Sleep say this, Urian was somewhat taken aback. What the heck, this guy isn't bad. Urian's favorability toward you disgust and indifference. Long Sleep, is this guy really so naive? As long as I compliment Isaris a couple of times, his favorability will increase. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Qi rubbed his temples. These past few days had been exhausting for him, as he hardly slept while preparing for the closed beta. The day after receiving the closed beta news, Lin Qi obtained a mysterious substance from Kof that came from the Parker to Mondi Chamber of Commerce, successfully advancing to Sequence 7, Paradox Lover. Then he quickly went to the Chamber of Commerce to find Marina, who would be returning to Katrigia in a couple of days. He took out the Evil Fire extraordinary weapon blueprint he had obtained earlier and successfully reached a cooperation with the Parker to Mondi Chamber of Commerce. Lin Qi provided the blueprint while the Parker to Mondi Chamber of Commerce was responsible for manufacturing and selling it, and under Marina's intervention, Lin Qi received a 5,050 split. Rich lady, am hungry, time for food. After that, Lin Qi used the excuse of needing a place to stay to pay tribute to his uncle to get the key to the original Roland Manor from the Parker to Mondi Chamber of Commerce, which had not yet been sold. Lin Qi's goal was simple: to contact players as soon as possible. In the game, to give players some buffer time, most players would land in the wilds of remote towns. By the time they reached the capital, the closed beta would likely be coming to an end. Lin Qi chose to come to Kissmark Town to see if he could encounter a few players. Unexpectedly, the first player he met was someone he wished to recruit. Faced with a large number of players, Lin Qi did not plan to take them all into the Roland Manor office. He intended to take an elite route. Streamers with many fans to expand his reputation. Skilled players to establish his identity as a player mentor. Wealthy players to replenish his resources. After all, Evil Fire cannot be done for free. With this thought, Lin Qi opened his panel. Character panel name: Isaris Roland. Lin Qi. Race: Human. Viridia Kingdom. Identity: NPC. Side: Character. Level 30. Experience: 500. Life: 800. 800. Stamina: 300. 300. Main profession: Romantic. Sequence 7. Paradox Lover. LV 10. Secondary profession: Painter. LV 10. Attributes: Strength 60, Speed 45, Stamina 30, Intelligence 40, Faith 10. Special attributes: Charm 9, Will 9, Luck. Skills: Roland's Secret Sword LV 10, Gravitational Line LV 10, Emotional Disruption LV 2, Repulsive Balance LV 10, Iterative Boxing LV 1, Blurred Reality LV 10, Kiss Mark LV 1. Remaining skill points 0, Combat Power 100. Evaluation as Sequence 7. You have reached the limit of low sequences, but in the eyes of mid-high sequences you are still an ant. In truth, Lin Qi's ascension to Sequence 7 did not lie in acquiring a new ability, but rather in the elevation of his pre-existing skill, Emotional Disruption, to level 2. Within the game, the End Epoch attaining the status of a Sequence 9 Transcendent grants 2 innate abilities, 1 active skill freely allocable by the player, and 1 passive skill, whose potency increases solely through ascending sequences. Lin Qi rarely employed emotional disruption, not because it lacked utility, but because its effect was notoriously underwhelming. Its range was narrow, and its influence over emotions shallow. Yet when augmented by reality blurring, this ability became terrifyingly potent. Reality blurring possessed but a single function: to impose gravitational and repulsive forces upon the human psyche. It intensified reverence in those who already revered, and amplified terror in those already afraid. With emotional disruption now at level 2, synergized with reality blurring, Lin Qi could subtly manipulate the very emotions of others. Without exaggeration, a mere Sequence 9 Transcendent like Lin Qi could, through this dual ability synergy, shatter an opponent's mind entirely, driving them to self-destruction through sheer unrelenting fear without ever lifting a finger. A true scythe among grass, especially against today's wave of novice players. If they ever gathered en masse to confront Lin Qi, they would likely perish inexplicably before even realizing the threat. Meanwhile, Chang Mian, sweeping the manor grounds, found himself caught in deep indecision. For repetitive mechanical tasks like manor cleaning, players could rely on semi-automated system assistance, freeing their consciousness to roam elsewhere, such as the official player forum. Chang Mian hesitated. Should he post the recording featuring Isaris? If he did, Isaris, who resided not in the capital but in the remote town of Kismark, would inevitably draw hordes of players. Would Chang Mian, as the first to locate Isaris, still retain any advantage? Yet if he withheld it, he needed money. For Chang Mian, nothing outweighed the urgency of securing funds for his grandmother's medical treatment. As the most successful technical streamer of the End Epoch in Lin Qi's former reality, Chang Mian possessed unerring foresight. From the moment he learned of the game, he knew it would become a global phenomenon. His reason urged restraint. As the first to discover Isaris, he must maximize his exclusive advantage, rising above all others to secure a place among the elite vanguard. Only then would he hold decisive leverage in the unfolding game and ensure the long-term success of his streaming career. Yet his emotions pulled him toward posting the video to attract followers, fulfill monetization thresholds, and earn his grandmother's medical fees swiftly and decisively. At that moment, a thread on the forum caught his eye. "Help! Got killed by an NPC out of nowhere while walking down the street. Wasted a life." One user wrote, "We encountered an NPC in Kismark's urban district who greeted us first, then we glanced at his stat panel. Its values were absurdly high. Moments later we died." Screenshot of Urian's stat panel. Another replied, "Yes, completely inexplicable." Screenshot of Urian's appearance. More users chimed in with similar accounts. Zhu Baiqi, "Whoa, so terrifying. I'm rushing to find my beloved Isaris right now. He's the only one who gives me peace of mind." Yen Jiuli, "Haha, you two really drew the short straw. Dao Mei Chueda, looks like that nickname belongs to you two now." Pang Mao Mao, "That NPC's pretty handsome too. Anyone know why he killed players?" Chun Qing by Yi Sheng, "Can anyone locate this NPC? Does he offer quests?" Digua No Quang Long, "Kills players for no reason. Too horrifying. I dare not even enter the town now." Reading the thread, Chang Mian understood what had transpired. These two unfortunate players had indeed been slain by Urian, and he realized something else. Isaris's presence in Kismark could no longer remain concealed. The thread was rapidly gaining traction. Soon countless players would seek Urian, and upon finding him inevitably stumble upon this manor. Chang Mian knew he wouldn't be the only perceptive one. Many players upon seeing this manor would recognize it instantly. Chang Mian typed, "This man is Isaris's retainer. I know why he killed you." "How do you know he serves Isaris?" Chang Mian replied with a screenshot. Urian, standing respectfully behind Isaris. "Mao Mao Chong, whoa, legendary. Where's this place? Did you already reach the capital? Then why did he kill us? We didn't do anything. Did either of you insult Isaris or speak ill of him? This man is utterly loyal." One user swore, "Damn, it's bad luck enough to be overheard by him on a public street." Just then Chang Mian received a private message. Zhu Baiqi, Master, can you share your location? I'll pay." He recognized her, a rising star among educational gamers on the forum. Chang Mian replied, "I'll disclose the location first, then I'll publish a post. Please help me share it." Zhu Baiqi, "Okay." Chang Mian, "Isaris is currently at the former Roland Manor in Kismark. He has returned to pay respects to his departed kin." Zhu Baiqi, "Thank you, Master. Thank you so much." Closing the chat, Chang Mian began drafting his post. Found the game's central protagonist, Isaris. He's overwhelmingly powerful, everyone. Chang Mian attached Isaris's stat panel and a curated clip. Isaris speaking of the immortal stranger from another world and warning against prying into others' privacy. To boost his following, Chang Mian deliberately edited the footage to highlight the precise moment Isaris sensed their probing, causing his affinity to drop, and the instant he discerned their nature as players. Zhu Baiqi already located my beloved Isaris, racing there now. She shared the post, amplifying it with Isaris's official forum boost tag, propelling it virally upward like a rocket. Isaris's exclusive little wife, so handsome. My husband is breathtaking. Tao Yin Sheng Kai delusional fangirls rein it in. Husband, take me instead. My husband is just too stunning. Zai Xia Tian Kai, whoa, this is broken. He can detect scanning. Didn't he nearly kill you back then? Zai Shang Di Tai, exactly, he's dangerous. This game's NPCs kill on a whim. How are we supposed to play? Can't we even scan them? Chong Mian. You can. We scanned both Urian and Isaris. Only Isaris sensed it. After Urian's affinity rose, Chong Mian dared to examine his stat panel. Tian Wudi Jiao, where is this place? Did you reach the capital so quickly? Chong Mian, follow me. I'll reveal the exact coordinates tomorrow. It's not in the capital. One user, it's in Kismark, you fools. We were slaughtered there today by that NPC named Urian. Indeed, the secret won't last long. Chong Mian mused inwardly. From the moment he read the posts by one user and Lu Bian, he'd chosen the second path. Leverage Isaris's revelation to rapidly amass followers and secure his grandmother's medical fees. Chong Mian added, I possess the precise location. I'll release it tomorrow. At that moment, his private messages flooded beyond capacity. Isaris's popularity far exceeded his expectations. One user, brother, we're the co-creation guild. Want to join us? Chong Mian, no thanks. I prefer working solo. One user, can you sell us Isaris's location? We'll reimburse you. Chong Mian, 3,000 blue star coins. You may share it only within your guild, not publicly on forums or elsewhere. One user, deal. Chong Mian successfully gathered enough funds for his grandmother's 3 months of hospital bills by selling the location information of Isaris. To be honest, he didn't realize that making money could be so easy, especially from female players who would spend lavishly to obtain Isaris location. Chong Mian knew he had another problem to face: how to explain to Isaris that he had just managed to shift Urian's feelings from indifference back to coldness. If Isaris discovered that he had sold his location, it would likely lead to his demise. Chong Mian, use your clever brain. He decided to be honest. After all, he couldn't fight and couldn't deceive him either. Isaris could sense even the slightest probing, so there was no way he wouldn't detect a lie. However, he couldn't tell the whole truth. He decided to embellish his actions a little. From their brief interaction, Urian seemed to be a straightforward person, and Chong Mian resolved to seek his help first. Mr. Urian, I want to tell you something. After finishing his cleaning, Chong Mian found Urian, who was busy cultivating. What's the matter? You don't need to report anything to me. If you have something to say, you can find Mr. Kafu or the master himself. Urian paused his training and stood up. I have a few friends who also admire Mr. Isaris. May I also invite them? Chong Mian felt very anxious inside. Urian's favorability towards you indifferent dislike. Before he could react, he felt a tremendous force gripping his neck. He was lifted by Urian's single hand gripping his throat. Wait, Urian. Chong Mian felt his breath becoming difficult, as if this terrifying man could crush his neck at any moment. You dare to leak the master's whereabouts. Do you think the master allowing you to clean the manor means he acknowledges you? Recognize your position. The master is simply too lazy to deal with a pest like you. Urian's tone was devoid of warmth, and the expression on his face was something Chong Mian had never seen in his life. A look that could genuinely kill you. What are you doing? Just as Lin Qi was about to return to his room, he witnessed this scene in the living room. What trouble had Chong Mian stirred with Urian? Lin Qi was well aware of who Urian was, such a well-behaved child. I apologize, master. I failed to supervise properly. This guy leaked your location information. After seeing Lin Qi, Urian first threw Chong Mian, who resembled a dead dog, aside, before bowing to Lin Qi to apologize. Oh, it's not a big deal. Lin Qi waved his hand dismissively. It was necessary for him to leak it, otherwise how could he interact with the players? His original plan was to edit a video of encountering players using his forum account while revealing his location. Now that Chong Mian had already done it, wasn't it even better? After all, the current players posed almost zero threat to Lin Qi. He planned to stay in Kismark town for a few days, hoping to encounter a few more players he wanted to bring into his camp. But Urian hesitated, not trusting these otherworldly undead. After all, he had just heard 2 people discussing selling the master's information to the Eternal Sun Church not long ago. It's all right, Urian. Aren't you here? Lin Qi said nonchalantly. This is the master's instruction. I, Urian, have finally earned the master's trust. Master, please rest assured. Urian will definitely protect you well. Urian's expression was serious, as if he were making an oath. Look, what a well-behaved child. Lin Qi nodded, realizing he had not misjudged Urian. A truly honest boy. If Chong Mian knew Lin Qi's thoughts, he would definitely be speechless. This guy is an honest child. He only acts like this when facing you. Ahem. I apologize, Master Isaris. I have a few companions who also greatly admire you, so I took the liberty of telling them your location. I will definitely be more careful next time. Recovering, Chang Mian stood up to apologize to Lin Qi. That was so terrifying, almost costing him his life. But it was worth it. He had already gathered enough for his grandmother's medical expenses for the next 3 months. Now he just needed to cling tightly to Isaris' thigh and become a top streamer. Lin Qi looked at the apologetic Chang Mian and revealed a somewhat meaningful smile. He understood these players too well, any talk of loyalty was complete nonsense. Seeing Lin Qi's smile, Chang Mian felt cold sweat soaking his back. What did this smile mean? Sure enough, he had seen through my lie. I don't mind the otherworldly undead knowing. But Mr. Chang Mian, please don't do such things next time. After leaving this remark, Lin Qi departed. Immediately after, a resolute Urian walked out. Standing at the manor's entrance, he declared, "It is our duty to protect the master's safety." Loyalty. What's the matter? Is there anything else, Mr. Chang Mian? Lin Qi asked, glancing at Chang Mian, who had followed him back to the room. Master Isaris, the cleaning of the manor has been completed. Chang Mian, unable to meet Lin Qi's gaze, bowed his head and asked, "What should I do next?" This game's protagonist was indeed too strange. Shouldn't a normal protagonist be a player's companion? Isn't it supposed to be about bonds and friendship, where they give all the good things to the players? If you have nothing else, go to the entrance and greet those otherworldly undead. But I'm busy now, I will go out to meet them shortly. Lin Qi picked up a book that was beside him. Yes, Master Isaris, Chang Mian responded before leaving the room. Task completed. Reward issued 1 gold coin. Isaris favorability, dislike, indifference. Task released. The kind Isaris has decided to give the players an opportunity. As the first player to meet Isaris, you have been assigned a task to greet the incoming players at the manor entrance and wait for Isaris. Task reward, 3 gold coins with a chance to receive an invitation from Isaris to join the Roland Manor office. Wow, the chance to join the protagonist faction has arrived. Enticed by the task rewards, Chang Mian hurried to the manor entrance. Mr. Urian. He greeted Urian upon arriving at the entrance. What are you here for? Urian glared at him displeased. Leaking the master's whereabouts was unforgivable. If not for the master stopping him, he would have given this kid a lesson. Master Isaris sent me to the manor entrance to welcome the arriving otherworldly undead. Chang Mian replied, trying to get closer to Urian and see if he could gather some information. Due to what had happened earlier, Urian's favorability towards him had dropped back to dislike. Mr. Urian, why did you choose to follow Master Isaris? Chang Mian decided to flatter him. Sure enough, once the topic of Lin Qi came up, Urian spoke endlessly. From Urian's words, Chang Mian learned that Urian had met Lin Qi on the way to the capital. Do you know about the legends of Master Isaris in Kismark Town? Chang Mian posed a question. No, the master rarely mentions Kismark Town in the capital. Urian shook his head. Hearing this, Chang Mian began to embellish the stories he knew about Isaris. He deduced from the trailers and the reasons behind 2 roadside murders that the one who destroyed Kismark Town's Eternal Sun Church was Isaris. Moreover, according to the trailers, it was those church members who infiltrated the manor and ended up being killed by Isaris. He relayed this tale to Urian, making it sound as impressive as possible. In the end, he successfully shifted Urian's favorability from dislike back to indifference. At this moment, Lin Qi was curiously observing the system. A new interface appeared when he first requested the system to assist in cleaning the manor. He could issue tasks to players through this new interface, and the rewards for the tasks were entirely customizable, allowing him to choose what rewards to offer without spending his own money, as the system would cover all expenses. How convenient. He could give players the impression that this NPC was very generous without spending a dime. The system was truly amazing. He planned to go outside in the evening to meet the arriving players and see if there were any he wanted to recruit into his ranks. After that, he would return to the capital. The Parker Tumman Trading Company had already sent a portion of the first batch of evil fire over. He knew all too well how alluring such extraordinary weapons were to players. Once he issued a few tasks and changed the rewards to evil fire, would he really have to worry about players not liking him? They would be clamoring to join Roland Manor. Moreover, he intended to give Chang Mian an opportunity in the final days of the internal test. An opportunity to become an extraordinary being. Lin Qi held a complete collection of 13 sequence 9 extraordinary knowledge. 12 conventional sequences from Uncle Alding's study, plus Lin Qi's own romantic sequence with Chang Mian promoting it on the forum. Wouldn't countless fans flock to him? After all, each church in the game only had 1 sequence, and players joining a church had no choice, while those joining the nobility were completely random. An extraordinary power with no restrictions was indeed a rare opportunity. With this in mind, Lin Qi couldn't help but chuckle. There weren't many NPCs as friendly as I am. However, at that moment at the entrance of Roland Manor in Kismark Town, a large group of players had already gathered. Most of them were from large guilds or wealthy spenders, as information about the exact location of Isaris was not cheap. Players were huddled together in small groups across the street from Roland Manor. Pure-hearted graduate. Wow, so many people. I love eating sticky rice. This isn't even a lot. There will probably be more tomorrow. Annoying lettuce. So brothers, can anyone get in? A certain player. You can try it. I fought that NPC guarding the entrance before, and I'm afraid he remembers us. Roadside player, this game has NPCs that are too intelligent. While they were talking, two players approached the manor entrance. Chaos Flow. Hello, Mr. Yulian, I am a fan of Lord Isaris. May I enter? The Lord is busy. He will come to meet you once he is done. Yulian shook his head, indicating for him to wait here. At that moment, another player with the ID randomly skipping class snorted coldly. What a waste of time, let me in quickly to accept the task. Hearing this, Changmian immediately realized something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment this player's head flew off his neck. Yulian retracted his hand after knocking the head off randomly skipping class. Show some respect to the Lord. Chaos Flow. Damn, he just killed him for speaking out of turn. Just then a female player character wearing cat ears arrived. Oh no, I'm late, it was just too far. Orange Encyclopedia patted her already small chest. Changmian, standing beside Yulian, saw her and said, no rush, Lord Isaris is busy. He will come out shortly. He was afraid that Orange Encyclopedia would provoke Yulian due to disrespect towards Isaris, so he spoke first. Got it. What is Lord Isaris' personality like? You seem to have interacted with him already. Orange Encyclopedia excitedly inquired about the news. What can I say? He has a commanding presence, a sense of being in control of everything. And definitely do not use detection on him, he can sense it. Has he given you any tasks? One task to clean the manor has been completed, and the second is to receive the arriving players. What are the rewards? Very good, it's 100 times the reward for a farming task I completed previously. Yulian observed the murmuring duo with some confusion. He couldn't hear what they were saying. The two undead he had killed earlier felt the same way. Words like task, reward, and character were filtered out for Yulian. He could only hear the other words from these players, which didn't form coherent sentences at all. At this moment, Orange Encyclopedia looked at Yulian and asked, Mr. Yulian, how long have you been with Lord Isaris? Yulian shot her a glance, but did not speak. Orange Encyclopedia, wow, so cold. Soon the time reached evening, and the players waiting at the entrance of Roland Manor dwindled. After all the open beta was limited in time, everyone went to undertake simple tasks to level up, planning to return later. Just then, sharp-eyed players spotted two figures walking out from the main building of the manor. Look fast, is that Isaris? Yes. Wow, quickly turn on the recording. Why do I feel he is even more handsome than in the trailers? Everyone keep your underwear dry. Has any big shot seen his stats? Are you brainless? Didn't I just tell you he can see through detection? Lin Qi walked to the entrance of the manor, activating blurred reality and emotional disturbance, while accompanied by Kafu. Lord Isaris, these people are my friends. They are all your fans. Changmian spoke to Isaris. Lin Qi remained silent, glancing at Orange Encyclopedia, standing beside Changmian. She was here too. Great, he encountered another player he wanted to recruit. He quickly scanned the players present. Most of them were well-known high-level players, streamers, or players from large guilds in his previous life. Lord Isaris, you are so handsome. Lord Isaris, what can we do to help you? Baby, look at me, baby. Lin Qi cast a speechless glance at the male player, calling him baby. Why were they so eager to get abstract? Under the influence of Lin Qi's skills, the players became even more excited. Fellow undead from another world, I am Isaris Roland. I am merely here to pay respects to my kin and will return to the capital in a few days. I welcome everyone to join Roland Manor in the capital. Lin Qi performed a noble salute to the players. Hey, what are you calling us for if there are no tasks? A voice suddenly rang out among the players. I don't recall inviting you here, Lin Qi said, glancing at the player who spoke. Bang. The revived randomly skipping class felt a sudden notification from the system. Before he could even look, his head exploded. The excited crowd of players fell silent, as if someone had choked them. The sight of the game's protagonist extinguished their enthusiasm. What the heck? He just killed him. Deserved it, who told him to talk to my baby like that? If I remember correctly, this guy has already been killed by Yulian once, right? So that means he only has one life left today? How pitiful. Lin Qi said no more and simply stated, everyone prepare to set out for the capital. He then turned and returned inside the manor. At that moment, the players present almost all received a task. Task Isaris trial, please head to the capital and pass Isaris trial. Task reward, 200 experience points, 5 silver coins, and a chance to obtain the status of an outer member of Roland Manor. The weather today was rather gloomy, with gray clouds obscuring the sky, and the absence of sunlight brought a chill to Lin Qi. He stood before a tombstone holding 2 freshly picked roses in his hands. Logically, chrysanthemums are the most common flowers for mourning, but Lin Qi believed that Uncle Alding would prefer the roses of the Roland family over chrysanthemums. He placed the roses before the tombstone, wanting to say something, but unsure of how to express it. Lin Qi felt a sense of guilt for the first person who had made him feel warmth since his arrival in this world. If only he had possessed his current strength back, then would things have turned out differently. It seemed that the heavens sensed his sorrow, and a light rain began to fall. A black umbrella was held above Lin Qi's head. It's raining, my lord. Kafa didn't know what to say to comfort Lin Qi. Let's go. Lin Qi turned and walked towards the original Roland Manor. The hem of his red coat was lifted by the wind while the rain-drenched roses bloomed before Alding's tomb. Not long after they left, another person arrived at Alding's grave. The newcomer appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. The wrinkles on his face did not make him look old, but rather added a hint of melancholy. He said little, merely placing a wine bottle at the grave. Upon returning to the original Roland Manor, Lin Qi saw a group of players gathered at the entrance. The long sleep had already proceeded to the capital, and only Urian remained at the gate. 2 days had passed since the first group of players received Lin Qi's task. During this time, Lin Qi had maintained a daily frequency of issuing tasks to new players heading to the capital. The closed beta of the End era had not opened payment channels, meaning players could not exchange blue star coins for gold, resulting in difficulties for players trying to reach the capital from Kismark Town. Most guild players chose to pool their money together to rent a carriage to the capital, while some solo players opted to complete other tasks to save money before heading to the capital. A few bolder players chose to travel on foot. After issuing the task to the players outside, Lin Qi returned to his room. Because the initial players who accepted the task had posted recordings on the forum, most players knew not to provoke Isaris, the game's protagonist, so those who had come in the past 2 days were quite well behaved. Lying in bed, Lin Qi felt it was about time he planned to set off for the capital the next day. After all, he had promised to accept Hode Bledger's invitation at the art exhibition, but due to focusing on improving his strength and the public beta, he had not found time to visit. He estimated that Hode must be feeling quite anxious by now. With that thought in mind, Lin Qi drifted off to sleep. Suddenly awakened in the middle of the night, Lin Qi made no unnecessary movements. He immediately summoned the True Word Rose from his system backpack and swung it fiercely at the figure standing by his bedside. It had been mentioned before that the skill Emotional Disturbance allowed Lin Qi to slightly sense the emotions of those nearby, and combined with the skill Blur Reality, Lin Qi could maintain a minimal perception of the outside world even while asleep. The presence of another person's emotions in the room was precisely the reason Lin Qi had awakened. Without time to gauge the other's feelings, he instinctively reacted correctly and drew his sword to kill. However, facing Lin Qi, who could easily deal with mid-tier foes after his strength had increased, the other party merely extended 2 fingers and caught the approaching True Word Rose. How is this possible? Lin Qi was shocked. Though this was not Lin Qi's full power strike, the ease with which the other party intercepted it proved one thing. Their strengths were not on the same dimension. Did I hit? No, I didn't even touch their fingers. Lin Qi observed the gap between the other's fingers and the True Word Rose, feeling somewhat familiar. Romantic. Sequence. Lin Qi retracted the True Word Rose, jumped off the bed, and turned on the room's light, clearly seeing the person before him. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s with a thick beard, blue eyes, and golden hair, looking quite handsome, dressed in brown denim, draped in a black cloak with a flask at his waist, and wearing a cowboy hat. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Qi did not relax. Instead, he became even more tense. This was because he had seen this person in Isaris memories. The world's #1 cowboy, Isaris' father, an old drunkard, a man of soft living. Romantic sequence. Sequence 3, Contradictory Poet Leon Lopez. Lin Qi's throat involuntarily tightened with anxiety. How did he come here? Could it be that he discovered I have taken over Isaris' soul? Lin Qi was quite nervous. Leon made no further movements. He simply looked at Lin Qi and walked over to the desk, pulling out a book from his pocket and placing it on the table. He walked to the window, took one last deep look at Lin Qi, and then jumped out, disappearing into the night. Huff. Lin Qi, who had relaxed, panted heavily. He couldn't determine the other's intent. Was it merely a visit to see his son, or had he discovered that someone had taken over his son's soul? Lin Qi dared not gamble. It was also quite strange that he left without saying a word. With that thought, Lin Qi approached the desk and picked up the book that had just been placed there. As soon as he picked up the book, an envelope fell out from inside. Lin Qi bent down to pick it up and opened the envelope. Isaris, you have grown up. I originally intended to leave you a copy of Sequence 9's Extraordinary Knowledge and Defensive Forbidden Items to help you protect yourself, and then inherit the Roland family to live a life of comfort. I didn't expect you to come this far. I have been watching you. I thought perhaps you were not satisfied with your father's arrangements and wanted your own life. Be bold and do it. You have done well in the capital. You are more decisive and calmer now than you were as a child. Whatever you want to do, your father will support you. Kafu was my former subordinate, loyal and trustworthy. If you encounter any dangers, remember to use this book to contact me, and I will protect you. Looking at the letter before him, Lin Qi felt no ripple in his heart. After all, he was not Isaris, and today was just the first time he met Leon Lopez. However, a backing of Sequence 3. How delightful. Who could deal with me in the future? Lance. A mere Sequence 4. I could make you kneel with just a shout of Dad. At that time, you would be so scared that you'd wet your diaper. Lin Qi was very pleased as he tucked away the letter and examined the book in his hand. Is this a communication forbidden item? Leon Lopez said that this book could help find him. Lin Qi silently thought to the book in his hand panel. However, the panel that appeared made Lin Qi's mouth drop open. It displayed 4 large characters. Grade forbidden item thanks to the great Dao she who loves to eat beer chicken wings for the explosive update. This chapter is dedicated to you. Lin Qi did not first look at the content on the panel, but carefully examined the book. This was in strength forbidden item. In the game, players had differing opinions on whether strength forbidden items actually existed. Some believed they certainly did and would gradually come to light as the main storyline progressed. You have finally surfaced. There were also players who thought strength forbidden items did not exist, citing the simple reason that they had never seen one. Up until the 5.0 version of the game, neither players nor the natives within the game had ever seen a strength forbidden item. Lin Qi carefully examined the book, which had a cover made from the skin of a moonlight white whale with gold and silver threads outlining a constantly changing scene of a city in the clouds. Wait, it's moving. Lin Qi observed that the day and night on the cover actually changed with the passage of time. Judging by the speed of change, it seemed to alternate between day and night approximately every hour and change seasons once a day. The spine of the book was made from the bones of an unknown creature, each segment having a miniature star that spun continuously. He opened the book cover and the pages were made of an unknown material, white and misty, resembling solidified morning fog. They appeared thin, yet were utterly indestructible. Each page was printed with flowing golden cursive letters with no repetition. He closed the book only to find that it emitted a faint pink glow flickering in the darkness like breathing. I can't believe this, it's too amazing. Lin Qi eagerly shifted his gaze to the system panel. Let me see what the difference is between strength and a rank forbidden items. Name: romanticism, alias the aesthetic path type, book level strength, forbidden item uniqueness of the path, irreversible transformation ability 1. Paradise. In the book, open a page under moonlight and lightly touch the text with your fingertip. The text will disperse like ink, forming a misty portal with a diameter of 1 meter. Once entered, the book will remain open in the real world. If closed or moved, the entrant will be ejected. 2. Eternal Echo Corridor. The soul imprints of all beings that have ever possessed this book are recorded on specific pages, allowing the current possessor to place their finger on the name of the person on that page for one-way or two-way communication. Cost: after possessing this book and entering the world within for the first time, a seed of romance will be planted within you. From the day the seed sprouts, you will be unable to learn, use, or comprehend any other combat techniques from extraordinary sequences. Attempting to learn will result in cognitive rejection, distortion of text, forgetting of incantations, and physical discoordination. Previously mastered skills from other sequences will slowly convert into variants similar to the romantic sequence. The possessor will gradually view the world through a romantic lens, preferring to choose actions that are more aesthetically pleasing and symbolically significant during combat rather than the most efficient methods. There will be an instinctive aversion to utilitarian behavior. Introduction. They always ask me if I regret laying down my wings and shedding my glory, leaving this half of my book in the human world. I originally wanted to give them a window to see the scenery above the clouds, but forgot that those who have seen the clouds can no longer be satisfied with the earth. This is not a gift, it is a gentle exile. Now I too am trapped between these pages, the first possessor, the last prisoner. If you see this child, please remember the most beautiful moment of romance is always the imagination of it before making a choice. Note 1. Characteristics of the world within the book: eternal night, rose garden, cloud whale, migratory, sea, dusk, library, morning, dew, battlefield, etc. 2. Stamina consumption mechanism. Entering the world within the book will continuously consume your stamina. Using extraordinary power will double the consumption. When stamina is depleted, you will not faint, but will start to consume romantic reserves, the possessor's memories of beautiful things. When the romantic reserves are exhausted, you will be assimilated by the world within the book. 3. Communication restrictions. Each communication cannot exceed 3 minutes, and communication with the same individual is limited to once a week. 4. Characteristics of the book. The book weighs 1.8 kilograms, but when held, its weight changes according to the possessor's romantic tendencies. Those with a more romantic heart feel it lighter, almost like a feather. The more realistic ones feel it heavier, potentially reaching 100 pounds. Lin Qi was completely stunned by the panel of this rank forbidden item. Compared to him, a rank forbidden items seemed like mere trifles. At the same time, he understood why no one had ever seen in rank forbidden item if such items had been used by deities. This is exaggerated, too exaggerated. The effects of this rank forbidden item are incredibly grand, akin to a very powerful personal dungeon filled with various treasures waiting for exploration. Actually, the cost isn't that high. After all, Lin Qi himself is from the romantic sequence, and his skill is merely dirty boxing, which does not belong to the romantic sequence. Dirty boxing originates from the forbidden item Brute's Grip, which leans more towards the war sequence. The cost doesn't significantly affect Lin Qi, but the restrictions are another matter. It was his first time seeing so many notes on a forbidden item. The characteristics of the world within the book likely refer to the dungeons in the world. From the lofty names of these dungeons, one could sense that the items within must be top-notch. Lin Qi weighed the book in his hand, feeling its lightness. Indeed, I am a romantic person. After all, I am into art, so I can understand. Entering the book will consume stamina. Once stamina is depleted, it will start consuming your beautiful memories. Once all of these are exhausted, you will be locked within the book and unable to escape. This means that one must be cautious about time when entering the world within the book. One cannot stay inside for too long. However, this is of no concern to Lin Qi. He has the presence of the system panel to check his stamina at any time, and if it gets low, he can retreat. But, can players enter? Lin Qi scrutinized the forbidden items panel. It seemed to indicate that only the possessor could enter right. It merely states that only the possessor can open the door to the world within the book. One could deduce that the world within the book must be extremely dangerous. Just look at the Morning Dew Battlefield, Eternal Night Rose Garden Dusk Library, and Cloud Whale Migratory Sea. They sound perilous. Would players be able to enter and scout the path for me? There aren't many NPCs as honest as I am. Lin Qi placed romanticism into the system backpack. This item should not be held openly. He could already imagine the chaos if news of him possessing and shrank forbidden item got out. The entire world would likely descend into madness, and everyone would fight tooth and nail for this item. Lin Qi did not rashly choose to enter the world within the book. He planned to wait a few days, entering only when he was in the best condition to see what it was like inside. Wait. Being able to communicate with previous possessors. Lin Qi suddenly thought of this ability of the forbidden item while lying in bed. So, does the creator of this book count as a possessor? He recalled the sentence in the introduction about being the first possessor and the last prisoner, and cold sweat broke out all over him. After a 2-day journey, Lin Qi and his companions finally returned to the capital from Kissmark Town. He did not mention his encounter with Leon Lopez to anyone, as the news regarding its class forbidden item was something best kept to a minimum number of people. The time flow in the game differs from that of reality. Today marks the 3rd day of the internal test. Just as Lin Qi returned to the manor, he noticed a few scattered players waiting for him at the entrance. After all, news about Isaris is quite valuable on the forums, leading many players to skip quests and levels, instead loitering at the entrance of his manor every day. They were eager to see when he would return to the capital. Not long after arriving at the manor, news about him appeared on the forums. Arrived at the largest city in Viridia, the capital. Screenshot of Isaris just arriving at the manor. Brothers, you can come over now. Isaris has arrived. Orange Encyclopedia, finally here. Ew, I've waited so long that the flowers have withered. Pure-hearted graduate, your jokes are getting old. Super Roach Baby is so handsome, huff huff. I love eating toenails, you finally surfaced. Hate not taking, yes, I am a floating corpse. Lin Qi walked into the room, barely having time to rest before he heard a knock at the door. It was the head servant Mingan. Sir, there is something I need to discuss with you. Mingan's expression was somewhat grave. What is it? Knowing you would return today, the maids went to buy fresh ingredients, but it's been 3 hours, and one of them hasn't returned. Mingan felt somewhat ashamed, as such a mistake should not have occurred under his watch. Which one? Lin Qi's expression also turned serious. After all, these were people working for him, and he had the duty and responsibility to ensure their safety. It's Lady Eula, Lord Urian's sister. Gather everyone here. Lin Qi instructed Mingan before he began to ponder. Was this a coincidence or a conspiracy? Everyone take communication devices and search for Eula. Contact me immediately if you find anything. Do not act alone. Go now. Lin Qi said to everyone standing in the hall before blocking Urian. My lord. Urian's expression was extremely urgent, yet he was still waiting for Lin Qi to give him instructions. Urian, you must remain calm. Contact me immediately if anything happens. Do not act alone, understood? Lin Qi was deeply afraid that Urian would lose his reason and fall into the enemy's trap. Urian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. I understand, my lord. Lin Qi nodded and hurried towards the manor's entrance. Regardless of who the opponent was, it was clear they were targeting him. After all, Eula was just an ordinary girl from a farmer's family who would go to the trouble of kidnapping her. But who exactly were they? Could it be the remnants of the Bo High Society? Unlikely, as those individuals were struggling to survive under the pursuit of the Extraordinary Management Bureau and the Eternal Sun Church. The Cult of the Abyss. That couldn't be right. Although Lin Qi had thwarted their attack on the Parc de Mundi Chamber of Commerce, they were a professional terrorist organization. This meant they never engaged in unprofitable business unless someone paid them. Could it be the Eternal Sun Church? With these thoughts, Lin Qi arrived at the manor entrance. To all the undead from other realms, welcome to the capital. I have a request and hope to gain your assistance. Lin Qi steadied his breath and spoke. As soon as Lin Qi finished speaking, the player's quest changed. Quest completed, reward 3 gold coins. The quest to reach the capital had been completed, but unfortunately, there was no reward for joining Roland Manor. If Lin Qi knew their thoughts, he would surely mock them for being too naive. Lin Qi could alter their quest rewards. In other words, only those he wished to let join could actually join. One of my maids, Miss Eula, Lord Urian's sister, is currently missing. Can you all help me find her whereabouts? Quest released, rescue Eula, the maid of Roland Manor, Urian's sister Eula. She seems to have disappeared for some reason. Oh, please help Isaris find her whereabouts. Quest rewards 500 experience points, 50 silver coins, extraordinary weapon, evil fire. The player's eyes lit up at the sight of the quest rewards. Extraordinary weapon. Wow, does this mean we're getting into the extraordinary realm? This group of players didn't even greet Isaris and instead rushed off to search everywhere. Caterpillar. Wow, this reward is really generous. Orange Encyclopedia. If I complete this quest, will I get a bit closer to Isaris? Pure-hearted graduate. Only the person who gets the news can complete the quest, I guess. I love eating pigs, isn't that obvious? Heading to the capital was a rookie's benefit. This was a proper personal quest. Having dispatched the quest to the players, Lin Qi did not wait around. He hurried to the market where the servants often bought groceries. He inquired if anyone had seen Eula. Due to the effects of emotional disruption and blurred reality, those he questioned did not lie. Their accounts were consistent. Indeed, they had seen a girl in a maid outfit buying groceries, but she had left long ago after finishing her shopping. With this information, Lin Qi continued his search along the path from the market back to the manor. At this moment, Changyan was standing at the doorway of a commoner's tavern. He had just accepted a quest and began to contemplate where he should search for Eula. Who would dare to kidnap a maid from Roland Manor? Based on Changyan's deduction, it was unlikely that this was aimed at Isaris. Generally, those who would target Isaris would be individuals of equal standing. For example, the Eternal Sun Church, but kidnapping a maid from the opponent's manor. Such a despicable act would not be considered by anyone who cared for their reputation right. Moreover, the servants' uniforms of Roland Manor bore the Roland family crest, which was that rose emblem. Changyan did not believe there would be nobles unaware of what this emblem represented. Dare to provoke Lin Qi, they would turn his house upside down. Thus he ruled out the church and the nobles, leaving only one answer. Commoners. Or rather a gang composed of commoners. Having made this deduction, Changyan immediately rushed to the commoner district to inquire further. Eventually, from an aunt in a bakery, he learned that the commoner gang, the Deep Mountain Society, had seemingly brought back a girl in a maid outfit today. Forest Tavern. This was the headquarters of the Deep Mountain Society. Changyan took a deep breath and stepped into the tavern. After locking onto two members of the Deep Mountain Society, he ordered a cocktail and sat beside them, straining to listen. That little girl today is really stubborn, right? But she's just a maid working for the nobles. Why take money so seriously? Who knows? This is the first time I've seen a commoner actually saving money for the nobles. Haha, but that little girl is quite pretty. Oh, I wonder if the boss will treat the brothers well after he gets the money. But she's a noble's maid. Aren't you afraid? She belongs to some noble's harem. Hearing this, Changyan was almost certain. The maid they brought back was 80% likely to be Eula. The people of Roland Manor were very loyal to Isaris, and Changyan made this solid deduction based on that. At this moment, Lin Qi, who was searching for clues on the road, suddenly noticed a change on his panel. Player Changyan seems to have discovered the quest target and is sending you location coordinates. Well done, Changyan. You truly live up to the title of a high player I intend to recruit. Upon receiving the news, Lin Qi first called Yu Lian Ka Fu and Wei Ao to gather at the location designated by Changmian. Soon Lin Qi arrived at the Forest Tavern. Changmian at the door of the tavern immediately said, I found out that the person is in the tavern's backyard and noble families made quite young and beautiful. It's likely her Eula. You did well, Mr. Changmian. Lin Qi nodded slightly. As long as I confirm it is Eula, I will immediately fulfill your conditions. Without waiting for Yu Lian and the others, Lin Qi walked straight into the tavern. He was furious that someone dared to target his employee. The tavern fell into brief silence upon Lin Qi's arrival. With his emotions in turmoil and reality blurred, Lin Qi found the two gang members. I ask you, answer understood. The two gang members hurriedly nodded as if Lin Qi was a demon rather than a human. Does the maid's clothing have a rose emblem? Yes. Yes. Where is she? In the backyard. In the boss room. Bang. The heads of the two gang members exploded as if crushed by immense force, their brains and blood splattering onto another table where cocktails were still half finished. A woman in the tavern screamed in fear. The next second her head exploded in the same manner. Everyone please remain quiet. No one can leave during this time. Lin Qi used gravity to close the door as he walked towards the backyard of the tavern. Changmian at the door swallowed hard. Oh, was this Isaris really the protagonist? The NPCs killed by the players in this internal test seemed to be fewer than those he had taken down. Lin Qi made his way to the backyard of the tavern, killing any gang members that tried to stop him along the way. He arrived at the furthest room in the backyard. Just when he was about to open the door, a shadow suddenly broke through the window, trying to escape. Bang! Alan, who had just jumped out the window, felt an inexplicable force strike his abdomen. He tried his best to lift his head, only to see a pair of black leather shoes coming into his view. Who are you to bind me? Who gave you the audacity? Lin Qi asked the man beneath him, who lay like a dead dog. Sir, please let me explain. Alan looked up at the newcomer with great effort. Lin Qi suddenly froze at the sight of him. He recognized this person. This was the very side quest he had undertaken in his previous life. Deliver the remnants of the Bo Hai gang Alan out of Validia. Swish. An arrow made of blood shot towards Lin Qi's face, hovering eerily 2 centimeters from his brow. How is this possible? Alan knew he was done for. As a member of the Bo Hai gang, he had been very cautious. He had previously advised his boss against robbing the nobles, but they didn't listen, leading to their total annihilation. The cautious Alan survived because he did not participate in the noble robbery. He used his extraordinary power to control a civilian gang to rob and gather money to escape to other countries. Alan was clever. Although nobles had much money, they usually had guards around them, making the success rate of robbery very low. His target was those close to the nobles. Most noble families had a card containing a lot of gold coins used to purchase fresh ingredients, which was usually kept by the butler and handed to maids when they went shopping. He specifically targeted this card because it typically contained the family's food budget for a month or more. Moreover, as most maids were unarmed, it was easy to take action. Furthermore, most noble maids fell into 2 categories: those from impoverished families who could not afford to support them and were sent to noble families for food. The other type was purely an employment relationship. After stealing the card, they would extract the password and release the maids, as a decent noble would not cause a fuss when seeing that their maid was unharmed. A less considerate noble would blame the maid for the loss. It was precisely for this reason that Alan was close to gathering enough money to escape. Who would have thought this guy was crazy to go to such lengths for a maid? Alan's heart sank. This man was too powerful, and his only surprise attack had already failed. He had fallen at the final hurdle. Oh. Suddenly Alan's limbs were attacked by a strange force. His joints twisted violently, causing him to lie on the ground like a pile of mush. Using repulsion to break Alan's limbs, Lin Qi ignored him and walked into the room. In the corner of the room was a girl tightly bound, looking at him with tearful eyes. Lin Qi quickly walked over and tore off the tape from her mouth and the ropes binding her. Sir. Sniff. The food. They threw it all away. The guilty girl didn't know how to face the adult she had always admired. Lin Qi replied, "It's fine, we can just buy more food. Are you okay?" Lin Qi helped Yula, who was sitting on the ground, to her feet. "I'm fine. They asked me for the password to the ingredient card, but I didn't tell them. They planned to tie me up and starve me into speaking." Alan didn't dare to do anything to the kidnapped maids, who knew if any of them were a noble's mistress. He only sought wealth and wanted to survive. If a noble saw their mistress harmed and went into a rage, wouldn't he have to run again? Seeing that Yula was unharmed, Lin Qi let out a sigh of relief. When Lin Qi returned to the tavern's entrance with Yula, he found it already filled with people. "Why you came out so quickly? Changmian, you really hit it big this time." From the moment Ka Fu and the others began to move, players sensed something was off. What were these people rushing off to do? Curious players followed and encountered Changmian at the tavern entrance. Upon learning he had completed his task, many were disheartened. "It's all luck." Changmian's face was beaming with joy. Who understood brothers? He was about to acquire an extraordinary weapon. Lin Qi spotted Yu Lian pacing back and forth at the tavern entrance. Yu Lian was anxious. He had arrived earlier, but had just learned from Changmian that the adult had already gone in and closed the door. The adult had his reasons for closing the door. Although Yu Lian knew he should trust the adult, he couldn't feel at ease without seeing his sister. "Brother." The agitated Yu Lian suddenly heard his sister's voice. "Yula, are you okay? Did they do anything to you?" Yu Lian rushed to his sister's side and examined her closely. "I'm fine thanks to the adult's timely arrival. Yes, if he hadn't come in time, she would have missed dinner and gone hungry." "Sir, Lin Qi waved his hand, cutting off Yu Lian's words of gratitude. "Yula works under me, so I must ensure her safety." Seeing his sister safely return, Yu Lian let out a sigh of relief followed by anger. He wanted to make those who kidnapped his sister pay. But what did the adult mean? Thinking of this, Yu Lian looked at Lin Qi. Lin Qi did not notice Yu Lian's gaze and merely glanced outside at the players before saying, "Let's return to the manor." "Oh right, Yu Lian. I didn't kill the mastermind. He was left with broken limbs in the backyard. Go do what you want to do." "Thank you, sir." Some players followed back to Roland Manor, eager to see what extraordinary weapon Changmian had acquired, while others planned to wait at the tavern to see if they could gain any benefits. Before long, Yu Lian emerged from the tavern. His originally blue uniform was stained red with blood, with his left hand holding the hat that had been on his head and his right hand clutching a short flute. Drip drip. The blood from the flute flowed slowly with his movements. Yu Lian said nothing and walked toward the manor. 2 curious players peeked into the tavern. Ugh. Ugh. Inside the tavern it resembled a hell on earth, with severed limbs and innards scattered everywhere, the aroma of alcohol overshadowed by the stench of blood soaking the floor. Quick-thinking players cast a probe at Yu Lian. They only found an additional line of text above his original name, titled Delusional Poet. Yu Lian was inherently a person of obsession. This obsession granted him remarkable talent in the splendid sequence, allowing him to reach sequence 8 within just a few years. However, it also brought about its darker side. Obsessive individuals require an anchor point. In his previous life, Yu Lian's anchor was his family, so when they were driven to death by malicious rumors, he lost his sanity. He slaughtered everyone in the Maddie Manor and turned the villagers into mindless puppets under his control. In this life, however, Yulian's family did not die and his anchor still exists. However, he now has an additional anchor named Lord Isaris. In the living room, Changyan stared in astonishment at the decor before him. This was completely different from the Roland Manor and Kissing Mark. What sort of modern minimalist style was this? Isn't the End Era a game that evolved from a medieval European background? What is with this modern style of decoration? Did my friend walk into the wrong set? Thank you again for your assistance, Mr. Changyan. Here is the reward I promised you, the extraordinary weapon Evil Fire. Lynch, sitting across from Changyan, placed a pair of black gloves on the coffee table from his system backpack. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Isaris. Changyan picked up the gloves from the coffee table. The gloves were fingerless and made of black leather with red flame patterns on the back. As Changyan donned the gloves, he noticed a slight warmth on the back of his hand. Upon closer inspection, he found 4 small holes at the distal phalanges of the 4 fingers, while the thumb had none. There were 4 buttons on the palm of the gloves. As long as he clenched his fists, the 4 fingers would press these buttons, causing flames to shoot out from the small holes. It seems you have already understood how to use it. The flame pattern on the back of the gloves indicates the amount of fuel. The darker the color of the flame, the less fuel there is. The required fuel is your own emotions. As long as you wear them, any emotion you generate will become fuel for Evil Fire. Lynch took a sip of the red tea that Yura had brought and explained to Changyan. I see. Changyan looked at the gloves on his hands with curiosity. Relying on emotions as fuel was indeed worthy of being an extraordinary weapon. Your information has been of great help to us this time, so I would like to seriously ask you a question. Lynch took out a violet flower, and the gem embedded in the back of his right hand flashed with red light. Would you be willing to join the Roland Manor office? Isaris' favorability towards you indifferent friendly. As Changyan stepped out of the main building of the manor, he felt as though he was walking on clouds. The happiness came so suddenly. The rewards from this task were beyond imagination. The explicit reward was the extraordinary weapon Evil Fire and the opportunity to join Roland Manor. The implicit reward was that Isaris' favorability towards him had reached friendly. Changyan looked at the ID on his panel where the note peripheral member of Roland Manor was displayed with great spirit. He had already joined Roland Manor and Isaris' favorability towards him had also become friendly. Was extraordinary power still far away? As Changyan walked toward the entrance of the manor, he saw a figure ahead. It was Yulian. Mr. Changyan, did you tell the Lord where my sister is? Yulian asked Changyan before him. Changyan's Adam's apple moved up and down. He felt a bit nervous, especially since Yulian looked somewhat intimidating now. The smell of blood emanating from Yulian was somewhat pungent. Even after walking for a while, the blood on his short flute had yet to dry. Yes. Changyan felt a bit anxious. He had just saved his sister, so Yulian shouldn't kill him, right? But then again, it was uncertain. His favorability towards me was still indifferent. Yulian moved, startling Changyan with his motion. Reflexively, he took a step back, only to find that Yulian was merely bowing to him. Thank you very much for your assistance. If you need me to do anything in the future, I will do my best to help you within the Lord's permission. Yulian's favorability towards you indifferent, friendly, grateful. As soon as Changyan stepped out of the manor's entrance, a group of curious players quickly surrounded him. Changyan, what does the extraordinary weapon look like? Quick, let's see the effect. Brother Changyan, how much do you plan to sell this extraordinary weapon for? Brother Changyan, don't listen to him. Whatever they offer, our guild will pay double. Big shot. Changyan felt somewhat annoyed by the players crowding around him. The sensation was akin to 1,000 ducks quacking in his ear. I'm not planning to sell this extraordinary weapon. I'll post the weapon panel on my forum account so everyone can check it out then. Now disperse. Changyan squeezed out of the crowd and said, Wait. Everyone look at the words behind Changyan's ID. Peripheral member of Roland Manor. Did he join Roland Manor? Damn, I'm so jealous. Just then a player named Orange Encyclopedia who had some acquaintance with Changyan came to his side. Big shot Changyan, how did you join Roland Manor? It had already been 3 days and Yura hadn't even had a chance to see Isaris' face. Well, it's probably because my favorability reached a certain level. After I completed this task, Isaris' favorability became friendly, and then he invited me to join. Changyan thought for a moment and said, I see, so I need to take more tasks from Isaris to raise his favorability. Orange Encyclopedia noted what Changyan said in her memo. Not necessarily, if our initial favorability was indifferent, but later due to Isaris' insights, it dropped to dislike. I completed a task of cleaning the manor, which raised the favorability back up. This task later resulted in friendly. But I feel that favorability is calculated based on the importance of events to the NPCs. Changyan grasped the crux of the issue. What do you mean? For Isaris, Yura is an employee, but for Yulian, Yura is a sister. After this task, Isaris' favorability increased by 1 level, but Yulian's increased by 2 levels. So the more important the task is to Isaris, the more favorability it raises. Exactly. I believe completing a major task is more beneficial than continuously taking small tasks. After saying this, Changyan left alone, leaving Orange Encyclopedia pondering in place. Brother Changyan, are you really not considering selling this extraordinary weapon? Changyan was stopped on the road by 3 players, one of whom, named Triple Donga, asked. What do you mean? Changyan held his hands adorned with evil fire in a mock grip. Recently, the 3 of us discovered something interesting on our way to the capital. Items not in the system backpack can drop. Triple Donga said with a wicked smile. In their hands, 3 blades suddenly appeared. Seeing their blades, Changyan let out a sigh of relief. He had thought these 3 had already become extraordinary beings. Did they truly believe they could win against an extraordinary weapon with just 3 blades? At that moment, one of the 3, named Triple Shiga, shouted, "Why waste words with this kid? Just kill him." With that, the 3 charged toward Changyan. Humph. A smirk appeared at the corner of Changyan's mouth as he swung his right hand back, tightening his fist before thrusting it forward at the 3. Fire fist. Flames swiftly sliced through the air with a whoosh sound, enveloping the Triple trio in an instant. Oh, it's so hot. Damn. As the flames extinguished, only the charred corpses of the 3 remained. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Qi was watching the video just posted by Changmian on the forum. The video detailed the statistics of Evil Fire and his performance in killing the 3 players who attempted to rob his extraordinary weapon. As expected, this video would bring Lin Qi another wave of massive traffic. Just as he was thinking about this, a voice suddenly came to his ear. "My lord, I have returned." It was Urian, who stood a little distance away from Lin Qi. "Why are you standing so far away?" Lin Qi asked curiously. "There's a bit of an unpleasant odor on me." Urian had a strong smell of blood on him, fearing that this scent would disturb his master. This seems to be a forbidden item found on that mastermind. Urian placed a badge on the coffee table and quickly stepped back. Lin Qi did not pick it up to examine it. This was the reward he received after completing that side quest in his previous life, a mundane grade forbidden item. Its effect was to shoot a blood arrow with the cost of leaving oneself in a state of anemia for a week. Given Lin Qi's current status, he naturally looked down on such a forbidden item. He originally did not intend to take it, planning to leave it for players who would come to pick up the scraps. Later, if the players posted it on the forum, countless others would think they could also find a bargain. This would bring Lin Qi more fans. However, since Urian had already brought it back, there was no point in insisting. "Alright, I understand. Go clean yourself up and comfort your sister, don't scare her." Lin Qi waved his hand, signaling Urian to leave. "Yes, my lord." Urian bowed to Lin Qi before returning to his room to take a shower. Lin Qi picked up the badge on the coffee table and silently recited the panel. Name: Blood Loss Badge. Type: Badge. Leveled grade. Forbidden item. Ability: fires a concentrated blood energy arrow from the front of the badge. Costs 7 days of anemia. Description: you are fully aware of what you are trading for victory. A very simple and easy to understand forbidden item. This is only suitable for players to use, as 7 days of anemia would have a significant impact on the natives. Only those players who could drink life potions like beverages could endure this item. Next time, it can be given as a quest reward to Changmian. With that thought, Lin Qi returned to his room. He planned to visit the Bleak Manor tomorrow. Mr. Hote had been urging him for several days, fearing that he still held a grudge against Lin for speaking thoughtlessly at the art exhibition. Lin Qi took out romanticism from the system. Should he take a look inside the book today? Today, saving Yura did not encounter any strong enemies. In fact, the simple warm-up allowed Lin Qi's body to reach its optimal state. He intended to take a glance inside, ready to run at the first sign of danger. As he thought this, his fingertip touched the flowing golden cursive words on the page. The text blurred as if ink had spread from his touch, transforming into a misty teleportation portal with a diameter of 1 meter. The frame of the portal was the same golden color as the text, while the main body of the door was a white-gray, resembling the pages of a book. Tentatively, he extended his left hand into it, feeling nothing unusual. Only the temperature on the other side seemed to be a bit colder than inside the manor. He stepped through. As Lin Qi vanished, the magical door, made of gold and white-gray, closed from the bottom up. After a ripple, it disappeared. In Lin Qi's room, only the open book on the desk remained, telling the tale of what had just transpired. Stepping out from the door, Lin Qi felt as if he had entered another world. It was a vast plain with a dilapidated thatched house beside him and a forest made of trees that appeared to be over 10 meters tall on his right. On his left was a pale blue lake, at the center of which stood a statue of a fisherman holding a bottle. Lin Qi looked up at the sky. In a world without a sun, it did not seem dark. Countless white clouds shaped like whales floated in the sky, though they appeared transparent overall. Their bodies were adorned with countless twinkling stars, and a faint golden light surrounded them. It was this golden light that confirmed to Lin Qi that they were whale-shaped. Is this the Cloud Whale Migration Sea? How do you get up there? Lin Qi walked towards the nearby wooden house, planning to start his exploration from the thatched hut. The door of the thatched house was unlocked. He stepped inside, and what greeted his eyes was a dilapidated desk which held only an oil lamp and a single sheet of paper. Lin Qi picked up the paper. Ding. You have discovered extraordinary knowledge path romantic sequence 8 balanced dancer. It was indeed the extraordinary knowledge of the balanced dancer which was of no use to Lin Qi or the players. It seemed that the extraordinary knowledge of Sequence 9 that Leon had brought out was left here for Isaris. After putting the paper into his system backpack, Lin Qi exited the thatched house. The house contained only a table, not even a bed. It was understandable. Who could sleep in here? Sleeping would only leave one behind. As Lin Qi stepped out of the thatched house, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. The sky should be the cloud whale migration sea noted in the system, but where was everything else? He walked to the edge of the lake and looked into the water. Something was there. Lin Qi was surprised for a moment, and the angler instinct within him began to surface. He activated emotional disturbance and blur reality, thinking to influence the underwater creatures to jump up. As a fish-shaped creature broke the surface, Lin Qi used gravity to pull it onto the shore. This fish was vastly different from normal fish. It was extremely small and unremarkable gray-brown, with a surprisingly large head, its eye almost taking up half of it. Its scales were very strange, appearing to flow in a state visible to the naked eye. Lin Qi regarded the unfamiliar creature before him with curiosity. He had never seen such an extraordinary being in either his past or present life. In the apocalyptic era, there existed animals with extraordinary powers, but most lacked intelligence, merely becoming food for humans like the pearl elephant meat at the previous banquet. Lin Qi looked at the peculiar fish and opened the system panel. Name: glassy light type fish. Category: extraordinary creature. Combat power 5. Description: a miraculous fish that should only exist in myths. I thought it was someone important, but it turned out to be weak. Looking at the fish's panel, Lin Qi felt relieved. He took out jealousy from his system backpack and directly struck the fish with it. Jealousy: am I meant for killing fish? I ask you. You have killed glassy light and gained 1 experience point. Dungeon. Since entering the book world, this has counted as a dungeon. Due to his reason for crossing over, Lin Qi was somewhat different from ordinary players. He would not gain experience points for killing natives or players. Initially thinking he could only gain experience points through quests, he didn't expect it could be done here as well. Lin Qi did not waste much time on this lake. He turned and walked towards the forest. He planned to thoroughly scout the area surrounding the thatched house today. The forest appeared vast due to the height of the trees, but as Lin Qi traveled through, he found it wasn't that large. It resembled a barrier built to block something. He walked through the other side of the forest. Before him lay a broad rose garden. The sky here did not have the previous clouds of whales. The light source was the moon. The roses in the garden looked especially enchanting under the moonlight, with dew on the petals suggesting that a light rain had just fallen. He directed his gaze towards the center of the garden, where a figure stood. The figure was clad in a full set of silver armor and held a heavy sword. Ding! You have discovered a dungeon, Eternal Night Rose Garden. Please defeat the BOSS romantic sequence 6-track poet. Moonlight, Sword Knight Flun. Do you wish to challenge? Yes, no. Acceptance. When Lin Qi pressed the accept button, he suddenly felt a sense of incongruity. Something was off. According to his nature, he would never take risks on his own. It is still uncertain whether death in the book would affect reality. What if he died? Why was he even thinking about pressing the accept button? Although he indeed had the thought of finding a sequence 6 to test his current strength, such an impulsive decision to accept was not in his character. Before he could think further, Lin Qi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When he regained consciousness, he had already been transported to the center of the Eternal Night Rose Garden. Panel. Name: Fuluan. Race: human. Level 40. Health: 10001000. Profession: romantic. Sequence 6. Trajectory: poet. LV 10. Attributes: strength 80, speed 55, stamina 35, intelligence 20, faith 60, skills: moonlight, sword LV 10, gravitational line LV 10, emotional disturbance LV 3, repulsion dual balance LV 10, blurring reality LV 10, wall of denial LV 10. What the hell is this thunderous panel? Lin Qi looked at Fulan's panel and felt a sense of foreboding. Was there really such a difference between sequence 6 and sequence 7? Not only were his base attributes at a higher dimension than Lin Qi's, but he also had an additional skill called Wall of Denial. Before Lin Qi could ponder further, Fuluan the intruder charged at him. Lin Qi took out the true word rose from his system backpack. I swear by the name of Roland, I will not dishonor the Roland secret sword. Lin Qi raised his sword to block Fulan's attack. Oath in effect: A-class forbidden item. Indeed, the oath cannot elevate an A-class forbidden item to S-class. It seems that only forbidden items used by deities infected by divine power can advance. The two long swords clashed under the moonlight. One had a broad blade while the other was straight. Fulan's sword carried an overwhelming momentum. Despite its slow speed, each hard parry brought unimaginable pressure to Lin Qi. This won't do. I cannot withstand it. Hedon. First form of the Roland secret sword Sai. Lin Qi suddenly halted, positioning the true word rose in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. The LV-10 Roland secret sword revealed its fangs. As a typical swift sword, the Roland secret sword possessed all the advantages of speed. It dominated the rhythm of battle with absolute speed, ending the fight before the opponent could react. With the enhanced sharpness from speed and the effect of the true word Rose Oath, although the Roland secret sword was a swift weapon, its power remained formidable. Clang, clang, clang. Swish. The sound of the sword tip striking the armor rang out as Fulin's armor was swiftly dismantled under the force of the sigh. When thud, Fulin's helmet was knocked off by Lin Qi, revealing a young man's face. The man's appearance was just slightly inferior to that of the readers. He, like Isaris, had blonde hair and blue eyes, but unlike Isaris, his facial features were more rugged, embodying the typical Western handsome. Lin Qi noticed that his eyes were devoid of any vitality, as if he were a marionette. Then there's no way to communicate. Lin Qi's posture slightly bent, resembling a taut silver bow, his sharp gaze locked onto every subtle muscle tremor in Fulin's body. Second form of the Roland secret, sword hummingbird. Without warning, Lin Qi vanished. No, he moved. His footsteps produced almost imperceptible sounds on the soil of the rose garden, leaving behind an afterimage. The tip of the true word rose did not thrust straight, but vibrated at high speed in Fulin's line of sight. He could hardly discern Lin Qi's movements. Only his combat instincts informed him that his eyes and throat had already been locked onto. Fulin did not block. He didn't even look at the incredible speed of Lin Qi's sword light. At the moment Lin Qi's shoulder exerted a slight force, Fulin's seemingly heavy sword moved upward with a fluidity that defied physics. First form of the moonlight, sword tide surge. A long clear sound rang out as three swords merged into one, firmly parried by Fulin's heavy sword. The tremendous force pushed Fulin back half a step, creating shallow imprints in the mud, yet his expression remained unchanged. Fulin's counterattack began immediately as he turned and swung his heavy sword, drawing a full silver arc. Second form of the moonlight, sword full moon. The sword light enveloped Lin Qi like the moon itself, powerful and without flaws. Faced with this move, Lin Qi had only two choices: to take it heat in or retreat. But he chose a third option. As Lin Qi retreated quickly, right at the moment the opponent's sword reached its peak, he suddenly reversed like a spring being pulled back. In the swordsmanship competition, Lin Qi never retreats. Fourth form of the Roland secret, sword reverse sound. The thrust was not a direct stab, but shot upward like a venomous snake rushing along the spine of the heavy sword. The two precious swords sparked a series of dazzling sparks. True word rose sliced through Fulin's fingers, gripping the sword. Fulin let go, not out of compulsion, but willingly. The heavy sword surprisingly bounced upward with Lin Qi's force, while Fulin's other hand clamped the end of the sword grip like an iron claw. He lunged forward, using the sword grip as the center, allowing the heavy sword to carve a small but fierce semicircle, smashing toward Lin Qi. Third form of the moonlight, sword crescent moon. The change of tactics was swift, combining force with cunning. Lin Qi's waist bent like a willow in the wind as the sword edge brushed closely past his nose. The sharp sword edge severed a lock of his bangs. During the recent battle, their positions had completely exchanged. Fulin's breath remained long and steady while fine sweat beaded on Lin Qi's forehead. In terms of swordsmanship alone, neither of them could claim victory. However, due to the difference in levels, Fulin's attributes were significantly higher than Lin Qi's. This is bad, I can't win. The gap between mid-sequence and low sequence is indeed substantial. Lin Qi took a deep breath, preparing for one final strike. If he couldn't win, he would simply exit the world of the book. I'm out of here. Fulin slowly raised his heavy sword above his head, all momentum instantly converging, as if the moonlight from the entire world gathered upon that heavy sword. Moonlight, sword secret, moonfall. Lin Qi held the true word rose level with his brow, aligning the sword body with his gaze, his spirit highly concentrated, as if he had become an extension of the sword blade. The world slowed down in Lin Qi's eyes as he searched for the inevitable moment of stillness in Fulin's force gathering, where he would find a flaw. The next second, Fulin's heavy sword descended with a thunderous roar, as if a mountain were collapsing. Lin Qi's figure transformed into a straight line, piercing through the space with a tearing force. A sharp, resonant sound echoed throughout the rose garden. A massive blood hole appeared in Fulin's right shoulder, penetrating through his entire shoulder, leaving only skin and flesh attached to his arm. As he looked at the eternally desolate rose garden, a flicker of humanity seemed to flash in his eyes. Damn. Lin Qi in the manor room was filled with regret. Unable to determine whether death in the book would affect reality, he had miscalculated at the last moment to avoid the heavy sword, causing his own sword to miss. Otherwise, that strike would have surely pierced Fulin's throat. Lin Qi felt a bit frantic, a golden opportunity. It seemed that between swordsmen there was a unique understanding. Neither had used extraordinary power. Who knows if next time he goes to kill him it will be the same. But first he needed to find a hapless fool to experiment whether death in the book would indeed affect reality. Although Isaris was confused about his choices, the joy of surviving the calamity and the fatigue of battle quickly allowed him to cast aside his doubts and fall into a deep slumber. The man sitting behind the desk paused his writing and closed the book. The title on the book cover prominently read, "The Son of Early Death, Isaris Roland." The man sighed, placing the book on the shelf. Like his father, he is quite difficult to kill. The shelf held several other books. The arrogant Leon Lopez died for loyalty, paranoid Julian, Sleeping Beauty, Viola Didier, and the traitor Celis. The next day after finishing breakfast, Lin Qi planned to visit the Blag Manor. After all, since his return to the capital, Mr. Huda had asked him repeatedly, and given that he should indeed mingle with the nobles of the capital, he agreed to go today. This time he did not bring everyone along as he did for the art exhibition. After all, this was just Mr. Huda's family feast, and bringing Kafu along to scrounge a meal was sufficient. Yulian and Chang Mian were assigned the task of guarding the manor, ensuring that daring players did not intrude. Viola had started secluding herself in cultivation since returning from the last art exhibition, as she would likely advance to rank 8 and emerge from the basement in a few days, paying tribute to the legendary Rat Man. At that time, Viola intended to close herself off in the basement, but Lin Qi refused, suggesting that staying in the room would be better. The basement was cold, damp, and dark, far inferior to the room on the 3rd floor. But Viola insisted that the tranquil environment there helped her focus, and she loved it immensely. In the end, Lin Qi had no choice but to acquiesce, arranging for a servant to deliver meals to Viola in the basement at regular intervals. Thinking of his uniquely discerning sister sitting in the carriage, Lin Qi sighed. "My lord, we have arrived at Blag Manor." Kafu, who was driving the carriage, said to Lin Qi inside. Lin Qi stepped down from the carriage, and the guards at the manor entrance immediately came forward to greet him. "Lord Isaris, Mr. Huda has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me." The speaker stood tall, clad in guard armor with a long spear on his back and short blue hair, possessing a rather handsome appearance. He looked like a refreshing, handsome man, completely opposite to the strong features of Isaris. This person was Celis, whom Lin Qi intended to recruit into his camp. Lin Qi did not attempt to engage in small talk. In the backstory of Celis from his previous life, it mentioned that he was extremely loyal to the Blag family and would hardly accept his invitation. Only if Lin Qi rescued him from the abyssal bone box, accompanied by a few kind words from Huda, might he be convinced to follow Lin Qi. Lin Qi and Kafu followed Celis to the main building of the manor. From afar, they saw 4 people waiting at the entrance, which were indeed Mr. Huda's family. "Mr. Isaris, please come in quickly. Your presence today has truly graced us." From a distance, Huda extended his hand and flattered. "Nonsense, Mr. Huda, you flatter me too much," Lin Qi replied, shaking Huda's hand. "This is my wife Nag, my eldest daughter Wendy, and my second son Lin, whom you have met before." Huda introduced each of his family members to Lin Qi. "Lady Nag, Miss Wendy, it's good to see you again, Mr. Lin." As Lin Qi entered the main building, he exchanged pleasantries with them. The entire luncheon ended in a pleasant atmosphere. Mr. Huda and Lady Nag were typical conversationalists. Both were eloquent and enjoyable to talk to, and Lin Qi greatly appreciated this place. Since arriving in the capital, Lin Qi had only attended 2 noble gatherings, both of which had been ambushes. However, this time, there was no task prompt, and Lin Qi relaxed for the first time in a while. After eating, Lin Qi and Huda were sitting on the sofa in the living room, sipping Huda's treasured black tea and bonding, when suddenly a heart-wrenching scream echoed from outside. Mr. Isaris, wait a moment, I will go check the situation." Huda sensed something was amiss. The voice sounded like that of Celis, the guard captain of the manor. He was the strongest guard in Blag Manor. Could something have happened to him? "He'll go with you, Mr. Huda." Lin Qi stood up from the sofa. Huda initially wanted to refuse, but then he thought, what if someone was attacking the manor? Now that the strongest guard of the manor had screamed in terror, a defenseless noble like him would only be a burden. "I appreciate your help, Lord Isaris," Steward Kafu. "It's nothing." Huda was unsure of what had happened, but Lin Qi had a rough idea. Timely arrival is better than early arrival. Just in time for Celis to be infected by the abyssal bone box on its first day. The 3 of them hurried to the backyard of the manor, where they saw Celis kneeling on the ground in pain, surrounded by a black box emitting green gas that enveloped his body. "What happened?" Huda asked in a panic to another person present. I don't know. Celis opened that box and then became like this." Lin, who was terrified and sitting on the ground, propped himself up on his trembling legs. Lin Qi scanned the surroundings and noticed that the lid of the abyssal bone box was missing from the ground. "Where's the lid of this box?" Lin Qi inquired. I don't know." Lin's expression showed a hint of awkwardness. In Lin Qi's perception of emotional disturbance, Lin's emotions were not akin to panic. He felt a twinge of delight and satisfaction. Originally, Lin Qi did not pay attention. He merely thought this foolish young master had some quirks, but Lin's unnatural expression gave Lin Qi an unsettling feeling. "Hand over the lid." What? Do you not understand what I am saying?" In Lin's eyes, Lin Qi, who was taller than him, had a cold gaze, as if he would turn into a beast and tear him apart at any moment. Reluctantly, he pulled out a palm-sized black lid from his pocket. Lin Qi took the lid and placed it on the abyssal bone box. The green gas that continued to escape from the box ceased under the lid's influence, and the suffering Celis gasped for breath as the erosion stopped. "Lindu." At this moment, even the dull Huda felt something was off. His son was actually trying to harm their own guard. Why? Young Master Lin. What? Selas's voice was hoarse. He couldn't understand all these years he had been loyal to the Blag family, even agreeing to unreasonable requests from the young master. What? Did he want to eliminate him? Lin Qi also turned his gaze towards Lind. Lind looked at the people present, feeling their gazes of confusion, indifference, disappointment, and why did the steward behind Isaris look at me as if I were meat about to be dissected? So what? He is a dog raised by our family. If I want him dead, he must die? How is it that as a noble, I am not even more popular than a dog? I pursue those beautiful young ladies, and they end up liking the guard who protects me. How ridiculous. I am a noble. This person is merely a servant. Lin's expression twisted, his tone filled with resentment and confusion. Slap. A hand struck his face. It was Huida. How dare you speak to Mr. Isaris like that? Lin Qi suddenly froze upon hearing Huida's words. What did that mean? Shouldn't he punish him for harming their guard? What does it mean how to speak to me? Is this more important than Selas, who nearly died earlier? I apologize, Mr. Isaris. This brat has been spoiled by me, and he actually dared to speak to you in such a tone. I will definitely teach him a harsh lesson. Huida didn't even glance at Selas, but instead showed Lin Qi an apologetic smile. All right. This is nobility. Lin Qi's expression turned cold. Huida looked at Lin Qi's cold gaze with some confusion. What has Isaris become? He shouldn't be angry over such trivial matters. At this moment, Selas finally stood up tremblingly. Sir, please allow me to resign. He understood that he had been loyal here for 7 years. To be killed by the young master for such a reason, while the elder who knew the truth showed no intention to stand up for him. Yes, that was his son, a noble of bloodline. He was merely a dog in the eyes of the noble elder. Huida, hearing Selas speak, felt a bit impatient. He was unsure of Isaris' attitude. The other party's cold expression fell off, but upon reflection, he couldn't figure out what he had done to offend him. Whatever, Huida said irritably. He was just a rank 7 guard. At worst, he could spend some money to hire another from Pack 2 Mengdi. My estate is still in need of a captain for the guard. Mr. Selas, would you consider it? Hearing this, Lin Qi knew it was his time to step in. At this moment, Selas was disheartened by the Blag family. Coupled with the fact that he was his lifesaver, he was likely to agree to the invitation. Just as Selas was about to respond, he suddenly widened his eyes at Lin Qi. In that instant, Lin Qi saw Selas's dilated pupils and his open mouth as if he wanted to remind him of something. The sound of wind entered Lin Qi's ears, and a massive fist carrying an unstoppable momentum struck towards his temple. Kafu, standing behind Lin Qi, instantly reacted, reflexively reaching out to pull Lin Qi away from the path of the punch. However, as he extended his hand, a flash of sword light threatened his wrist. Kafu found himself in a dilemma, not regarding whether to sacrifice his hand to save Lin Qi. This was never a question of choice. Kafu would only die on the path of protecting the elder. The choice he faced was whether to gamble. If he pulled Lin Qi away and lost a hand, could he still create an escape opportunity for the elder against 2 suspected rank 6 assassins? Should he gamble? Bet that the elder wouldn't be killed by a single punch, preserving his own strength while entangling with these two to create an escape time for the elder. In the end, Kafu still felt uneasy. He activated the skill of his fate sequence rank 6 probability, manipulator probability modification. The probability of the elder being killed by this punch is 0. Kafu withdrew his hand, but let out a muffled groan due to the backlash of the skill. Probability modification would exert a certain effect on the user, which varied with the extent of the probability alteration. Bang! Lin Qi only felt a tremendous force strike his temple, and in an instant his brain lost the ability to think. Following that, his body flew uncontrollably. Huida was completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. The seemingly powerful Isaris was sent flying dozens of meters away by a single punch, crashing through the trees planted in the backyard and embedding into the estate's wall. As Kafu turned, his right leg lifted a layer of black mist clinging to his shoe. Fate sequence rank 7 illusionist skill black mist. Enemies tainted by the black mist will suffer mental attacks. The 2 attackers, forced back by Kafu, stopped a short distance away. One wore a cat mask and held a black dagger, while the other donned a white tiger mask and was clad in light armor. Kafu recognized them. As 2 mid-tier members of the Mad Abyss sect, they were quite famous in the realm of extraordinary beings. The cat mask figure was Shadow Sword Kiki, a death sequence rank 6 ferryman. The white tiger was Chaos Fist Charles, a war sequence rank 6 conqueror. Executioner Kafu. So it really is you. It seems that the last time the white elephant and the crocodile fell at your hands, Kiki sneered at Kafu. Stop talking nonsense, quickly deal with him, and then go kill Isaris, Charles said to Kiki before dashing towards Kafu like a flash of lightning. When did your Mad Abyss sect start caring about revenge? Do you money-hungry hounds have feelings for your comrades? Kafu, having dodged an attack, continued to stall for time. Revenge? You're thinking too much. Someone bought his life, and they're willing to pay handsomely. Kiki's dagger struck toward Kafu like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Kafu twisted his body to evade while grabbing Kiki's arm. He leaped upward using Kiki's arm as a pivot to flip in midair, dodging Charles' punch. Morning coffin. Kiki activated the ferryman's skill. Kafu felt as if he were trapped in a transparent coffin midair, unable to move. Send off. Kiki thrust his dagger at Kafu, who twisted his body with all his might, narrowly evading the strike. Bloody drop kick. Suddenly Kafu heard a voice from above. Charles, leaping in midair, raised his right fist, which shimmered with a hint of crimson light. Oh no, I can't dodge in time. At the last moment, Kafu reflected on his life. He was an orphan raised by the Fate Sequence's Impermanence secret puppet society since childhood. Gifted Kafu was sent to carry out various assassination missions from a young age. By the time he was 10, he had already stained his hands with the blood of dozens of traitors from the church. Until he met Boss Leon, who led him into human society and brought him the warmth of a brother. He resolved to follow Leon, until Boss Leon asked him to take care of his son. At first he didn't like Isaris, or rather he didn't like nobles. He initially thought Isaris would be like those noble young masters he despised, but to his surprise, he found Isaris to be a very warm person. He didn't care for the so-called noble rules and didn't treat Kafu as a tool. When he told Kafu on his last day in Kissmark Town, "From now on you are just my steward," and allowed Kafu to live on the 3rd floor of the estate, Kafu had already regarded him as his own brother. Is there enough time for him to escape? Kafu thought to himself, believing in the elder, who had always been a very rational person. The elder would make the right judgment. In Kafu's view, Charles' fist was getting closer. Just then another fist appeared in his sight. Bang! Lin Qi's right fist collided with the blood-red fist from below, creating a tremendous sound. Elder, why aren't you running? Kafu's tone was urgent. He could die here, but the elder could not. Why are you being so indecisive? Save the revolving lantern for next time. You can handle a rank 6, right? Kafu. Lin Qi twisted his slightly painful right fist, his gaze fixed on Charles. That makes sense. Kafu seemed to think of something and chuckled softly. Leave it to me, elder. He assumed a fighting stance against Kiki before him. A rank 7 actually talks so big. Charles scoffed at the two before him. That punch just now really hurt, Red Egg. At this moment Lin Qi looked somewhat terrifying. A blood was seeping from his forehead and trickling down his cheek. His expression was not one of fear or confusion, but carried a hint of a mad smile. Lin Qi looked at the skill panel that had begun to change since entering the book world, secretly delighted, thinking, with a boxing expert here, let me see how this skill works. Under the influence of romanticism, your skills have changed. Filthy boxing kiss of the enamored. Skill kiss of the heartbreaker. If the essence of dirty boxing lies in winning at all costs, the core of kiss of the heartbreaker is to understand each other through absolute collision, a skill marked by integrity, where every strike must be straightforward. While kiss of the heartbreaker emphasizes mutual understanding and confrontation, it is a very upright skill where each blow must be fair. This skill possesses a very powerful passive ability that shatters the enemy's fighting spirit through impact. Though it sounds somewhat flamboyant, there is no doubt that weakening the fighting spirit is crucial for Lin Qi, who is evidently weaker than his opponent. Why, you've got quite a stance there, Charles remarked, surprised by Lin Qi's unusual pose. What kind of move is that? Which school do you belong to, master? Prelude invitation to dance. Lin Qi ignored Charles' teasing and quickly slid forward on his left foot, closing the distance to his opponent. So fast. Charles was startled. The movements from his opponent were not traditional boxing steps. A typical boxer would bounce to ensure they could adjust their position at any moment during a fight. For a simple exchange of punches and kicks, Lin Qi's unadjusted first step felt more like a finishing move. Such a wide stride increases the power of punches while also making it difficult to evade attacks due to inertia. Charles narrowly dodged a hook aimed at his temple, his right hand striking out with a hook aimed directly at Lin Qi's face. Very good, he can't dodge due to inertia. The stance looks impressive, but he's completely an amateur. As Charles watched his fist nearing Lin Qi's face, he felt reassured. Bang! Lin Qi's left arm blocked the incoming punch. He blocked it. Was that a prediction? Or just luck? Charles was somewhat surprised. His opponent's reflexes were surprisingly quick, able to react to such a close-range slight movement. Chorus connecting stars. The precise and bright series of strikes akin to constellations connecting left Charles little time to think. Red rose petals danced in the air wherever the punches landed. Charles defended with both left and right, struggling to withstand Lin Qi's onslaught. The punch speed is quick, but the lack of build-up makes the force average. Charles analyzed in his mind. As a mid-tier fighter in the War series, he was quite adept at short-distance combat. Coming from the underground gambling rings of the Timberwood Alliance, he scoffed at Lin Qi's straightforward fighting style. He didn't know how many opponents like this he had taken down in underground fights. Punches fell upon his arms, which shielded his head like raindrops. Facing this relentless barrage of rapid-fire punches, he sought an opening to strike back. Yet the more he defended, the more something felt off. Slowly, a strange feeling began to rise within him. Charles regained his senses and forcefully pushed Lin Qi away. Tisk. Lin Qi felt a bit irritated. His opponent was already reacting. You really are cunning, kid. What was that just now? Was that a forbidden item or a skill? Charles' face darkened. He had almost fallen for this kid's trick. Final chapter, silent confession. Lin Qi did not answer Charles' question. He planned to unleash the ultimate move of Kiss of the Heartbreaker. If he couldn't defeat his opponent, he would have to pull out 2 grade forbidden items. In the panel description of Kiss of the Heartbreaker, this silent confession is an inevitable, gentle, and undefendable strike that plunges the target into a silent darkness. Lin Qi deduced that it was most likely a kind of mental attack. He crouched slightly, legs apart, gathering strength. The power surged from the ground through his legs, reaching his core, and then his right fist, which was drawn back. Charles prepared to jump out of the way as the fist approached, thinking that this heavily charged punch, with its significant wind-up, was best avoided. However, just as his feet left the ground, the fist suddenly appeared before him, as if it had skipped frames. Damn, what's going on? Charles was taken aback. A second acceleration on the heavy punch. That's unreasonable. Years of experience in underground fighting made his body react instinctively. He tightened his arms to shield his face. If he could block this punch, he would have the chance to retaliate fiercely against this blonde kid. Yet, the fist that was about to collide with his arms vanished once more. What? Charles had no time to react. He felt a tremendous force strike his jaw from below. Damn it, unexpectedly sneaked an attack on my chin through the gap of my elbow. Cunning little brat. Lin Qi was also somewhat bewildered. He had merely executed the skill and thrown that punch. The acceleration and change in direction were not his own reactions, but rather an evolution within the rules. He could see a faint red line. All he needed to do was extend his fist along the red trajectory. Wow, this is amazing. Is this what they meant by an inevitable hit? Why does it even have assisted aiming? Is it over? Has the enemy fallen into darkness, been knocked out? Lin Qi did not relax. He sensed that Charles wouldn't be so easily defeated. At this moment, Charles, lying on the ground, tried to stand up, but felt something strange. Why did he feel so weak? How could this be? In the Timberwood Alliance, he was a superhuman who could fight for 8 hours straight. Damn it, Charles cursed internally as he slowly rose. Rage War Series Sequence 6 Conqueror Skill. Its effect is to significantly restore stamina, reduce pain perception, and increase muscle hardness, attack power, and speed. But it only lasts for a brief 10 minutes. After that, he would fall into a weakened state. Charles didn't expect that he would need to use rage against a mere Sequence 7. Oh, where could he put his face? Kid, I will tear you apart piece by piece. Charles raised his head and glared at the person before him, only to find that the opponent was holding a revolver in his right hand and a longsword adorned with rose patterns in his left. How did this turn into a props battle? Weren't we just engaged in a boxing match? If Lin Qi knew what Charles was thinking, he would probably just say lightly, "My friend, times have changed." Bang. Without hesitation, Lin Qi pressed the judgment towards Charles. Charles crouched slightly to dodge the bullet aimed at his forehead. Just as he was about to charge at Lin Qi, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. A layer of blood-red energy enveloped Charles' fist as he turned to deflect the bullet. Is this a forbidden item? Charles was somewhat surprised. This kid is quite wealthy. Wait, after I take him down, all this unexpected loot will go into mine and Kirk's pockets. Bang. The second shot came. This time Charles chose not to evade but charged forward towards the bullet, reasoning that since it was bound to curve, he might as well deflect it again. Clang. The sound of hard objects colliding echoed as Charles swiftly charged towards Lin Qi after deflecting the bullet. Lin Qi stowed judgment into his system backpack and picked up the true word rose, positioning it before his chest. First style of the Roland secret sword sigh. Swish. The sound of the sharp sword striking against armor resonated. Both combatants were taken aback as they narrowly passed each other. Is that armor also a forbidden item? True word rose actually didn't break through. Is this kid a swordsman? His speed is impressive. Lin Qi turned around. Second style of the Roland secret sword hummingbird. Swish. By the time Charles reacted, the sword tip was merely a centimeter from his eye. Force Wave War Series Sequence 8 Centurion Skill. By releasing one's own momentum, a barrier is formed to block skills. As Lin Qi retreated, he sensed something was amiss. Is this Charles really Sequence 6? How could he be so weak? He had faced much tougher battles against Flun in the Eternal Night Rose Garden without using any extraordinary powers. While Flun could press Lin Qi to the point of breathlessness without using extraordinary power, why was this Charles only able to struggle defensively against Lin Qi's sword? Lin Qi voiced his doubt. Hey, are you really Sequence 6? Why are you so weak? Hearing Lin Qi's tone devoid of any sarcasm, Charles felt a surge of rage rise to the top of his head. The reason he, a fighter from the underground, kept babbling at Lin Qi from the very beginning was to distract him during the battle through mockery. To his surprise, he himself was thrown off by a single sentence. How could this person tarnish another's reputation out of thin air? How could the Sequence 6 of the war sequence not count as Sequence 6? Our war sequence merely lacks the flashy effects that other sequences possess. All skills are enhancements of the physical body. How could that be weak? Damn it, you little brat. I will definitely take you down. Charles' expression was extremely ferocious as the blonde kid in front of him was specifically targeting his vulnerabilities. But it seems like you can't defeat me, can you? Lin Qi expressed confusion as this guy was undoubtedly at the bottom tier of Sequence 6, likely able to be taken down by a single strike from Flun. Ah, arrogant little brat, today I will show you the true power of the middle sequence. A glimmer flashed across the armor on Charles' body. His armor began to transform from ordinary silver-white armor, revealing deep purple patterns, while a helmet appeared on his face. What the hell? A masked rider. Lin Qi was somewhat shocked watching Charles now completely encased in armor. If the previous Charles resembled a knight in armor, now he looked more like an armored warrior from an animated series. Lin Qi felt a pang of envy at this armored treasure. What a good item. If players saw this, wouldn't they be blown away? Whoosh. Charles no longer verbally attacked Lin Qi and quickly charged towards him. So fast. If Charles' speed was only 50 moments ago, now it exceeded 70. Lin Qi, who was using his sword to fend off Charles' attacks, felt a hint of pressure. With the enhancement of the skill Fury and this armored treasure, Charles' basic attributes had nearly reached Flun's level. However, his skills were not as formidable as Flun's Moonlight Sword. Although Lin Qi appeared somewhat disheveled now, he had not actually sustained any damage. At this moment, Charles within the armor was secretly alarmed. Was this guy really Sequence 7? He was all too aware of his own combat strength. In his normal state, he could only be considered the tail end of Sequence 6. Yet with the enhancement of the treasure Nature's Love and the skill Fury, he had already grazed the threshold of top-tier Sequence 6, also known as the Great Perfection of Sequence 6. But, even in his current state, he could not take down this blonde kid in an instant. I'm about ready to adapt, I can try to counterattack. Lin Qi raised his true word rose in hand. The defense of this armor was somewhat exaggerated. He planned to apply Kiss Mark to the sword. Buzz. The tip of true word rose seemed to tremble as a small vortex formed from the collision of gravitational and repulsive forces gathered on the sword body. Lin Qi held the sword level with his brow. Roland's secret sword final form rose. Lin Qi's figure vanished from Charles' sight. He felt somewhat anxious. Even through the armor, he could sense the strange power emanating from the sword. A fierce wind surged from behind him, and true word rose went straight for Charles' back. Damn it, is this the kind of speed a human should have? Charles was infuriated. This blonde brat was completely different from any Sequence 7 he had encountered before. Not to mention his various strange abilities, even his physical strength far exceeded that of Sequence 7. The patterns on Charles' armor seemed to come alive suddenly, as the deep purple color rapidly concentrated towards his back. A tremendous force surged from behind Charles, sending him flying with the strike. He braced himself and rotated in the air to dissipate that strange power. Lin Qi was somewhat surprised. He had clearly seen the change in the armor. Did he just concentrate the full body defense into one spot? The color of the armor returned to its original position, but the originally deep purple hue had turned light purple. The color has lightened. Lin Qi noticed this crucial point. Tisk. Charles felt somewhat irritated. This blonde brat was too agile. Even though his speed and strength had increased significantly, he still found it hard to gain an advantage against the other's swift sword. The energy of the armor had already consumed more than half from blocking the previous attack. If the other side could use that skill a few more times, he would likely be done for today. Coke, can you finish up over there a bit faster? An angry Charles shouted unwillingly towards the other side. Damn it, asking for help from a teammate while facing Sequence 7 was humiliating. Damn, are you kidding me? You can't handle one Sequence 7. Coke on the other side lamented. He was counting on Charles to quickly deal with that Sequence 7 to help him. To his surprise, the other side had asked him for help first. This kid is too tricky, I can't take him down for a while. Charles slightly beautified his situation. It wasn't just a matter of taking him down for a while. At this rate, he would likely be taken down first. Damn, what do we do now? Coke blocked the dagger hurled by Kafu with the black sword in his hand. You better take care of yourself first, Coke. Fate tells me that the probability of you dying here today is 100%, Kafu said expressionlessly. Damn it. Coke was anxious. Even though they were both Sequence 6, there were differences among Sequence 6. Facing Kafu, who was focused solely on battle, he found it difficult to cope, especially since the probability manipulator's ability countered him. Bang. Realizing the limited energy of the armor, Lin Qi took out judgment. I'll shoot all the bullets first. Let's see how long your remaining energy can last. Once I dismantle your shell, I will cut you down with my sword. Damn. Charles was thoroughly distressed. This revolver treasure was incredibly annoying as it was impossible to dodge the bullets. He could only choose to take them heat-in. And each bullet he took would consume the energy of the armor. Why is this kid fighting so annoyingly? Charles was about to be driven mad. This blonde brat looked quite young, but his combat style was so insidious. Young people should fight boldly. You red egg. If Lin Qi knew Charles' thoughts, he would surely scoff inwardly. Oh, am I a coin? Since I know that this armor has limited energy, why would I charge in? Of course I would first deplete its energy. Would you stand there and fight with the barbarian king when he uses his ultimate? Of course I would drag it out for 5 seconds first. Lin Qi watched Charles, who looked somewhat distressed, feeling secretly pleased, getting anxious. Bang 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 bang. Lin Qi fired 4 shots in quick succession to empty the bullets from judgment. For the last 3 shots, he attached kiss mark to 2 of them and added flames to 1 with fireworks embedded on the back of his hand. Watching Charles desperately dodging the tracking bullets, Lin Qi carefully observed the purple patterns on the armor. Clang 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 clang. The sound of 4 bullets striking the armor rang out. Charles also realized that if he continued to dodge like this, he was wasting energy. Eventually, he would have to block those bullets. It would be better to block them first and save his strength to deal with this blonde brat. Charles had not yet caught his breath when he saw a red sword light piercing towards his neck. Roland's secret sword, second form hummingbird. Bang. Charles' left arm clad in armor blocked the strike, but the patterns on his armor had faded to the point of being almost invisible. Bloody drop. At the last moment when the armor was still effective, Charles unleashed his strongest strike. As long as it hits. As long as it hits, there is still hope. Charles looked at Lin Qi, who showed no signs of dodging, feeling secretly pleased this kid had let his guard down at the last moment. I win. Bang. This wasn't the sound of a fist striking flesh, but rather more akin to hitting a piece of iron. Charles looked at Lin Qi in surprise. The long sword in his hand had vanished, replaced by segments of sword blades shaped like roses surrounding him. True word Rose's second ability, Thorns of Protection. While Charles was momentarily stunned, Lin Qi spun around and delivered a sweeping kick to his waist with a thunderous impact. An immense force surged through Charles's waist, sending him flying backward onto the ground. The violet floral patterns of nature's affection vanished, his helmet dissolved, and the entire suit of armor reverted to its original state. Clack! The fragmented sword blades orbiting Lin Qi reassembled in his hand into a full-length blade. He raised it and strode toward Charles. Damn it! Charles tried to rise, but the backlash of rage left him weakened. He collapsed onto the floor, frantically kicking backward with both legs in a desperate bid to distance himself from Lin Qi. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bone echoed sharply. Arg! Agony seared through Charles as all 4 limbs were wrenched and broken, wrenching a scream from his throat. Using attraction repulsion equilibrium, Lin Qi snapped Charles's limbs and walked past him toward Kirk. Kirk sensed danger, yet he had assumed this mission would be effortless. They had deliberately chosen a moment when only Isaris and Kopf were present, launching a preemptive ambush. And yet, they still lost. Kirk had already cursed Charles countless times in his mind. This failure couldn't even subdue a sequence 7. Suddenly Kirk noticed his short sword veering slightly off course as he thrust it at Kopf. What's happening? I didn't hear Kopf alter probability. A sharp, wet thud followed. Kopf's dagger plunged deep into Kirk's heart. To his final breath, Kirk remained bewildered. Why had his blade strayed? I could have handled it myself, Sir, Kopf said, wiping his dagger clean on Kirk's clothing. I know, but this saves time. I have an experiment to conduct. Lin Qi shrugged, having deflected the short sword with repulsive force. An experiment? Bring him back to the manor, Lin Qi replied, pointing silently at the motionless, utterly incapacitated Charles lying on the ground, offering no further explanation to Kopf. Kopf approached Charles, preparing to haul him up, only to see a hand seize Charles's collar before he could act. Allow me to handle such tasks, Master Steward. It was Celis, rested enough now to move freely once more. Mr. Hode, my sincerest apologies for the damage inflicted upon your estate. A full itemized invoice may be sent to the Roland Manor. I shall reimburse every copper. Lin Qi gave Celis a slight nod, then turned to Hode. Not at all. On the contrary, I should apologize for what occurred here. Such an incident transpiring within your own manor is deeply regrettable. Hode shook his head, offering a deferential, ingratiating smile. Given your current condition, I trust you'll forgive our haste. We shall take our leave for the manor at once. Lin Qi accepted the handkerchief Kopf offered and pressed it firmly against the bleeding gash on his forehead. Shall we tend to it here first? No need, Mr. Hode. Safe travels, Mr. Isaris, and do visit again soon. Back at the manor, Lin Qi had his wound carefully treated by the maidservants. My lord, please, never depart without me again. Urian gripped his short flute so tightly it nearly shattered in his hands. Damnation! Who dares assault the master? Urian's gaze fell upon the crumpled figure sprawled across the drawing room floor, murderous intent blazing so fiercely in his eyes it seemed ready to spill over. Had the master not ordered him kept alive, Urian would have carved him limb from limb. Lin Qi waved dismissively. Let me introduce you, our new head guard of the manor, Celis. Urian glanced at the man standing tall with a long spear across his back and gave a terse nod. Pa, head guard, is this how you guard the master? Urian's hostility flared without warning. Mr. Urian, greetings. I am Celis, a Marine Sequence 7 Storm Herald. Celis paid no mind to Urian's coldness. He understood well that joining a new team demanded proving oneself. and he brave and steadfast sellers would earn their trust through unwavering action. The manor did maintain a guard, but most were ordinary mortals unendowed with any supernatural power. As head guard, Sellers' duty was to organize their rotations and oversee their training. "I'm out of seclusion, at last." A voice rang down from upstairs, startling everyone in the drawing room. It was Viola. "Brother, what happened to you? Who did this?" Viola's grown stronger. "I'll avenge you." She rushed downstairs and immediately embraced Lin Qi, her eyes locking onto the bandage wrapped around his head. "Him." Lin Qi pointed toward the figure slumped lifelessly in the center of the drawing room. Viola followed his gesture and froze. There, sprawled grotesquely across the floor, lay Charles. Limbs bent at unnatural, impossible angles, eyes vacant, saliva pooling beneath his slack jaw. Though barely clinging to life, he was functionally indistinguishable from the dead. As good as dead. After introducing Sellers to Viola, Lin Qi lingered no longer downstairs. He seized Charles and carried him straight to his private chamber. Lin Qi studied Charles, who, despite his agony, had slipped into near unconsciousness. A faint sigh escaped him. So much for bodily enhancement. If mere pain breaks you so easily. Had Charles known Lin Qi's thoughts, he'd have risen screaming, "You understand nothing." The rage ability itself imposed severe physiological strain, and on top of that, Lin Qi had just shattered all 4 of his limbs. All the way back, he'd been hauled like cargo, jostled relentlessly. That he still drew breath was testament only to his ferocious will to survive. Without hesitation, Lin Qi withdrew romanticism. Instantly, Charles began thrashing violently. "What is this?" The sheer threat it radiated eclipsed everything he'd ever witnessed. The overwhelming surge of energy. Could it be in strength forbidden artifact? And with that realization came certainty he was doomed. He'd assumed Lin Qi spared him to extract intelligence, to learn who had ordered his assassination. He'd already rehearsed his defiance, playing the stoic martyr, refusing to betray his order. At least that way he'd fulfill his duty to the organization. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined Lin Qi would suddenly brandish and strength forbidden artifact. "Do you think I'll live past today?" That Lin Qi dared reveal and shrank forbidden artifact before him meant one irrevocable truth: Charles would die today, and word of this artifact must never escape. Without pause, Lin Qi drove a heavy kick into Charles's chest, propelling him straight through the threshold into the book world. Lin Qi followed, swiftly dragging the utterly broken, resigned Charles directly toward the eternal night rose garden. Upon reaching the garden's outer perimeter, Lin Qi ignored the prompt asking whether to enter the dungeon, and instead hoisted Charles high above his head, hurling him with brutal force toward from the garden's central sovereign. "Go forth, Pikachu." Charles' Isle, a blinding crescent of moonlight, pure silvery and absolute, sliced through the air, cleaving Charles mid-flight. Without question or resistance, he dissolved entirely beneath that single stroke. The moment Charles vanished, Lin Qi exited the book world, and there on the floor of his chamber lay Charles once more. His expression flickered with dazed relief. "I'm alive. In that world, death merely ejected you back." But before Charles could savor his miraculous reprieve, Lin Qi's gaze, now alight with cruel triumph, locked onto him. Bang! Under concentrated repulsive force, Charles's skull exploded violently. "Charles, damn it. All I got was one extra chapter." After confirming that dying in the book world would not affect reality, Lin Qi chose not to enter, but to put the romanticism back into the system's backpack. After a battle today, Lin Qi's stamina had not yet recovered. Even if he went in, he wouldn't stay long. He planned to wait for a couple of days until his injuries healed before going. He called Kafu to clean up the bloodstains in the room and deal with Charles' body. Then Lin Qi went to the living room on the first floor and opened the system's task panel. Main quest: the final chapter of Romance 1. Sequence 7: Paradox Lovers, LV10 completed 2. Collect 3 level or higher forbidden objects filled with romantic intent. Judgment True, Word Rose Romanticism completed 3. Complete the promotion task: kill a mid-sequence character in front of the public. Main quest: Roland Manor Force Requirement Base Camp. Roland Manor completed. Member Requirement Sequence 731, Sequence 853, Sequence 955 completed. Achieve a reputation value of 500 before Elena arrives in the capital. 377500. The task of establishing his own force was already more than halfway done. Lin Qi planned to register his office at the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs tomorrow, but he still needed a bit more reputation. It seemed he had to participate more in noble gatherings. This was very necessary for Lin Qi to enhance his reputation. Can I host a banquet myself? It would be a great opportunity to invite some nobles under the pretext of my office's opening and showcase my influence. Lin Qi's whimsical ideas began to take shape. This way, not only could he boost his office's fame to attract clients, but he could also enhance his reputation. It was akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang indulging in the spice of Sichuan. Currently, the team was still missing a potion master and a blacksmith. Lin Qi planned to recruit the heretical potion master who crafted Blood of Ares, but after inquiring for several days, he had not gained any leads. As for the blacksmith, Lin Qi carefully pondered whether there were any boss from his previous gaming experiences who were blacksmiths. Moreover, the promotion task. This was the necessary path for the natives of the end of Epoch to transition from low sequence to mid-sequence. In his past life, Lin Qi as a player had not experienced the promotion task. His previous promotion to mid-sequence had simply required enough experience and some mysterious materials for a successful upgrade to kill a mid-sequence character in front of the public. It sounds quite simple, doesn't it? If it were someone like Charles, Lin Qi was confident he could take him down with ease. But if it were someone like Fuluan, Lin Qi shook his head. He still did not know if he could break through the level limit of 1-0. Having a player panel, he shared some similarities with players, such as being able to upgrade skills directly with skill points, viewing others' panels, and promoting sequences without the need for the accumulation of supernatural knowledge. But there were also some aspects where he was like the natives, such as needing to complete promotion tasks to advance to mid-sequence, and being able to create skills through personal effort. So could he, like the natives, be free from the version's level restrictions? Currently, the internal test was fine, but what if in the public test players discovered they could see their panel values during the later stages of the main storyline? Panel values are akin to health bars. As long as players see them, it means they will come after you. I don't care about your this and that, your protagonist, or your progression. If you show your health bar, I'm going for it. By then, if players increased their levels and could see Lin Qi's specific values, it was inevitable that someone would want to test him. Sigh. Lin Qi sighed, realizing the heavy responsibility ahead. Right now, the top priority was still to register his office at the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs. Yulian, where did Mr. Longmian go? Lin Qi suddenly thought of something and asked Yulian beside him. Longmian. He said he went to the city for manual labor. Yula replied uncertainly. Lin Qi understood he was going to find tasks. Words like tasks and experience would be automatically filtered in Yulian's pure native ears. He thought Mr. Longmian was in a difficult family situation and had gone to take on part-time work. Call him over. Yes, my lord. Yulian took out the communicator on him and called Longmian. As a peripheral member of Roland Manor, a communicator had long been arranged for Longmian. Upon receiving Yulian's notification, Longmian hurried to Roland Manor without even finishing his task. Come on with your little mosquito legs. How could it compare to the rewards from our great benefactor Isaris? My lord, you called for me. Longmian stood in front of Lin Qi panting. He was anxious. What if he was late and someone else intercepted him? No rush, sit down first, catch your breath. Lin Qi gestured to the sofa across from him for Longmian to sit down. Longmian sat across from Lin Qi and took a sip of the red tea served by the maid, finally calming down. Mr. Longmian, I remember you have many undead friends from other worlds, right? Lin Qi planned to issue a task to the players. Yes, should I call them all over? Longmian was excited inside. This was going to be a big task. No, just call a few undead from other realms whom you think are capable of completing my request. I understand. After a while, 5 players stood before Lin Qi. Orange Encyclopedia. Longmian, I knew. I didn't misjudge you. You are indeed generous. Luanlio, good brother. Isaris, little wife. Hee, my baby. Hee. Obi, thief. Dragon War Guild. Longmian, what type of task is this time? Several players were frantically messaging each other. My lord, these are my friends. Longmian felt a bit anxious. This was Isaris' test. He was testing my judgment, and Longmian had considered many options for the player selection. In the end, he chose these 4. Orange Encyclopedia had already mastered many secrets within these few short days of the internal test. Relying on her beauty and sweet voice, she obtained much information that other players didn't know from these NPCs. Luanlio, a casual player and super grinder. He was currently the player who completed the most tasks. According to him, he had already accumulated enough experience to level up to 10. As long as the supernatural power was in place, he could reach the heavens in one step. Ubi Thief, the leader of the Dragon War Guild, not only a super spender, but also a pure lover of games, and was extremely passionate about End of Epoch. Isaris' little wife, who originally Longmian hadn't intended to call her, but she offered too much. It was said that in the real world, she was a super rich beauty. All the players Longmian found shared a common trait: they listened to advice. Although other players might surpass them in certain aspects, Longmian feared that those who didn't listen to advice would provoke Isaris. If that happened, not only would they die, but even Longmian might end up in trouble, leading to a decrease in Isaris' favorability. Lin Qi looked at these players with inner delight. Popular science game bloggers, commoner streamers, well-known spenders, and game beauty streamers who had both looks and skills. Plus Longmian, the top player. Perfectly matched, very perfectly matched. Dear undead from other realms, I have called you here today to ask for your help. I am looking for someone. I don't know the name, the location, or the appearance. I only know that he once created a potion called Blood of Ares. Task release: seek the heretical potion master. Isaris was very curious about this mysterious potion master who had recently risen in fame in the capital, and he planned to invite him to join his force. Please help Isaris find his whereabouts. Task reward: 1,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, Roland Manor peripheral member status, and Isaris favorability. After greeting Isaris, a few people excitedly went out to complete their tasks upon seeing the rewards. The main purpose was to distribute the recent spoils, as these forbidden items were nearly filling Lin Qi's system backpack. Apart from the craved forbidden item that Liana had confiscated at the art exhibition, he had acquired many more forbidden items after arriving in the capital. These included the red long knife of the white elephant, the enlarging and shrinking axe of the alligator Charles armor, and Kirk's short sword. Lin Qi planned to use Alan's badge, which was only a grade forbidden item, as a reward for players later. It seemed that only players who could use life potions to recover health would be able to make good use of that badge, which cost 7 days of anemia. After everyone arrived, Lin Qi placed the forbidden items he couldn't use on the table. Jealousy, the grip of the brute, and the demon contract. I won't elaborate on their panels here. As a conscientious author, I absolutely will not inflate the word count. First was the white elephant's long knife, a crimson single-edged straight blade approximately 1 meter long, covered with fine crack-like patterns resembling a dried blood river. Name the Kiss of Restlessness type long knife, grade, forbidden item ability. Any cutting damage inflicted by the holder will trigger a bleed state and cause mental interference to the enemy, inducing restlessness. Cost: the holder will exhibit self-harming behavior after use. Introduction: it will train you, and the course name is Cruelty. The second item is the alligator's axe, a red, double-edged battle axe with an open eye carved at both ends of the axe blade. Name the bowing axe type battle axe, grade, forbidden item ability. The axe can enlarge or shrink according to the holder's thoughts, while the perceived weight remains unchanged. Cost: after use, the holder must kneel in a private space without witnesses for an hour to pay respect to the axe. Introduction: the more you want to grow, the deeper you must kneel. Next is Charles Silver White Armor. Name the Love of Nature type armor, grade, forbidden item ability 1. Physical enhancement, strength 30, a speed 20, a reaction 10, while increasing armor's physical resistance by 50 and elemental resistance by 30. 2. Vital protection, can manipulate the armor's patterns to form a shield when attacked. Cost: develop a strong aesthetic attachment to plants and animals. Introduction: please promise me do not enter a zoo or botanical garden after using it. Finally, there is Kirk's Black Short Sword. This is a matte, pure black short sword measuring only 40 centimeters in length. Name Premium type short sword, grade, forbidden item ability. All extraordinary powers within the holder enhance by 100 when flowing through the arm into the sword body. Cost: lose vision within 12 hours after use. Introduction: sacrifice light, remain true to darkness. Lin Qi introduced the forbidden items on the table to the 4 people in front of him one by one. Which one do you like? Feel free to choose. He currently had an abundance of these items. However, the 4 people present exchanged glances, facing a table full of forbidden items. Sellers: what is this? A newcomer benefit for joining the organization. Viola: but I don't know how to use weapons at all. Julian: as expected of the master to casually bring out so many powerful forbidden items. Cough: I can't believe you've already accumulated so many. What are you staring at? Choose. Cough: you go first. Lin Qi looked at the 4 who were slow to act, feeling somewhat helpless. Why are you being modest? You truly are a full man unaware of a hungry man's plight. If players saw this table full of forbidden items, they would have jumped on it and gone on a crazy shopping spree. Then I'll take the premium since I only know how to use a dagger anyway. Cough thought for a moment and took the black short sword. Then I'll take the Love of Nature, as I quite like small animals. Celis thought for a moment and took the armor. In fact, Lin Qi had considered whether to use that armor himself. Although transforming into armor was indeed very cool, the cost was a bit too much for Lin Qi. He imagined himself after a battle hugging a large tree by the roadside saying, "I love you." Even if hugging a tree is acceptable, what if he ended up grabbing a dog by the roadside? If players discovered and recorded this? Lin Qi shivered. Take it. He waved his hand, signaling Celis to take away this ominous item. Julian looked at the remaining forbidden items on the table with some hesitation. His combat style mainly relied on skills brought by the glorious sequence. He was not good with these cold weapons, but Julian looked at the Kiss of Restlessness with some curiosity. Master, you just said that the Kiss of Restlessness will make any cutting damage inflicted by the holder bleed. Does that mean that wounds caused by wind blade can also bleed? Julian asked out of his confusion. Lin Qi carefully examined the Kiss of Restlessness panel, which indeed stated that all cutting damage inflicted by the holder would bleed, without specifying it had to be from a knife. It should be possible. Then I'll choose this knife. After Julian made his choice, only Viola was left, and she still had many options. Jealousy, the bowing axe, the grip of the brute, the demon contract. Have you decided which one you want, Viola? Seeing Viola, who had not spoken for a long time, Lin Qi asked. But brother, I can't use cold weapons. Indeed, Viola's combat method mainly relied on the voice of nightmares to put enemies to sleep and then directly eliminate them. Her combat experience was too limited, and she hardly had any experience in direct combat. Then you should choose Jealousy. I will teach you. Lin Qi made a decision. After selecting the forbidden items, everyone had dinner together, and then Lin Qi took Viola to an empty area in the manor. Lin Qi hesitated as he considered whether the Roland secret sword was suitable for Viola. So far he had only seen 3 types of swordsmanship. The Roland secret sword, the Dawn Star secret sword, the Moonlight sword. The Moonlight sword, being a heavy sword style, could be immediately excluded, leaving the other 2 quick sword styles that seemed unable to showcase jealousy's soft blade characteristics. Brother, what should I do? Viola curiously examined the gem on jealousy. As a girl, she indeed found such sparkling things quite appealing. Hold the sword for half an hour first, and then swing it for half an hour. Lin Qi said regardless of the swordsmanship, holding and swinging the sword were the basics. Under the moonlight, the shadow of the girl holding the sword grew longer and longer. Lin Qi couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Viola's meticulous and determined expression. Should he find a female swordsman as a mentor for Viola? Lin Qi looked up at the moon in the night sky. Uncle, should I pass the Roland secret sword to someone outside the family? As a modern person, Lin Qi did not place much importance on such so-called family heirlooms. However, the history of Roland, the reputation of Roland, and everything about Roland had been entrusted to him by that gentle middle-aged man. The next day, Lin Qi brought Kafu and others to the Extraordinary Management Bureau in the capital. The bureau is located in the center of the capital, housed in a Gothic-style building that resembles a castle from a distance. This building is constructed from massive dark-colored stones, its surface marred by the marks of wind and rain. The overall lines of the structure are steep and austere. The towering spire resembles a silent spearhead with a row of uniquely shaped gargoyle statues lining the roof's edge. The front of the building features 2 enormous wooden doors adorned with black iron reliefs. The overall impression is quite oppressive. Just as Lin Qi and the others arrived at the entrance, a male administrator happened to come out. A familiar face. It was Tali, whom he had previously met at the art exhibition. Mr. Isaris. Tali looked surprised upon recognizing the visitor. Hello. Although Lin Qi had seen him, he did not know his name. Hello, Mr. Isaris. I am Tali. Is there something you need to do here today? Tali's demeanor was very friendly. He was quite convinced by Isaris' help at the art exhibition for the Extraordinary Management Bureau. Likewise, Lin Qi's formidable strength had left a deep impression on him. I am here to register a business. I see, let me take you inside. Tali appeared somewhat worried. He was well aware of the situation inside the bureau, where gentle enforcement had nothing to do with the extraordinary. He had a good impression of Lin Qi and feared that he might face difficulties. Aren't you in a hurry to do something? Lin Qi asked, curiously noticing that Tali, who had just rushed out, now seemed in no rush. I just wanted to step out for a smoke. Tali shook his head, indicating that he had no urgent matters. He led Lin Qi and the others to the A3 area in the lobby on the first floor of the Extraordinary Management Bureau. Sitting across the glass was a female administrator radiating discontent. Hello, what business do you need to handle? The female administrator spoke as if she were devoid of energy. Lily, focus. Tali called out to the female administrator across the glass. Tali, you should hurry and deal with those undead. As she spoke, Lily looked up at the other side of the glass. Lord Isaris. Are you Lord Isaris? Her eyes suddenly transformed into star shapes, as if she had seen an idol. Lin Qi, who had just been seated in front of the glass, was somewhat confused. I am Isaris and you are. Who is this person? I don't recognize them. Lord Isaris. I am your fan. I even joined your fan club. Lily's complexion flushed, and she looked extremely excited. How does a person with only 300 reputation points have a fan? In fact, this was a misunderstanding caused by the system. He had misjudged his own popularity. For Lin Qi, his reputation in the capital was only 377, which represented the actual number of people who admired and liked him. However, for the people of the capital, the name Isaris was already well known. To put it another way, would a man in his 40s and noble admire and like Lin Qi? As a middle-aged noble, he would not idolize Isaris like a young noblewoman might. But did he know of Isaris? He certainly knew of him, as Isaris had resolved the incident involving the Pactamundi merchants and assisted the Extraordinary Management Bureau in capturing the remnants of the Bohai gang at the nude art exhibition. Isaris' fame in the capital was immense. He was the hottest figure, the most popular person in the capital. Those older noblemen had all heard of him, and if they encountered him, they would greet him cheerfully and give him face when problems arose. However, they did not truly respect or adore Isaris. The ones who genuinely contributed to Lin Qi's reputation were mostly young noblewomen and those he had saved from Pactamundi and the Newt family. Lord Isaris, your fan club Rose has already established 4 branches, and the leader of our 4th branch is your sister Lin Bena. Seeing her idol, Lily became somewhat incoherent. Our idol is just too handsome. Honestly, Lin Qi felt a bit helpless. Why does this feel like being treated like a fanatic? There are already 4 fan clubs. How come I didn't know? Ahem, Miss Lily, I am here to establish a business today. Oh, please fill out this form. Lily took out a form from within and handed it to Lin Qi through the hole under the glass. Lin Qi took it and examined it carefully. The form was simply for registering the personnel of the business. Responsible person Isaris Roland sequence romantic sequence 7 paradox lovers member Kappa sequence fate sequence 6 probabilist member Julian sequence luminous sequence 8 bard member Viola Didier sequence nature sequence 8 beast caller member Celas sequence ocean sequence 7 stormbringer. After filling out the form, Lin Qi returned it to Lily through the hole. Next, we need you to provide a code name. Code name, Lin Qi asked curiously, having never heard of such a thing. It's like this: sometimes the Bureau receives secret missions, and this code name serves as a title for you from outsiders. Lily explained. Do you all have code names? Lin Qi turned around to ask the four behind him. Julian, Viola, and Celas all shook their heads. Only Kafu said the executioner. It was given to me by others. I have no idea how I got it. That's also a reason if you haven't thought of one, you don't have to fill it in. I believe with your strength, you will soon have a code name. Lily said dreamily, her hands cupping her face. In reality, there was no such thing as a code name. She just wanted to chat with her idol a bit more. Lin Qi also realized this, but didn't know what to say. Thank you, Miss Lily. Once we've completed the process, we'll take our leave. Lin Qi offered a polite smile. Just as he and the other four stood up to leave, they happened to run into Tali, who had just left, walking over with a woman. It was Officer Laura, whom he had met before. Officer Laura. Mr. Isaris, please come to my office. I have something to trouble you with. Extraordinary Management Bureau, second floor, Officer Laura's office. The situation is like this. Recently, many strange people have appeared in the capital. Although they look no different from us, they cannot die. These individuals treat the solar law as if it were worthless paper, committing various crimes in the capital, but due to their immortality, we have no means to deal with them. We have recently built an undead prison intending to detain them indefinitely. However, due to the sheer number of undead, the Bureau simply lacks the manpower. I happen to hear that you established a business, and I wonder if you could help us. Rest assured, we will provide sincere compensation. Laura requested as she took a sip of the red tea her subordinate brought and looked across the table at Lin Qi. Congratulations, you have triggered a side quest, the player's disaster. Recently, players have been robbing, killing, and committing other crimes in the capital, annoying the Extraordinary Management Bureau. As the #1 NPC among players and the hottest figure in the eyes of the capital's people, you should fulfill your duty to guide the players. Please punish those players who commit crimes. Quest rewards 3,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, potion Demon's Blood, and its formula. Lin Qi gazed at the task introduction before him, lost in thought. Although he himself had not suffered harm from players, he was aware of the misdeeds some players committed. These included, but were not limited to, robbery, murder, arson, and many other crimes. As a good citizen of Viridia and a guide for players, it was necessary for him to punish the evil players. I truly need to assert control over you all. From his conversations with Laura, Lin Qi learned that the undead prison had been completed. His task was quite simple: find the misbehaving players and imprison them. This task seemed troublesome, but was actually very straightforward. From Laura's perspective, it was merely a group of strange beings who couldn't die, taking advantage of their immortality to commit wrongdoings. Moreover, their numbers were vast, making it quite time-consuming to eliminate them all. However, from Lin Qi's perspective, it was quite simple. He only needed to find 2 typical representatives among them and stage an example, which would surely prompt players to post videos of players being killed by Isaris on the forum. After discovering the reason behind Isaris killings, those players would naturally settle down. After bidding farewell to Laura, Lin Qi returned to the manor with Koff and the others. He did not rush out to hunt players. Instead, he called over several members of the long sleep group first. Mr. Isaris, you summoned us. Standing next to the sofa, the long sleep member was somewhat surprised. Only a day had passed since the last task was issued, and there was already a new one. They had no leads regarding the task of finding the heretical alchemist, as they knew neither the name nor the appearance of the individual. They only knew that this person had once created a potion called Arrest Blood. Trying to find someone in the capital based on these clues was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I should ask beforehand, none of you have committed any wrongdoings in the capital, have you? Lin Qi casually looked at the 5 players standing before him. No, Lord Isaris. We have been gathering information about the heretical alchemist lately. The long sleep member found it strange that Isaris had suddenly asked them this. Recently, many undead from other realms have been causing chaos in the capital, taking advantage of their immortality. The Extraordinary Management Bureau has entrusted Roland Manor to capture these naughty children and imprison them in the newly constructed undead prison. Lin Qi slowly explained to the visibly nervous group. Upon hearing this, they felt relieved. Long Sleep, being an outer member of Roland Manor, valued his reputation highly. If such criminal behavior were to be known, all his previous efforts could go to waste. The player named Chaos was either doing tasks or on the way to do them. Orange Encyclopedia had no time for wrongdoing. She spent her time either completing tasks or befriending NPCs to gather more information. Abito, a super-rich second generation in real life, was eager to gain extraordinary power. Although robbery could quickly accumulate game currency, it could also lead to his capture by the Extraordinary Management Bureau. With only 3 lives a day, he did not plan to waste his precious resurrection opportunities on such trivial matters. His sole goal now was to join Roland Manor. His little wife would never engage in such acts as Lin Qi saw her almost every day. She barely completed any tasks and spent her time waiting outside Roland Manor for Isaris to emerge. Most of the photos of Isaris circulating on the forum came from her. If any of you discover any misbehaving undead, I hope you won't let camaraderie cloud your judgment. Lin Qi issued a task to the group before him. Task issued: cleanse the capital. Currently, many players' actions have severely affected the peace of the Viridia Kingdom, and Isaris, as a good citizen of the capital, is quite disgusted by such behavior. If players are found causing chaos, they may choose to inform Isaris or assist him in capturing them. Task rewards based on contribution ranking. First place in contributions grade: Forbidden Item Blood Loss Badge, Extraordinary Knowledge 1, choose 1. Second place, Extraordinary Knowledge 1. Third place, Extraordinary Weapon Evil Fire. Fourth place, 500 experience points. Fifth place, 10 gold coins. The 5 players stared wide-eyed at the task rewards before them. Extraordinary Power. It has finally arrived. Lin Qi then opened the map of the capital before him. He divided the capital into 5 sections: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and center. Each section was paired with an internal member of Roland Manor and a player. If Long Sleep and the others encountered players they couldn't handle, they could seek help from the internal members in that area. While this is a personal battle, brothers, I guess Long Sleep will take first place again. Chaos remarked as he walked out of the manor towards his assigned area. Long Sleep wielded an extraordinary weapon, a wooden that make it easy to eliminate other players. I feel like we'll be cursed at by other players on the forum. Orange Encyclopedia felt somewhat uneasy. She initially thought she could just coast through, but she didn't expect the rewards this time to be based on ranking. Should we post the task details on the forum? Abito hesitated. After all, he had a guild under him, and he couldn't guarantee that everyone in the guild had not committed wrongdoings. Let's post it. This way, if players misbehave again, we will have justifiable reasons. After some thought, Long Sleep agreed to Abito's suggestion. He aimed to become a game streamer, so he couldn't afford to alienate other players. By posting the task details on the forum, players would understand the reasons behind their killings, which could benefit his reputation. Even if he was cursed at by those misbehaving players, he could always retort. Lin Qi walked through the most bustling part of the capital. This location had been decided by drawing lots. Being the capital city center, the security measures here were quite reliable, and it was unlikely that any players would cause trouble. Dare to cause trouble here. He'll show you what the Black Hand is. It seems we've basically secured 5th place already, Lin Qi remarked to his little wife player beside him. Not at all, not at all. His little wife was grinning widely. Extraordinary Power. She didn't care. The opportunity to stroll around with her idol was rarer than extraordinary power. The strongest security here ensured that no other players would misbehave, and she would not be disturbed while with Isaris. It was as if Qin Shi Huang was indulging in peppercorns. Lin Qi was astonished as he looked at the real-time rankings on the scoreboard. The duo of Long Sleep and Julian was indeed rising the fastest. As for Julian, it was needless to say this guy equally despised every player. To him, all these undead from other realms were the same, either betraying their elders or speaking disrespectfully to them. Except for Long Sleep, who had earned Julian's gratitude for saving Eula, all other players were met with cold indifference or outright disdain. Long Sleep, needless to say, was risking it all for extraordinary knowledge. Due to having an extraordinary weapon, he could defeat other players with minimal effort. The duo was akin to a cripple meeting a wheelchair, a blind person receiving a cane. The second-ranking pair was Koff and Orange Encyclopedia. Koff's strength was indisputable. Capturing these players was as easy as kicking a stray dog. Orange Encyclopedia had extensive and detailed intelligence, with one providing information and the other capturing, making for a perfect synergy. Lin Qi was somewhat surprised to see Viola and Chaos actually ranking above Silas and Abito. Upon further thought, it was understandable. Silas and Abito were in charge of the Western District. Roland Manor was located there, and players still held some respect for Isaris, fearing that misbehavior nearby could lead to their immediate demise. In the center of the capital of the Viridia Kingdom, a few players were discussing their robbery plan in a secluded basement. A player with the ID Chiyuan asked another player named, "Can this be eaten?" "So, is the route set?" "Yes, it's set. We mainly plan to rob 3 shops, a bakery run by an elderly lady, a bookstore owned by a man with a limp, and a flower shop run by a couple." "Can this be eaten?" took out a map. The 3 shops he chose had one thing in common. That is, they are primarily run by the owners themselves, and the owners are either disabled or elderly, except for the couple in the flower shop, who might be a bit troublesome. "There's also a little girl in that flower shop who seems to be their child," added a player named Heat. "Oh, be quick to run away after robbing, or we'll get caught. Recently, many of our guild brothers have been thrown into a strange prison. In that prison, there's no way out, and even if you commit suicide there, you'll just respawn in the prison. We must be careful not to get caught. Can this be eaten?" advised his brothers. "Will our guild have more robbery missions later?" Chiyuan asked. Their guild is an ordinary second-rate guild called Incongruous. The guild leader received news about a transcendent knowledge. But that transcendent knowledge is incredibly expensive, and since the internal testing hasn't opened the recharge service, they can only quickly acquire gold by robbing. They had already robbed several times, but recently many of their guild brothers were caught and thrown into the undead prison, slowing down their acquisition of gold. Fortunately, they were almost ready with the money. After this last job, they would stop. In the sunflower shop, Lin Qi was wandering around with his young wife. Just as Lin Qi was admiring the roses in front of him, he suddenly felt someone hugging his thigh. Looking down, he saw a little girl. The little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, had a round face and big eyes, her hair styled in an adorable bun. "Handsome brother, hug," she said in a sweet voice to the blonde, handsome brother in front of her. Lin Qi was charmed by the girl. He squatted down and picked her up. "You have good taste coming to find a handsome guy to hug." "Brother, are you going to buy flowers for this sister?" the little girl asked curiously. "No, just browsing." "What's your name?" "My name is Anna. I also want to find a boyfriend as handsome as you in the future." Anna lowered her head, secretly sizing Lin Qi up. "Anna, why did you run over here again?" Just as Lin Qi wanted to tease her, a middle-aged man wearing glasses hurried over. "I'm very sorry, sir, this is my daughter. I lost sight of her for just a moment, and she ran over here," said the middle-aged man as he took his daughter from Lin Qi. "It's fine, she's a very cute little girl," Lin Qi waved, signaling him not to mind. The two of them left the flower shop and entered the bookstore across the street. The bookstore had a strange name, Bill's Books. The owner was an old man with a distinctive personality. When he saw customers, he didn't get up, but simply said, "Feel free to browse," and then ignored them. Lin Qi looked at the various kinds of books on the shelves, feeling a bit curious. Most of the books he had been reading were about geography and history, and he hadn't learned much about the culture of this world. He pulled out a book from the shelf and examined it. The Lies Come True by Jack Sente. Lin Qi opened the cover page and saw 2 sentences written on it. "What you see is neither the past nor the present. This is the future I am about to weave with my own hands, destined to become real." Before Lin Qi could ponder further, he suddenly heard a commotion at the door. "What are you doing? This is a robbery." Old Bill trembled as he stood up with a cane, shouting at the 2 intruding players. "Get out of the way, you old bastard. Why are you standing up if you're a cripple?" One player forcefully pushed Old Bill to the ground and rushed into the counter. "Hurry up, don't dawdle," urged another player who was standing guard. The player who entered the counter quickly emptied the gold coins inside and planned to escape. Just as he intended to leave the counter, he suddenly felt a pulling force in his leg. "Don't think of running, you criminals. The sun will punish you." Old Bill, who was limping, had grabbed the escaping player from the ground. "Damn, old man, let go," the player shouted, kicking wildly at Bill with his free leg. "Hurry, just kill him." The lookout player, seeing this scene, was anxious. He drew a long knife and slashed at Old Bill on the ground. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The knife slipped from his hand and his legs lost sensation. Thud! The 2 players suddenly lost control of their bodies and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a figure walked out from inside the bookstore. Dressed in a black suit, red trench coat with golden hair and blue eyes, wearing a silver earring. It was Isaris. "Damn. So unlucky. Why did we have to run into Isaris?" The 2 players were frantically complaining in private messages. At this moment, Lin Qi did not pay attention to the 2 players. He only felt a surge of anger rushing to his brain. These players treated this place merely as a game, killing the NPCs that obstructed them without a second thought, for they viewed everything here as just data. But Lin Qi was different. He knew that these NPCs would not respawn. A death was final. If Lin Qi hadn't saved Old Bill, just now the bookstore would have been confiscated by the Transcendent administration. There would never be another quirky old man telling him that he could browse the books in the bookstore at will. "Watch over those 2 for me. I'm going out to take a look." Lin Qi instructed his starry-eyed young wife behind him and moved onto the street. He immediately spotted the shattered glass door of the flower shop across the street. Without hesitation, he charged directly toward the flower shop. "Get out of the way." Chi Yuan punched the flower shop owner in the head and rushed into the cash register. "Faster, if we get caught, it's over. Can this be eaten?" said anxiously. The male owner of the flower shop got up from the ground and charged at Chi Yuan. "Damn it, I should have just killed him earlier." Chi Yuan picked up a flower pot from the ground and smashed it hard on the man's head. Quickly after taking all the money, Chi Yuan planned to leave. Suddenly, he felt someone pounding on his calf. Looking down, he saw a little girl. "You bad guys. Woo-woo. You owe me my daddy. Woo-woo. Bad guys." Anna's cries reached Chi Yuan's ears, momentarily stunning him. "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and go." Seeing his teammate in a daze, "Can this be eaten?" walked over and noticed the little girl behind Chi Yuan. "Why care about her? Hurry up and leave." "Can this be eaten?" pulled Chi Yuan, about to leave. "Don't go. You bad guys. Give me back my daddy." Anna stubbornly flapped her little legs to chase after them. "Get lost, you little brat." An angry "Can this be eaten?" kicked the little girl hard. The small figure slid back from the force of the kick. "Hey, that's too much," Chi Yuan said, surprised by his teammate's behavior. "Why do you care about her? Hurry up." As the 2 players reached the door, they found a figure blocking their way. Gulp. The sound of the 2 players swallowing their saliva was incredibly loud to them as they looked at Isaris with a sense of panic. The killing intent from the other side was not intense, but it was pure. Lin Qi sensed Anna's current state. Thankfully, she had not sustained any fatal injuries. The young girl was simply too heartbroken and had fainted after being kicked, triggering her self-protection instinct. Anna's father was injured quite severely with a gash on his head, but fortunately, he was still breathing. After handing the two players over to the Extraordinary Management Bureau personnel, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, Lin Qi approached the two players lying on the ground like dead dogs. How should he deal with them? Lin Qi felt a bit troubled. The reason these players were fearless was that the game, Final Epoch, allowed them to adjust their pain perception. Even if Lin Qi tortured them mercilessly, it would be useless, as long as they set their pain perception to 0, they would feel nothing. How could he give these players a lesson they would never forget? Mr. Isaris, thank you for your help. After subduing the two players who had robbed the bakery, Tali came to Lin Qi. You're on duty today, Mr. Tali. Lin Qi greeted him. Yes, these people are really bold, daring to do such things in broad daylight. Tali despised those players who disrupted social order and increased his workload. How long will these undead be imprisoned? Lin Qi inquired about the sentencing standards of the Extraordinary Management Bureau. For these players who could not feel pain, only a sufficiently heavy punishment could deter them from robbery. Although their robbery amount was not large, they caused some harm to the victims, so they would probably be imprisoned for about 6 months. Tali replied truthfully. In reality, they would be sentenced to more than 3 years. The sentencing standards seemed reasonable. 6 months in-game roughly corresponded to a month in real life, which meant they would be banned for a month. However, this was not what Lin Qi desired. The game, Final Epoch, allowed account cancellation and re-registration. Each player could register 3 accounts using their ID. This meant that if a player found out they were banned for a month, they could simply register a new account. This would lead to a situation where some players would take chances. Even if one account was caught, they could still play on another account while waiting for the first one to be unbanned. Moreover, in the early stages of the game, that account was just a beginner account, so being banned was no big deal. This would make the players' robbery actions bear little consequence. Was there any way to make them pay a higher price? Can't they be sentenced to life imprisonment? Lin Qi asked Tali. Tali was somewhat surprised. That seemed too severe. Even undead from another world should have human rights. According to this solar code, even criminals have human rights, although I would also like to do as you, Mr. Isaris suggested. But such matters are beyond my control, Tali said tactfully. Lin Qi stroked his chin. Only a direct and permanent ban could deter players from committing evil. Each person can only register 3 accounts, which means 3 chances. If one account is permanently banned due to robbery, it would not be worth it at all. Later I will find Officer Laura, who I will leave this to you. Lin Qi said no more. No problem, thank you again for your assistance. Tali saluted Lin Qi. Time quickly passed to the evening. Everyone, after a busy day, returned to Roland Manor. As expected, the highest scores were indeed held by Urian and Changmian. They went completely berserk today. The two of them captured a total of 270 evil players in just one day, making the players in the entire Eastern District anxious, fearing they would be caught as well. In second place were Kafu and Orange Encyclopedia. Third place was Viola and Turbulence. Fourth place was Silas and Obi Thief. Meanwhile, Lin Qi and his little wife were undoubtedly in last place. Everyone performed well today. What kind of reward do you want? Lin Qi said, crossing his legs as he faced the 5 players sitting opposite him. Mission completed. Reward granted: Extraordinary Knowledge 1 Choice Blood Loss Badge. This badge, called the Blood Loss Badge, is a grade forbidden item and a special reward for the first place in this event. Congratulations, Mr. Changmian, you have received it. Lin Qi took the Blood Loss Badge from the system's backpack and handed it to Changmian. Changmian excitedly pinned the badge to his chest. This was a forbidden item. Even if it was a grade forbidden item, it was still a forbidden item. One should never underestimate its value. So, Mr. Changmian, what kind of extraordinary power do you wish for? I have all 12 conventional sequences available. Lin Qi smiled as he looked at Changmian across from him. He could already imagine the stir that Changmian would cause by posting the news about Isaris having 12 extraordinary sequences on the forum. How many players would rush to join Roland Manor, further enhancing his standing among the players and bringing him benefits? Mr. Isaris, I have a humble request. I wish to pursue the romantic sequence. Changmian's words surprised Lin Qi. What was going on? In the last life, no player pursued hidden paths. Lin Qi had misunderstood. He thought players did not pursue hidden paths because they knew there was no end to them. This meant that players pursuing conventional sequences could reach the maximum level of 100, while those on hidden sequences might stagnate around 40 or 50. However, the reason players did not pursue hidden sequences was simple: they could not find them. They did want to pursue hidden sequences, but the NPCs who controlled them were all unapproachable. Unlike now, Isaris was handsome, eloquent, and generous with task rewards. Players adored him. Sir, please grant Mr. Changmian's request. To Lin Qi's surprise, Urian actually spoke up for Changmian. This was precisely the request Urian had promised Changmian earlier. He would assist Changmian under the condition that the Sir allowed it. Changyan had only spoken after receiving confirmation that Urian would help him advocate. Otherwise, what if Isaris refused him? Who knew if there would be another chance to choose the conventional sequence if he was rejected? At this moment, Lin Qi was also a bit hesitant. Should he let Changyan follow the same path as him? What if other players who received rewards later wanted to pursue the romantic sequence as well? The downside was that he did not know what strange effects the hidden sequence might have on players. The upside was that it could further expand his influence among players. With Changyan, the top-tier player, handling the romantic sequence, it would undoubtedly seem incredibly powerful among the player community. The romantic sequence could very well become the most popular sequence. Of course it can be done, Mr. Changyan. You are a member of Roland Manor, so naturally you can walk the path of romance. Lin Qi ultimately agreed to Changyan's request. He took out the blueprint for the romantic sequence 9, the matchmaker, from his backpack and handed it to Changyan. Don't forget to return it to me after you finish, Mr. Changyan. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Isaris. Changyan excitedly accepted the blueprint knowing he was about to take off. Mr. Isaris, can I also choose the romantic sequence? Orange Encyclopedia was nearly beside herself with excitement. This was Isaris' own sequence, one of the 3 most mysterious hidden sequences in the game. Sorry, Miss Orange Encyclopedia. I cannot grant your request. Orange Encyclopedia. Zhu Baiqi was stunned by Lin Qi's thoughtless rejection. Why? On what basis? Lin Qi said with a smile, Miss Zhu Baiqi, you can choose any one of the 12 conventional sequences. This was precisely his method for controlling the number of players in the romantic sequence. Otherwise, if the players in the romantic sequence were defeated by those in other sequences, it would adversely affect Isaris standing in the players' hearts. What's going on? Why was I rejected? Confused, Zhu Baiqi sent a private message to Changmian. Changmian replied, maybe it's because no one spoke up for you. Zhu Baiqi retorted, are you kidding? Would Isaris act this way just because someone said something nice? Changmian said, what's your favorability rating with him? Zhu Baiqi replied, indifferent. Changmian sent a screenshot of Isaris' favorability rating saying, mine is friendly. Zhu Baiqi exclaimed, damn. Mr. Isaris, I've decided. I want to take the stellar sequence. Dejected, Zhu Baiqi had to settle for a lesser option. After all, opportunities to gain extraordinary power are rare. Who knows how long it would take to get another chance? Damn it. She had no chance to increase Isaris' favorability. Lin Qi handed Zhu Baiqi the book for the stellar sequence 9, Stargazer. After distributing the rewards owed to the remaining players, he planned to head to the Extraordinary Management Bureau. He needed to discuss the matter of life imprisonment with Laura. Mr. Isaris, welcome. Captain Laura is waiting for you in her office. Tali greeted Lin Qi at the entrance of the Extraordinary Management Bureau and escorted him to Laura's office. Mr. Isaris, thanks to your help with the Roland Manor, we've managed to capture so many undead from other realms. Laura sincerely thanked Lin Qi, acknowledging him as a benefactor of social harmony. Not at all, we merely did what citizens ought to do. Lin Qi waved his hand, indicating she needn't be so polite. I heard from Tali that you have something to discuss with me. Laura got straight to the point. Lin Qi responded, yes, it concerns the sentencing of the undead. Laura asked, sentencing? He continued, I've discovered that these undead possess a unique trait. They can resurrect after death and feel no pain. Lin Qi took a sip of the red tea on the table. They can't feel pain. Laura was a bit surprised this was news to them. Indeed, these individuals can resurrect without feeling pain, making a 6-month prison term practically meaningless for them. Hence my suggestion is, I propose life imprisonment. Only this will ensure that the remaining undead outside remain subdued. Otherwise, given their audacity, I fear they might attempt to jailbreak here. Laura pondered Lin Qi's suggestion for a moment before picking up the landline on the desk to make a call. It's me, Laura. It's about the sentencing standards for the undead. After discussing Lin Qi's proposal with the person on the other end, as she hung up the phone, Mr. Isaris, your suggestion is immensely helpful to us. Life imprisonment is quite fitting for these audacious undead. No need for thanks, but it's all for the stability of society. Meanwhile, on the player forum, a post read, help what to do if I'm being beaten by Yulian. Long Jiming, poor guy, are you east of the capital? Huayu, haha, that's right. Did you not see the post by the great Chang Mian? Roland Manor is cooperating with the Extraordinary Management Bureau to catch robbers. Sua Iko Jumi Dam. I didn't see it, or I was captured by a guard with a spear in the West District. Aichi Haitai Dam. How did the NPCs get so smart? They don't kill us, they just lock us up. What do we do now? We can't get out. Super big stinky fart, why not just commit suicide? Aichi Haitai, no way, if we die, we just resurrect in prison. Huluan la ba ba, wait, isn't this equivalent to getting banned? How long is the ban? Aichi Haitai, about a month ban. The discussion on this post was very high, after all there were about 600 to 700 players captured this time. Suddenly another post began to rise at an alarming speed. Help what to do if permanently banned. Qi Yuan, today our guild was caught by Isaris while robbing and locked in a cell. Committing suicide only leads to respawning in place and our detention period is permanent. What should we do? Screenshot of Isaris capturing players. Screenshot from inside the cell. AI, Qi Hai Tai. Damn, I just noticed it's been turned permanent. I saw it was 6 months in game and 1 month in reality. Fan Xiabu Gu Liang. Screenshot of Isaris entering the Extraordinary Management Bureau. It seems Isaris proposed it. I just saw him go to the Extraordinary Management Bureau. Level 8, Great Storm. Damn. Is he really that powerful? AI Qi Hai Tai. Damn, what do we do now? Isn't this account completely wasted? Can this be eaten? We can probably only accept our fate. We've already used all 3 account chances. Whatever. Isn't the cost of robbery too high? Can this be eaten? It wasn't like this before. This time the punishment is particularly severe. Qi Yuan. Yeah, before we were just killed, but this time we're locked in prison and permanently banned. Fan Xiezhen Gai. See. Damn. Brothers, let's charge at the officials. Thus, the permanently banned players rushed in anger to the official account of End of Era, ultimately forcing End of Era to issue a notification. Notice regarding the permanent ban of internal testing players. End of Era is a game operated autonomously by a super AI model. In summary, the gist of this statement is that this was done by AI and we have no responsibility. We cannot interfere with the AI's actions as it operates autonomously. They directly shifted the blame to the AI. As players were angrily looking for an outlet, one player posted an image. The image was a collage of Isaris entering the Extraordinary Management Bureau and capturing players with a line of text above, "It continue robbing and you'll all be banned." Angry players flooded into the comment section of Isaris Blue V account, but this time they had picked the wrong person. 700 permanently banned players faced off against Isaris 700,000 fans. Most of these 70,000 fans were extremely powerful female fans. AI Qi Hai Tai. Silly soft to go to the Extraordinary Management Bureau to suggest your grievances. Xiao He. AI Qi fan, are you an idiot? You're cursing at game characters. How can they ban you if you don't rob? You totally deserve it. AI Qi Hai Tai. Silly soft female fans, are they calling you out? Xiao He. AI Qi fan name Lin Momu. ID number 2301. Home address Building 8, Unit 0, Fan Do Garden District 1. Don't eat cilantro. Damn. Box. AI Qi Hai Tai. Sister, I was wrong. Isaris is the best. Thus, the 700 permanently banned players couldn't even make a ripple under the terrifying assault of Isaris female fans. Players discussed how one issue follows another. Just as players were anxiously jumping around due to account bans, a post with a red explosive word shot up at rocket speed. Finally gained extraordinary power, everyone. Task reward screenshot panel. After becoming an extraordinary being. After completing the task of clearing the capital, I finally became an extraordinary being. Task reward screenshot panel. After becoming an extraordinary being. Me too. Pressure. What the heck, progress is so fast. I just saved 5 silver coins and you all have already obtained extraordinary power. One comment. Damn. If I had known, I would have clung to Isaris too. I didn't get anything at the church. Changyan replied, which church are you in? One comment. The Eternal Sun Church in Kismark Town. I didn't go to the capital and have been working at the church every day. Level 8 Gale, why aren't you going for the romance series? Ju Bai Qi. Ju Bai Qi replied, my favorability isn't high enough. Isaris won't give me crying. Tomato should die. Are there any other players becoming extraordinary beings now? This can be eaten. Damn. Bro just registered a new account and you've become an extraordinary being. OB Steel Dragon Battle Guild, congratulations. Turbulence, am just a little short, what a pity. Sitting in the hall of the manor, Lin Qi also discovered this post through the forum. He opened Changmian's panel screenshot to take a look. Wait a minute, why is Changmian's panel so much lower than mine? Lin Qi wondered. When he just advanced to sequence 9, his power reached 18 points, but Changmian only had 13 points, which was similar to the standard sequence. Changmian's overall attributes faced a comprehensive reduction compared to Lin Qi's sequence 9. Each item was 5 points lower than is basically on par with those following the standard sequence. Could it be because I am a native? NPCs do indeed have stats that are higher than those of players. Lin Qi shook his head and began to think about what to do next. After this incident, players would definitely be more cautious about criminal activities. Ding. Task completed, rewards distributed. 3,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, potion demon blood, and a recipe. Experience points overflowed again, and advancing to sequence 6 seems far away at the moment. Should I look for an opportunity to gain a secondary profession? Lin Qi fell into contemplation as he looked at the rewards he received. Currently, his Kiss of the Beloved was only LV3-0 and he had earned those levels through his own punches. Lin Qi was in a dilemma. Should he seek an opportunity to gain a secondary profession, max out the experience, and quickly level up Kiss of the Beloved? Or should he calm down and slowly hone his own skills with punches? In the end, Lin Qi chose to hone himself. Given his current strength, there was little danger until the early stages of the game's public beta. He just needed to be careful in the midterm of version 1.0, as players would gradually reach sequence 8, and to maintain his prestige, he would have to advance to mid-sequence. The plan to recruit talents for the team was underway, and he hoped players could provide useful information. The next main goal was to enhance his reputation in the capital. He still needed about 140 reputation points to complete the task of forming a faction. Kafu, do you know what to prepare for hosting a banquet? Lin Qi called Kafu over to ask how to hold a grand banquet. Sorry, my lord, I'm good at killing people. But hosting a banquet. Kafu felt a little embarrassed. Hosting a banquet. I don't know. Lin Qi shook his head, realizing he had asked a silly question. How could he ask the leader of the biggest crime syndicate in Kismark Town how to hold a noble banquet? My lord, are you planning to host a banquet? Cyrus, who passed by, overheard their conversation and was a bit curious. Yes, isn't the Roland Manor office just established? I'm planning to host a banquet to make a name for ourselves. Lin Qi explained. If you don't mind, I can take care of it. Although I'm just a guard, I have participated in organizing several banquets while working at the Bleach Manor. Cyrus was eager to show his capabilities to the Lord. Since coming to this new manor, Cyrus realized an issue. As the captain of the guards, what was he supposed to protect? Protect the manor. Who would dare to stir trouble at Roland Manor? Protect the Lord. The Lord's strength is greater than his. With nothing to do, he could only train the other guards in the manor and patrol within it. After finally participating in a group task, he ended up with a 4th place. This 4th place is equivalent to dead last. What? Are you saying dead last is the Lord? Tell that to my spear. If I say I'm dead last, then I am. Looking at Cyrus' firm gaze, Lin Qi's eyes lit up. Right? Look at the others. They are all noble bastards who have barely attended a banquet. Viola, although she is a noble, is still a little girl without experience in hosting banquets. Kafu, the crime boss, is managing the manor based on his previous experience managing gang members. Urian, the son of a farmer, has either been at home or in the church since he was little. It seems that only Cyrus, who has worked in the noble manor for 7 years, has experience related to banquets. Good job. Cyrus, then it's up to you. Lin Qi's tone became excited. Is this the feeling of being a hands-off manager? Awesome. Wait a minute, my lord. What is the theme of this banquet? Cyrus stopped Lin Qi, who was about to leave. Theme. Yes, every banquet needs a clear theme. For example, the recent Newt family's banquet was held under the guise of an art exhibition, and the banquet of the Parker to Mondi Chamber of Commerce was held under the theme of an auction. Banquets are occasions for nobles to socialize and promote cooperation. That's why a clear activity theme is needed to gather everyone together, Cyrus slowly educated Lin Qi. Upon hearing Cyrus' explanation, Lin Qi's head felt heavy. Why is hosting a banquet so complicated? Shouldn't a noble banquet just be about boasting and having a meal? How can there be activities? What would that guy do this time? Show off muscles. Let you see how awesome my Roland Manor is. Ahem. Then what kind of activities do you think would be good for this banquet? Lin Qi asked Cyrus. Cyrus, my lord, you haven't thought about the activity content at all, have you? No way. I'm just testing you. AI actually thought of it long ago, that is. A swordsmanship exchange meeting. Yes, a swordsmanship exchange meeting. Lin Qi suddenly had an inspiration. He thought he could invite nobles to showcase their swordsmanship. After all, he has the LV-10 Roland secret sword, which makes him invincible in the capital. And by the way, he could look for a skilled female noble to find a swordsmanship teacher for Viola. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A swordsmanship exchange meeting. That sounds good. He'll go prepare the necessary items for the banquet. Cyrus thought about it and found it indeed feasible before asking Lin Qi for leave. Go ahead. Get the money from Mingan. All right, my lord. After sending Cyrus to purchase the necessary items for the banquet, Lin Qi went to the study and began writing invitations. Mr. Osman, Officer Laura, and the Parker to Mondi Chamber of Commerce. Since Marina has already left Viridia and returned to Casaligia, this invitation is addressed to the Chamber of Commerce, allowing them to choose who to send. And Bishop Lance. Although Lin Qi detested this old schemer, the other party was the Bishop of the Eternal Sun Church, and it was still necessary to symbolically invite him for the banquet. Though given their relationship, the other party might not even come. Lin Qi gazed at the invitation letter before him, lost in thought. Should he invite Huda? To be honest, Lin Qi had a very poor impression of Huda. He was a typical old-fashioned noble. Lin Qi, a person from modern society, found Huda's attitude towards the servants quite intolerable. However, in the eyes of other nobles, Huda was the #1 henchman of Isaris. Would not inviting him affect Isaris' reputation? My lord, the preparations for the banquet are nearly complete. We can distribute the invitations tomorrow, and the event can be officially held the day after. Celis, who was in charge of purchasing the banquet essentials, reported to Lin Qi after knocking on the door. Celis, do you think I should invite that guy Huda? Lin Qi asked for Celis' opinion. My lord, you don't need to worry about me. I am your subordinate, and everything will be conducted according to your wishes. Mr. Huda seems to value you quite highly. I suggest you invite him, otherwise the rumors among the nobles may harm your reputation. Celis was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the lord to care about his opinion. Will it affect my reputation? Indeed, how could the nobles trust someone who abandoned their #1 henchman? Lin Qi ultimately decided to invite Huda. Although he despised Huda, he still needed to distance himself from him gradually. Soon the day of the banquet arrived. Welcome, Mr. Osman, Mrs. Mary, Miss Lin Baina. Lin Qi greeted Osman and the others at the entrance of the main building. Isaris, long time no see. You have been quite the hot topic in the capital lately. Osman's face was nearly split with a grin. He wished the whole world knew that the person who helped the Extraordinary Association capture the undead 2 days ago was his good friend's nephew. Oh, Mr. Osman, you flatter me. Lin Qi replied modestly. Brother Isaris, we all heard about what happened a few days ago. You were truly impressive. Now the Rose can establish a 7th team. Lin Baina, who had become an ardent admirer of Isaris since the last art exhibition, displayed the behavior of a diehard fan. Not only did she become the leader of the 4th team of Rose with real money, but she also fervently promoted Isaris to other noble ladies. For this great contributor to his reputation, Lin Qi could not treat him coldly. He nodded and welcomed them all into the banquet hall. The first floor now looked like 2 completely different houses compared to before. A massive chandelier illuminated the room with golden light, and the floor was covered with rose-patterned carpets. Round tables draped in white tablecloths filled the central living area. Fortunately, Lin Qi's previous decoration style was modern minimalism, leaving ample space, otherwise it would have been difficult to fit so many tables. A circular space was reserved in the middle of the banquet hall for swordsmanship exchanges. After allowing Osman and the others to explore, Lin Qi hurried back to the door. Mr. Isaris, long time no see. Huida approached slowly with his daughter. He probably knew that Lin Des' image in Isaris' mind had collapsed beyond repair, so he thought of bringing his beautiful eldest daughter in hopes of regaining Isaris' favor. Mr. Huida, Miss Wendy. Although Lin Qi had invited them, he was determined to gradually distance himself from Huida, showing great indifference. Huida, who probably guessed the reason, could only enter the banquet hall reluctantly. Mr. Isaris, sorry for being a bit late. A crisp female voice reached Lin Qi's ears. Officer Laura, you look beautiful today. Lin Qi was somewhat taken aback by Laura's appearance. She had shed her police uniform and wore an elegant black long dress. Her fair glowing arms contrasted sharply with the deep black of the dress, providing a significant visual impact, not to mention the long slender legs beneath it. Thank you. I have a friend who came with me today, I hope you don't mind. Laura's tone carried a hint of helplessness. A friend. Lin Qi turned his gaze towards Laura's side. There stood a red-haired girl in a white dress adorned with a golden necklace and silver earrings. She had delicate features, an elegant demeanor, and a noble air in her every gesture. The princess of the Viridia Kingdom, the 3rd princess. Freya Solar. Hello, Mr. Isaris, I am Freya Solar. I hope you don't mind my intrusion. The red-haired girl performed a curtsy to Lin Qi. Not at all. Your arrival is an honor for me, princess. Lin Qi was genuinely astonished. Although he knew from his memories of the previous life that Laura and Freya had a close relationship, he didn't expect her to bring Freya along to the banquet. Lin Qi welcomed both of them into the banquet hall. Is that the 3rd princess? Oh my, it really is. Wasn't Isaris said to be an outsider noble? How could he have such connections? The Newt family and the Park Tamandi Trade Association have good relations with him. I didn't expect him to be connected to the royal family as well. Could it be that he is indeed a dragon crossing the river? Lin Qi was taken by surprise by this pleasant surprise. Freya's arrival further elevated Isaris' status in the eyes of these nobles. Wow, this kid is indeed unfathomable. Returning to the entrance, Lin Qi finally welcomed the last guest of the banquet. Bishop Lance, long time no see. Lin Qi looked at Lance, who was approaching with a half-smile, half-crying expression. Mr. Isaris, may the sun shine upon you. Lance had come alone this time with a single purpose. He intended to use the guise of swordsmanship exchanges to probe this kid's depths. Mr. Isaris, thank you for your contributions to the capital recently. Lance took the initiative to start the conversation. Oh, it was nothing big as what I should do as a citizen of Viridia. Lin Qi waved his hand in a modest manner. Alas, if only everyone thought like you. Oh, what do you mean? You are from Kismark Town, so you must know that the Eternal Sun Church in Kismark Town was recently attacked by villains. Lance's gaze was fixed on Lin Qi, trying to discern any clues from his expression. I have heard a little of it. Is truly outrageous. Such villains do not take the church seriously and must be severely punished. Lin Qi's expression was one of righteous indignation. Lance seemed shocked by his shamelessness. Not my friend, how can you act so pretentiously? Indeed, such people dare to insult the sun, they will surely face punishment. Indeed. Not understanding the greatness of the sun, this guy has truly wasted his life. Oh, it seems that Mr. Isaris greatly reveres the sun as well. Lance could no longer bear this little brat's nonsense. Lin Qi fell into deep thought. He was disliked by the angel of the romantic sequence for praising the sun. But it was fine last time. Was there a problem? In this rank forbidden item there exists an angel of the romantic sequence, Lady Echo. In the previous game, only 2 deities appeared in version 5. One was from the solar sequence, the deity who governs light and purification, the radiant night Tress. The other was from the stellar sequence governing prophecy and dreams, the resplendent Lady Catalina. What does Lady Echo govern? Lin Qi led Lance into the banquet hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the main purpose of today's invitation is to promote something. The agency I established, Roland Manor, has been officially registered with the Extraordinary Management Bureau. In the future, if you have any needs, you can choose us. Roland Manor will not disappoint your expectations. Next, the swordsmanship exchange will begin, and my butler Kafu and I will set the stage for everyone. Lin Qi clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention in the banquet hall. At that moment, Sellers approached Lin Qi with a rectangular tray on which lay an unsharpened long sword. The swordsmanship exchange should be purely about swordsmanship to prevent anyone from using forbidden items. In the competition, everyone will use the unsharpened long swords provided by the organizers. Sir, do we really have to do it this way? Kafu said, holding the long sword with a speechless expression. Of course, as the hosts of the banquet, we must go first. Then you can just pick someone from the nobles present. Fool. In front of so many people, how can I offend someone who might be my client? I need to make money. I can't be so shameless. Then why not choose Lance? Don't you dislike them? What if he uses tricks? He is a sequence 4. I, the master, am in my prime, and I still want to expand the Roland family. Why are you being so indecisive? Lin Qi reluctantly led Kafu to the arena. Lord Isaris, go for it. Ah, Isaris, you can do it. My lord, go for it. Brother, you must defeat Kafu. Mr. Kafu, go for it. Don't lose too badly. Kafu glanced at Sellers, who was cheering for him, feeling somewhat speechless. These fools. When the master said he was going to choose someone to duel on the arena, they all buried their heads lower than the others. Only Kafu, who came from a gang background, was confused about the situation and met the master's gaze. Kafu, be careful. Yes, my lord. To be honest, the swordsmanship competition between the two was rather dull. They seemed more like they were performing a duet with cooler moves, faster speeds, and stronger power. To those high-sequence individuals who truly understood swordsmanship, this competition was like children's play. But to this group of nobles, it was incredibly impressive. Whoa, why are there sparks flying? Is a butler from Roland Manor this strong? If you don't know, but both Lord Isaris and Butler Kafu are extraordinary beings. No wonder. If we have life-threatening issues in the future, can we seek help from Roland Manor? Yes, those people from the Extraordinary Management Bureau always use the excuse of lacking manpower to take more gold coins from us, yet their strength is quite average. I think it's better to leave it to Lord Isaris. After all, we all have witnessed his strength. The two on the stage were preparing to conclude their performance as they felt it had gone on long enough. Kafu deliberately exposed a flaw, and Lin Qi knocked the long sword from his hand. My lord, you are indeed more skilled. Not at all, Kafu, you did well. Clap, clap, clap. The applause from the audience was continuous. Mr. Isaris, you are so impressive. Can I get your autograph? Mr. Isaris, when will the Rose faction form the 10th Regiment? I want to join too. Lin Qi looked at the enthusiasm from the audience and felt a bit embarrassed. Is it a bit overdone? Wait. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet was heating up, a voice interrupted them. Mr. Isaris, after watching your duel with Butler Kafu, my long-dormant heart for swordsmanship has ignited once again. I wonder, could you spar with me? Lance stood up from his seat and smiled at Lin Qi on the stage. The inherently evil Lance, I will personally. Of course, Bishop Lance. After all, the main purpose of this banquet is to exchange swordsmanship with various masters. Lin Qi replied with a forced smile. Bishop Lance can wield the sword? Laura in the audience asked curiously. Of course, my swordsmanship enlightenment during childhood came from Teacher Lance. Freya was somewhat curious whether Isaris could still be as strong as rumored in Teacher Lance's hands. Bishop Lance, I didn't expect you to be a swordsmanship master as well. Lin Qi was somewhat surprised. In the previous life, when fighting against Lance as a boss in the game, he had never seen him use swordsmanship. I dare not claim that. I haven't practiced swordsmanship in many years. It's just that today, watching your legendary battle with Butler Kafu reminded me of my youth. Lance emphasized the words legendary battle deliberately. This little brat fooling these foolish nobles is one thing, but he thinks he can fool me. Today, Lance will test your skills. Is that so? Then please instruct me. A hashtag appeared on Lin Qi's forehead. The old fool is being sarcastic. Lin Qi said nothing more, but raised the long sword in front of his chest. The first style of Roland's secret sword sai? Quickly. So fast that the nobles present could only see the shadow of the sword. When the two long swords clashed rapidly on this small stage. What is this? Can you see clearly? I can only see two shadows. The red one is Bishop Lance in church uniform, and the black one is Mr. Isaris in a suit. Duh. I mean, the sword moves. I can't see that. The figures of Lance and Lin Qi appeared as mere shadows to the nobles present. Often before their naked eyes could see the two colliding, the sound of their swords clashing had already reached their ears. He can actually keep up with Teacher Lance. Freya was secretly shocked at the sight of this illegitimate child of the Roland family who had gained fame within the capital. She often heard news about him and initially was not interested, thinking he was like the other nobles. Even a Sequence 9 could brag about being invincible in the world, until her good friend Laura mentioned this Isaris while chatting with her. From Laura's description, a young noble who is upright, kind, powerful, and responsible came to life, drawing her attention. She wanted to see how he compared to the rumors. However, it seemed that while other aspects still needed observation, his strength indeed aligned perfectly with the rumors. The Roland secret sword truly lives up to its name, Lance exclaimed in surprise as their swords collided on the arena. He was sequence 4, even without using extraordinary power, he should easily crush a sequence 7. Even if his physical abilities had declined due to age, he shouldn't be evenly matched with a sequence 7. Why does this kid seem so at ease? Could it be that he has already advanced to mid-sequence? However, at this moment Lin Qi was in a difficult situation. This old man isn't lying, his swordsmanship has indeed been out of practice for a while, and he seems a bit rusty. But this old man is using sequence 4 stats to fight against my sequence 7 stats. Lin Qi's apparent ease was all an act. He knew Lance's purpose was merely to test him, and in such a public setting, he couldn't do anything to him. But it was precisely this that made it even more crucial for him not to expose himself. Test. Today I will let you test to the bottomless pit. Name Blood of the Demon ability enhances physical capabilities by 70 duration 5 minutes. Side effect: it will attract the gaze of demons, but don't worry, they are just here to observe you. Introduction: will you be a coward for life or a real man for 5 minutes? What? Not 5 seconds. This is a serious potion, not just some cheap concoction. Lin Qi ultimately chose to use the task reward he had just obtained. Damn, Lance, this is the only sample. Although he had the formula, who knows when he would find that heretical alchemist. Thanks to the existence of the system backpack, Lin Qi did not need to take the potion physically, he just had to give a command in his mind, and the potion would be successfully consumed. Fourth style of the Roland secret sword: reverse sound. Lin Qi's long sword, like a venomous snake hidden in the shadows, lunged straight at Lance's shoulder. Damn brat. Lance was shocked. The boy's speed had increased again. He was definitely not just sequence 7. Dawn sword technique, third style: dusk. Lance slightly crouched to dodge Lin Qi's long sword, his own sword glowing with an orange light as it stabbed upward toward Lin Qi's throat. Lin Qi bent down to evade his long sword, sweeping horizontally aimed at Lance's sword-wielding arm. Lance withdrew his sword to block Lin Qi's attack. Lance, you truly are as sharp as ever. The two stood on opposite sides of the arena. Haha, you're just flattering me, Isaris, you are the one worth noting. Lance began to hesitate again. Should he continue fighting? This is strange. The last time he saw him at the Parker Tamandi Chamber of Commerce, he was still a low sequence, and now he had advanced to mid-sequence. This is unscientific. Lance looked at the still composed Isaris, his gaze drooping. Let's try again with my strongest strike. Dawn sword technique, light prism. Roland's secret sword rose. Lance moved, not charging straight, but like a refracted light, his figure momentarily blurred in Lin Qi's sight. The sword's edge was not aimed at Lin Qi, but pointed toward the empty space to his left. A warm, broad, yet incredibly sharp arc of light silently emerged, slicing toward Lin Qi's ribs. Boom. A red light appeared in the center of the yellow sword light. Lin Qi's sword stabbed directly into Lance's sword body. Crack. The sound of the sword shattering echoed. The ordinary longsword, which could not withstand Lance's immense power, shattered under Lin Qi's strike. The scene fell into a momentary silence. Clap. The sound of applause erupted. Lin Qi shot a displeased glance at Koff, who started clapping first. Does this guy not think Lance is old enough to hate me? Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, Mr. Isaris. This final strike reminded me of long ago. Lance's expression showed little change, but his eyes seemed to hold a hint of relief. Not at all. If it weren't for your recent preoccupation with church affairs that left you neglecting your sword practice, I would surely have been defeated by you. Lin Qi was not lying. Had he not used the standardized ordinary longsword today, the outcome might still be uncertain. Moreover, the Dawn sword technique. I've never heard of it. Isn't the Sorol family sword technique Eclipsing Sun secret sword? Lin Qi looked at Lance with some confusion. Could it be that this old man was truly a master of sword techniques? Surprisingly good, single-handedly matching up to Master Lance in swordsmanship. Freya was somewhat delighted. Currently, her second brother's influence was growing stronger, with many nobles in the capital standing on his side. Freya urgently needed a strong ally. A noble from outside, powerful, handsome, famous, and reportedly of good character. This is simply the perfect romantic partner. I know a collaborator. If Freya's purpose for attending this banquet was to determine if Isaris qualified to join her faction, then it now became essential to ensure he joined her side. Old. Lance, now seated, felt somewhat emotional. What on earth is this kid's situation? Which faction is he from? How come I can't grasp his methods at all? Just luck. Lin Qi had originally intended to keep his distance from Lance, but due to the presence of the third princess, he had no choice but to sit with him. Otherwise, would it get out that Isaris look down on others and even disrespect the third princess? You're being humble, Mr. Isaris' swordsmanship is quite sharp. If I weren't wearing a formal dress today, I would have taken the stage to spar with you. Freya tucked her fallen hair behind her ear and smiled. If given the chance, I would also like to witness the princess' grace. Lin Qi did not take Freya's words to heart. It was just polite talk. Such words were only meant for someone like the little chef. They held no value for me, Lin. The entire banquet ended up being quite enjoyable for both hosts and guests. During the banquet, other nobles also demonstrated their sword techniques, but how should I put it? Those sword techniques looked to Lin Qi like himself as a child pretending to be the summoner of the flame dragon armor on the street, wildly striking the air. A bit cringeworthy. After sending the guests off, Lin Qi sat in the living room on the first floor. "Brother, have some tea." Viola approached with red tea and a cup. Lin Qi accepted it without saying much. He was deep in thought. Freya's words during the banquet conveyed just one meaning. We are all young people, the future pillars of the nation, and we must communicate more. Lin Qi was somewhat puzzled by her meaning. Could she also be a proletarian warrior? Why try to recruit someone who intends to overthrow the empire? The main storyline of version 1.0 of the game is to overthrow the Survivebut royal family. To gain enough attention and screen time in the game, Lin Qi must participate in the main storyline. Does Freya not know the history of the kingdom? The Survivebut royal family, in order to maintain their bright image, has obscured Roland and Morningstar's roles in the kingdom's establishment. The current generation of royal heirs was educated to believe that a noble from the Survivebut royal family defeated the invading Timulan tribe. Poor Freya does not realize that inviting Isaris to join her faction is akin to letting a wolf into the fold. Night. In his room, Lin Qi looked through the window at Viola, practicing the Roland secret sword in the manners clearing. Ever since teaching her the sword technique, the young girl had been practicing hard every night and had only recently just begun. Lin Qi sat on the bed and pondered how to regain Lady Echo's favor. What should he do? Moreover, Lady Echo is far too forgiving. She only lost a drop of health when angry. I am just playing along with her. I've always loved the romantic sequence. My interactions with the sun are mere social pleasantries. Baby, I only love you in the sequence. Lin Qi examined the book in his hands. Lady Resonance can perceive what lies beyond the cover. Of course. How could a deity truly be confined by a forbidden artifact? Lin Qi assessed his own condition. Though he had ingested demon's blood, the substance produced no adverse effects. His daytime sword sparring with lands had involved no supernatural power. Now, should he step into the book? Lin Qi fell into contemplation. Previous experiments had revealed that death within the book merely ejected him, but exhaustion would lock him inside. Done. Lin Qi opened the tome, his fingers gliding gently over golden script upon the page. A misty portal shimmered into existence before him. Lin Qi checked his status panel, nothing amiss, and stepped forward. Today he intended to explore the far side. Previously he had discovered the Evernight Rose Garden through the forest to his right. Today he planned to cross the pale blue lake and see what lay beyond. Lin Qi reached the lakeshore, coiling strength in his legs as repulsive force gathered beneath his feet. Boom. His figure shot skyward, soaring above the lake's surface. Midair he balanced his body and sustained flight, using controlled repulsion. Just as he crossed the lake's center, something caught his eye atop the merfolk statue's head. He did not halt. Instead, he extended gravitational threads to bind the object. He landed on the far shore, then tugged sharply on the gravitational thread. A teardrop-shaped pendant flew into his palm. Panel. Name: Mermaid's Tear. Type: Necklace. Tier: Class D. Forbidden Artifact ability, grants unrestricted respiration underwater when worn. Cost: after use, one must perform music profound enough to stir the heart. Description: I am a singer and an outcast. They stripped me of my scales solely to savor my lament. Indeed, this book world held many treasures. He had entered only twice, and already acquired a forbidden artifact. How much stronger might he grow with repeated forays? This artifact was clearly designed for underwater exploration. Lin Qi had no intention of descending into the lake's depths. He had already flown across it. First, he would survey what lay beyond the water. Why did it sound like a seaweed snack advertisement? Lin Qi arrived at the forest on the lake's opposite shore. Yet as he attempted to enter, an invisible barrier blocked his path. What did this mean? Was passage still forbidden? With no choice, Lin Qi returned toward the thatched hut. He tested the two other unexplored directions. Both proved impassable. His current range of movement was limited to the Evernight Rose Garden to the east and the pale blue lake. He hesitated should he descend into the lake today. Yet he knew almost nothing about the lake, only that it harbored a species called lapis-light fish. Might deeper waters conceal even more unknown supernatural beings? He approached the lakeshore for closer inspection. Click. At the sound, Lin Qi instinctively raised his head and saw the statue at the lake's center slowly turn its face toward him, offering a faint, knowing smile. Ding. You have discovered the dungeon Lakebound Realm. Submerge into the waters and defeat the boss. Oceanic sequence. Rank 5, Deep Sea Hunter. Poacher Captain John. Challenge accepted. Yes, no. Lin Qi wasted no time. He selected no instantly. Rank 5. And in his opponent's domain, the lake itself. Only madness would drive him to seek such needless suffering. Without hesitation, he turned and strode toward the Evernight Rose Garden. Better to revisit old acquaintances, with Fullen perhaps. Ding. You have discovered the dungeon Evernight Rose Garden. Defeat the boss. Romantic sequence. Rank 6, Trajectory Poet. Moonlight, Blade Knight Fullen. Challenge accepted. Yes, no. Lin Qi pressed yes upon the panel, and in the next instant the world spun violently. He stood now at the garden's very heart. You have come, mighty swordsman. Beneath the silver moonlight the knight, clad in white armor, spoke softly. Whoa, can you actually speak? Lin Qi stared astonished. I have always been able to speak, Fullen replied with a gentle smile. Then why did you? Further questions shall await your victory over me. Fullen slowly raised his greatsword. Very well. In the name of Roland, I will not lose. Lin Qi drew forth Veritas Rose. Both active Class A forbidden artifact. After their prior duel, both understood each other's techniques well. Fullen's Moonlight blade emphasized raw force and destructive impact, a quintessential heavy sword style. Lin Qi's Roland's secret sword prioritized velocity and penetrating force, a classic fast sword discipline. Moonlight cascaded like liquid silver from the heavens, bathing the roses in ethereal radiance. At the garden's center, the two stood motionless. A night breeze stirred, lifting petals into the air. Lin Qi struck without warning, not probing but unleashing lethal intent from the first step. His form blurred, merging seamlessly with the surrounding roses. Veritas Rose humming with chilling precision. Well met, Fullen exclaimed swiftly, raising his greatsword, gripping the hilt with one hand, bracing the blade with the other. Only thus could he withstand the sheer momentum of Lin Qi's charge. The clash of steel rang sharp and piercing across the silent garden. When the first strike failed, Lin Qi did not retreat. He closed the distance, pressing forward with relentless follow-up strikes. Though devastating, the greatsword's weight demanded space. To gather force to unleash true power, one needed distance. Veritas Rose vibrated fiercely mid-thrust, its tip fracturing into 7 points of frost-laced starlight, aimed precisely at Fullen's eyes, throat, heart, and both shoulder joints. Each strike was real, forged by superhuman speed and peerless blade control, all 7 arriving nearly simultaneously. Fullen did not watch the blades. He closed his eyes entirely. At the instant Lin Qi's scapular muscles tensed, Fullen slid his left foot half a pace backward, then swept his greatsword upward from below, both hands locked firm. His motion seemed unhurried, yet timed perfectly to intercept the 7-star convergence. A long, clear bell-like resonance filled the air. The broad blades surged upward like a rising tide, shattering the trajectory of all 7 strikes with surgical precision. Such overwhelming force drove Fullen's boots half a foot backward, carving shallow furrows in the rose garden's soil. Yet his stance remained unbroken. Moonlight absorbed into the blade rippled outward upon impact, like water disturbed by a stone, forming a soft, luminous halo that diffused and dissipated much of the incoming force. Lin Qi was forced back, but asked immediately, "What is this blade called?" "Chinyu." Again, before the word left his lips, he lunged, swift as a hunting leopard. Fullen showed no panic. He dropped low, lifting Chun Yue, gaze sharpened with unwavering focus. He dared not swing recklessly. His opponent's speed was too great. One opening, and he would drown beneath an unending storm of steel. Lin Qi materialized at Fullen's left flank, targeting the rear lateral side of his left knee, a weakness he'd identified through careful observation of Fullen's posture. Fullen did not shift his stance dramatically. Instead, he twisted his wrist, and the seemingly ponderous Chun Yu moved with eerie, fluid grace, intercepting the fatal blow with flawless timing. Clang! The true word rose struck the broad blade of Silent Moon, producing a crisp sound. Fullen used his sword as a shield, slightly turning his body to redirect Lin Qi's thrust toward the ground. Lin Qi's pupils contracted slightly. The opponent might counterattack in response. He leaped back to create distance, standing firm with his sword, breathing steadily, yet his gaze grew sharper. Today's swordplay duel with Lance had indeed inflated his confidence, but the 2 encounters with Fullen brought him crashing back to reality. Fullen was not like Lance, who had not held a sword for a long time. On the contrary, being eternally trapped in the Rose Garden, his only entertainment each day was practicing swordsmanship. Fullen had only 2 pursuits in life: greater swordsmanship, more sincere emotions. His emotions had been severed by his own hand, and as punishment he was eternally confined in this garden of roses by the Lady of Echoes. Come, let us unleash our strongest strike to determine the victor. Flames hidden in Fullen's gaze ignited. Lin Qi crouched slightly, raising his sword level with his brow. He did not imbue the kiss mark into his sword, but instead relied on pure speed and strength as a swordsman to enhance this move. Fullen slowly lifted the heavy sword above his head, the moonlight illuminating the blade, named Silent Moon, casting a pure white glow upon it. Rose. Moonfall. The 2 crossed paths. A large hole was opened in Lin Qi's chest, the wound deep enough to reveal his innards. Fullen knelt on one knee, leaning on Silent Moon. His entire left arm had vanished, and only the lower half of his body remained. "You have won." A hint of relief echoed in Fullen's voice. "Ding. You have cleared the instance. Eternal Night Rose Garden rewards Eternal Rose 5,000 experience points, extraordinary weapon, sounding sword, and its blueprint." As the system notification appeared, a green glow enveloped both Lin Qi and Fullen. Your actions have pleased the romantic angel. Lady of Echoes, Iko, your favor has increased. You have received a divine reward, romantic blessing, LV1, all attributes 5. What? Such good fortune. Lin Qi felt a secret joy of defeating Flun with his current strength was but a dream, yet Flun was a pure swordsman. For a swordsman, competing in swordsmanship didn't require extraordinary power, otherwise Flun with his sequence of 6 could easily handle a sequence of 7. Lin Qi turned to look at Flun, whose body was already healed. Mr. Flun, why didn't you communicate with me last time? I've been trapped here for hundreds of years facing countless challengers, some strong, some weak, some pure, and some treacherous. But without a doubt you are one of the strongest swordsmen I have encountered. Flun's gaze was not on Lin Qi, but on the moon in the sky. Trapped here. Were you locked in the book due to exhaustion? Lin Qi asked in confusion. No, I was punished by the Lady of Echoes. Flun shook his head. Punished? The Lady of Echoes governs love and desire. I angered her by forsaking love, which is why I am eternally confined in this rose garden. Flun's expression seemed to carry memories. So the Lady of Echoes as a deity governs the love and desire of the world. Lin Qi wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly realized something was wrong. His stamina on the system panel was nearly depleted. Let's talk next time, Mr. Flun. After hastily dropping that line, Lin Qi planned to exit the book world. Wait, take this. Flun plucked a rose from the garden and handed it to Lin Qi. Lin Qi took it without examining it and directly exited the book world. Back in his room, he let out a sigh of relief. Did the Lady of Echoes really dislike Flun? No wonder he received the Lady of Echoes' favor after defeating Flun. Panel. Name Sincere Rose Type Flower Level B Class. Forbidden Item Ability. Once bound, it allows instantaneous arrival at the holder's side regardless of space. Currently unbound. Cost, you will uncontrollably fall in love with the other party. Description: a classic knight and princess love story. Of course you probably wouldn't enjoy it because it's too cliched. But don't worry, Flun hopes you won't miss out on your loved one. Lin Qi looked at the forbidden item before him with surprise. What is this? Instant eye teleportation. This is incredible. The use of this forbidden item requires 2 people. One is the binder, and the other is the bearer. The binder can instantly arrive at the bearer's side. The cost is that the binder will fall in love with the bearer. But can this cost really be considered a cost? If one doesn't love the other, how could they give such a space-traversing forbidden item to them? Lin Qi recalled the last strike when he battled Flun. The true word rose seemed to have become sharper at that moment. Could it be that the true word rose, which values oaths and love, also detests Flun? A-class forbidden items can choose their own master. Lin Qi took out the rewards from the system backpack that he obtained after clearing the instance. Name Eternal Rose Type Seed Effect. Will not die after maturity, permanently maintaining a blooming state. Consuming it restores 15 points of stamina. Description: a specialty of the Eternal Night Rose Garden. Giving it to a girl might yield unexpected rewards. Lin Qi scoffed at the description, calculating that he should plant more of this item as he might have several girls he wishes to gift it to. Name Sounding Sword Type Heavy Sword Effect. When used, the sword emits a white light, enhancing its sharpness. Description: have you seen interstellar battles? Understand laser swords. Envious. Lin Qi helplessly rubbed his forehead. This extraordinary weapon was of no use to him. This thing can only be sold to players. With his stamina nearly depleted, Lin Qi lay on his bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Mingyan. After finishing breakfast, Lin Qi called for the steward. Sir, you called for me. Yes, find a few people. Plant this seed in the garden. Lin Qi handed the Eternal Rose seed he received as a system reward to Mingyan. Yes, sir. Mingyan hurriedly left after receiving the order. Sir, there are undead seeking an audience outside. Silas, the captain of the manor's guard, approached Lin Qi and whispered, "Oh, let them in." Lin Qi was taken aback. It was the efficiency of players this high. How could there already be news of the heretical potion maker in just a few days? Lord Isaris, we have found news about that heretical potion maker. The few members of Long Sleep sat on the sofa opposite Lin Qi, expressing their delight. He seems to be within the Eternal Radiant Church. Orange Bai Qi shared the information he had obtained. Since Lord Isaris assigned them this task, they had been gathering information throughout the capital, and they truly uncovered a lead. It was even revealed by a player who joined the Eternal Radiant Church. Oh, tell me more. Lin Qi said with curiosity, wondering how an unorthodox potion master ended up in the Eternal Blaze Church. It is like this: we have heard that a peculiar potion has recently appeared in the Eternal Blaze Church. It's called Citrus Aroma, and it can significantly heal human injuries, but it is also addictive. Those who consume it multiple times will never be able to leave it behind. Long Yan conveyed all the information they had gathered to Lin Qi. Citrus Aroma. Why does that sound so familiar? Wait a moment. Wasn't the plague in the mid-story of version 1.0 called the Citrus Plague? Infected individuals would develop huge orange-yellow pustules resembling oranges growing on their bodies from a distance. Could this plague be related to that potion? Very well, esteemed undead from another world, your information is extremely important to me. Lin Qi nodded in satisfaction, truly a good player. If it can be confirmed that the potion master is within the church, the previously mentioned rewards will be duly issued. Lord Isaris. Lomian seemed to have something to say. What is it? Lin Qi asked. It is like this information was told to us by an undead who has joined the Eternal Blaze Church. He wishes to leave the church and join Roland Manor. Longmian's voice was somewhat hesitant, but it couldn't be helped. This was the condition proposed by the informant. Lin Qi was somewhat surprised. Was he planning to defect? Then let him come over. Xiaoguo was in a very good mood at the moment. As a fan of Isaris, he had previously tried countless ways to get into the attention of the other. Unexpectedly, due to being unable to find a way to join Roland Manor, he ended up taking a detour to join the Eternal Blaze Church, only to have a sudden turn of events. He received a task within the church to deliver documents to the extraordinary administration for a church leader, and upon completion, not only did he receive experience points and gold, but he was also given a bottle of yellow potion. He immediately checked the potion's information and was about to consume it when he saw a help post from Lomian on the forum. Xiaoguo informed Lomian about the potion he acquired and deduced that the unorthodox potion master was likely within the church. He exchanged this information for an opportunity to join Roland Manor. Xiaoguo stood at the entrance of Roland Manor, taking a deep breath. As expected of a game protagonist, even the front door of the house was so grand. Lin Qi examined the bottle of yellow potion in his hand, silently thinking. Panel. Name: citrus aroma ability, significantly restores bodily injuries. Side effects: the potion is addictive. Description: a painstaking creation by the unorthodox potion master, but is it a remedy to save people or a poison to destroy the world? Indeed, the unorthodox potion master is within the church. Very well, I will distribute the task rewards to you. However, Mr. Xiaoguo, I need to trouble you to stay within the church for a while longer. After returning the potion to Xiaoguo, Lin Qi said, I understand, Lord Isaris. I am a spy, right? Xiaoguo was internally excited. This was great. I have finally aligned myself with the game protagonist faction. Lin Qi looked at the excited Xiaoguo with a hint of helplessness. He recognized him, one of the top streamers from the last life of End of Era. But he was neither a skilled streamer like Longmian, nor a popular science streamer like Qi. He dealt with abstract content, known in the community as End of Era's Little Roach. The saying goes, in End of Era there is nothing you could imagine that Xiaoguo cannot accomplish, including but not limited to jumping into a cesspit in the game to see if he would drown, jumping off the church rooftop to smash into the ground, or hanging from a rooftop in a certain CG scene. In short, he was a streamer who gained countless fans through his abstract antics in the game. Though he loved to engage in abstract activities, he was not a bad person. Ding. Task completed. Rewards issued: 1,000 experience points, 5 gold. Roland Manor outer member identity, Isaris favorability. Qi and others looked at the issued task rewards with great excitement. Finally. They had finally clung to a big thigh. Congratulations to everyone for successfully joining Roland Manor. As members of the office, you have certain benefits. As Lin Qi spoke, a golden exclamation mark suddenly appeared above his head. What is this? Qi was somewhat surprised. I don't know either. I've never seen this before. Longmian, who had already become an outer member of Roland Manor, was equally baffled. What was going on? It wasn't like this when I joined before. This is the internal shop of Roland Manor. Obi Stealth's voice was filled with excitement. Lin Qi felt a sense of pride seeing the players' astonished expressions. This was a new module unlocked by the system when Longmian had just joined Roland Manor. Roland Shop. Lin Qi could place some low-level prohibited items and extraordinary weapons, as well as various goods in the shop accessible only to Roland Manor players with Lin Qi's permission. Currently, there are 13 pieces of extraordinary knowledge and mass-produced extraordinary weapon Evil Flame. The price of Evil Flame is 20 gold and 5 contribution points. The price of 12 pieces of regular sequence is 100 gold and 20 contribution points. The price of the romantic sequence is 500 gold and 100 contribution points, plus Isaris favorability. As the open beta approached, Lin Qi felt increasingly eager to recruit blacksmiths and potion masters. Only by finding such professionals could he significantly lighten the players' wallets. Longmian and the other players gazed at the items in the shop, drooling with desire. Especially Obi Stealth, as the president of the Dragon War Guild, he had plenty of money. Once the open beta started and the recharge channels opened, he must use his gold to secure the romantic sequence. Mr. Xiaoguo, for now you will investigate the potion master's news within the church. We will keep in contact at all times. Lin Qi issued a task to Xiaoguo. Task issued: church spy. Task description: Isaris seems to be very interested in the unorthodox potion master within the church, and you, as the church's double agent, are entrusted with high hopes. Please investigate the potion master's information and report to Isaris. Task rewards: 1,500 experience points, 10 gold. Roland Manor outer member identity. Xiaoguo felt a surge of excitement rushing to his head. He patted his chest and saluted Isaris. I guarantee to complete the task. Lin Qi. Has there already been an abstract prototype? Hakiguyu guy? Mr. Isaris, what about us? The several players who had already been captivated by the Roland shop were very excited. I want to join too. I want to join too. I also want to pledge loyalty to Mr. Isaris. Task Release the Church Mystery. Task Introduction. Isaris suspects that the Eternal Sun Church is conducting some terrible drug experiments. Please assist the player Xiaoguo in exploring the church's interior and inform Isaris of any findings. Task Reward, 500 experience points, 5 gold coins. Promotional footage for the open beta background panel. Several players stared blankly at the task panel. What's going on? Are we going to become celebrities? Most of the players were involved in live streaming. This opportunity to appear in the game's official CG would bring them huge traffic. Even if it's just a background role. I promise to complete the task. Sure enough, abstraction can be infectious. Undead from other realms, please pay attention to your safety. Lin Qi smiled and nodded at them. Yes, Master Isaris. Lin Qi watched as the 6 players marched out of the manor, sending them blessings in his heart. Amen. Oh no, Lady Echo, please bless them. Eastern District of the capital. Eastern Branch of the Eternal Sun Church. Xiaoguo walked into the church's interior wearing a red uniform issued by the church. Father Newman, is there anywhere else you need me today? Xiaoguo asked a middle-aged man with short white hair and frameless glasses whose sharp intellect was evident. Rond is sick today and has taken leave, so you'll be covering his duties. Go and distribute food to the prisoners in their cells. Newman's gaze did not waver from the book in his hands. Yes. Task Release. Feed the prisoners. Task Introduction. Rond seems to have fallen ill for some reason, and his duties have fallen to you. Please go to the kitchen to get the meal cart and distribute food to the prisoners in their cells. Task Reward, 50 experience, 50 copper coins, 5 points of church contribution. Xiaoguo looked at the task rewards in front of him and cursed inwardly. Damn, so stingy. Compared to our master Isaris, the Eternal Sun Church is simply a miser. Fortunately, I am a spy who I have already switched sides. Xiaoguo headed to the kitchen at the back of the church and pushed out a 3-tier meal cart. The first tier contained the staple food for the prisoners, a yellow flatbread with some gray spots, which seemed to have already gone moldy. This flatbread is made from cornmeal, which is very filling and also very cheap. The second tier contained a large pot of hot water. Yes, just plain hot water with nothing in it. The third tier held small bowls filled with pickles made from yellow carrots, the only food with any flavor. Xiaoguo pushed the cart to the underground level of the church where the prisoners were held. Each prisoner had a single room that contained an iron bed and a chamber pot. Aside from that, there was nothing. The entire underground level was permeated with a foul odor, a mix of excrement and the stench of rotting corpses. Has someone died again? Xiaoguo cursed inwardly. Where have the guards of this prison gone? Why haven't they dealt with the corpse yet? Xiaoguo held back his discomfort and arrived at the first prisoner's door. Without any exchange, he handed the food over and left directly. Each prisoner had their own iron bowl sufficient to hold a bowl of hot water. However, when he arrived at the 15th cell, he found that the person inside did not eagerly approach with a bowl. Inside the cell was a woman with long black hair, her hair disheveled, wearing a thin black and white striped prison uniform, squatting in the corner with her back to the wall. Xiaoguo glanced at the prisoner information next to the cell door. Name Xiaofang. Crime: child trafficking. Sentence: life imprisonment. ID 9527. 9527, it's time to eat. Xiaoguo shouted to the woman in the cell. The woman inside seemed to want to say something, but could only make incomprehensible sounds. Her voice was very hoarse, as if countless blades were scraping against her throat. Gulp. Xiaoguo swallowed, feeling a bit uneasy. He surveyed his surroundings. The cell was eerily quiet. Only the sound of some prisoners tearing into their corn flatbreads could be heard. The corridor was dimly lit, with visibility limited to just 2 meters. Xiaoguo directed the meal cart towards the cell. The oil lamp in front of the cart illuminated the woman, who was slowly turning around. Her face was covered with orange-yellow pus-filled sores, and the thin prison uniform she wore had irregular bulges. What the hell? End of era is an MMORPG. What kind of horror game scene is this? MMORPG, massively multiplayer online role-playing game. Xiaofang trembled as she approached Xiaoguo, her hands tightly clutching her face, as if this would conceal the pus-filled sores. Pop! The sound of a sword bursting rang out, and Xiaoguo watched in horror as the woman before him squeezed a pus-filled sore on her face with too much force. Orange-yellow pus oozed out, and as Xiaofang looked at the yellow liquid on her hands, she screamed in madness and stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Pop, 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 pop. More sounds of sores bursting filled the air, and Xiaofang stopped wailing. Witnessing all this, Xiaoguo felt his stomach churn violently, a wave of disgust flooding his brain. Ugh. What's wrong? What's wrong? The sound of clanking armor drew closer. Are you okay? A prison guard asked, patting Xiaoguo on the back. I'm fine. It was just too disgusting a moment ago. Xiaoguo took a few deep breaths and managed to calm down. There seemed to be a sweet, greasy smell in the air. It was the scent of oranges. Another one has died. She seems to be one of the first batch of test subjects, right? Another guard noticed the situation in the cell. Has this been happening for the past few days? Xiaoguo inquired about the situation. Yes, but it should be fine in a few days. The first batch of test subjects has almost all died. The guard who had just patted Xiaoguo's back said, "Why isn't Ront delivering food today?" The guard looking at the cell shifted his gaze to Xiaoguo's face. "Ront is sick. Father Newman asked me to cover for him today." Upon hearing Xiaoguo's words, the two exchanged glances. "Haha, sorry. This is your first time in the prison, right? We'll take care of the rest from here. You should go rest. We will handle the remaining work." Xiaoguo realized the situation as he looked at the two somewhat guilty men. They had probably been slacking off. They were afraid of being reported. "Alright, I really appreciate your help. Not at all, we are all brothers of the church." As Xiaoguo emerged from the underground level, he wasted no time and directly sent a message in the newly formed player group chat. "Xiaoguo, damn, you guys have no idea what I just saw. Chongyan, what? You found out about the intel so quickly. Im in the Western District. There's nothing unusual with the church branch here. Xiaoguo, damn. I've said countless times that I got the orange fragrance from the Eastern District Church. Why are you still going to the Western District? Obi Steel Dragon War Guild, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Orange Encyclopedia, what? Any news? Xiaoguo, just now in the prison recording. MP4 Chongyan. Orange Encyclopedia, ugh, Isaris Little Wife, ugh. Obi Steel Dragon War Guild. Lulu, if this were to be popped like a pimple, wouldn't that be exhilarating? We seem to have found the clues for version 1.0. It appears that the Eternal Sun Church is involved in creating some kind of potion, and Isaris has noticed something. The current clues suggest that the Eternal Sun Church may not be a righteous force. This potion seems to have addictive properties and side effects similar to a plague. The individuals in the video are the first batch of test subjects. Isaris appears to harbor animosity towards the Eternal Sun Church. I deduce that a confrontation between the two forces is inevitable in the main storyline of version 1.0. The post by the Orange Encyclopedia quickly became the headline on the player forum, with comments from players surging at an astonishing speed. Comment: wow. Have you all found the clues for version 1.0? I'm still grinding in Kissmark Town. Reply: why don't you come to the capital? Comment: I wish I could. I snuck in once, but ended up running into Urian in the street. It was a nightmare. He rushed at me like he was seeing his own father and killed me. Reply: what did he say this time? Comment: I didn't say a word. He seemed to remember me from the roadside and just attacked. Comment: indeed. Urian opposing the authorities. It seems you have chosen the path to death. Flower not flower, oh no. I've already joined the Eternal Sun Church. Comment: fortunately, I joined the Impermanent Secret Society. Comment: what should I do to join the Roland Manor now? Reply: there's probably no way now. The closed beta will end in a few days. Let's see for the open beta. Comment: I met Elena and Serafino. Screenshot of Elena's panel. She seems to harbor some animosity towards the Eternal Sun Church. Comment: wow. Both protagonists in the CG view the Eternal Sun Church with hostility, so it must be the antagonist. Lin Qi fell into deep thought as he looked at the post released by the Orange Encyclopedia. What's going on? Has the prototype of the plague already appeared at this stage? In the storyline of my previous life, the plague did not erupt until nearly halfway through version 1.0. There's still half a year left. According to the plot development, the closed beta will end shortly before the open beta, and Elena will soon arrive in the capital. During her travels, Elena has already completed her revenge and successfully allied with the Quiet Stargaze Society. Next comes the start of version 1.0, where Elena gathers many dissatisfied nobles and churches against the royal family in the capital. The turmoil caused by this plague will deal a significant blow to the royal family and the Eternal Sun Church. In my previous life, Isaris, this Easter egg character, died in the plague. As for now, he definitely won't die. However, this plague was actually caused by that heretical potion maker. That shouldn't be the case. The Eternal Sun Church is the state religion of Validia and has many renowned potion makers within. Why would they collaborate with a heretical potion maker who isn't registered with the Extraordinary Management Bureau? Unless it's not a collaboration, but rather imprisonment. It's exploitation. They can place all the blame for the plague on the heretical potion maker. Storm Temple, speak for me. Lin Qi took out the bottle of orange fragrance from his system backpack. This should be the final product. The person in the video covered in pus is among the first batch of test subjects. By observing the test subjects' conditions, they improved the orange fragrance into its current form in Lin Qi's hand. Currently, the only side effect of the orange fragrance is addiction. Lin Qi suspects that the yellowish pus has infectious properties and an incubation period. The heretical potion maker partnered with the Eternal Sun Church for some reason to create or rather improve this potion. However, they did not take the side effects of the initial version of the orange fragrance seriously. This led to the rapid spread of these viruses, which remained latent in human bodies. By the midpoint of version 1.0, it suddenly erupted. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Qi began to think of countermeasures. Whether to recruit this heretical potion maker remains a question mark. After all, Lin Qi cannot determine whether he is actively cooperating with the church or being coerced by the church. If he is being coerced by the church, then, after rescuing him, Lin Qi could potentially create an antidote for the plague based on his knowledge of the orange fragrance. It's already unlikely to control the plague from its source. After all, the final version of the orange fragrance has already appeared. The viruses from the initial version have likely entered the bodies of those who came into contact with the initial test subjects without their knowledge. Moreover, judging by the speed of the plague's spread in my previous life, it is estimated that countless people have already been infected. Lin Qi tapped irregularly on the desk in his study. He can't stop the outbreak of this plague. But if he can find that heretical potion maker, at least he can ensure the safety of the people around him. After thinking it over, Lin Qi reached a final conclusion. It's time for war. Is there a way to reasonably attack the church and find that heretical potion maker? Wait, does the Solar Royal family know about the existence of the orange fragrance? Any potion intended for sale must be registered with the Extraordinary Management Bureau, unless through an auction. After registering with the Extraordinary Management Bureau, selling this potion in bulk would require formal channels. The Solar Royal family would take a 30% cut of the profits. No country would allow the sale of drugs without going through official procedures. The orange fragrance is a potion that can significantly recover one's injuries. A potion that looks powerful and has a promising market. Would the church willingly allow the Solar Royal family to take a 30% cut without doing anything? On the other side, at the Eastern District branch of the Eternal Sun Church in the capital, several suspicious figures are crouching by the left wall. Are you sure it's here? Long Mion's voice was filled with distrust. Definitely, brother. I've been lurking around the church these days. They only prohibit movement nearby. Xiaoguo's voice was urgent. Hurry up. If discovered, I'll be in big trouble. I'll do it. Echo. The orange encyclopedia formed a triangular shape with his hands before activating the star sequence 9 stargazer skill. Inside, it turns out to be. What is it? Speak up. It's 2 little kids. Children. What do you mean? Changyan asked, somewhat surprised. I don't know either. I could only see 2 small figures through the echo skill. Zhuweikite also looked puzzled. It doesn't matter if small ones can be quite cute. Could they be the children of the church's priest? Muanto asked, Xiaoguo the only one with knowledge of the church's internal affairs. Sister, have you really heard that there are 2 children? Xiaoguo once again confirmed the authenticity of the news with Zhuweikite. I'm not blind. Those 2 children aren't even as tall as 3 blocks of tofu stacked together. Zhuweikite replied irritably. Can't you just go in and take a look? Changyan nudged Xiaoguo beside him. Come on, if I could go in, I would have done so already. They won't let a lowly church guard like me in. Xiaoguo was also quite helpless. Although he was a member of the church, he could only be considered at the very bottom. To enter such a core area of the church, one would at least need to be at the level of a priest assistant. So what should we do? Just tell Isaris like this. Changyan hesitated. They still couldn't determine the exact location of the heretical alchemist, only knowing that the person should be hiding in the core area of the eastern branch of the church. It seems we have no choice. Zhuweikite also felt helpless, unsure if this information was enough for them to complete their mission. I understand. Thank you very much, undead from another world. Lynch said to the players sitting on the sofa. Through the system panel of orange fragrance, Lynch learned that the heretical alchemist was indeed within the church. However, he still needed to confirm which church. Additionally, through Xiaoguo's video, Lynch obtained another piece of news. The first batch of test subjects were prisoners from the Eastern District. Combining the 2 pieces of information, it could basically be confirmed that the heretical alchemist was in the Eastern branch of the Eternal Radiant Church. Mission released: intense battle with the church. Mission introduction. Isaris seems to be ready for war against the Eternal Radiant Church, and players are requested to assist him. Mission reward: 2,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, and a mysterious surprise after the public test. Changyan and the others felt excited looking at the newly released mission. Something big was about to happen. Everyone, I will contact you when the time is right, Lynch said to several players. Yes, Lord Isaris. 6. After sending off the players, Lynch sat on the sofa and began to ponder. He had seen a post on a forum in his previous life. The poster was Zhuweikite. The content was an interesting story she learned through an NPC. The earth and nature. There was a pair of siblings. The brother excelled at making potions, and the sister was skilled in weapon crafting. The brother followed the natural sequence, while the sister followed the earth sequence. The 2 gifted individuals had an undeniable flaw in their bodies: a congenital dwarfism. In the worldview of end of the era, the medical system was not as advanced as in modern society. The pain and mobility restrictions brought about by dwarfism, along with the occasional sleep apnea, hung over the siblings like the sword of Damocles. The reason why Zhuweikite shared this story was that she learned an interesting piece of news from the NPC. A curse. Heaven bestowed the siblings with talents, yet also inflicted upon them endless torment. Poor souls, they did not receive the mercy of the divine. Despite the brother being a potion maker who continuously sought to concoct a potion to lift the curse, he never succeeded until his death. Could these 2 be the children Zhuweikite saw? Lynch shook his head and stood up. Continuing to ponder these thoughts was meaningless. The most important matter at hand was still to visit the 3rd princess. During the last swordsmanship exchange, the two had already exchanged contact information, and the third princess herself had extended an invitation to Lynch. While impressive, Lynch fell into contemplation as he looked at the castle that was many times larger than his own estate. He did not go to the Solal royal family's estate. Instead, he arrived at the third princess' own estate. After all, the third princess did not want her second brother to know that she had found such a strong ally as Isaris. Mr. Isaris, please follow me. A uniformed female steward guided Lynch into the castle. Mr. Isaris, welcome. Freya was dressed in a pink dress, without any excessive accessories, looking very elegant. I apologize for the intrusion, Your Highness. Lynch slightly bowed in a noble gesture. Not at all. Oh, I have yet to thank you for the previous undead incident. That is what I should do as a citizen of the Empire. Look how noble and kind-hearted he is. Your Highness, you know that I recently established Roland Estate, and am currently looking to purchase a batch of healing potions. I wonder if you have. Lynch's voice hesitated. It's just a small matter. What kind of potions do you intend to acquire? Freya waved her hand nonchalantly. As the only princess of the Solal royal family, wanting a batch of potions was a simple matter. Orange fragrance. What? A recently emerged potion that can significantly restore one's injuries. Lynch expressed his intention for being there. Please wait a moment. Ling, go find out about the potion orange fragrance. Sorry, Mr. Isaris. I haven't been paying much attention to potion news lately. Freya looked puzzled. Orange fragrance. She hadn't heard of it. After about 3 to 4 minutes, the female steward who had brought Lynch in approached Freya and whispered a few words in her ear. Mr. Isaris, it seems that there isn't such a potion in the capital right now. What? How could that be? Lynch's voice was filled with surprise and confusion. Where did you hear about this potion? Freya's voice became serious. Selling medicinal products privately was a serious crime under the law of the sun. I obtained it from a guard of the Eternal Radiant Church. A bottle costs 10 gold coins, but its efficacy is quite good. However, the person said the stock was running low, which is why I thought of purchasing a batch from the third princess. Lynch stopped there, although they all understood each other. Being too explicit was not advisable. Do you currently have this potion on hand? I have it, brother, I have it. Lynch took out the bottle of orange fragrance from his system backpack and handed it to Freya. Freya carefully examined the small bottle containing the orange liquid in her hand, her expression as dark as if she could squeeze out water. How did this potion appear on the market? Could this be a secret industry of the church and her second brother? No wonder those church folks have been siding with her second brother recently. It turned out they were secretly selling this potion while keeping it from everyone. Second son God, what a huge black pot. Mr. Isaris, what do you intend to do? Freya was not naive. On the contrary, as a princess, she was very perceptive. She had already sensed that Lynch's purpose for visiting her was not merely to procure this potion. Oh, it's not what I want to do. It is under your wise leadership, third princess, that I was able to successfully capture these scoundrels secretly making potions without the church's higher-ups knowing. Lynch felt reassured in his heart. The Solal royal family truly did not know about the church's secret production of this potion. At least the third princess was unaware. Stepping out of the castle, Lin Qi felt exceptionally elated. It had truly been a thoroughly satisfying operation of framing someone. Though he was uncertain how far Freya's imagination had taken her, he finally had a legitimate reason to assault the church. In reality, it was quite simple. From Freya's perspective, the emergence of this potion could stem from two possibilities. One was that the church secretly manufactured it, which infringed upon the interests of the royal family, as this item was unregistered and the royalty would not receive any profit from it. The other possibility was that the church collaborated with the second prince to produce it, secretly agreeing on Freya's share. Regardless of which scenario it was, she had to stop the church from continuing its production of this potion. Though she was aware that Isaris had come to inform her of this matter with a particular motive, what did it matter? She already needed to halt the church, and now someone was willing to act on her behalf. When the time came, she would step in to protect Isaris. This not only prevented the church from continuing to produce the potion, but also made others in the capital believe that Isaris had aligned with the third princess. A win-win situation. Meanwhile, Lin Qi's thoughts were even simpler. If the news of the church secretly producing potions leaked, a rift would emerge between the royal family and the church. This would make it much easier to overthrow the Solar royal family when the main storyline of version 1.0 commenced. As for aligning with the third princess, who cares? Why, who cares? I remember it being who care, right? Because the author's English is quite poor, I was afraid of embarrassing myself, so I checked it out and found that the correct form is who cares. Lin Qi had only one goal: to shine brightly in the main storyline of version 1.0. When the plague broke out in the middle of the main storyline, he would rise up. Who among the nobility has any true power? Oh, I almost forgot that I am a noble. So let it be. After overthrowing the solar regime, he could leave Viridia and head to the next map. What? Stay here to become a king? That's useless. His system is fan benefits, which requires deep participation in the game's main storyline to grow stronger. If he were to become a local tyrant, wouldn't it be better to stay in Kissmark Town? What's the use of being a local tyrant? What if a sequence 2 comes later and takes him out with a single strike? He must follow the main storyline to enhance his own strength. Only by deeply engaging with the main storyline and accruing sufficient fan points can he ensure his safety. Until he becomes a deity. At Roland Manor in the third-floor conference hall, Lin Qi, Cafu, Viola, Silas, Julian the Sleeper, Orange Encyclopedia, Little Gua Chaos, Obi Steele, and Isaris Little Wife were all gathered. For locals, 6 players, and Lin Qi, who was half local and half player, were conducting a secret plan. Mr. Isaris, can we really participate in this mission? After all, we are still just ordinary people. The voice of chaos reached Lin Qi's ears. Don't worry, you won't need to infiltrate the church. Just deal with those guards on the outskirts. As a benefit of this operation, I will provide each of you with an evil fire to ensure your basic combat power. With those words from Lin Qi, several players' eyes lit up. Free perks, I love it. Lin Qi chuckled inwardly at the delighted players, realizing that a little sweetness was enough to keep them hooked. Once the internal test ended and the public test began, he planned to use Unbreakable Oath to sign these players up, making them official members of Roland Manor. At that point, he could throw them into the book world for his own adventures. Let's discuss the intelligence first. Lin Qi nodded slightly at the excited little Gua. Yes. The current known intelligence states that the strongest member of the church is a priest named Newman who belongs to the Solar Sequence 6 priest. The rest are the priests assisting White and the guard Captain Mance. One is a Sequence 7 Purification Knight, and the other is a Sequence 8 Incinerator. Little Gui directly revealed all the intelligence he had learned since joining the church in one breath. 1 Sequence 6, 1 Sequence 7, 1 Sequence 8, and an unknown number of Sequence 9 guards. As expected of the capital, even a district's church branch is stronger than the church in Kissmark Town. However, dealing with these individuals would be a piece of cake for Roland Manor. But would that heretical potion master intervene? Lin Qi began to ponder carefully. Cafu is a powerhouse in Sequence 6, while his own combat power is roughly at the end of Sequence 7. With a forbidden item, he could defeat a weaker Sequence 6. Julian, a powerhouse of Sequence 8, is indeed a boss template. Viola, who has just become Sequence 8 and has limited practical experience, should deal with the guards on the outskirts alongside the players. Silas, a powerhouse of Sequence 7, is also a boss template. Lin Qi was calculating the power gap between their side and the enemies, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Are we actually quite strong? It seems that ambushing a branch of the Eternal Sun Church in the Eastern District would be exceedingly easy. Know as the production base of Orange Fragrance, the church must have unknown reserves of power. He must be thoroughly prepared. Knock knock. A knock on the door sounded. What is it? Lin Qi asked. Sir, someone requests an audience. Lin Qi walked to the first-floor hall and was surprised to find that the visitor was actually Freya's maid. Mr. Isaris, hello. I am Ling Ling. Princess sent me to assist you. Ling Ling stood up from the sofa and said to Lin Qi. Assist? Lin Qi understood in his heart. This was out of curiosity. Freya must have known that Lin Qi's intention to ambush the church stemmed from some purpose. However, she could not directly inquire. Her purpose in sending Ling Ling was very simple: to monitor and report. Ling Ling would not prevent Isaris from achieving his goal. On the contrary, she would actively assist him. After all, if she obstructed Isaris and caused him to be angered and aligned with the second prince, Freya would suffer a loss. Yet she herself was extremely curious about Isaris' purpose. Lin Qi had a nonchalant attitude toward Ling Ling's arrival. It didn't matter that Freya knew his purpose. He simply wanted to recruit a subordinate who could concoct potions. What crime was that? Moreover, whether to recruit was still a question mark. Ling Ling's arrival not only bolstered their combat strength, but also provided Lin Qi with a safety net. What if in the end the church truly got angry and wanted to kill him? What good would it do to say that he was acting on the orders of the third princess? It would be merely words without proof. Ling Ling's presence perfectly filled this gap. As the personal maid of the princess, she was well known among both the church and the nobility. Miss Ling Ling, could you kindly inform us of your strength? Lin Qi asked the meticulous woman before him. What kind of strength do you possess? Mystery Path Knowledge Sequence 5, All-Knowing Eye. Oh, she's also a Sequence 5. The Eternal Radiant Sun Church's Eastern Division in the capital. Miss Ling Ling, I will rely on you then, Lin Qi said, turning to the woman beside him. I understand. I will decide whether to intervene based on the specific situation. Ling Ling nodded. Lin Qi's strategy regarding Ling Ling was quite simple: planned before taking action. The front wolves feigned slumber, luring the enemy. Watch me set the bait, catching them off guard. Lin Qi planned to have the players and Viola create chaos on the outskirts to draw out the church's guards. Other personnel infiltrated the church to search for the machines producing the orange fragrance. Ling Ling observed from the shadows, assessing whether her intervention was necessary. Even if Ling Ling were to fail, they could still invoke the face fruit, giving face to the third princess. Oh, the operation begins. Almost the instant Lin Qi gave the order, the players who had long been eager donned the foul fire and opened fire at the church entrance. Wow, this feels amazing. This is how online games should be. By the way, are we going to get arrested for arson? What are you afraid of? With the mighty Lord Isaris backing us, the sky could fall, and we'd be fine. Viola looked at the excited faces of the players, feeling speechless inside. Damn it. I want to fight alongside my brother too. What are you doing? Stop immediately. Hearing the commotion outside, the church guards rushed out, surrounding the players with fierce glares. What the hell? Why are there so many lunatics lately? Not long ago, the church in Kissmark Town was attacked by unidentified individuals, and Father Salic and Deacon Green were killed, with the church engulfed in flames. I never expected the church in the capital would also be attacked by this group of arsonists. It's utterly lawless. More and more church guards arrived, clad in finely crafted armor, charging towards the players with shields and longswords. Come at me. Longmian's right hand flickered, and a beautifully crafted longsword appeared in his hand, while 5 transparent threads emerged from his left fingers. The invisible threads pierced into the eaves above the church, and with a whoosh, Longmian soared into the air with the aid of the gravitational threads, swiftly swinging his longsword. Swish, swish. After 2 strikes, 2 heads of church guards rolled on the ground. Damn. The romantic series is so cool. Ooh, I want one too. Shit. What the hell? Starmark. Orange Baiki waved his left hand forward, and 5 guards ahead glowed with pure white light. In Orange Baiki's vision, their every move couldn't escape his eyes. He ducked to avoid the incoming longsword, and the foul fire in his hand erupted in scorching flames. Up. The pain of the searing flames made the church guards scream. Damn it, aren't the ones who are supposed to be extinguishing the fire the superhuman guards? Hey, the remaining ones, come with me to deal with these attackers. A leading church guard shouted to his colleagues behind him. A sharp, piercing whistle emitted from Viola's lips. A swarm of rats and bats seemed to have received some command as they crazily pounced towards the guards. Damn beasts. My eyes. That little girl is a beastmaster. Take her out first. Viola drew the sword from her waist as she watched the guards rushing towards her. Just the right time to test my recent training results. Roland's secret sword, first style sigh. Viola held the jealousy upright in front of herself, silently reciting in her heart. Swish, swish, swish. For beams of sword light struck the foremost guards. Blood gushed from their throats. When the sound of clashing swords rang out, Viola looked at the man blocking her sword. He wore the armor of a church guard and wielded a sword forged from fine steel. Viola, Didier. How dare your Roland manner attack the church? Guard Captain Jess will make you pay the price. Jess' gaze was like that of a predator eyeing its prey, filled with amusement. If you can do it, then come and try. Viola felt a wave of nausea looking at the confident man before her. If your way of speaking is just like that of your worthless brother. Lin Qi and the others hiding in the crowd exchanged glances, taking in the scene before them. The chaos created by Viola and the players was already taking shape. It was time for them to act. Lin Qi, Urian, and Celas infiltrated the church from the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast directions respectively. If they encountered a formidable enemy they couldn't handle, they would call for help through the communicator. The ultimate goal of this operation was to find that heretical alchemist and destroy the church's drug production base. Action. Lin Qi arrived at the church's back door, where all the guards had gone to support, leaving only the solitary door waiting for him. Lin Qi crouched slightly, applying repulsive force to his feet, and jumped over the towering 5-meter-high door with a slight effort. Without hesitation, he stepped straight inside. He searched along the path, trying to find a clue room by room. Who? Lin Qi was stunned at the sight in the room. A woman in a nun's outfit was entangled with a guard. Up. The nun's scream was too piercing, making Lin Qi feel irritated. This is the Eternal Radiant Sun Church. How dare you barge in here? The guard glared fiercely at Lin Qi while pulling pants over his legs. Bang. The guard's action of putting on pants abruptly halted, and his body slumped to the ground. I ask you, answer. Lin Qi approached the nun, who had lost her voice from fear. She dared not speak, only nodding hastily. Which way to the church's core area? I. The nun pointed to Lin Qi's left. Go straight in that direction, turn right at the end. Lin Qi asked no further questions and left the room. The nun seemed to have just returned from the gates of hell, breathing a sigh of relief. Before she could escape, she felt as if her head was being tightly gripped by someone. With a bang, crimson blood and white brain matter splattered on the dark gray wall. Lin Qi walked to the end of the path, but instead of turning right as the nun had instructed, he headed in the opposite direction. Emotional disturbance sensed that she was lying. The other party was trying to lure him elsewhere. Could that be where Newman was? Lin Qi continued down the narrow path before him. After walking for about 4 to 5 minutes, he stopped. In front of him was a door bound with iron chains, as if something terrifying were inside. The iron chains broke apart rapidly under the repulsive force, and Lin Qi slowly opened the door. What came into view was not some terrifying beast, but an ordinary room. 2 single beds, a table filled with jars and bottles, a machine resembling a furnace that was running, and scattered blueprints all over the floor. I told you many times not to disturb me during my experiments. The boy sitting at the table said impatiently. Are you the one who makes the orange fragrance? The boy turned his head upon hearing the unfamiliar voice. Who are you? The boy, seeing a stranger, was not flustered, but calmly scrutinized Lin Qi. I am Isaris Roland. The boy's eyes brightened. So you are the creator of the orange fragrance. And the previous blood of Ares was also made by you. Lin Qi looked at the boy in surprise, realizing he was younger than he had imagined. Even though Lin Qi couldn't determine his exact age due to the boy's dwarfism, instinctively, he felt the boy was still a minor. That's right. My name is Gaia, and I am a potion master. A proud expression appeared on the boy's face. How old are you this year? 12. This is child labor. Before Lin Qi could continue questioning, a voice came from behind. Mr. Isaris, how did you get in here? Turning around, Lin Qi saw a neatly dressed, middle-aged man wearing frameless glasses and a red robe of the church. You are the priest here. Indeed, my name is Newman. Newman adjusted his glasses. You are brazen to privately concoct and sell potions without the approval of the extraordinary administration, Newman. You have quite the nerve. Lin Qi took out the judgment, and the true word rose from his system backpack. Wait, I don't know what conflict you have, but can you let me say something first? A voice interrupted Lin Qi and Newman's conversation. Gaia looked up at Lin Qi with a hopeful expression. Mr. Isaris, do you have a way to dispel curses? I'm afraid there are only two ways to dispel a curse. Either the demon that is the source of the curse must die, or a deity or demon must bless to dispel it. Does the sacrifice not dispel curses? Gaia's eyes lost their brightness. I don't know about the others, but I can assure you that this sequence 6 sacrifice is not enough to dispel a curse. Lin Qi seemed to understand something. Sacrifice a sacred path solar sequence 6 priest skill. By sacrificing certain things to achieve a goal, the harder the goal is to achieve, the more precious the sacrificial items must be. That guy Newman deceived this exceptionally talented minor potion master for his potions. Mr. Isaris, you have disrupted my plans. Newman's expression remained unchanged, but his tone grew colder. Hiring child labor, deceiving children. You really have no morals. Lin Qi aimed the judgment at Newman. Morals? You don't need to know, especially since you're about to die. Kafu looked at the woman before him, his brow furrowing involuntarily. You really are hard to find, Kafu. The woman wore a tight black leather suit and a black cat mask on her face. Is the cult of frenzy still collaborating with the Eternal Sun Church? Kafu drew the short sword premium from his waist. There was a foreshadowing in the previous text. During the Parker Tamandi banquet attack, it was mentioned that the crocodile confirmed with Bishop Rands that he would not intervene. That fool Cork really died at your hands. What is your situation now? Reborn as a nanny in the capital. The woman's voice was filled with mockery. Disrespect towards the Lord, even you will die by my hands. Kafu's voice turned cold. Oh, I'm so scared. How long has it been since I've heard such a tone? The woman twirled the claw blade in her hand. I have nothing to say to you, a traitor of the church. Traitor of the church. What authority do you have to call me a traitor? Haven't you long since left the impermanent secret idol society? Guess the result this time will be the same as before. Your chances of winning are 0. The only difference is that today you will truly die at my hands. Kafu pointed the premium in his hand at Gress. Look who I have encountered. A guard smelling of fish. Sorry, I detest fish the most. Silas looked at the peculiar person before him, dressed in the church's red robe, holding a wine bottle swaying as he walked, and drew the long spear from his back. You who do not know how great the ocean is will live a life full of regrets. Regrets. My only regret is that the wine bottle in my hand is almost empty, thus I can't celebrate after killing you. The person leaned against the nearby wall, as if losing balance. Let me, the drunkard White, purify you. A dim yellow light appeared around White. Shortly after, the flush on his face from intoxication disappeared, replaced by a calm expression. You are the priest's assistant. Drinking on the job. Silas frowned slightly. This person truly had no discipline. No need to care, even if I'm drunk enough to deal with you. White's mouth curved into an exaggerated smile, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. Your teeth look quite valuable. Oh, I will knock them out one by one. There are still guards left here. Urian looked at the man blocking his path. A lost bard. Sorry, I don't have a stage for singing here. The armored figure looked at Urian with a serious expression. What are you babbling about? Urian felt this person was out of his mind. How could a normal human say such mocking words with a straight face? Oh, and this. The figure pulled out a silver coin from within his armor and walked towards Urian. This is the interior of the church. I suggest you perform on a crowded street so that you can earn enough tips. After putting the silver coin in Urian's hand, he turned and left. Clang. The guard, having dodged the wind blade, turned to face Urian, looking at the massive crack on the wall. So you are the enemy. Guard Captain Mans, I seek your guidance. Soul Egg, will chop you into pieces. Urian gritted his teeth. Mr. Isaris, may I ask how old you are? The dim yellow light around Newman blocked the incoming sword. Such a private question I cannot answer. The true word rose in Lin Qi's hand, continued to attack Newman at a faster speed and more cunning angles. Newman. No, I mean age. Oh, no matter how you ask how old I am, I can only tell you 18. Truly gifted. As he spoke, the light around Newman expanded, pushing Lin Qi back. Newman took off his robe and pulled out a short stick from his pocket. His hand brushed over the short stick and it slowly elongated with his movements until it became a long staff of about 2 meters. Is that the Rui Jingu Bang? The air in the corridor was thick with the mingled scents of rust and alchemical materials. Silence reigned, broken only by the clanking sound of the furnace still working in the room. Lin Qi raised his right hand, the silver revolver's muzzle aimed at Newman 5 steps away. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the church corridor's window, casting a warm glow upon Lin Qi. His left hand hung by his side, the tip of the Jinyan Rose sword pointing to the ground, resembling a fierce bird poised to take flight. Newman stood upright, holding his staff with both hands. The staff, capable of extending at will, was entirely black, neither metal nor wood, and in the dim light, it almost merged with the shadows. It seems you've been abandoned by the sun. Lin Qi looked towards Newman in the shadows and mocked. I thought you wouldn't make such a boring joke, Mr. Isaris. Newman's expression remained unchanged. The gunshot exploded simultaneously with Newman's words. Bang. The rules of must-hit began to operate. At the moment the bullet left the chamber, Newman's figure had already shifted to the left, yet the bullet traced an arc that defied the laws of physics in the air. The black staff struck the bullet's side precisely. Clang. The sound of metal colliding was sharp and piercing. Lin Qi did not remain idle. He stepped forward, aiming the Jinyan Rose straight at Newman's throat. Newman's staff darted like a venomous snake, extending unexpectedly beyond 2 meters, directly threatening Lin Qi's chest. Lin Qi did not flinch. His left hand's judgment echoed again. Bang. The second bullet chased toward Newman's forehead, forcing him to block with his staff. The staff bent at an odd angle in midair, striking the bullet once more. This time Newman retreated, trying to create distance. The bullets in his opponent's handgun were limited. Once he exhausted them, it would signal the end of the battle. At that time, whether his opponent reloaded bullets or used a longsword, Newman would fear nothing. Reloading bullets required time. This revolver needed to be loaded one by one, giving Newman the chance to launch an attack. Moreover, there was a clear difference between the length of his opponent's longsword and his own staff. Every inch longer meant an advantage. This round belonged to me. As Lin Qi swung his first strike and missed, he launched another attack. His body lowered, propelled by the force beneath his feet. The first form of the Roland secret sword sai. Newman's pupils contracted, his staff suddenly shortened to eye level, then spun at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, weaving an impenetrable wall of shadow in front of him. Lin Qi transformed into a stream of black light, not charging in a straight line, but approaching in a Z shape with great height. The Jinyan Rose emitted a deep hum, the transparent, distorted space on the sword indicating the presence of the kiss mark. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sounds of collision rang almost simultaneously. Newman's rolling wall accurately blocked the first 3 strikes, sparks flying. But before he could catch his breath, the 4th strike followed suit, rising from below, aimed at his jaw. The staff could not be retracted in time. A dim yellow glow appeared around Newman as he raised his chin and leaned back. The dim yellow light could not withstand the sharpness of the Jinyan Rose, and Newman lost half of his jaw. At 18, reaching such a state, our lives are indeed different. Newman seemed to feel no pain in his body. He took out a bottle of orange aroma from his pocket, intending to consume it. Bang! A gunshot interrupted his action. Want to take drugs? When did we start minting coins? Newman tossed the glass bottle filled with orange liquid aside, sweeping his staff towards the bullet. Clang! The last ordinary bullet was swept away by the tip of the staff. Newman did not pause. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. No longer defending, his staff shot out like a black dragon emerging from the sea, suddenly extending to an exaggerated length, aimed directly at Lin Qi's heart. Bang! The 4th gunshot resounded, forcing Newman to retract his staff to block. Just as the bullet collided with the staff's tip, Newman sensed something was wrong. Heavy. This bullet's power was stronger than the first 3. Blood seeped from Newman's tiger's mouth as he gripped the staff tightly. Then he felt a lightness in his hand. The bullet that should have been directly knocked away veered off, flying towards his left shoulder. Without time to think, a dim yellow glow reappeared around Newman. The sound of the bullet entering his body echoed. Enchantment. It's not just a simple increase in power, something was attached to the bullet, causing it to deviate upon colliding with the staff. Newman reflected on everything that had just occurred, feeling uneasy. He gripped the staff with one hand while the index and thumb of his right hand pressed into the large hole the bullet had made in his left shoulder. After searching inside with his 2 fingers, he retrieved the bullet embedded in his body. If it weren't for the staff and shield reducing the bullet's energy, his left shoulder would have been directly penetrated. Newman examined the bullet. Although it looked like an ordinary bullet on the outside, it exuded an aura of extraordinary power. It seems you have seen your own future? Lin Qi asked Newman, who appeared to be deep in thought. If you hadn't come today, my future would likely have been to become a revered alchemist, only to die in sacrifice after some time. Newman's expression remained calm. Dying in sacrifice? Don't you realize you can't dispel the curse even if you offer everything? Lin Qi's gun did not waver from Newman. And so what? For those who have no future, I am their only lifeline. Newman's voice was no longer as powerful as it had been at the beginning. Though I don't know why you don't feel pain, your wounds are still bleeding. Lin Qi kindly reminded him. Newman, who just prevented me from using the orange aroma for treatment. Mr. Isaris, you are even more boring than I imagined. Newman's gaze held neither hatred nor anger, just a calmness akin to a still lake. You truly are a strange person. Accompanying Lin Qi's words were 2 gunshots. One bullet was imbued with the kiss mark. The other bore the flames of the fireworks. As the bullets left the chamber, the air emitted a piercing shriek. Newman's staff danced before him, forming a dense web. Clang. The sound of impact rang out like a great bell, shaking Newman's staff violently. His tiger's mouth split open, blood splattering. The bullet was not deflected or bounced away. Instead, it exploded the moment it collided with the staff, unleashing searing flames. Although a dim yellow glow surrounded Newman, he still smelled the scent of burning fabric from his body. Up! Newman roared in anger. He stopped blocking with the staff and drove it into the ground. The staff rapidly expanded and thickened, standing like a giant shield before him. The staff completely blocked the entire corridor. The bullet struck the staff shield, creating a powerful shockwave that seemed to shake the entire church. The staff shield was not shattered, but was pushed backward by the bullet's force, and Newman was thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the wall behind him, tasting blood in his throat as the staff shield flew backward until it barely stopped before him. Newman knew he had lost. His body had reached its limit. Though he could not perceive pain, he felt an unmistakable heaviness. The staff returned to its normal size, collapsing onto the ground. Newman looked up to see his opponent squatting at the other end of the corridor, sword held level, with his eyebrows muscles taut. He shakily rose, summoning his final strength. A massive fireball flew from his hand, not aimed at the opponent, but to interrupt the buildup. Newman picked up the staff and followed the fireball. The fireball obscured both their visions, but as long as his opponent moved to dodge it, Newman could attack suddenly, while his opponent's stance was unsteady. Let me see how great the gap is between me and a genius. Newman did not spot his opponent dodging the fireball. Instead, a sword light approached. The fireball was split in 2 by the sword. Judgment shattered the heart. The rose cut through the fire. Newman's body lay flat on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling he was all too familiar with. His body had been cleaved in 2 by Lin Qi. You still have consciousness. Lin Qi withdrew the true word rose from his hand, looking at Newman with astonishment. Is this still a human? Surprised are you? But you're as good as dead. You can only say a few more words. Newman's expression remained calm. All right then, do you have any last words? Lin Qi did not press the dying man. What does it feel like to have talent? Newman turned his head to Lin Qi, who stood beside him, and asked. Talent? Why do you ask such a question? Lin Qi picked up the long stick from the ground. I am the son of a third-rate noble family taken away for training due to my talent when I was young. I have always thought of myself as a genius. But I am now over 40 and still stuck at sequence 6, having hit a bottleneck in potion making. On the path of the extraordinary, I cannot compare to you, who are only 18, nor can I match Gaia, who is merely 12 in the realm of potion making. As an ordinary person, I just want to know what the world looks like through your eyes. Then why not compare potion making with me, who knows nothing about it, instead of testing your strength against that little brat Gaia? Lin Qi looked at Newman with some confusion. Was this man who became the head of a district in the capital's church at merely 40 still unsatisfied? Understanding potions, possessing decent strength, and holding a respectable position as a priest, he seemed to be quite a quality middle-aged individual. Newman's pupils dilated momentarily due to Lin Qi's words before returning to normal, as he was deeply shocked by what the other had said. You really are quite boring. In the last moments of his consciousness, Newman suddenly recalled his early days at the church. Back then, it was still the priest Lance who was giving them introductory lessons on swordsmanship. Teacher, since we talk about how in close combat every inch counts, why choose a sword? Young Newman asked innocently to the still youthful Lance. A sword does not possess the sharpness of a knife, and it is difficult to inflict effective damage against armor. It lacks the length of a spear, making distant attacks challenging, and it does not have the weight of an axe, thus unable to utilize the weapon's momentum in battle. However, it has its advantages. Compared to a broad knife, a sword is more portable. Compared to a spear, it is easier to control. Compared to a heavy axe, it is simpler to wield. The sword's disadvantage lies in its balance, but that is also its strength. When your sword is fast enough and strong enough, it can even cut through flames. Lance's words resurfaced in Newman's mind. So, there truly are those who can cut through flames. Lin Qi glanced at Newman, who had lost his breath, and turned to Gaia. Kid, do you have any information on the orange scent? Lin Qi asked as he stepped past him into the room. Wait. Lin Qi suddenly felt someone hugging his calf. With a thud, Gaia knelt before Lin Qi. Lord Isaris, you must have a way to dispel the curse, right? Please save my sister. Lin Qi found it hard to describe the feeling. Upon realizing the other was only 12 years old, he lost all thought of recruiting him. After all, employing child labor is illegal. Yet looking at the boy kneeling before him, Lin Qi felt a shiver run down his spine. Normally, a 12-year-old child would be around 1.4 to 1.6 meters tall. This data was provided by AI, but the boy before him was likely only 1.2 meters tall. "Sai, it's not that I want to save you, but I have no ability to do so." Lin Qi's voice abruptly stopped as he suddenly thought of a certain deity. Lady Echo. The other was currently within romanticism. Moreover, romanticism also had communication capabilities. It seemed he could contact her. Lady Echo should have a decent level of affection for him now, considering he bore a blessing. "Just so you know, I can't guarantee anything." Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, hope erupted on Gaia's face. "Really, Lord Isaris, I just said I would do my best. But whether it succeeds is uncertain. Are you looking for information on the orange scent? Please follow me." Lin Qi watched as Gaia's face changed rapidly, 3 lines appearing on his forehead. 666, this kid is still a 3000. After obtaining the information, Lin Qi met Gaia's sister, a girl about 1.2 meters tall. "This is my sister Sigline." Lin Qi nodded at the somewhat shy girl before them. The three then walked toward the church's exit. "Officer Laura, you can come over now. The items have been retrieved," Lin Qi said to the communicator. As long as Laura arrived, handed over the information and the location of the machine to her, this operation would be deemed a success. At the church entrance, Lin Qi encountered Kafu and others. "Hey, what's going on? You look so disheveled, Kafu." Kafu appeared somewhat worse for wear with multiple claw-like gashes on his body. "My lord, I'm sorry. That person got away." Kafu paid no heed to Lin Qi's teasing. "You've leveled up high, Urian." Lin Qi sensed a stronger aura emanating from Urian than before. "Sir, it was just luck." Urian wiped the bloodstains from his short flute. Lin Qi then turned his gaze to Sarah's, who was gazing tenderly at the sunflower in his hand, his lips moving, yet he ultimately said nothing. Poor kid, at least he managed to find a sunflower. Otherwise, he would have had to go outside to find the mice and bats called by Viola. The group stepped outside where the battle was nearing its conclusion. "Eat my Russian hammer." Chinese, start American, shake Russian hammer. Fire fist. "This is so much fun. Stop messing around, you only have 1 life left. We are so skilled." Several players were fiercely attacking the few remaining standing church guards. Lin Qi turned and said, "Let's wrap this up." "Yes, my lord." Urian raised his right hand. Buzzing. Urian's right hand launched 3 wind blades, severing the necks of the last 3 guards. "What the hell? Who's stealing the kills?" The players, who were having a great time, turned angrily to see Urian's indifferent face. "Oh, look at this mess. We're on the same side, right? Exactly, we're related. Why would I not give you a kill?" Urian paid no heed to the embarrassed players. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Isaris." The hurried Laura took the information Lin Qi handed her. "Not at all, it's all for the 3rd princess." Lin Qi waved his hand and then informed Laura of the machine's location within the church. He watched as Laura led several personnel from the Supernatural Management Bureau into the church. "We should retreat as well," Lin Qi said to the others. "Wait. Mr. Isaris, shouldn't you explain something to me first?" Suddenly a voice came from the crowd watching the commotion. Lin Qi looked at Lance, who was struggling to suppress his anger and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Old man, still pretending in front of your father, huh? Bishop Lance, please come to the castle of Her Highness the Princess tomorrow. I will provide you with a satisfactory response then." Ling Ling, who had been hidden for a long time, finally appeared. Roland Manor. A few players were sitting on the sofa excitedly discussing the recent battle. They were truly pinned up, as most of the tasks they received during the closed beta were mundane chores and physical labor. Robbery and murder, these heinous acts would be captured by the Extraordinary Management Bureau, resulting in a ban for a few days at best, or a permanent ban at worst. Finally, they had a task that allowed them to fight freely. However, this was also because the game had just begun its closed beta. Once the public beta arrived, and the main storyline unfolded, players would generally acquire extraordinary powers. They would be able to take on many other tasks, assassinating nobles, infiltrating churches, heading to battlefields. The content of the game after the public beta would be even more thrilling and entertaining. "Thank you very much for your help, undead beings from another world." Lin Qi interrupted the players' conversation. Task completed, rewards distributed, 2,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, and a mysterious gift package to be opened with Isaris after the public beta. So exhilarating. Zhu Baiqi was extremely excited. She had recorded the entire task, and heaven knows how much usable material she had captured. The edited content would bring a surge of traffic to the player forum. Will we be able to exchange for extraordinary powers after the public beta? Obi was still thinking about the romantic sequence and was determined to acquire it with a large amount of gold coins once the public beta opened the recharge channels. That should be the case. I see there aren't any contribution rewards yet, so they probably haven't been implemented. I expect there will be rewards after the public beta. Wan Lu recalled the task rewards. "Lord Isaris, is there anything else you need us to do?" Chang Mian looked at Lin Qi, who was sitting on the sofa. "I'm sorry everyone, but there isn't anything left. After all, aren't you all about to return to your own world? I look forward to our next meeting," Lin Qi said, revealing a strange smile as he looked at the players. After sending off the players, Lin Qi began to ponder. Before leaving, Miss Ling Ling had also invited Lin Qi to visit the princess the next day. This was to firmly bind me to her chariot. The princess had clearly indicated that she wanted Lancelot and Lin Qi to go together. This meant telling Lancelot that Isaris was hers. The private production and sale of potions had already been crushed as the evidence was irrefutable, leaving Lancelot with no room to argue. He could probably only awkwardly say something like that was a personal action of the faction. I had no knowledge of it. Sure enough, the next day's conversation echoed Lin Qi's suspicions. Seeing Lancelot's expression as if he had eaten something sour, Lin Qi couldn't help but smile inwardly. Old fool suffering indeed. After some discussion, the church handed over the sales rights of Orange Aroma and made up for the previous 3% profit that had not been given to the Solar Royal family. Freya received the gold coins simultaneously, enhancing her image in her father's eyes. Freya was quite capable. Lin Qi got the potion master he desired along with a craftsman as a bonus. For a moment, everyone was in high spirits. Only Lancelot left with injuries. Returning to the manor, Lin Qi received good news from Kafu. Is there a commission? Lin Qi's voice was filled with surprise. Yes, my lord. The client is named Lina, a well-known singer in Viridia. She mentioned she will visit tomorrow, Kafu said. Lina, isn't she the owner of the headlining product at the last auction by the Park Tamandi Trading Company? Great. We must complete the first commission beautifully to establish our reputation. Lin Qi was already envisioning the future. Back in his room, Lin Qi took out the long staff confiscated from Newman. Name: touch of imbalance type staff, level, forbidden item ability, excellent hardness. The staff can stretch and contract freely according to the user's thoughts. Cost: during the use of the weapon, one's ability to feel pain and bodily sensations will be suppressed. Introduction: most weapons train you how to harm others. Only this one trains you how to ignore the harm being done to yourself. Lin Qi looked at the cost displayed on the panel with a shock. Was this considered a cost or an ability? Suppressing pain has its pros and cons. The benefit is that during combat one won't be distracted by pain and can unleash their full power. The downside is that after suppressing pain one cannot perceive their own condition or injuries. Imagine during a battle discovering a flaw, you raise your left hand to deliver a fatal blow only to find you swung at nothing. Looking down you realize your left hand had been severed before, but you were unaware. Lin Qi put away the staff. It was more suited for players. With this thought, Lin Qi opened the player forum in the system to check. Just as he opened the forum, he saw a line of large text. The closed beta will end at midnight tonight, and the public beta will start at 8 a.m. in 7 days. So exciting. I'm exhausted. Watching the videos and screenshots from closed beta players makes me crave to join a let me in. Lin doesn't eat vegetables, baby. My Isaris baby, I will come to find you in 7 days. The public beta is just 7 days away. It's likely that a new batch of disobedient players will emerge. Lin Qi opened Zhu Baiqi's recently published thread. Battle. Thrilling. Successfully ambushed the church with Isaris. How did they know the closed beta was about to end? Zhu Baiqi. Today was truly exhilarating. After successfully ambushing the church with Isaris, we received a very generous reward, and everyone can see us in the promotional video, a group photo of 6 players. This task felt more like a test of the main storyline to come, where players as lower tier or ordinary beings overcome the enemies they can defeat. Enemies that couldn't be defeated were handled by NPCs. Players fighting against church guards. MP4 Viola versus Guard Captain. MP4. Unfortunately, we couldn't enter the church and didn't record Isaris battle. After completing the task, Isaris surprisingly said something astonishing to us. When Chang Mian asked if there would be any more tasks, he replied, "I'm sorry everyone, but there isn't anything left. After all, aren't you all about to return to your own world? Looking forward to our next meeting." Isaris' slightly meaningful smile. JPG. I was truly shocked. The game's protagonist actually knew the closed beta would end tonight. Not only that, but it seems he knew about the public beta as well. The comments below were extremely heated. Chang Mian. Hurry up with the public beta. I want to open the mysterious grand prize. A comment. After the public beta, if I create a new account and sculpt a new face, will Julian still recognize me? Chang Mian replied, how could he possibly recognize you after changing accounts? A reply. Isn't it a bit eerie? Isaris knows about the public and closed beta. Why wouldn't Julian recognize me? Chang Mian replied, Mouse is cute. I envy you. How should I find Isaris after the public beta? Zhu Baiqi replied, I don't know yet who I was able to join because the great Chang Mian took me in. Chang Mian. After the public beta, there should be a channel to join Roland Manor. I'll see and share it with everyone then. A lazy dog, is that true? Chang Mian. Absolutely. No, we shouldn't say absolutely. We should say we are determined to succeed. Early the next morning, 2 guests arrived at the manor. Mr. Isaris, hello. I am Lina, and this is my assistant Corolla. Hello, Miss Lina. Miss Corolla. I am the head of the Roland Manor office. My name is Isaris. Please have a seat. After inviting the 2 into the study, Lynch arranged for 2 maids to brew tea and bring it over. Miss Lina, could you tell me the specific details of the commission? Lynch inquired of the two women across from him. Mr. Isaris, are you aware of the beauty killer that has recently emerged in the capital? Lina's expression was filled with fear. I have heard a little about it. Ever since Sellers arrived at the manor, the duty of guarding the estate had been handed over to him, which led to Urian once again having nothing to do. Feeling a sense of loyalty to his master, Urian voluntarily became Lynch's source of intelligence. Every day he would go to the center of the capital to collect information and report it back to Lynch after organizing it. The beauty killer refers to the murderer behind 7 recent homicides in the capital. The perpetrator uses extremely cruel methods, completely skinning the victims. Yes, an entire human skin. Moreover, the targets he chooses are quite particular, all being prominent women in the capital. Singers, actresses, musicians, and idols from the entertainment industry are his primary targets. I recently received a threatening letter, Lina said as she took out a letter from her bag. Lynch took the envelope, opened it, and found that the contents were composed of cut-out newspaper letters stating only one sentence. You are next. Please rest assured the Roland Manor will protect your safety. What do you plan to do next? Lynch returned the letter to Lina and asked. I know I should stay at home, but a week ago, I signed a contract with the Dean Theater for 3 concerts there. Lina's voice carried a hint of helplessness. The penalty for breach of contract is simply too high. I hope the Roland Manor can ensure my safety until the concerts are over. I understand, Miss Lina. Leave it to us. Lynch's fingers gently tapped on the table as he pondered over who should be sent for this commission. From the perspective of personal protection, Viola would be the most suitable candidate, but Lynch was also somewhat worried about Viola's safety. What if she couldn't defeat the killer? Just send Koff. Old Koff, you're more reliable. Mr. Isaris, can I hire you personally for this commission? Lynch found himself in a bit of a bind. He planned to edit some recent footage and post it on the player forum to gain some followers. Well, they'll pay 30,000 gold coins, 10,000 a day. Deal. Thus, after signing the contract, Lynch followed Lina back to her residence. Stars really do earn a lot of money. Looking at the luxurious manor before him, Lynch couldn't help but entertain thoughts of making a living off his looks. Mr. Isaris, you can stay here tonight. Corolla led Lynch to a room on the 3rd floor. Lina's manor was bustling with people, including not only the team of servants, but also grooms, guards, makeup artists, and agents. Thank you very much, Miss Corolla. Lynch expressed his gratitude to the girl before him. We should be thanking you. Ever since my cousin received that threatening letter, she has been unable to sleep well. With Mr. Isaris' protection, I believe she can sleep peacefully tonight, Corolla said to Lynch. Lynch's room was right next to Lina's bedroom. The contract stated that he would ensure Lina's safety for the next 3 days until her contract with the theater ended. After helping Lynch settle in, Corolla returned to her own room. Are they really sisters? To be honest, when Lynch first saw the two of them, he thought Corolla was the famous diva of the capital. After all, her appearance was stunning. If it weren't for the fact that the beauty killer only targets renowned women, Lynch guessed that Corolla would be the killer's first target. Corolla's beauty was not of the cute and gentle type, but rather an aggressive kind of beauty. Although Lina was also not bad-looking, there was still a gap compared to the likes of Ilena, Malina, and Viola. However, by mere appearance, Corolla was already very close to them. After having dinner at Lina's manor, Lynch returned to his room. The strength of this beauty killer could only be described as average. People feared him because of his brutal methods. Recently, the Extraordinary Management Bureau has been overwhelmed due to his continuous crimes. He seems to possess an artifact capable of blocking perception, and even the Bureau's grade artifact, the Scrying Mirror, has failed to find any trace of him. Officer Laura, could you tell me more about the characteristics of the recent skinning murders? Lynch took out his communicator and called Laura. Has Miss Lina gone to the Roland Manor? Laura's tone carried a hint of expectation. Yes, Miss Lina has commissioned me to protect her safety. No problem. The murderer is likely a psychologically twisted male. His methods are extremely brutal, completely skinning the victims while ensuring they remain conscious. From our deductions, he views crime as an art and possesses a strong counter-surveillance awareness, possibly carrying an grade artifact. Is the murderer male? Most likely being able to relocate victims quickly and complete the skinning indicates he has great strength. Is he a sequenced 7 Stormbringer? It's hard to determine. The current victims are all ordinary people. Also, one crucial point we've discovered is that these victims share a common trait. What common trait? They have all received numerous awards. After hanging up, Lynch began to ponder. Based on Urian's intelligence and Laura's description, it is still uncertain to determine the gender of the murderer. However, it is clear that he would not attack Lina in a public place. He would strike on a quiet night when no one is around, abduct the target, and find a secluded corner to completely skin the victim. But what is his purpose? Lynch specifically asked Laura over the phone. There were no signs of assault on the victims. Why skin them? Is it a strange fetish or something else? Lynch specifically looked up the awards that Laura mentioned the victims had received. However, these awards had no connection or commonality. Piano competition champion, singing competition champion, dance competition champion. There were plenty of runners-up, 3rd place and 4th place. From the types of awards and their rankings, Lynch could not glean any useful information. Could it really be random killings? But then why would he send a threatening letter to Miss Lena? From Laura, Lynch learned that previous victims had not received any threatening letters. The Dean Theater. Lin Qi was watching Lena's performance from below the stage. Her voice was melodious and captivating, indeed possessing remarkable talent. Isis, are you also a fan of my cousin? Lin Qi turned to the voice of Corolla. Should we count the last 3 days? The weather is nice today. What is life like for a transcendent? Do you like reading? You've read When Lies Come True too. Lin Qi and Corolla chatted about trivial matters, interests, habits, and literary preferences. Corolla flitted around Lin Qi like a chattering sparrow. From the conversation with Corolla, Lin Qi gleaned much information. Corolla and Lena were cousins. Corolla envied her cousin, having been tone deaf since childhood. Having long yearned for the stage, she could only watch her cousin shine brilliantly as her assistant. Are you jealous? Lin Qi asked while sensing Corolla's emotions through emotional disturbance. No, I just project my dreams onto my cousin. Corolla's emotions showed no fluctuation. Isis, have you heard the story of the blue rose? Blue rose. A long time ago, in a garden of red roses, there was a blue rose which was loved for being different from the surrounding red roses, because it was the special one. Later, it was taken to a blue rose garden to be replanted, at which point it realized it wasn't special, it was merely a seed mistakenly picked by the gardener. Corolla's tone carried a hint of inexplicable emotion. Miss Corolla, are you implying that I am the blue rose in that red rose garden? Lin Qi gazed into the girl's eyes. No, even if you are the blue rose, you are still the most radiant one in the blue rose garden. Then I shall take that as a compliment. Lin Qi shrugged. Has anyone ever told you that you are the kind of handsome that stands out in a crowd? Corolla's pupils mirrored Lin Qi's face. Let me tell you a story as well. A long time ago, there was a fox-like transcendent creature. It had the ability to transform into human form, but to maintain that form it had to consume a human heart. It fell in love with a guard, and to possess him exclusively. It used magic to kill the guard's original partner and framed the monster's name onto her. Unfortunately, the guard did not believe that his devoted wife could be a monster, ultimately discovering the fox spirit. To spare the guard further sorrow, the fox spirit resurrected the guard's wife at the cost of its own life. The applause erupted from the audience, marking the end of Miss Lena's performance. So, Mr. Isis, what are you trying to tell me with this story? Corolla's voice cut through the noisy venue, reaching Lin Qi's ears. Nothing else, just wanted to convey that I am not overly concerned about my appearance. Thus, the first day of the concert concluded ordinarily. No unexpected incidents occurred. Late at night, Lin Qi sat on the edge of his bed, polishing the true word rose. He meticulously wiped every detail of the sword with a handkerchief, then took out the judgment to load it with bullets. The estate of Lena was impressively expansive, and the main building was exquisitely decorated with spacious rooms, luxurious chandeliers, and mahogany dining tables, all reflecting the immense wealth of its owner. Yet she herself was accustomed to it all. Perhaps she had been spoiled since childhood. With a distinguished family background and remarkable looks, Lena took the preferential treatment from others for granted, as if her life had always been this smooth. Lena dreamt after a long time. In her dream, she became a diva who drove the entire world into madness. She stood on a wide stage surrounded by an audience drawn in by her fame, wearing a long gown, while addressing everyone present with her heartfelt words. She thanked her parents, the staff who had made her famous, and everyone who had helped her along the way. Just as she was overwhelmed with emotion, she suddenly awoke. The sound of creaking reached her ears. Sorry I woke you up. A striking girl sat on her bed peeling an apple. The creaking sound came from her. Corolla, you scare me to death. What are you doing? Lena was startled, wanting to sit up from the bed, but found herself unable to move. I want to ask you a question. The girl continued peeling the apple. What? Lena sensed something was amiss. If my answer doesn't satisfy you, then you will die. Corolla, have you gone mad? You want to kill me? I am your sister. Lena's voice was hoarse from straining, yet it remained low in volume. All right. Almost forgot. Corolla's features began to shift, her face transforming into that of another unfamiliar woman in an instant. You? Lena was petrified by the scene before her. Undeniably, the beauty assassin had killed her cousin and taken her place, lurking by her side. Why? Why do you want to kill me? Lena's voice was filled with fear. It seems you do not know my reason for killing you. The girl set down the already peeled apple. Hey, race a hint hometown competition, Lana. Lana. Lena stared intently at the girl's face, trying to recall the name Lana, thinking it belonged to her. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she could not remember. You've forgotten. Well, you nobles never remember the names of little people. The girl pressed the dagger against Lena's neck. Lena felt the icy touch on her neck, and her inner fear was palpable. Let's be more specific. 5 years ago, in your hometown Salantia, the singing competition. Lena's expression gradually stiffened. 5 years ago in Salantia, the champion of the singing competition, Lena rose to fame with her astonishing voice, landing herself a powerful noble in the entertainment industry. The girl fixed her gaze intently on Lena's eyes. You should understand by now, thief. Is that why? That was just a competition. Lena's face twisted as if saying so would absolve her of responsibility. What if I told you that girl committed suicide afterward? The girl's eyes brimmed with killing intent. Who are you to her? What does this have to do with you? It has nothing to do with me. But I am a harbinger of justice. I have killed many like you. They are all shameless cheaters who stole others' lives through power and money. The girl raised the dagger as if intending to end the life of the one on the bed. Is the blue rose referring to some strange executor of justice? The girl's expression calmed down again as she looked at the weeping Lena with resentment in her heart. She walked out of the room and saw the boy standing at the door. She opened her mouth as if to say something. Do you want to know why I did this? She looked into the boy's blue pupils. There was no curiosity or inquiry in his eyes, only calmness and killing intent. An outsider. This was Lin Qi's first impression of the girl he was facing. She was most likely a Sequence 7, but lacked practical experience. How should I address you? Corolla. The true word rose was embedded in the girl's ashen gray arm. Sounds good. I also quite like that girl. The girl's face transformed once more into that of Corolla. Lin Qi understood that her prohibited object was not merely a disguise, but a complete and thorough mastery of the flesh. That arm as solid as steel was proof. The clash of the sharp blade against the iron arm sent sparks flying like fireworks, celebrating the battle. Corolla looked into the boy's eyes, which were as deep blue as the sky. Within them lay a chilling intent to kill as piercing as a cold wind, and a mechanical rationality devoid of any hint of inquiry or understanding. The claw struck Lin Qi's face with swift speed. He leaned back to evade it, and kicked her in the ribs, sending her flying. This battle would prove to be easier than anticipated. Struggling to rise, Corolla realized that her strength was on an entirely different level from his. She should transform into a monster, or rather a perfect being. She should possess robust muscles, hard bones, and thick skin. The bones throughout Corolla's body emitted frequent cracking sounds, and the surface muscles turned a steely gray. Her body transformed into a being entirely different from a human. Or rather, she became the strongest body envisioned by humanity. Accompanied by the rush of a sword light came a wave of pain. Corolla could feel the sharpness of the blade and the force of the strike. The opponent's sword, carrying the fragrance of roses and the scent of death, surged like relentless waves. The girl, having never learned any skills, understood that to continue was tantamount to waiting for death as her hardened bones pushed through her skin. She exploded forth with unprecedented speed, lunging at Lin Qi. Yet his speed was too fast. Under the propulsion of the repulsive force, the girl could only make out a shadowy figure. Having learned no techniques, she possessed only the purest of attributes. 4 fatal slashes struck her simultaneously: throat, ribs, eyes, and ankles, and black blood flowed from her wounds. In my hometown, Kissing Scar Town, there's an old saying, take a person's money, alleviate their disasters. This is my job. Lin Qi's figure appeared behind the girl. Corolla turned and lunged at him again. The repulsive force gathered at her feet, and Lin Qi leaped to stand atop the ceiling. A lunar arc illuminated the corridor, and a downward slash struck Corolla's back. She flailed wildly, swinging her arms, but she could not even touch him. His speed and skill far exceeded her comprehension. She felt like a prisoner bound to a torture device while he was the executioner wielding the blade. She would be dismembered by him. A gash was opened on her chest, and Corolla instinctively lunged at the attacker, targeting her chest only to grasp at nothing. The next stroke of the sword landed on her back. This blow was heavy, the blade's unmatched sharpness embedding into her spine. She could feel her ideal perfect body gradually fracturing under the opponent's sword techniques. She comprehended the disparity between them. She wanted to escape. Corolla, lost and terrified, instinctively fled in the opposite direction of Lin Qi, only to feel a sharp pain in her ankle as she turned. She lay on the ground, refusing to give up, scrambling towards the stairs with hands and feet. The effects of the prohibited object surpassed the girl's imagination. The continuous sword light filled her with despair, leaving only the most primal desire for survival in her mind. Lin Qi watched as the girl crawled pitifully deeper into the shadows, holding the true word rose step by step behind her. He was overly cautious and rational. Lin Qi seemed to be waiting, observing whether this was a trap set by her to lure him into revealing a flaw. Cold, ruthless, and logical, he resembled a machine. As she crawled to the top of the stairs, Lin Qi moved, stepping on her back. The monster beneath his foot seemed to sense death approaching, thrashing and howling madly. She was afraid. A deep gray dragon-shaped mask slipped from the girl's face. Lin Qi silently watched the girl's transformation. Her scales peeled away layer by layer, her muscles slowly dissolved, and her bone spikes retracted. He observed the girl's true face. Lin Qi's gaze met hers. The girl opened her mouth as if to say something. Lin Qi sheathed the true word rose and drew out the judgment. He saw a world in her eyes, a perfect world devoid of oppression and discrimination. The girl whose glory was usurped by the nobles wielding power and profit prayed to the divine for retribution upon them. But the only response was from a demon. She offered her soul and everything in exchange for great power, intending to execute justice and punish the robbers. In the final moments, as the demon devoured her, she would meet another partner of justice. She would be pierced by their treasured sword. All the hatred, disdain, loathing, and rage would be borne by her. Praise, flowers, applause, and admiration were the last gifts she left for them. She wished for him to be just kind, calm, courageous, and flawless, like an angel descended to earth saving the unfortunate. Lin Qi looked at the inexplicable expression in the girl's eyes and aimed the gun at her forehead. For a girl to forsake her desire for beauty and transform into a monster to gain power, it must be a convoluted, yet tragically concluded story. He speculated that this story was surely filled with realistic shades and a sorrowful core. A girl filled with hatred encountered a prohibited object that had long been searching for a suitable master. Thus, this grand drama unfolded, culminating in today's conclusion. He wanted to say something to bid farewell to the girl with whom he had shared conversations despite their friendship lasting only 2 days. He looked at her true face, a girl with freckles, brown eyes, appearing like an adorable neighbor girl. Quite cute. With Lin Qi's words, gunfire echoed through the corridor. Miss Lena seems to have fainted from fright. Thank you very much, Mr. Isaris. Laura's voice carried gratitude. The beauty assassin specifically targeted notable figures, causing considerable public pressure on the Supernatural Management Bureau. Now that Lin Qi had helped them successfully eliminate the opponent, it was a significant favor for the Bureau. No, it's nothing. I accepted Miss Lena's commission. This is part of my job. Lin Qi waved his hand, indicating for her not to mind. We'll take care of the aftermath from here. Laura did not inquire about the whereabouts of the prohibited object. He had helped them resolve a pressing issue. This was the spoils that Isaris deserved. In Roland Manor, Lynch sat on the sofa, reflecting on the girl's last gaze. He hesitated at the final moment of executing his opponent. The impact of utilitarian behavior on romanticism was more severe than he had imagined. Reality intertwined with ideals, compassion with indifference, rationality with emotion in his mind. It was the first time he felt lost about his future. Brother, you look a bit down, Viola said, sitting beside him with a white rabbit plush toy in her arms. No, it's nothing. Before Lynch could finish his words, he felt darkness envelop him as he fell into a warm embrace. We are family. You can tell me anything that bothers you. Viola's tone was gentle yet serious. Thank you. Family doesn't need to say thank you. Lynch returned to his room and opened the player forum. The Orange Encyclopedia had compiled and edited materials from its internal testing and posted them on the player forum. Lynch clicked on the video. The beginning was pitch black, filled with a flurry of comments. Incoming. Do it a billion times. High energy throughout. Just let me die of handsomeness. 2 high piano notes played, followed by a sudden gunshot accompanying the background music. Dozens of players dressed in farmer uniforms stood in a barren field. In the distance, black smoke billowed from a farmer's chimney and a gentle breeze rustled the weeds by the roadside. Hello, immortal of the otherworld. Welcome to the apocalyptic era, came the sweet voice of the Orange Encyclopedia. The screen turned black again. The background music shifted to a somber, slow piano piece. Old Jerry faced the camera with a knowing look. Please help me clean the farm, and I will reward you. With a loud smack, old Jerry raised his hoe and smashed it down on the player's forehead, blood splattering. In slow motion, the blood droplets reflected the player's terrified expression. In the center of Kissmark Town, many men were laboriously moving stones. A kindly old man smiled and said the church here was burned down by a madman and is currently being rebuilt. Who did it? With a thud, the piano's heavy notes rang out. The screen froze on a boy dressed in a black suit with hair as bright as the sun. The piano played slowly yet rhythmically, gradually becoming intense alongside the gunfire in the background. The scene shifted again. Sir, it's not gentlemanly to pry into others' privacy. Lynch's eyes were cold. Sorry to interrupt you, gentlemen, but what were you just discussing? A man in a blue bard's outfit casually killed 2 players. I don't recall inviting you here, did I? The player's head burst like a watermelon struck by gravity. You gentlemen haven't been causing trouble in the capital, have you? The boy on the sofa smiled. Recently, many immortals from the other world have been causing chaos in the capital, taking advantage of their immortality. The Extraordinary Management Bureau has commissioned Roland Manor to capture these naughty children and put them in the newly built immortal prison. The scene shifted. Julian dragged a player who looked like a dead dog, while Sela's spear pierced through 2 players' bodies. Viola held a crystal ball-shaped music box with 2 players sleeping at her feet. CAF was skillfully tying up 2 players with ropes, while Isaris had 2 players with their limbs twisted underfoot. The Eternal Sun Church has been secretly producing and selling new types of potions, undoubtedly violating the solar law. As Lynch's voice echoed, the screen displayed the players receiving their quest panels. Welcome to Roland Manor. The screen showed the Roland store with a close-up specifically highlighting the romantic series. The final shot was of Lynch sitting on the sofa, revealing a slightly meaningful smile. I'm sorry everyone, but we're all out. After all, aren't you all about to return to the other world? I look forward to our next meeting. The entire video came to an end. Lynch opened the comments section below the video. Orange Encyclopedia. From my internal testing experience, I can clearly tell everyone that robbery and other heinous acts are prohibited in apocalyptic era. If caught by NPCs, your account will be banned. From the internal testing storyline, it's highly likely that version 1.0's main plot will involve the conflict between Roland Manor and Eternal Sun Church. Isaris is undoubtedly the absolute male lead of the entire game. Lynch felt he hadn't chosen the wrong person as he read Orange Encyclopedia's extensive 5,000-word analysis. Finding a player who constantly boosted his visibility was the right choice. Orange Encyclopedia was indeed that blogger from his previous life with a massive following. The editing techniques and content quality of this video were top-notch. He opened the editing page in the system's back-end planning to edit his recent battles. Once the public test launch video was released, he could ride the wave of traffic. After editing, Lynch took out the dragon-shaped mask from his system backpack. Name Thousand-Faced Dragon Bone Type Mask Level A Class, Forbidden Item Ability 1. Perfect mimicry can completely replicate and imitate the appearance and voice of others. 2. Shell Mastery Complete control over one's own body bone reconstruction organ displacement muscle density. Cost after use a complete human skin must be sacrificed within a month. As usage increases, the user's self will gradually diminish. Description: most people choose to continue wearing it. For the temptation of who I can be is sweeter than the fear of who I am. A very typical A-class forbidden item, powerful, yet with a steep price. Lynch felt the mask in his hand. It was weightless, and once worn it would meld into the skin. He put the mask back into the system backpack and drifted off to sleep. The next day, Lynch woke up completely alert, shocked by a big surprise. Due to the impacts of the Roland banquet assault on church and killing the beauty assassin incidents, Lynch finally completed the task of establishing a base. Especially with the beauty assassin a significant threat to the nobility, under the heartfelt thanks and strong promotion from Miss Lena, Roland Manor regained its fame. After all this was different from before, it was a real incident. Roland Manor proved their ability to handle commissions, instilling confidence in those nobles who were still hesitant to trust them. If the previous Roland Manor was merely a favor from the nobles to Lynch, with their hearts still leaning towards the Extraordinary Management Bureau. This time, solving the troublesome beauty assassin that even the Extraordinary Management Bureau struggled with thoroughly proved that Roland Manor was not weaker than the Extraordinary Management Bureau. As numerous commissions poured in, Lynch meticulously created a commission form categorizing the received commissions based on funding, risk, cost-effectiveness, and other factors. At the same time, he developed a VIP feature that allows specifying commission members. Naturally, Lynch himself received the most commissions, and it was this VIP feature that made him a considerable profit. Roland Manor. The weather today is quite pleasant, with the sun shining just right and a gentle breeze, keeping the temperature around 22 degrees Celsius. Lin Qi is lying in the newly built gazebo within the manor. The gazebo is situated behind the rose garden and the vineyard, featuring a stone table and 2 rocking chairs. Oh, this is so comfortable. This is the meaning of life. Lin Qi lay back in one of the rocking chairs, his hands resting behind his head. A maid in the gazebo is pouring tea into Lin Qi's empty cup. Master Urian has returned after completing the commission, Kafu reported to Lin Qi in the gazebo. How did this commission go? Very well, 5-star rating, Lin Qi said, picking a grape from the stone table. That's good to hear. With the fame of Roland Manor spreading throughout the capital, more and more nobles began to entrust their commissions to it. Recently, Kafu, Celas, and Viola have successfully completed multiple tasks. Only Urian received complaints. The complaint was not because the commission was unfulfilled. It was due to too many people being killed. The general situation was that a child of a second-rate noble was kidnapped by wild, extraordinary beings. Urian was commissioned to rescue the child. However, the noble, worried about Urian's strength, secretly sent 10 of his household guards along, and most importantly, did not inform Urian about this. As expected, after cutting through the kidnappers, Urian encountered those guards just as he emerged from their den. Seeing their young master being dragged out like a dead dog by Urian, the guards were naturally quite furious. Then they died. Urian's explanation was quite simple. The client did not mention any teammates for the commission, and he thought those guards were in cahoots with the kidnappers. To be honest, even Lin Qi found this explanation a bit hard to swallow. Are you saying that those armored guards bearing the family crest look very similar to the wild, extraordinary beings who are roughing it outside? Fortunately, the noble did not make too much noise about it. Lin Qi refunded 10% of the commission fee, and the matter was considered settled. It's likely that the noble was just trying to use this excuse to get some money back, especially since Roland Manor is booming with business and urgent commissions require extra fees. Moreover, nobles are not fools. Isaris Roland's name is well known in the capital. He truly is the dragon crossing the river of the capital. Standing before you now is the dragon crossing the river of the capital, the right-hand man of the third princess, a guest of the Extraordinary Management Bureau, a benefactor of the Newt family, and the head of the highly rated Roland Manor. Boss, look at what I found. A small figure ran up to Lin Qi, clutching a white cat by the scruff of its neck. It was Gaia. You little brat, I've told you many times, call me master. Lin Qi took the white cat from him and cradled it. Got it, boss. Since Gaia and Sigrid arrived at Roland Manor, they noticed something was off. Isaris was completely different from the nobles they had met before. Lin Qi arranged a potion refining room and a crafting room for them, providing them with 2 blueprints for extraordinary weapons and 1 for a potion, then left them alone. Through 3 days of adaptation, they discovered something. On the first day, Gaia, attempting to prove his talent, immediately brought back the blood of the demon. Wow, you made this in just 1 day, that's impressive. Master, should I produce a new potion next? Huh, what do you want to do? Just do it. Why are you asking me? Gaia realized a serious issue he had struck it rich. The recipe for blood of the demon given to him was extremely detailed. Even Father Newman could produce it after 2 or 3 days of study. Heaven and earth bear witness, Gaia had wandered for many years without meeting a wise master until now. Unlike other nobles who treated Gaia merely as a tool, making him tirelessly produce new potions every day, nor did they restrict his movements like Newman did to prevent him from showing his face. Kid, didn't you say you're a genius? What do you think a genius needs the most? Persistence. No, it's inspiration. Inspiration. If a potion master lacks inspiration, even killing him won't make him produce new potions. Gaia will always remember that day. The weather that day was somewhat gloomy, with the sky completely shrouded in gray clouds. The other person was reading a book titled The Fallen Heaven with great interest when they said this. Sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell on the other's golden hair, adding a touch of divinity to it. At that moment, Gaia knew he would follow this big brother. This little brat really has a lot of energy, Lin Qi said, stroking the white cat while watching Gaia's retreating figure. It is certainly livelier than before, but... Kaffa hesitated. What's wrong? Is there something we can't talk about? No, it's just that the kid is only 12, the perfect age for being lively and active. It's you, master, who doesn't seem like a young person. Kaffa shook his head and said, I don't seem young. Look at all this collagen on my face. Lin Qi grew anxious. No, normally an 18-year-old noble should be full of romantic ideals about young beauties. Imagining himself as the world's most unique savior, starting ridiculous noble duels for the sake of the noble ladies, then sharing a passionate kiss under the moonlight with a face full of injuries. Someone like you who spends every day drinking tea, reading newspapers, and practicing is indeed quite different from the average person. Kaffa gazed into the rose garden ahead, seemingly pondering something. Are you saying I should be in a relationship? Lin Qi stroked his chin. Master, I will always support you. Kaffa left the gazebo after leaving this rather nonsensical remark. Lin Qi placed the almost sleeping white cat on the stone table. The task of establishing influence in the capital had already been completed. The rewards were quite decent, providing Lin Qi with 5,000 experience points, 50,000 gold coins, and a rather puzzling skill. Inspiration, your words will have greater influence. 2-0 increase in tavern scenes. Great, the buffs are all gathered. In the past few days, Lin Qi had visited Romanticism twice. First to see if he could access the new map, and second to see if he could contact Lady Echo. He still hadn't resolved the curses on Gaia and the others. Unfortunately, neither of those goals succeeded. Instead, he developed a good friendship with Flun. Flun seemed to have a great fondness for him, a person with exceptional sword skills. Lin Qi took the opportunity to propose a spar using extraordinary powers. He got defeated instantly. There was nothing to be done. The skill wall of rejection was just too overpowered. The big rejection, it was indeed the big rejection. Wall of rejection refers to a massive repulsive force manifesting around the user, with the area of effect expanding as the level increases. In situations with comparable strength, this results in absolute defense on a physical level. Not only is the defensive power impressive, but the destructive power of this repulsion is equally not to be underestimated. At that moment, Lin Qi watched Flun flying in the air, a peerless spherical repulsion wildly expanding around Flun himself. It almost made him feel pain. However, this skill also has its drawbacks, as the consumption of extraordinary powers is greater than one might expect. Even someone as strong as Flun in peak condition could only unleash that large-scale wall of rejection twice. After the physical manifestation of the big rejection, I would be done for. On the rocking chair, Lin Qi opened the player forum. Recently, the forum has been quite lively with the official release of a lot of content about the game as the public beta testing approaches. This includes the entire game map. The map can be roughly divided into 4 countries, 1 island, and 1 mystery. The 4 countries refer to the 4 most powerful and largest territories in the game end of days. The country of passion and romance, Viridia, the iron and military jungle, Ironwood, the city of money and contracts, Catrigia, and the land of miracles and mysteries, Etherian. The 4 countries face each other across the sea, and in the waters between them lie several small islands. The Shilon Islands. The Shilon Islands resemble a garden for the 4 nations where there are no armed forces. The 4 nations have signed a contract prohibiting attacks on this buffer zone located among them. The way the Shilon Islands make money is simple and straightforward. They do not have the fertile lands of Viridia, nor the military strength of Ironwood, nor the wealth-making ability of Catrigia, and they are not self-sufficient like Etherian. They have chosen the industries of hospitality and tourism. This place is more like a private retreat for important figures from various countries. The mystery refers to the fifth nation that only exists in history, the Fortress of Oblivion and Existence Florencia. However, in the game's version 5.0, the content only involves the 4 major kingdoms and the Shilon Islands. Just as Lin Qi was reminiscing, he noticed new posts appearing in the forum, and there were 2 of them. The exclusive PV for Elena Morningstar has been released. The exclusive PV for Isaris Roland has been released. Here comes the big one. He clicked on his own PV to see what the fuss was about. Accompanied by a soothing piano melody, a woman appeared on the screen, holding a 4 to 5-year-old boy. She was Sasha Isaris' mother. "Mom, why doesn't everyone in the manor like me?" Little Isaris looked up at her. Sasha's expression stiffened momentarily upon hearing this, her eyes revealing a hint of guilt and sadness. "I'm sorry, Isaris." "Huh? Why are you apologizing, Mom? I don't hate you, I only hate those who dislike me." Little Isaris looked at Sasha with innocent sincerity. "Thank you, Isaris." Sasha said a thank you that Isaris at that time could not comprehend. The scene shifted to an ordinary 2-bedroom apartment. Although it was not as grand or beautiful as Roland Manor, the furnishings and the lively ambience made it seem very warm. Little Isaris was lying on the sofa, his head resting on a man's lap. Lion Lopez. To be honest, Lin Qi did not recognize this man at first glance, as the current version of him seemed like a different person from the man he had previously met. In the video, Lion had short golden hair, a clean-shaven face, and was dressed in a well-fitted suit. He looked like a gentleman. Lion was talking animatedly, while Little Isaris looked at him with admiration. He was probably recounting his previous adventure stories. Moreover, Lin Qi recalled the opponent's strength at Sequence 3. Those stories that sounded ridiculous at the time could very well be true. The screen faded to black. When the screen lit up again, the soothing piano music seemed to carry a hint of melancholy, reflecting the rainy night within. Little Isaris stood before a tombstone, his uncle Aldine Roland holding his hand beside him. For a 6-year-old child, the concept of death seemed somewhat distant. He could not grasp the meaning of the word, but he knew he would never see his mother again. Little Isaris wiped his tears away and turned his head, seemingly searching for something among the crowd of mourners, but ultimately, he did not see the shadow of that man. The scene faded to black again. When it lit up, he stood before a tombstone, but unlike the last scene, there were no mourners beside him this time. He had grown up. Now he appeared as a young man. Perhaps time had made him stronger, and although he was alone before the tombstone this time, he did not shed a tear. He merely looked at the small tombstone before him with an indescribable expression on a somewhat cold, rainy day where a line of text was engraved. It read, "The world's greatest cowboy." He walked to the cemetery gate. To the right was the wealthy Roland Manor, and to the left was the small 2-bedroom apartment. He did not hesitate to head toward his home. Gunshots accompanied by splattered blood occurred within this 2-bedroom apartment. Flames, sword lights, blood, and gunfire. In the scene, the boy held the corpse of a gentle, middle-aged man. Repulsion, sword lights, of burning manor, and flying heads. The scene showed the boy in a cart with a burning church behind him. Banquets, screams, broken masks, and the terrified pupils of a man reflected the boy's face. Blood corridors, a woman with a severed throat behind which the boy brushed his falling bangs upward. The manor roaring, and armored assassins lying at his feet, their limbs twisted. The villa monsters, a sharp sword, and the indifferent boy raised his pistol to execute the girl on the ground. The final shot was an overhead view. Isaris had a violet cigarette between his lips, his hands in his pockets as he walked. Behind him were Kof, Julian, Celas, and Viola. Isaris' gaze carried a sense of determination, as if he was continuing an unknown adventure. Thus the video ended. The first half of the video narrated Isaris' early life leading to becoming an extraordinary being, while the latter half was a compilation of all the battles he has encountered so far. It basically just edited the results of the battles. As for the last shot, that resolute gaze, that was when they had just left the registry office of the Extraordinary Management Bureau. However, you've gone too far editing it so well. This official PV content perfectly complements the video he edited 2 days ago. What he edited was all about the battle process, emphasizing being cool, refreshing, and stylish. And this video allows players to understand his background story, providing a more 3-dimensional understanding of him. It can be said to be a 2-pronged approach. Wait, can I ride the wave of this PV's popularity? Let me add some fuel to the fire. For those who love this book, please send a free little flower, I beg you. Love you all. Lin Qi's self-produced video is titled Gun, Sword, Rose, which are currently the 3 most important labels on him. The overall tone of the video leans towards warm and vibrant, yet the content is exceedingly bloody and violent. This contrast imbues the entire video with a peculiar sense of beauty. The background music is a soft and soothing piano piece, yet the drum beats resound at an incredibly rapid pace. Coupled with Lin Qi's battles in the visuals, the entire video appears immensely invigorating. After publishing the video, Lin Qi left the pavilion, deliberately instructing the maid behind him to take the white cat for a bath and keep it in the manor. Lin Qi returned to his room and took out romanticism from his system backpack. He had not found Lady Echo in the world of the book. Based on his observations over the past 2 days, it seemed that he would need to reach a higher rank to fully explore the world within the book. He opened the book and discovered a portrait of a woman on page 999. The woman had her hands crossed over her chest, her face turned sideways, dressed in a purple gown with long platinum hair. Her eyes carried a hint of melancholy and compassion for the world. Above the portrait was a line of text. Lady Echo. This is the second ability of romanticism, allowing for one-way or two-way contact with previous holders through specific pages. From the previous incident where he praised the sun and was punished by Lady Echo, it was evident that she could sense this world. After defeating Foreign, Echo also bestowed a blessing upon Lin Qi. But, as the saying goes, a girl's thoughts are hard to guess. The mind of a goddess is an even more unknown territory for Lin Qi. Wait a little longer. He could wait, but the Gaia siblings could not. As Lin Qi is their superior, it is necessary for him to resolve the curse that entangles them. What is this? Why does it feel like the shyness of a first date? Lin Qi shook his head, dismissing the strange thoughts from his mind. Knock, knock. A knocking sound came. Lin Qi put away romanticism and said to the door, "Come in. Sir, Miss Lingling has sent an invitation." The door was pushed open by Kafu. "Miss Lingling, where is she?" "She left after handing me the invitation. It seems she is going to visit other nobles." "I see," Lin Qi replied as he took the light golden envelope from Kafu's hand. The seal on the envelope had a round sticker. The sticker depicted a lion with a mane of red flames. Lin Qi opened the envelope and read the contents carefully. "To Mr. Isaris, may this letter find you basking in the sun's grace and health. I have an important matter to invite you regarding honor and friendship. My father will host a grand banquet and tournament at the family estate, Solar Manor, 3 days from now. There will be a solemn mass, nightly tournaments, competitions, feasts, and performances by bards. I sincerely hope you and your brave warriors will attend to add glory to the banquet. To ensure your comfort and that of your entourage, I have instructed my people to prepare suitable guest rooms for you at the manor. Your banner and crest will be raised at the tower to welcome you. May the sun illuminate your journey. I look forward to seeing you in 3 days to share in this grand event. Yours sincerely, Freya Solar." Lin Qi carefully contemplated the intention of the princess conveyed in the letter before him. The current competition for the heir of the capital has reached a fever pitch. The crown prince dislikes the intrigues among the nobles and spends most of his time honing his skills at the border. The second prince has the support of the church and most nobles. In comparison, our prince's allies seem pitifully few compared to the second prince. Lin Qi is probably one of the more significant figures among them. In reality, Lin Qi has developed a skewed perception of his status. To the nobles in the capital, he is no longer the naive youth who just arrived. His standing among the nobles is quite considerable, especially among the noble ladies, where he is the #1 choice to marry. Suddenly realizing that he should be on the wanted list in the eyes of those nobles, he has already become the right-hand man of the princess. If the princess successfully ascends the throne, he would be a minister of the dragon. But Lin Qi knows who the final heir will be. It is neither the second prince, who has both fame and prestige, nor the princess, who secretly accumulates power and has garnered support from many young nobles. Rather, it is the crown prince, who dislikes intrigues and seldom returns to the capital. The reason is simple. The crown prince's path to succession began at birth. His childhood companion was Luke Hank, the eldest son of the prominent Hank family in the capital. His fiancée is the eldest daughter of the prominent Bog family in the capital, Chichi Bog. Not to mention, the crown prince's mother hails from the powerful Lin Qi family, which monopolizes the weapons manufacturing industry. It can be said that the competition for the heir was already concluded at the time of the crown prince's birth. Furthermore, he has followed General Musk in recent years to train at the border, aiming to control the military power. With background strength, cunning, and temperament all in his favor, the poor princess and second prince are still trying to rally most nobles for the heir's position, while he has already secured the most elite nobles. The meaning in the princess' letter is also very clear. She is asking Lin Qi to come and support her. As the hottest figure in the capital, Lin Qi's reputation is indeed formidable. His presence could help bridge the gap in support for the princess. After all, at the banquet, the second prince would be surrounded by a circle of influential nobles, while the third princess would only have a handful. In terms of momentum, they have already lost. Lin Qi understood that this was just about gathering people to help with the feast. He excelled at that. "I'm all about eating." Having figured everything out, Lin Qi placed the invitation on the table. At night, he sat in his room looking at the strange door before him and without hesitation walked inside. He did not waste much time, but headed directly to the Eternal Night Rose Garden. He planned to inquire about Lady Echo's information from Foreign. After all, Foreign was imprisoned in the book for angering Lady Echo, so he would definitely know what she dislikes. Lin Qi needed to be cautious and avoid doing such things. "Mr. Foreign, oh swordsman, are you here to train hard again today?" Upon seeing Lin Qi's arrival, Furin's eyes lit up. The swordsman's skill was exquisite, providing him with long-lost enjoyment. No, I came to ask you about something. Oh, what is it? You said you were punished by Lady Echo for betraying love, or was it because of a breakup? Not for that reason. Did you cheat? How could that be? What is the reason for that? Lin Qi asked with curiosity. The Lady of Echoes is the deity who governs love and desire. How could Furin's fidelity be considered a betrayal of love? It can't be that breaking up counts as betraying love, right? What about Lin Qi? He has planted many roses in his garden. The Eternal Rose mentioned earlier the true nature of a scoundrel. There are quite a few girls he wants to gift it to. I am a guard from a noble family in the Florencia Empire. Wait, where are you from? Lin Qi's voice became slightly sharp with surprise. Florencia, huh? What's wrong? Furuin seemed puzzled as to why the other was so surprised. How long have you been locked up here? I don't know, I can't feel the passage of time here. Alright, the Eternal Rose Garden only has one moon. Without a sun, how can time be measured? Continue. Lin Qi looked at Furin's youthful face and sighed in his heart. This world in the book is indeed a well-maintained place. As a noble guard, I fell in love with my lady. We have shared many wonderful memories. Elaborate on those memories. Oh, please continue. Lin Qi's words were interrupted by Furin's death glare. My lady was betrothed to the third prince of the empire at that time. This engagement was a deal that satisfied everyone except the two of us. The prince could secure the throne through my master's power, while my master could rise to become a true authority beneath the dragon. My lady and I planned to elope. Furuin looked up at the moon in the sky, his gaze filled with nostalgia, or perhaps something else. So you took her and eloped. But you didn't manage to escape. Lin Qi looked at Furuin, who had stopped speaking, feeling puzzled. Would the Lady of Echoes really punish Furuin for such a thing? I am a coward. Furuin's gaze shifted from the moon to the roses in the garden. I was supposed to take her away as planned, but I didn't show up. That night, I appeared in my master's study. The other party seemed to know about our elopement plan. He neither scolded nor hit me, but calmly asked me a question. What makes you think you can bring more happiness to my lady than the second prince? I tried to refute him, saying that we were truly in love. But my master defeated me with bloody reality. It was nearly impossible for us to escape from the heavily guarded manor. Even if we did manage to escape, we would face a lifetime of pursuit from my master and the prince. We could only flee to other countries. Perhaps we would spend a period of happiness. But what about the future? When my lady misses her family and cannot return to visit, will she regret it? When we are crammed into a normal two-bedroom apartment worrying about food and necessities, will she regret not choosing that grand castle when she was young? On the night of our planned elopement, I did not show up, and the next day my lady was sent to the palace. On the night of the wedding, she committed suicide. I am a coward. Oh, I am the one who caused her death. Upon hearing the news of her passing, I finally understood my true feelings and desperately sought anything that could take me back to the past. But in the end, I could not find the formula to reverse time. After my death, the Lady of Echoes locked me here, punishing me to reminisce about the past for all eternity with the charge of betraying love. Furin's gaze lowered and his eyes were filled with the memory of his deceased love and disdain for his own weakness. Is that charge from the Lady of Echoes? No. It's what I think of myself. Instead of betrayal, your true charge should be one of trust, right? You underestimated the other's determination and doubted your love. That is the reason the Lady of Echoes punished you. Lin Qi's expression was somewhat serious. He had thought this was a romantic love story between a knight and a princess, even though such stories are cliched and might not end well. That's still better than a coward story. Furuin seemed surprised by Lin Qi's words. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he merely looked up at the moon again. Returning to his room, Lin Qi let out a sigh of relief. Compared to Furuin, he could consider himself quite the confident king. Such cowardly behavior in matters of the heart was impossible for him. This also gave him a somewhat optimistic mindset regarding contacting the Lady of Echoes. Without further hesitation, he flipped to page 999 of the book titled Romanticism, silently reciting in his heart, "Great and benevolent Lady of Echoes, please respond to your faithful follower." A minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed. Still there was no sound in Lin Qi's ears. Are you there? Beautiful lady. Hello. Are you there? Moshi. What axi? Just as Lin Qi was trying various languages at the book page, a line of words suddenly appeared on the page that should only have featured the portrait of the Lady of Echoes. Can't you just get to the point? Lady of Echoes, I have 2 children with me. Could you please help remove the curse on them? They are both very good and lovely children. Before Lin Qi could finish his sentence, a character appeared on the page. Chi-Chu, seeing the Lady of Echoes agree, Lin Qi felt his heart settle. As long as the other party agreed, this small matter would be resolved in no time. Do you understand our troublesome stone grains? After successfully resolving the curse on the Gaia siblings, Lin Qi fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Qi looked at the towering figure of 1 meter 93 in front of him, lost in thought. Who are you? It's me, boss. Gaia. The curse on my sister and me has been lifted. Despite his height skyrocketing from 1 meter 20 to 1 meter 90 overnight, Gaia's voice still sounded like that of a child. Can you say again how old you are? Lin Qi refused to believe the facts. 12. Is this really 12 years old? Boss, don't get excited. Our family members are naturally very tall. Gaia scratched the back of his head as he spoke. Lin Qi took a sip of tea, temporarily accepting Gaia's words. How tall is your father? 2 meters 26. What the heck? Is your dad Yao Ming? Lin Qi wiped the tea he had sprayed on himself, looking at the two children standing before him. These kids are growing rapidly. Gaia shot up to 1 meter 90. Even the little girl Siglith looked to be around 1 meter 75. What about our legendary mouse person Viola, who is only around 1 meter 60? For those who like this book, please send some free love. It really matters to me. Love you all. The day of the capital banquet arrived swiftly. Lin Qi, accompanied by Kof Yulian Celas and Viola, arrived at the Solar Manor. Gaia and Sigline were left at the manor to guard it. Solar Manor is a very typical noble estate. It covers an area approximately 3 times that of Roland Manor, with the central building being a 5-story main hall that resembles a castle from the outside. On both sides of the main road leading from the manor gate to the main hall are 2 expansive lawns adorned with several fountains. Behind the main hall is a huge arena where an event called Night Duel takes place every year during the capital banquet. Although termed a Night Duel, its purpose is to showcase the military capabilities of the Solar Royal family. To the left of the arena is a garden filled with sunflowers, while to the right is a horse stable. Flanking the main hall are 2 3-story buildings, one for servants and the other for guards. The first floor of the main hall is the banquet hall, the second floor is a theater, the third floor contains guest rooms, and the fourth floor is an entertainment area with a study, piano room, and art studio. Lin Qi and the others parked their carriage behind the stable and followed Ling Ling to the entrance of the main hall. Isaris, you finally arrived. Upon seeing Lin Qi, Freya immediately waved her hand. Your Highness, Princess, greetings. Lin Qi performed a noble bow to Freya and slightly nodded to the man beside her. Mr. Isaris, I've heard much about you. I am Frank Solar. The man standing beside Freya smiled at Lin Qi. He had short golden hair tied back, wearing a red noble outfit with a black bow tie at the collar. Your Highness the Second Prince, I am Isaris Roland. After a brief handshake, Lin Qi followed Freya into the interior of the main hall. Let me take you to your rooms, Freya said to Lin Qi as they ascended the luxurious spiral staircase of the main hall. Of course I will follow your lead. Although Lin Qi had a rough idea of today's event schedule from the invitation, it was still his first time attending a banquet hosted by the royal family. Around 11 o'clock, there will be a luncheon. My father will not make an appearance, and it will mainly be handled by me and my second brother. After lunch, there will be the night duel and noble hunt activities in the afternoon. The night duel will take place around 2 o'clock, primarily to showcase the prosperity of the Solar Army. The noble hunt will commence at 3 o'clock, where some non-aggressive extraordinary creatures will be present behind the manor. If you are interested, Isaris, you can participate. Freya's voice came from beside Lin Qi. I understand, Your Highness. In short, the purpose of this banquet is very straightforward. To invite the prominent nobles within the capital and showcase the kingdom's strength through the night duel, assuring everyone that our nation is immensely powerful. Our Solar Royal family is exceptionally formidable, and your tax contributions are not in vain. You must trust us. It is commonly referred to as flaunting power. As for the noble hunt, it is even simpler to engage some non-threatening extraordinary creatures, allowing these nobles who rarely see blood to have some fun. Afterward, everyone can happily attend the evening banquet. During the banquet, the king will give a brief speech, and afterward, everyone will eat, drink, and boast before departing the next day. While conversing, Lin Qi and the others arrived at the 3rd floor, where the left and right sides were narrow corridors resembling a hotel style. Their rooms were located in the middle of the left corridor, connecting 5 guest rooms. If you find yourself bored in the room, you can go to the banquet hall on the 1st floor to mingle with everyone. Freya's voice carried a hint of hesitation. To be honest, she was somewhat worried about Isaris being alone in the banquet hall. She feared that Isaris might be swayed by the second prince. Heaven knows how many nobles originally stood by her side, but after the second brother promised them something one by one, they all betrayed her. After sending off Freya, Lin Qi looked through the window of his room at the arena below. Several teams of knights were practicing beneath the arena. It seems necessary to attend the night duel in the afternoon at the very least to gauge the military strength of the Solar Royal family. With this in mind, Lin Qi stepped out of his room. He planned to see if there were any acquaintances on the 1st floor. Just as Lin Qi arrived on the 1st floor, he heard a voice coming from above the stairs. Mr. Isaris, please wait. Lin Qi turned to see the second prince. Your Highness, the second prince. No need to be so formal, just call me Frank. The other party seemed quite interested in Lin Qi. I remember you are from Kissmark Town. Frank did not rush back to the entrance to greet guests, but instead took 2 glasses of champagne from a passing servant, handing one to Lin Qi. Have you been to Kissmark Town, Your Highness, Frank? Lin Qi took the glass, his tone somewhat curious. Yes, I've been there, but it's a nice place. Miao Street has a vibrant atmosphere that the capital lacks. I really like it there. Frank spoke, gently, a smile on his face. I see, it really is quite nice. Lin Qi found it hard to understand the other party's intentions. Why was the conversation still ongoing? Wasn't he supposed to be a ruthless character? Even if he were, shouldn't he bring in a woman instead? Since arriving in the capital, have you found anything difficult to adapt to? Frank seemed to notice Lin Qi's lack of response and brought up another topic. Not really, it's quite safe here under the guidance of the Solar Royal family, far more prosperous than Kissmark Town. Lin Qi took a sip of the champagne in his hand. Really very safe. Lin Qi was somewhat surprised at what did this mean. He had just complimented them, yet they were revealing their own shortcomings. Haha, don't be so surprised. A few years ago I traveled across every part of the kingdom. It was after that I developed the ambition to vie for the position of heir. Frank's words seemed to carry a hint of melancholy. Lin Qi was completely bewildered. What was the point of sharing this with a buddy? My third sister has never been my rival. My only rival is my eldest brother. Isn't the eldest prince always training at the border? Lin Qi became curious about Frank. This second prince, who had no presence in the background story and main plot, seemed more complex than he appeared. Although my brother has always been training outside, most of the nobles who truly hold power within the kingdom stand by his side. Isaris, do you really believe that the noble ruling model of Viridia can last long? Frank's expression grew serious, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Qi's eyes. Isaris, I have heard about you. Since arriving in the capital, you have not made any arrangements for enterprises, as if you plan to leave here sooner or later. Even though your reputation in the capital is already sufficient, you still chose not to establish a business, but instead opened an extraordinary affairs office. Are you waiting for something? Cold sweat dripped down Lin Qi's back. What was happening? A forbidden item related to prophecies. Was it a test? Or a threat? During my travels in the kingdom, I have gained much insight. I never expected that commoners outside the capital lived in such suffering every day. I want to change the kingdom, Frank spoke with determination. Then His Highness Frank must work hard. Lin Qi sighed in relief. I will. I hope you can enjoy yourself at the banquet. Frank left after saying this. When Frank asked Lin Qi what he was waiting for, he was indeed startled and drenched in cold sweat. However, the subsequent words from the other party dispelled his thoughts of being discovered. Frank had investigated him. He seemed to sense that Lin Qi was somewhat different from the nobles, but he did not detect Lin Qi's rebellious intentions. But he is indeed impressive, Lin Qi thought as he watched the figure of Frank departing. Frank's purpose for seeking him was singular: recruitment. The other party perceived that in Lin Qi's eyes there was no difference between nobles and commoners. Lin Qi's choice to establish a transcendent agency instead of a business seemed to be seen by Frank as unwillingness to collude with the nobility. In Frank's investigation, Isaris appeared to be a passionate youth aspiring to change the kingdom. To him, destroying the church in Kissmark Town was a trivial matter. What mattered was Isaris' actions in Cielu village. Isaris did not kill those commoners who offended him. Rather, he killed nobles because he could not tolerate the exploitation by Baron Maddie. To Frank, this was irrefutable evidence that Isaris did not care about the identities of nobles and commoners. A youth filled with passion, trying to change the kingdom, sprang to life on the page. Not to mention the fact that he was quite famous in the capital. This was precisely why Frank said that commoners outside the capital lived in dire straits. He wanted to shape himself into someone like Isaris, someone determined to change the kingdom, to elevate Frank's favorability towards him. At this moment, Lin Qi was starting to realize something. Unless the other party was a transmigrator with a system, it was impossible for him to know of Lin Qi's rebellious intentions. Lin Qi completely disbelieved Frank's words. Indeed, not a bit of belief. What about the commoners suffering? I want to change the kingdom and let them have a good life. All these words are lies. Why? Emotional disturbance. Understand. Do you know the value of Lin Qi's lie detector? Isaris, why are you in a daze? Just as Lin Qi was pondering, a middle-aged man approached him. Mr. Osman, long time no see. Lin Qi looked up and saw it was the head of the Nut family. What's wrong? You look troubled, Osman asked. It's nothing, just caught up in some strange matters. Lin Qi's gaze turned to Freya and Frank at the entrance of the main building. I see, don't worry. The Nut family will protect you. Osman followed Lin Qi's gaze and seemed to understand something. Did Mr. Osman not receive invitations from the princes? Lin Qi's voice was somewhat curious. How could the Nut family, as a prominent family in the capital, not receive invitations from the princes? If they had received them, how could he protect me? Haha, I know what you're thinking. I am on the side of the old king. Osman laughed heartily. Understood, a fence-sitter. In other words, he does not take sides. This behavior has its pros and cons. The advantage is that he won't face retaliation from the new king for choosing the wrong side. The disadvantage is that when the new king emerges and shares the spoils of victory, there will be no share for him. Isaris. Just as Osman and Lin Qi were enjoying their conversation, a female voice sounded. Princess, you two continue chatting. Osman bowed to Freya, who had spoken, and gave Lin Qi a suggestive glance before leaving. Is it that once people reach middle age, they all love gossip? Osman is like this. Uncle Alding is like this too. What's wrong, princess? Lin Qi looked at the approaching Freya with some curiosity. Freya's expression was somewhat hesitant, as she seemed to want to say something, but did not know how to begin. Has my second brother said anything strange to you? Understood this is intimidated by the bull. It's nothing, just simple chit-chat. Lin Qi did not disclose the specific content. He looked at Freya's pitiful expression and helplessly said, "Don't worry, princess. That's good. I knew Isaris wouldn't let me down." Freya, who received an affirmative response, revealed a sunny smile. Frank is indeed somewhat persuasive. He can speak directly to the heart of a person. It makes one unconsciously regard him as a confidant. Unfortunately, Lin Qi possesses the skill to sense emotions. Although the other party's expressions and tones while speaking were perfect, his heart was utterly unmoved. Lin Qi would have to be crazy to believe him. Let's take our seats. The lunch banquet is about to begin. With the weight lifted from her heart, Freya pulled Lin Qi to the first table on the left and sat down. Lin Qi took the time to call Koff, asking him to summon the others. At this table, Freya sat at the head with Lin Qi's companions from Roland Manor and Laura on either side alongside other nobles. Sitting beside Freya, Lin Qi and Laura were indeed known as the left and right hands of the third princess in the capital. There was not much to say at the lunch banquet, as there would be activities in the afternoon, so everyone did not drink. After some socializing, they finally arrived at Lin Qi's most curious event, the night duel. Sitting in the audience around the arena, Lin Qi was extremely serious. This was a great opportunity to understand the capital's law enforcement. In actual warfare, high-tier individuals are more often used as nuclear weapons, while most of the fighting on the battlefield is done by mid-tier and low-tier individuals. The role of high-tier individuals is more about creating panic, destroying towns, and assassinating high-ranking officials. No matter how high your tier is, facing thousands of low-tier individuals is still a challenge, especially with various bizarre forbidden items targeting you from the dark. High-tier individuals are quite rare as national combat power. Those who truly obey the national command are few and far between. Which powerhouse would want to live under someone else's roof? Lin Qi looked at the 13 knight squads below and silently calculated. The 13 captains are tier 7, with a few members at tier 8 and most at tier 9. The border guards should be stronger than the capital's guards. How does it feel? A person sat down beside Lin Qi. Prince Frank. Lin Qi was somewhat surprised. Why was this guy here again? Is he not done with his show? I see you seem very focused on watching. Frank still wore that smile on his face. Yes, look how strong these knights are, how spirited they are. Under the leadership of the Solar Royal Family, Viridia will surely head towards greatness. Lin Qi said seriously. Is that so? To earn your recognition is quite something. Frank seemed somewhat surprised by his response, but his expression transformed back in an instant. Otherwise, what do you think? Am I paying close attention to see what kind of strength you all have to prepare for rebellion? Those who like this book can send a little free gift. Thank you, thank you. A person needs some obsessions in life. Frank's gaze shifted from the arena to the sun in the sky. The blinding light made him squint involuntarily, yet he still did not divert his gaze. Lynch did not say much. He knew the other party had more to say. When I was a child, I often pondered what I truly needed. As a prince of the kingdom, I could grasp any rare treasure at my fingertips. Beautiful women, forbidden items, extraordinary knowledge. Anything that piqued my interest was within my reach, except for the position of king. This is not about greed, it is about obsession. Frank struggled to widen his eyes as the piercing sunlight brought tears to them. Getting too close to the sun will lead to being burned. Lynch's gaze turned toward the blue sky. Are you suggesting that I should give up? Frank took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. Know what I mean? Is staring directly at the sun is too dazzling, but you can wear a pair of sunglasses. That's quite a philosophical statement, Mr. Isaris. Really? I thought it was common knowledge. Just as Lynch awaited Frank's next words, he felt someone sit beside him. Your Highness, what do you mind if I join your discussion? Freya adjusted her hairstyle and pretended to be indifferent. A major crisis. How dare that damn second brother confront me directly? He clearly doesn't take me Freya seriously. We are discussing whether Prince Frank needs a pair of sunglasses. Lynch noticed Freya's concern. Oh, second brother, if you need it, I can give you a pair. Freya looked towards Frank with a worried expression. Then I'll thank you in advance, third sister. You all continue, I'll take my leave. Frank sensed Freya's hostility, but paid it no mind. To him, Freya's anger was like a little puppy barking fiercely as a show of bravado. Cute, really. Your Highness, why do you want to fight for the position of heir? After hearing Frank's theory of obsession, Lynch became curious about Freya's obsession. Because I want to change some things. Freya's expression was more serious than ever. I know that for a noble to say such words about helping commoners fight for their interests sounds ridiculous, but I still want to say it. Lynch's expression turned serious because what she said was genuinely truthful. Why do you think that way? After all, the Solar Royal family is the largest noble family. Lynch turned his gaze to the center of the arena. It is precisely because I am a member of the Solar Royal family that I think this way, Freya continued. I see, so you're not really a proletarian warrior, huh? Freya's idea was simple, just one Solar Royal family was enough. Her so-called aim to fight for commoners' interests was merely to eliminate the middlemen's profits. It was nothing more than transforming the feudal system of nobility into a monarchical dictatorship. Lynch also understood why the nobles were all siding with the second prince. "Oh, nobles are coined for you. You expect me to help you after you eliminate me. I see your highness truly has foresight," Lynch exclaimed. Freya indeed had ideas, as she could see the shortcomings of the feudal system at a glance and attempted to turn the nation into a monarchy. With foresight ideas, but no capability. Moreover, I simply cannot stand their actions. Freya hesitated to continue. "What do you mean?" Lynch asked with curiosity. "If Isaris wants to know, I suggest you participate in the noble hunt. Isn't it just hunting some harmless, extraordinary creatures?" Lynch seemed to recall something. Freya's expression was heavy. After watching the night duel, Lynch returned to his room. Frank's reason for vying for the throne was very simple. He simply liked things that were hard to obtain. For someone whose life has been set to simple mode since childhood, such elusive things were like addictive poison. Conversely, Freya's reason for contending for the throne was to attempt to change the nation's system. She wanted to completely eliminate all nobles and transform Viridia into a monarchic state. For those nobles, only a fool would support Freya. She wants to overthrow me, and yet expects my help. Impossible. Freya is a crucial piece in overthrowing the Solar Royal family. In the previous Life's 1.0 main storyline, Elena successfully overthrew Solar's rule. To provide better lives for the citizens, they learned from the ruling model of the undoubtedly strongest nation in the world today, the parliamentary model of Catricia. Elena forcibly requisitioned the lands and industries of the nobles, changing them from private ownership to state ownership and transforming slaves and servants from ownership to employment. Lowering tax rates, leasing land, establishing national security departments, abolishing the charging system of the Extraordinary Management Bureau to make it free. Undoubtedly, this ruling model is a better existence than Freya's monarchy. Even though this model would eventually evolve into a capitalist system for the common folk, being able to eat well, dress warmly, and earn wages in this world where extraordinary powers run rampant is already quite good. However, the Eternal Radiance Church. To the Church, it does not matter who inherits the Solar Royal family in the end, because they have always been in cahoots. Even if Freya inherits the kingdom, she would not be able to act against the Church. Lynch took out a violet flower from his pocket and placed it in his mouth. The gem on the back of his hand flashed red, igniting the cigarette. He watched the knights retreating below through the smoke. Calculating the time, version 1.0 is imminent. Elena should be nearing the capital right. At this moment, Elena should have already received full support from the Silent Star Council. Lynch planned to introduce Elena to the third princess when she arrived at the capital so they could secretly gather strength, waiting for the outbreak of the plague to deal a fatal blow to the Solar Royal family. Although this seems a bit unfair to Freya, she and the first and second princes are destined to have an unavoidable battle. Lynch and Elena merely did what the Solar Royal family had done to them before. This time we will steal the fruits of victory. Knock knock. Sir, it's time. A voice from outside the door belonged to Koff. Coming. Lynch extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and walked out of the room. Aren't you all going? Lynch asked Koff. Julian said he wanted to go see if there were any familiar faces in the Bard team. Sellers went to ask the knight captain, who just performed, about training methods. Miss Viola, on the other hand, fell asleep after lunch. Aren't you going to take a look? I won't go. I can probably figure out what boring game it is. Lin Qi passed through the forest behind the manor and emerged into a broad, open expanse, the starting ground of the noble hunt. Mr. Isaris, I hadn't expected you to take interest in such an affair. Frank's voice came from behind Lin Qi. Your Highness, Prince Frank, I merely felt curious, so I came to observe. My younger sister has always detested this event. To be frank, neither do I. Yet it is a time-honored tradition of the solar banquet, one no heir to the throne may abolish. Frank shrugged, a gesture tinged with resignation. Is this spectacle not simply about rounding up harmless supernatural beings to amuse the nobility? Lin Qi scanned the assembled crowd. Most were only vaguely familiar, their names entirely forgotten. People. What? Though suspicion had already stirred within him, confirmation still struck him like a physical blow, a chilling recalibration of his understanding of aristocratic depravity and moral bankruptcy. Human beings are among the prey in the noble hunt. Are they condemned criminals? Lin Qi asked, straining to rationalize the atrocity to salvage some semblance of justification. Alas, most death row convicts are reserved for alchemical experimentation. These people, they are ordinary peasants who failed to pay their taxes, hauled in from across the realm. Frank's words cleaved through Lin Qi's mind like a colossal axe. As a modern man educated in reason and ethics, Lin Qi had never held the nobility in high regard. Yet having come from a world of peace, he had remained naively unacquainted with the abyssal depths of human cruelty. In his estimation, imposing ruinous taxation, driving families into destitution and despair, was already monstrous enough. He had never imagined they could descend so far beyond humanity itself. Frank watched Lin Qi's expression shift, from shock to grimness, from outrage to seething hatred. This is how nobles behave. They crave novelty and thrill, yet refuse to risk their own lives for it. They prize their own survival above all, yet scorn the discipline and effort required to grow truly powerful. To observers today, they are butchers slaughtering common folk. Yet at tonight's banquet, they will smile warmly and shower you with generosity and gold. Every soul wears two faces. The noble hunt is the sanctioned ritual through which these aristocrats unleash the darkness festering within, after which they resume their masks of civility and charm. Disdain colored Frank's tone, an unmistakable aversion to his peers. Does your highness consider this tradition necessary? Lin Qi's visage grew unervingly severe, his sapphire eyes burned with a glacial, soul-piercing intent to kill. Regrettably, I possess no power to change any of this. Yet, Frank did not flinch, only sighed and lifted his shoulders once more. Ready, begin. As the two spoke, a booming proclamation echoed from ahead, the signal that the hunt had commenced. Charge. Today I'll slaughter until my heart is sated. Nobles mounted on magnificent steeds surged as one into the forest, resplendent in ornate formal attire, swords and pistols at their waists, crossbows clutched in gloved hands. Shall we go watch? Observe the grotesque truth beneath their gilded facades. Frank turned to Lin Qi beside him. Your Highness, what precisely do you mean by that? Lin Qi regarded him with quiet curiosity, probing the intent behind those words. Isaris, have you truly contemplated your deepest fixation? Human action springs invariably from inner obsessions. I desired what was not mine, so I acted. I contend with my elder brother for the position of crown prince. And you, Isaris, faced with this scene before you, what would you do? Your sunglasses theory fascinates me. I confess I required just such a pair. With that, Frank turned and strode into the forest. Lin Qi offered no reply, only followed in silent, deliberate step. What manner of horror unfolded here? Chained men and women ran, screaming, sobbing, knowing full well that sound betrayed them to the demons closing in from behind. Nobles astride towering horses drew their bows' blades and pistols gleaming at their sides, their eyes devoid of mercy, filled only with the rapturous ecstasy of slaughter. Aag, aag. Ha ha. Piercing cries of agony mingled with manic, triumphant laughter, ringing sharply in Lin Qi's ears. He had believed himself fully assimilated into this world. He was no stranger to killing. He had slain 2 assassins who broke into his home on the very day of his arrival. Since crossing over, he had never initiated action of his own volition. Every deed had been propelled by the system's directives. Even toppling the Solar Royal dynasty had served only to amplify his prominence within the main storyline, and thus accelerate his ascension, though a sliver of desire to restore honor to the Roland family had lingered beneath. That was Lin Qi. Indeed, that was most people. When confronted with circumstance, they instinctively sought the path most advantageous to themselves. This scene shattered his worldview, again and again. For the first time, he felt a pure, unmediated impulse rising from deep within to overthrow solar rule and eradicate the aristocracy root and branch. This resolve bore no relation to system quests or narrative arcs. It was in this singular moment the rawest, most unadulterated conviction of his soul, forged by enlightened education, humanist principles, and incandescent fury. It was akin to a hybrid creature, part ape, part man, indulging freely in all the privileges of human civilization, then asking with perverse innocence why humans themselves may not be hunted and devoured. A visceral revulsion, primal and nauseating, rose within him. Your gaze seems to burn with fire, Frank murmured, meeting Lin Qi's eyes. Indeed, I am burning, quite literally. Forgive me, Your Highness. I must excuse myself. Lin Qi clenched his jaw, suppressed the inferno within, and strode away from the forest. Your Highness, did he still refuse? A figure approached Frank. Not yet, but he is close. I still cannot fathom why Your Highness places such importance upon him. He is like me. We both heed the voice within our hearts above all else. Only, our inner voices appear to sing different songs. Then, you still intend to win him over? Absolutely. If at first it was merely to tease my younger sister, now, this man is indispensable to me. Back in his chamber, Lin Qi inhaled deeply several times, striving to calm the tempest raging inside him. He could not comprehend how anyone could cage their own kind, then release them on schedule as quarry for sport. To these nobles, peasants bearing identical faces held no kinship, no shared humanity. At best they were mere monkeys. Knock knock. Enter. Lin Qi withdrew a violet cigarette from his breast pocket. Master, you saw it. Koff stepped beside him and accepted the proffered smoke. You knew of this? I heard it once, from a peasant unable to pay his taxes. Damn it. The luxurious crystal chandelier emitted a warm golden glow. The nobles sat quietly in their places, and the entire banquet hall was enveloped in silence, with all eyes on the one person standing alone. The man appeared to be around 60 years old, with gray hair and a beard revealing his age, yet his gaze remained sharp. Despite the wrinkles etched into his face, by time his voice was as powerful as that of a young man. Welcome everyone to the banquet hosted by the Solar family. I hope you all have a pleasant evening. The old king's speech was succinct, yet the nobles present did not divert their gaze due to its brevity. It was only when the old king raised his wine cup that the nobles erupted into thunderous applause. Huh. Viola, her eyes nearly shut, yawned as she poked at the steak on her plate with her fork. Viola, what's wrong with you? Haven't you used the voice of nightmares these past few days? Lin Qi swallowed the piece of steak in his mouth and picked up the champagne beside him. Users of the voice of nightmares do not need to sleep, so why was Viola so tired today? She had even taken a nap after the lunch banquet. Brother, I feel like my biological clock has been turned upside down. I used to go to the other world every night. But my dad inside doesn't know what got into him insisting that I go on a blind date, which has scared me enough that I haven't used the voice of nightmares for 2 or 3 days. As a result, due to the chaos in my biological clock, I can't sleep at night. I'm really so tired. Viola weakly poked at the steak on her plate. It seems that maintaining wakefulness in the other world every night, and then suddenly not going, caused my brain to remain excited at night. Commonly known as insomnia. When we get back, let Gaia brew you a bottle of sleeping potion, Lin Qi said, taking a sip of his champagne. Beside them, Sellers was taken aback by the conversation between the siblings, elbowing his companion Urian. Isn't Miss Viola's father already dead? Urian shot him a sideways glance. Mind your own business regarding noble affairs. You're such a bore, Mr. Kafu. What did you just discuss with the Lord? Sellers, seeing that Urian was ignoring him, turned to Kafu. Nothing much, but you have arranged the security work within the manor, right? Kafu picked up a napkin from the table to wipe his mouth. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. Lin Qi was observing the old king sitting in the prominent position at the front of the banquet hall. He was the version 1.0 behind Thessine's BOSS, Lionheart, Rain Solar. Sacred Path Solar Sequence, Sequence 3 Seraph. He sat upright in his chair, flanked by 2 individuals, Bishop Lance of the Eternal Radiance Church and the captain of the Solar Royal Guards, Oko. Despite Rain appearing to be quite old, his spirit seemed lively with sharp eyes and a booming voice. He sat silently in his chair, eyes narrowed, resembling a lion surveying its territory. Your Majesty, you've dozed off again, Oko said, hearing the faint sounds of snoring beside him as he promptly woke Rain. Oh, I'm getting old. Rain awoke, propping himself on the chair to change his posture from relaxed to upright. Lin Qi, who was observing him, was startled, his gaze dropping. How sharp is he? Did he notice me watching him? No wonder he is Sequence 3, oh what a terrifying presence. Ahem, everyone. I'm getting on in years, so I'll be heading back to rest now. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves. Rain stood up and addressed those present before heading upstairs with Oko. As Lin Qi watched the old man's hunched figure, he was inwardly shocked, even though it seemed the old man stumbled a bit on the stairs. But Lin Qi, who had played the game in his previous life, knew that the old man was definitely putting on an act. In the final stage of version 1.0, this seemingly ordinary old man withstood attacks from both a Sequence 3 and a Sequence 4 without falling behind. In the end, he only managed to defeat him by leveraging his age advantage, commonly known as outlasting the old man. The morning after the banquet, Lin Qi and the others had already packed up and were ready to return to their manor. Isaris, take care. I'll visit the manor in a few days if I get the chance, hope you don't mind. Frank maintained his usual smiling demeanor, completely ignoring Freya's resentful glare beside him. Don't worry, Isaris. I'll be there with my second brother then. Freya shot a defiant glance at Frank. All right then, I look forward to the arrival of both princes. The carriage rolled along the clean streets, and Lin Qi pulled back the curtain to glance at the crowd by the roadside. The passers-by had vacant expressions, the shopkeepers' smiles were stiff, and the patrolling guards appeared distracted, while the beggars by the street. There were no beggars by the street, but this was not due to the kingdom's well-established system, but because beggars were directly taken away. They would either be sent to the church as experimental subjects or be locked up awaiting next year's noble hunt. We've arrived, my lord, Kafu, who was driving the carriage, said to Lin Qi and Viola inside. As Lin Qi and Viola got out of the carriage, Sellers and Urian also dismounted from their separate horses. I told you one carriage was enough for us, yet you both insisted on riding separately. Lin Qi looked at the two with some exasperation. My lord, as a guard, I must always be vigilant for any potential dangers outside the carriage, Sellers said with a serious expression. My lord, I also want to ensure your safety. Urian added, not wanting to back down. Lin Qi waved his hand dismissively. You're both crazy. They wouldn't be enough to take Lin Qi down even if they were tied together. Urian looked anxious. My lord Kafa, did I anger you? Anger? Not really. More like helplessness toward a foolish younger brother. Kafu stroked his chin as he pondered. Boss. As Lin Qi entered the main building, he saw Gaia charging toward him at an alarming speed. Stop. Lin Qi immediately stretched out his hands to halt Gaia. Goodness, a man, nearly 2 meters tall, was rushing at you while calling you boss. Lin Qi feared he wouldn't stop in time and would end up receiving an elbow strike. Boss, look quickly. The potion I just researched. Gaia exclaimed, handing Lin Qi a red potion bottle. Panel. Name, unnamed ability, greatly restores health and stamina. Side effects will cause thirst after use. Description, your loyal genius alchemist is eager to create something and this is the result. Wow, this is a great item. This is simply the plus version of the life potion. Life potion can only restore a small amount of health, about 20 points. This potion can restore a significant amount of health while also replenishing stamina. Great job, Gaia, well done. Lin Qi felt excited as he was nearing 100 chapters. He could finally use fireworks without restraint. Chief, please name it. Gaia's voice brimmed with excitement. His newly brewed potion had earned the chief's approval. As its creator, you should name it. Lin Qi lovingly caressed the crimson vial in his palm. A fine concoction, perfect for extracting every last gold coin from players at the Roland shop. Oh, by the way, Gaia, can you refine a potion to aid sleep? Lin Qi settled onto the living room sofa and addressed Gaia, who stood deep in thought, pondering names for the enhanced life elixir. Oh, absolutely, Chief. Consider it done. At the mere mention of a task, Gaia surged with fervor, determined to prove his skill, his unwavering loyalty. Watching Gaia sprint from the main manor toward the alchemy lab, Lin Qi nodded in quiet satisfaction. Youth truly pulsed with relentless vigor. My lord, entrust me with the assassination mission. I require no soporific potion. I shall complete it flawlessly. Yulian, having overheard Lin Qi and Gaia, spoke with grave solemnity. Before Lin Qi could utter a word, Viola had already driven her elbow hard into Yulian's ribs. Are you trying to kill me, Missy? Yais. I misunderstood. Clutching his side, Yulian grimaced in sharp pain. Lin Qi shook his head at the spectacle. Why are all my subordinates so peculiar? A bloodthirsty killer obsessed with slaughter, a rat man who adores basements, a 9-feudal miner, and the former head of a criminal syndicate. Does Roland Manor truly have a future? A flicker of unease stirred within Lin Qi. That night, having just emerged from the literary world of romanticism, he laid down upon his bed. Today he'd sparred once more with Fran in the book world, this time unarmed, exchanging fists and footwork instead of blades. With Fran as his perfect sparring partner, Lin Qi's kiss of the devoted advanced swiftly nearing level V. Just as Lin Qi drifted toward slumber, the alarm clock, installed earlier to neutralize the lingering effects of the nightmare voice on maids and guards, suddenly blared. One by one, lights flickered awake across the manor's chambers. All roused members gathered in the grand hall downstairs. What was happening? That bell only rang each morning when Mingyan summoned the maids. Why sound at midnight? Unless someone had infiltrated the manor and the guards had triggered it to raise the alarm. Brother, what's wrong? As Lin Qi pondered, Viola descended the stairs cradling a brown dog-shaped plush toy nearly as tall as herself. Lin Qi opened his mouth to speak, only to watch the manor's front doors swing inward. A figure clad in gleaming white armor strode in, dragging a girl by the arm. It was Celis. My lord, I apprehended this intruder within the manor grounds. With no trace of mercy, Celis flung the girl unceremoniously onto the floor. Damn it. I told you I didn't steal anything. I merely passed by. The girl had short chestnut hair and wore a threadbare gray tunic patched at the seams. You passed by straight into the manor's inner sanctum. Lin Qi studied her closely and found her strangely familiar. TCH. She scowled, realizing her excuse held no weight. Shall I execute her, my lord? Yulian shifted eagerly forward. Wait. Was someone sent to deliver you? Lin Qi stepped between them. Ugh, fine. I have something to give you. The girl scrutinized Lin Qi intently, as if verifying his identity. Everyone else returned to bed. You, come with me. Lin Qi dismissed the others and led the girl into his private chamber. My lord, your safety. Yulian, do you truly believe she poses a threat to me? Well, I fear it may be a honeyed trap, my lord. Yulian wisely kept that thought unspoken. Relax, Yulian. Brother wears that protective membrane, even in his sleep. Viola waved dismissively, urging Yulian to stand down. Reassured by her words, Yulian exhaled. He'd witnessed that ability firsthand. Ordinary attacks couldn't breach the lord's true form. But how did you know, Miss Viola? Inside the chamber, Lin Qi extended his hand toward the girl seated before him. I swear, I didn't steal anything. I believe you. Didn't you say you had something to deliver? Where is it? Oh, right. At last, Lin Qi recalled her identity. Elysian, Elena's trusted right-hand master of infiltration, assassination, and intelligence gathering. Elysian produced a pristine white envelope and placed it in Lin Qi's palm. Elena instructed you to enter through the front gate, boldly, openly. Why didn't you? Lin Qi observed Elysian's restless posture. How did you know? Unavoidable side effect of a forbidden artifact. By the time I realized, I'd already scaled the wall. And precisely because I snapped back to awareness, I misstepped, alerting your manor's sentries. Elysian flushed with mild embarrassment. Apologies, old habits die hard. Lin Qi nodded. In his prior life's game, Elysian indeed wielded a Class B forbidden artifact, a power that diminished her presence at the cost of instinctively choosing stealth over direct entry, even at her own faction stronghold. Lin Qi broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Isaris, I've arrived at last. Long-time old friend, I heard of your exploits in the capital, just like you. Capital's little dragon struck through, over River Dragon. I now command full backing from the Silent Star Eye Society and have rallied many like-minded allies. Yet we face one obstacle. We lack legitimate identities within the capital. A smiling avatar, faintly recognizable as Elena. Who drew this? So crude. Lin Qi shook his head. Since when had she grown so polite? If she needed help securing identities, why not simply ask? We're comrades after all. Quest issued, please help. Quest description: having just arrived in the capital, Elena immediately thought of you, her closest confidant, and asked for your aid in resolving her identity crisis. Quest reward: 3000 experience points, 80 gold coins, forbidden artifact Crimson Moon. Lin Qi stowed the envelope into his system inventory and said to the girl in the chair, "May I accompany you to your base first?" No problem. Elysian slapped her modest chest with cheerful confidence. So decisive. I'm nobility. You aren't worried I'll expose you? Lin Qi blinked in surprise. According to his past life knowledge, she wasn't known for such candor. Elysian tilted her head, puzzled. Didn't you know? Know what? Your name is Isaris, correct? Yes. Lady Elena speaks of you constantly, calling you the one person she trusts above all others. Lin Qi gazed at the manhole cover in deep contemplation. Come on, let's go, Illegitimate urged Lin Qi as she lifted the cover. Are you sure you aren't under the influence of a forbidden item? Of course not. Then why are we going down the sewer? Oh, come on. We can't walk openly in the capital as rat folk. It's perfectly reasonable to have our base in the sewer. Illegitimate waved her hand dismissively. Lin Qi reluctantly followed her into the sewer. It was dirty, chaotic, and smelly. The pungent odor made Lin Qi instinctively pinch his nose. They walked through the sewer for nearly 20 minutes, turning several corners until they finally arrived at a door. Is this a room dug out in the sewer? Thud, 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 thud. Illegitimate knocked rhythmically on the door. Knock, knock, knock. I'm back. Illegitimate swung open the door. Oh, our thief has returned. Which noble's house did you steal from this time? Be careful not to get caught. Did you bring the goods? Hey. Lin Qi heard Elena's voice. There's still someone here. Could you show me a little respect? Illegitimate face flushed as she turned to reveal Lin Qi, who was hidden behind the door. The lively atmosphere in the room dropped to a freezing point. A noble? Elysian, what's going on? Why did you bring a noble here? Before they could grasp the situation, their leader rushed towards the unfamiliar man. Boss, be careful. The others exchanged glances as they watched Elena leap into Lin Qi's arms. What's happening? Is this the boss lover? I have to say that guy is quite handsome. One young boy's expression turned somewhat despondent upon hearing his companion's words. What is this? Did you miss me so much you couldn't help but throw yourself at me? Lin Qi looked at the girl in front of him, his expression slightly dazed. Compared to before, Elena was a bit thinner, now her muscles more toned, and her gaze more resolute. No, I just wanted to see if the little dragon in the capital has grown a tail. Elena released her arms and looked up with a smile. Boss, aren't you going to introduce us? Teased the long-haired woman in the room. The one who had just referred to this person as the boss partner was indeed the same woman. Everyone, this is my good friend Isaris, whom I've mentioned to you all often. Elena turned around and revealed a pure smile they had never seen before. Hello, everyone. These are all my companions. You've already met Illegitimate. This rugged man is Lawton, a blacksmith. This chatterbox is Mira, and this is Carl. Elena introduced her companions to Lin Qi. The bald man in leather with sunglasses was Lawton. The woman with long black hair and a cheerful smile was Mira. The young man who had been observing Lin Qi was named Carl. Under the influence of emotional disturbance, Lin Qi could sense their feelings. When he first appeared, everyone's emotions were filled with vigilance. But after Elena mentioned his name, their wariness vanished. It seemed Elena held considerable prestige and trust within this team. Except for Carl, that guy's feelings after the vigilance were a hint of jealousy along with curiosity. Does that guy like Elena? Well, it's no surprise Elena is beautiful and has a great personality, so it's odd if no one likes her. Have you all been living here? Lin Qi surveyed the room. Yes, we've been waiting for the Dragon Lord to lend us a hand. Elena's voice held a mysterious undertone. She had started gathering information as soon as she arrived in the capital. The incident she was most concerned about was the Isaris banquet rescue. This also gave rise to Isaris' title of the Dragon of the capital. The information depicted the scene vividly with tales of a hero rescuing a beauty, pledging their life, and saying, "Leave it to me, if you can't handle it, you fool." Elena visibly blushed. I was the one who came first. What was that guy's name again? Marina? Little symbol. You ran fast. Lin Qi found Elena's sarcastic tone somewhat odd. Oh, you don't like dragons. Your identity issues can be easily resolved if I can register you under my office. Lin Qi proposed a solution. Will this cause you trouble? Elena's tone showed concern as she initially just wanted Isaris to help them obtain civilian identities. Being registered under the other party's office would be even better, but if her people caused any trouble, it could potentially affect him. Lin Qi looked at Elena in confusion. Why are you being polite with me? Moreover, the public beta is about to start. The capital will soon be in chaos. If he was planning a rebellion, what trouble should he fear? It's fine, just trust me, Lin Qi concluded the matter. Registering Elena and her group under the office would not only complete the task just released by the system, but also give the third princess a surprise. As your right-hand man, I have been gathering strength. My loyalty to you is unwavering. Elena was pleased because they could now operate openly in the capital. Freya was delighted as well, having gained extraordinary combat power among her subordinates. Lin Qi was happily achieving 2 goals with 1 action. A win-win situation. No wonder you're the boss man. Your abilities are remarkable. Mira's voice carried a teasing tone. As the boss man, how should we address you? Brother-in-law or big sister? Go get back to work. Elena shot a glare at the group and pushed Lin Qi out. What's wrong? Lin Qi asked, puzzled. I'm taking you back. You're taking me. The night air was refreshingly cool as Elena and Lin Qi walked the path back to the manor. Lin Qi looked up at the moon and suddenly thought of something. Elena, my, does the moon in the sky remind you of the roasted apple you took from me before? What do you mean by took? Isn't it a matter of exchanging? I even gave you my hair. Elena shook her head, the breeze lifting her hair. Her silver hair had a hazy beauty under the moonlight. Didn't you say you would treat me to a big meal when you get wealthy? Lin Qi looked at the lively girl before him. A surge of uncontrollable joy welled up inside him. Of course, I have plenty of money now. Pick any restaurant, the big sister will pay. Elena patted her chest confidently. Rich lady is hungry, time to eat. Lin Qi played along with her. Ha ha ha. For Elena, being beside Isaris was her harbor. Here she didn't have to pretend to be strong, mature, or rely solely on herself. Since she began her journey in the capital, she had met many reliable partners, but Elena understood they were different from Isaris. They followed Elena for various reasons, recognizing her dreams, admiring her character, worshipping her integrity, and envying her strength. They supported Elena for all sorts of reasons. Only he. Elena was gazing at Lin Qi's profile, his face appearing gentler than ever in the moonlight. A gust of wind blew, and their gazes met. They could see themselves reflected in each other's eyes. Only you would help me unconditionally, Isaris. She recalled their first meeting. Her family was destroyed, the gang was chasing her, her pockets were empty, she was lost about the future, and she hated her own weakness. It was under these emotions that Elena met Isaris. You saved me. Seeing your reluctance, would you like to stay here for a night? At the entrance of the manor, Lin Qi asked Elena in front of him. Forget it, what if it disturbs someone's good fortune? Elena's gaze was fixed on something behind Lin Qi. Lin Qi turned to look behind him. Viola, why are you still awake? Lin Qi found it strange as he noticed Viola holding a brown long dog plush toy in her arms. Brother, I'm very worried about you. Viola's voice trembled slightly, seemingly due to the cold from her scant clothing. Let's head back, I'm already home, so what is there to worry about? As Lin Qi turned back to face Elena, Viola threw a provocative glance at Elena. Elena felt a surge of jealousy rise to her head. Alright, since Marina can't find me today, I'll take you down first. Isaris, did you pay respects to Uncle Alding earlier? Elena's words reached Viola's ears, who had not walked far. I did pay my respects. I was wondering why someone would bring roses for a memorial, and there was a bottle of wine, the most absurd part being it was empty. You went. I made a special trip before arriving in the capital. Oh, after all, Mr. Alding took good care of me when I stayed at your home. What? This woman actually lived with my brother, and even met his family. Viola was filled with jealousy. Damn. She stomped her foot and quickened her pace back to the main building. Elena laughed inwardly at her flustered escape. Little brat. Sister has plenty of tricks to deal with you. Aren't you being a bit boring? She's still just a child. Lin Qi, under the influence of the emotional disturbance, noticed the conflict between the two girls. You don't understand, battling others is endlessly entertaining. Get some rest, little dragon. Elena gracefully turned and left. The next day, Lin Qi arrived at Freya's manor. Really? Freya looked at Lin Qi, who was full of conviction, and asked. It's a done deal. That's wonderful. Finally, good news had arrived. Recently, Freya had been exceptionally troubled. Due to her governing ideas for the capital, no nobles were willing to support her. She was currently in dire need of both money and manpower. Meanwhile, Lin Qi mentioned that his agency had recently recruited some extraordinary individuals, all old friends from Kissmark Town. This good news slightly lifted Freya's spirits. With Isaris at my side, it feels like adding wings to a tiger, like a fish back in water. Alright. After greeting the third princess, Lin Qi used a communicator to inform Elena, instructing her to take people to register at the Extraordinary Administration. After handling these matters, Lin Qi sat on the sofa in the living room and opened the system. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. the public test will commence. The public test is set for tomorrow. Along with this news came two newly released official videos. Faith Breath of the Sun. Lin Qi opened the PV titled Faith. At the beginning of the video, a female voice narrated, Gods, undoubtedly the kings of the world. They grant people the power to change the world. Is this the strength given to the pitiable by the loving gods, or just a pastime out of boredom? As the narration continued, 12 strange patterns appeared on the screen. Representing the sun sequence is a flame pattern resembling the sun. Representing the star sequence is the Big Dipper pattern strung together in the night. Representing the nature sequence is an immensely large tree. Representing the war sequence is a symbol of crossed swords surrounded by splatters of blood. Representing the death sequence is a standing black coffin engraved with a silver cross. Representing the order sequence is a closed book bound with iron chains. Representing the ocean sequence is a wooden ship on the raging sea. Representing the knowledge sequence is a high tower, various strange symbols floating above it. Representing the earth sequence is a pattern of a hammer and sickle intersecting, surrounded by sparks. Representing the splendor sequence is a musical note created in the style of oil painting. Representing the fate sequence is a hand outstretched, fingers entwined with white threads. Representing the abyss sequence is a split canyon, black smoke rising from the crevice. The screen began flashing the symbols of various sequences along with their abilities. And the original ones. Accompanying the narration were 3 new patterns representing hidden sequences. Representing the romance sequence is a pair of wings adorned with pure white feathers with a red rose in the center. Representing the night sequence is a black orb surrounded by a ring of white light. Representing the void sequence is a hand composed of a string of garbled text, and that hand is giving the middle finger. Why is this hidden sequence so abstract? Before Lin Qi could ponder further, the images of the 3 hidden sequences began to enlarge. However, what appeared next on the screen was neither a church nor a sequence ability. Instead, it was a person. The night sequence featured a figure cloaked in black robes holding a crystal ball for divination. The void sequence showed a strange figure with bandages wrapped around its face wandering through an endless desert. The romance sequence was himself. Wait, why am I the only one showing my face? Not to mention, these 2 are wrapped up more tightly than I am. Am I the only one with a solid appearance? The officials should at least give me some code. The video ended. The entire video introduced all the extraordinary powers in this world to the players. 12 regular sequences and 3 hidden sequences. Lin Qi did not linger much and clicked on the Breath of the Sun PV. Viridia, this is a land filled with passion and romance. The screen depicted a scene of harmony. However, there is an unknown past here. The mural depicting the kingdom's history appeared on the screen. The one showing the kingdom's history. The screen then split into 3 sections. Lion Pride Solar Family. The uppermost part of the screen lit up showing Rain and his 3 children along with the family crest featuring a mane like flames. Rose Roland Family. The lower left section of the screen lit up featuring Lin Qi and Koff along with the Rose family crest. Star Morningstar Family. The lower right section of the screen lit up with Elena in the center surrounded by several individuals Lin Qi had seen before along with her starry family crest. Honor Glory Family Faith. The narration in the PV began to grow passionate. The scene shifted. Isn't this from yesterday? The screen displayed the moment from last night when Elena and Lin Qi locked eyes under the moonlight. A grand drama is about to unfold. The next scene was at the banquet in the capital where Lin Qi was intently watching Rain. The final part of the PV was Noble Hunt. The excited shouts of nobles and the fearful wails of prey served as the background music. The last image was Lin Qi's pupils seemingly burning with something. Originally intended to write that the eyes concealed a lion. Blue Star. Chang Mian had just finished breakfast and placed the plate in the dishwasher, raising his left hand to check the time on his watch. It was 7:50. Only 10 minutes left until the public beta. Chang Mian walked into the bedroom and stepped into the sleep pod. He leaned against the hatch and turned to look at the bed that hadn't been tidied up yet. He had woken up early at around 5 o'clock, initially planning to take a nap, but the upcoming public beta of the end of the era made him increasingly excited. Finally, I can play. My grandmother's illness requires a lot of money and the earnings from the internal test are far from enough. This game is my hope. I have already obtained the starting setup that many players dream of. As long as I follow the steps and stick with Isaris, I will surely make a name for myself. Thoughts flashed through Chang Mian's mind. His grandmother was still hospitalized and Chang Mian, who made a small profit from the internal test, hired a dedicated caregiver. Determined, he laid down in the sleep pod. User Chang Mian requests access. Game link successful. Game loaded successfully. In a realm of darkness, a mechanical voice echoed beside Chang Mian's ear. A faint light appeared, transforming into an oil lamp hanging above him and illuminating the space ahead. What is this? This wasn't here during the internal test. Chang Mian pondered, slightly confused. Under the glow of the light, 3 pale blue pillars appeared in front of him. One of them contained a young man with black hair dressed in a typical farmer's uniform. He wore a black glove adorned with a flame pattern. This was the character he used during the internal test. The other 2 pillars were empty, with only a white plus sign. I see this represents the account bound to my identification. Oh, everyone only has 3 chances to create an account. Chang Mian understood the situation. Do you want to load the internal test? Save Chang Mian. Yes. Chang Mian confirmed, and in the next moment he felt a physical form and tactile sensation. He looked down, feeling a familiar sensation. It was indeed his self from the internal test. The oil lamp slowly floated forward, stopping at a certain distance, as if waiting for Chang Mian. He followed the oil lamp as it continued onward. Suddenly, a strong white light enveloped his vision. When he regained his senses, Chang Mian discovered he was floating in the air. He surveyed his surroundings, which were all white, floating clouds. Below there were 4 separated continents. These were the 4 great empires depicted in the promotional videos. Welcome, traveler from another world. This is the end of the era. A mechanical female voice resonated in his ears. This is the land blessed by the gods, as well as a place for ascension. Just as the mechanical voice finished speaking, Chang Mian felt the scenery before him rapidly change. A silver-haired girl was desperately fleeing through a bustling street. Next to the girl was a line of text. Fallen Princess Elena Morningstar. The next scene displayed a boy resembling a beggar struggling to lift the long sword in front of him. General William Daughtry, a blonde girl, sat quietly at a desk calculating accounts. Queen Marina Pactamondi, a red-haired boy, was bound by iron chains, his eyes filled with hatred. Bloody Sacrifice, Ji Feng. These were the protagonists featured in the teaser. But what about Mr. Isaris? Before Chang Mian could react, the scene continued to shift. He saw a series of cities, towns, and villages, each distinct and brimming with diversity. Then the scene flickered and froze on a grand and solemn church. At the peak of the tower-like building, there were flame patterns on the outer walls, and at the very top was a red sphere resembling the sun. This is the Eternal Sun Church. Chang Mian recognized the building, having attacked the church during the internal test. A barrage of comments slowly floated across the screen. I can't believe it. Is this really a game? Eternal Sun Church. Praise the sun. Where's my baby Isaris? Upon seeing the comments before him, Chang Mian realized this was likely the guiding CG before entering the game. Gods and humans, the extraordinary and the mundane, oppression and resistance. Time flows and struggles persist. Accompanying the mechanical female voice was a melodious, yet sorrowful violin. The scene transformed into battles and carnage. Commoners enraged killed nobles, while the nobles, smiling cruelly, harmed the commoners. Gangs fought fiercely for territory. The scene was bloody, yet carried a hint of artistic flair. Then he saw himself in the scene. To be precise, it was him and several players sneaking into the church with Isaris. That's right. The previous mission rewards. The public beta promotional video scenes. So it was here. Chang Mian felt exhilarated as he watched the scene of himself battling with evil fire and gravitational line. Wow, those people must be players. Chang Mian, the big shot. Obi, the vice president. I raised the flag for Orange Encyclopedia. Is Isaris really the protagonist? Why can't I find him here? They showed 4 protagonists earlier. Why isn't Isaris here? What are you anxious about? Do you know what it means to be the finale? Finale? I think he's just a minor boss. A glance at Ding Jun confirms it's a shockwave. Purely trolling. Isaris even has a dedicated PV, so how can he not be the protagonist? Chang Mian looked at the comments before him, feeling speechless. At some point, a group of strange individuals appeared, fervently slandering Isaris. Some were trolls, while others despised the female fans who wouldn't allow any negative remarks about Isaris. At this moment, the mechanical female voice grew more intense. The spirit of resistance burns like wildfire. The perspective of the scene shifted to the impoverished people at the bottom, captured by the church for testing, raised as prey for the noble hunt. The times have destined the birth of heroes while also heralding the emergence of sinners. The wheels of history never cease, and the world's pattern is about to change. The powerful are arrogant and complacent, while the weak are greedy and envious. Traveler from another world, you are also an important part of this world. As the voice faded, an elder appeared on the screen. He seemed to be dozing off on a red throne. Lionheart reigned solar. In a dueling arena stood 2 middle-aged men. One wore armor and had a giant axe dripping with blood. The other was cloaked in black, carrying a black coffin on his back. Butcher Field Boy. Undead Kira Garcia. Inside a luxurious palace, a woman in her 40s sat regally on a pure gold throne. Noblewoman Priya Pactamondi. A man in his 30s reclined lazily on a bed, his gaze filled with indifference. Emperor Zhao Yi. Chang Mian watched the characters flash before him, feeling a surge of excitement. There was no doubt that these individuals were the absolute leaders of the 4 empires, significant figures in every sense. The screen plunged into darkness. A flicker of flame appeared in the shadows. Under the dim light, Chang Mian saw the most stunning moment of the entire CG. Isaris' fingertip burned with a flame as he lit the cigarette held in his mouth. A line of text appeared beneath him. The one who will change the world, Isaris Roland. Looking at the line of text beneath Isaris, Chang Mian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had guessed right. How magnificent this is. What protagonist? Step aside. Do you understand what it means to be a world changer? Warriors of another world, go forth, experience the local culture, ascend to the extraordinary, and explore freely. Even change the world, the mechanical voice concluded. Boom. The scene before Changmian dissolved into nothingness. He felt as if he had returned to the darkness, but this time, there were small characters in his line of sight. Current time 075937 countdown to end era 1. 0 public beta 00023. As time ticked away, Changmian felt ants crawling on his body. Let me play quickly. If I can't play end era, I don't mind destroying human society. Soon the time finally struck 8 o'clock. When the countdown hit 0, Changmian felt the surrounding darkness shatter like glass. The sounds of street vendors, the clash of patrolling guards' armor, and the jingling of bells from the store entrance reached his ears. He sensed the temperature around him gradually rising, the aroma of food from the street becoming clearer in his nostrils. Shaking off his daze, he realized he could finally move. Hey, I'm here, he exclaimed as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing this was not the spot where he logged off. Watching the pedestrians and carriages bustling down the street, he no longer felt conflicted. Changmian opened the system panel and found a notification in his mailbox. After confirming the collection, a badge appeared in his palm. It was an oval badge surrounded by a bright silver ring featuring a red rose design. Panel. Token rose badge item description: proof of the extraordinary faction Roland Manor. Holding it allows daily activities and quest acceptance at Roland Manor's base and purchasing items at the Roland store. Without hesitation, Changmian pinned the badge to his chest. Just as he was contemplating heading to Roland Manor, a message arrived in the player group chat. Have you all received the token? Zhu Beitian asked in the group chat. Received it. Where are you guys? Luanliu replied. I'm on my way to the manor. Let's meet at the entrance. After sending this message, Changmian walked toward his destination. As he approached the manor's entrance, he spotted Zhu Beitian waiting there from afar. What are you so engrossed in? Changmian asked. I discovered something. The title system seems to have been implemented. Zhu Beitian's face showed excitement. Title. Changmian suddenly recalled the screenshot of Urian being recorded by players. Indeed, there was a title, Delusional Poet, above Urian's head. Yes, Salas also has a title above his head. Hearing this, Changmian threw a probe at the standing Salas. Bone Eater, does that mean Isaris also has a title? Changmian suddenly thought of this question. If there is, then definitely. But would you dare to probe Isaris? Zhu Beitian's face was filled with excitement. I wouldn't dare. Then why the heck are you talking nonsense? Just as the two were chatting, other players had already arrived. What do we say? Let's go see if Isaris has any quests for us. A group of players marched to the entrance of the manor. Celius, we're looking for Mr. Isaris, Changmian said to the unblinking Salas. Celius glanced at their badges before allowing them to enter the manor. While there have been some significant changes here, Zhu Beitian exclaimed. Yeah, they built 2 small houses and even a rose garden. Wanliu was scanning around. What are you all doing? Just as the players were excitedly looking around, a figure approached them. Urian, we are looking for Mr. Isaris. Changmian greeted the approaching Urian. Follow me, the master isn't in the main building, Urian said, leading them towards the manor's pavilion. Several players followed closely behind him. Master, a few undead from another world have arrived. A long time no see, everyone. Lin Qi was resting with his eyes closed in the pavilion's rocking chair, put down the white cat in his arms, and addressed the players. Mr. Isaris, do you have something to discuss with me? Lin Qi asked as he looked at the few in front of him. We came to see if you need any assistance. Changmian suddenly found himself at a loss for words. During the closed beta, they had received a mysterious package after assisting Isaris in ambushing the church. After the public beta, they could approach Isaris to unlock it. But how should he subtly remind the other party? Haha, I'm not joking, come with me. Lin Qi chuckled and led the players back to the main building. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Qi watched as the excited players took a notebook from their system backpack and placed it on the coffee table. Changmian activated the probe on the notebook in front of him. Name: Unbreakable Oath. Type: Notebook. Level A class. Forbidden item. Ability: Contract Spirit. After signing on the notebook, if the signer develops a sense of betrayal, they will die immediately. Players must sign their own ID when signing. If a sense of betrayal arises, they will be permanently banned. Cost: the contractor must recite at least 100 words of praise to the notebook on the morning after use. Description: all traitors must die. Changmian looked at the forbidden item before him, surprised, yet somewhat pleased. He was astonished that this was actually an A-class forbidden item. The happy part was that Isaris presenting this item for them to sign implied they were about to become his trusted confidants. The players exchanged glances. In the game's introductory CG, Isaris was referred to as a world changer. Such a colossal figure, if they didn't cling to him, now they would regret it for a lifetime. He'll go first. No, I will. Damn, who bit me? Lin Qi looked at the players inexplicably fighting over it and felt a bit speechless. Everyone please come one at a time. After Lin Qi spoke, the players signed their IDs on Unbreakable Oath in the order of their seating. Now I can give everyone the hidden reward for the ambush on the church. Saying this, Lin Qi took out romanticism from the system backpack. Everyone please explore this world for me. After all, you won't really die. Hee. The players looked at the book emanating a strong, extraordinary power, somewhat dazed. What? What is this? Why is the panel of this forbidden item filled with question marks? Lin Qi's fingers lightly brushed over the open pages of the book Romanticism. A door with a peculiar aura appeared before the player's eyes. What? What is this? Oh my! An alternate world within an alternate world. Is this the mysterious gift package? Before several players could regain their senses, they felt a strong pulling force drawing them into the seemingly mystical door. Thud! When they came to, they found themselves in a dim forest. The shadows of the trees danced, light flickered, and an eerie silence surrounded them, with only towering trees as far as the eye could see. Aside from a few players, no other creatures were in sight. Damn it! Orange Encyclopedia sat down in confusion due to the disorientation caused by passing through the door. Quick, check your panels. Before the other players could gather their thoughts, Chong Mian noticed something strange on his panel. Dungeon in progress. What? This is a dungeon. Several players finally read the status text on their panels. Which direction should we go? Chaos Flow discovered they hadn't received any hints. Look up, you guys. While scanning their surroundings, Orange Encyclopedia noticed an anomaly in the sky. A whale, eh? Is that a whale or a cloud? Why is there no sun here? Several players were chattering about their findings. Stop discussing, let's wander around. Our stamina is dropping. There isn't much time. Chong Mian noticed his stamina rapidly declining on his panel. Let's pick a direction and move forward. Chaos Flow agreed with Chong Mian's suggestion. Moving in this dungeon consumes our stamina. I suggest we split up, we can revive anyway, so dying doesn't matter as long as we share information. Obi Tua, the leader of the guild, voiced a different opinion. Compared to moving in one direction together, this dispersed approach is better for gathering intel. Alright, let's move out, Chong Mian nodded. With his words, the others no longer hesitated and immediately scattered in different directions. Chong Mian ran straight ahead, constantly monitoring his panel, noticing that his stamina decreased at a rate of about 10 points per minute. Given their current attributes, their stamina limit was only 50 points, meaning they could only stay here for 5 minutes. Time was too short. Damn it, let's use the gravity lines to travel. Chong Mian activated his extraordinary power, and several transparent lines appeared at his fingertips, wrapping around a nearby tree under his control. Whoosh! Under the influence of the gravity lines, he sped through the forest like a failed man with spider silk. Wait! While focusing on his panel, Chong Mian realized something was off. Using extraordinary power accelerated his stamina consumption. Chong Mian found himself in a dilemma. Running on foot was too slow, but using extraordinary power would shorten his time in the dungeon. Back and forth, it seemed like he wasn't making any progress. Before he could think more, a message from his little wife appeared in the player chat group. I died. You might not believe this, but I was killed by a spider. Soon others in the group saw this message. Obi Tua, spider. How did you die? Do you have a panel? No, it should be an extraordinary creature, but it looked just like an ordinary spider. I didn't even notice it before it shot something that killed me instantly. That's what my little wife replied. Chong Mian, while running, sent an inquiry in the chat room. Where did you revive? I revived at the capital's resurrection point. Not inside the dungeon, replied his little wife. At this moment, Chaos Flow and Obi Tua also sent messages. I also died, my stamina ran out. I encountered a spider too. It was tiny and nearly invisible. Chong Mian glanced at the messages, confirming that only he and Orange Encyclopedia, the two extraordinary ones, were still alive. The stamina levels of the other players were incomparable to the two extraordinary ones. The next second, Chong Mian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. In the final moment, he looked down at the ground beside him and saw a tiny spider. Panel. As his vision returned to normal, Chong Mian shook his head in confusion. He found himself at the capital's resurrection point, not far from Orange Encyclopedia and the others who were gathered together. Chong Mian, you lasted the longest, Chaos Flow greeted him. Damn, did we accomplish nothing and die in vain? Little Gua felt somewhat helpless. He had followed closely behind his little wife and was the second to die. It's not like we gained nothing. I was recording the screen, and I should have captured that spider's panel. Chong Mian opened the panel. Name: mud spider. Type: spider. Category: extraordinary creature. Combat power 8. Description: a small and delicate spider, but don't underestimate it. Its venom can kill an ordinary elephant in just 1 second. Of course, being naturally cautious, they only seek out soft targets. Chong Mian shared the spider's panel in the group chat while sighing. With a combat power of only 8. And they were treated as soft targets. Not to mention him and Orange Encyclopedia, even the remaining players could easily defeat this spider with evil fire. Damn, we panicked too much, Chaos Flow exclaimed angrily, hitting his thigh. Yeah, mainly because we were constantly losing stamina, always hoping to find something, and that spider was too small to notice unless we looked closely. Obi Tua also felt somewhat wronged. Under normal circumstances, any one of them could have dealt with this little spider. But they had just entered the dungeon, were unaware of the rules, and ended up with little stamina left. At that moment, they were only thinking about whether they could find a safe house or something similar, completely ignoring the small creature on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Qi looked at the open pages of the book before him with some surprise. He had originally thought of entering with the players for easier observation. However, Just before Lin Qi entered the world of the book, he was astonished to find that the text on the page of romanticism was twisting and changing. When the page finally came to a halt, it displayed the situation of the players in the book world. Wow. High technology. Real-time monitoring. You have this feature, my dear baby. But why haven't I encountered such spiders in this forest? Moreover, the players' deaths seem to count against me. Lin Qi looked at the prompt box in front of him with a peculiar expression. You have killed players Chong Neon Orange Encyclopedia Chaos Flow Obi Tua Little Gua and Isaris Little Wife. Earned 500 experience points. Only in the world of the book within this dungeon killing players grants rewards. Doesn't that mean, as the players level up, the rewards for killing them in the book world will also increase? This makes perfect sense. The players will not only explore the world of the book for me, but also offer me experience points. Watching all the players disappear from the pages, Lin Qi retrieved the romanticism back into the system backpack. The players are indeed my adorable little babies. Lin Qi could already envision the considerable experience points he would gain once the players' strength increased and they died in the world of the book. Players take on quests and I eliminate players. This is too much of a river. Just as Lin Qi was pondering, a message came from the system. Task completed. Rewards issued: 3,000 experience points, 80 gold coins, and the forbidden item, Red Moon. Lin Qi looked at the red moon pendant in his hand and silently murmured, panel. Name, Red Moon. Type, necklace. Level, A-class. Forbidden item, ability 1. Blood Red Grace significantly enhances physical capabilities and recovery. 2. Solar Eclipse Protection when attacked by Solar Series reduces damage by 30%. Cost generates an innate aversion towards those of the Solar Series. Usage will cause discomfort if exposed to sunlight within 24 hours. Description: those who bear my blood and tears shall gain the favor of the night, able to tread upon sunlight. This is too targeted, isn't it? This is clearly a forbidden item aimed specifically at the Solar Series. Excellent, excellent. The Solari family members all belong to the Solar Series, not to mention the Eternal Radiance Church. The completion of the task means that Elena and the others have finished their identity registration. Beep. The communicator on Lin Qi's body made a sound. Lin Qi answered the call. Hello, hello, is the little dragon here? Such a beautiful girl, yet her voice has a pig-like tone. Hello, hello, is this the most beautiful Miss Elena in the world? Haha, your taste is still so high. Have you completed your identity registration? Yes, yes, I called just to let you know, and to express my gratitude, I have decided to treat you to a grand meal tomorrow. Great, where shall we go tomorrow? Come to the base, I'll cook personally. I suddenly remembered that I might have something to do tomorrow. Oh, what is it? Are you going to chat with our wealthy Lady Marina, or play around with your little canary? If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Lin Qi helplessly hung up the phone. It seems that this dark cuisine is a must. Sir, those undead have come again. Urian's voice carried a hint of confusion. Oh, when did they leave? Let them in. Mr. Isaris, I apologize for disappointing your expectations. Wait. The voice from the slumber carried a touch of guilt. For a dungeon of this level, even Lord Isaris cannot use it without limits, right? He treated such an important opportunity as a reward for us, yet we let him down. Lin Qi looked at the guilty expressions of the players in front of him, a bit perplexed. What are these unlucky kids imagining? During the time you return to your homeland, new items have arrived at the Roland store. Would you like to take a look? Yes, yes, yes. The Roland store has added many items compared to the internal test. Originally, I wanted to write about Tongxi here, but I don't know if everyone knows this meme. It's about a black guy on Douyin who collects various antiques and silver coins. His catchphrase is bubble sound. Black guy has black prices. If you have this, you can find me. The price will definitely be right. 12 regular series, hidden series, romantic series, extraordinary weapon, evil fire. Based on these new additions include extraordinary weapon, Ming sword, potion, blood of Ares, potion, orange fragrance, potion, demon's blood, and the newly created potion by Gaia. That life potion, Plus edition. Gaia ultimately named it Grow Big Fast. Several players looked at the dazzling array of items in the Roland store with tears streaming down their faces. They were so eager. Mr. Isaris, I want to buy. Obi Steel could hardly wait to pull out his big gold coins to stuff Lin Qi's pockets. Obi Steel activated the power of money. After the public beta contribution points were implemented, Obi Steel found that his contribution points at the Roland Manor had reached a full 30 points. This is enough for him to purchase a regular series item. Obi Steel used gold coins to buy Ming sword, blood of Ares, demon's blood, and Grow Big Fast, as he still wanted to pursue the romantic series. Other players also emptied their savings to purchase items from the Roland Manor. Among them, the most popular was definitely Grow Big Fast, although it has the life potion from the system shop as a lower-tier substitute. But the players discovered a problem. This Grow Big Fast can restore stamina, and in the dungeon that Isaris just allowed them to enter, stamina is required. If they can buy enough Grow Big Fast, they can extend their stay in the dungeon. Lin Qi looked at the excited players in front of him and chuckled. Hee hee. Do you think I want to show you the Roland store right after you came out of the world of the book? You just consumed stamina in the dungeon, and I provide you with a potion to recover stamina. Would you not buy it? Lin Qi could already envision the golden coins beckoning to him. Moreover, selling to the players does not require paying taxes. Pure profit. After all, the items in the Roland store will not circulate in the market. The Solari royal family cannot catch him. Once the players finished their purchases, Lin Qi then solemnly issued tasks to them. To all the undead from another world, the capital is currently not peaceful. The nobles are increasing the tax rate for profit, and the royal family is scheming for the position of the heir. The citizens of Viridia are suffering greatly. Are you willing to help me? Task released. Underflow. Task description: the struggle for the kingdom's heir has reached a fever pitch. In order to ensure the victory of their supporters, nobles everywhere are raising the tax rates. The lower-class citizens are suffering greatly, and Isaris, as the one who will change the world, is trying to save them. Task reward: Isaris favorability 300 experience points. Since you have joined the Roland Manor, you will automatically choose this faction. Congratulations on joining the Rebel Army faction. Several players looked at the panel that appeared in front of them with excitement. The main storyline has arrived, and it turns out it is not a battle against the Eternal Radiance Church, but to overthrow the entire kingdom. No wonder it's called the one who changes the world. The prestige is indeed high. Quick. Join. I must join. Baby, I will definitely help you. Task completed. Isaris favorability towards you indifferent and friendly. Early the next morning, Lin Qi received a call from Ilena. So early. Lin Qi, who had just finished breakfast and was reading in his study, replied with some surprise. Of course, I didn't have the identity to act openly in the capital before and haven't even strolled around the capital. Come with me to explore the capital today. I'll treat you to a feast at noon, and in the afternoon, well, buy ingredients, and I'll cook dinner myself. On the other end of the line, Ilena's voice carried a hint of longing. All right, I'll go pick you up. No need, I'm already at the entrance of your estate. After hanging up, Lin Qi walked out of the estate. My lord, do you really not need me to follow? Urian, who was trailing behind Lin Qi, chattered incessantly. Urian, have you never been in love? Hearing his lord's question, Urian shook his head. You're not young anymore. If you have the chance, try to woo some noble ladies, or if you have your eye on someone, come to me, and I'll help you with ideas, my lord. Is this a mission? My lord, which noble lady do I need to woo? Lin Qi replied. Forget I said anything. Urian watched Lin Qi's figure gradually disappear. Why do you look like a scorned woman? A teasing voice from Celas came from the side. I'm just worried about my lord's safety. Urian shot a glare at Celas. He still disliked this captain of the guard. You, a guard, are not even following my lord to protect him when he goes out. Urian continued. Celas' expression showed a moment of confusion. Is this guy genuinely dense or just pretending? My lord is clearly going out on a date, and with his strength, he doesn't need their protection. His duty is to prevent some audacious thieves or undead from other realms from ambushing or sneaking into the estate. Why does Urian always want to be my lord's shadow? What are you talking about? My lord obviously doesn't want anyone to follow him, and with his strength, how could he be in danger? I have seen my lord defeat a sequence 6 opponent with my own eyes. Celas, seeing Urian's serious expression, explained. I know my lord is powerful, and if he encounters a formidable enemy, I can't protect him at all. But I would only die before my lord, and you will never understand what my lord means to me. After throwing that statement, Urian went back, leaving Celas silently watching his retreating figure. This guy is really too stubborn, isn't he? I really didn't expect that the renowned figure in the capital would go shopping with me. Ilena hopped alongside Lin Qi. She was wearing a long black dress today, and her silver hair danced with her lively movements. Indeed, a person of my stature is quite busy. I should have refused you earlier. Lin Qi joked, hands in pockets, as they walked to the city center of the capital. As extraordinary individuals of sequence 7A, this amount of exercise was a breeze for them. It is indeed more prosperous than Serafino. Ilena's voice rang in Lin Qi's ear. Is that so? What kind of city is Serafino? I have never been there. How to say? Compared to the city center of the capital, Serafino's city center is a bit larger. However, because the land in Serafino is more suitable for farming, most of it is rice paddies. Ilena curiously looked around while speaking to Lin Qi. Rice paddies. It sounds like a very beautiful city. Just as the two of them leisurely walked down the street, a voice came from behind them. It's Big Brother. Lin Qi turned around at the sound that seemed somewhat familiar. At the entrance of a flower shop stood a delicate little girl, waving and shouting at him. Big Brother. It's me, Anna. She was the daughter of the flower shop owner who had appeared during the player's calamity mission. Ilena followed Lin Qi as he turned to head towards the flower shop. Lin Qi picked up the little girl. How have you been lately, little Anna? Very well, thank you for saving us last time, Big Brother. Anna's face was adorned with innocence and a smile. Haha, no need to thank me. Anna is so cute, anyone would save you. No, it's different. Big Brother is Anna's great hero. Anna's little face held seriousness and determination. In that moment, looking at Anna's smile, Lin Qi seemed to feel a certain emotion. The path of romance is inherently emotional, and under the influences of emotional disturbance and blurring reality, he had a more acute intuition for human emotions. Yet he seemed to have never felt such emotions before. It was a mixture of gratitude and affectionate admiration. Perhaps at this moment he finally understood what it meant to overturn the rule of the nobility and establish a harmonious society for these ordinary people. Anna, I've told you many times, don't disturb the guests. The flower shop owner came out. Sorry. Audzu, sir. Thank you so much for your help last time. Oh, please wait a moment. Oh, I have something to give you. The flower shop owner ran back into the store after recognizing Lin Qi. He rummaged through the cashier and pulled out a bag of coins, handing it to Lin Qi. Thank you very much for your help last time, since I didn't know what you liked so. The owner's tone carried a hint of awkwardness, as he seemed to think that the richly dressed individual might look down on his small tokens. Lin Qi looked at the bag of coins the owner handed over. It looked like there were around 80 coins. This was probably the pure profit of this small flower shop over several years. No need, the extraordinary administration has already compensated me. If you really want to thank me, just don't charge me for flowers the next time I come to buy them. Lin Qi declined the coins. This bag of coins was nothing to him. Just stealing one person at the Roland store had already cost him 300 coins. Ah, of course, no problem. The owner was somewhat surprised by this response. Is it possible for a noble not to like money? Huh. Big brother, why is this sister different from the last one who came? Upon hearing this, Lin Qi felt a slight chill on this sunny day. His brain began to spin rapidly, and he felt a bit guilty. Wait, why would I feel guilty? Wasn't the last one a player who came with me? Worried that the little girl might let slip something astonishing due to her innocent words, Lin Qi quickly set her down and greeted her before hastily leaving with Ilena. Yo, which beautiful lady is our little dragon person taking to the flower shop? Maybe he even gifted her a bouquet of love. Ilena's sour comments reached Lin Qi's ears. Clearly, I was the one who came first. He hasn't even given me flowers yet. What are you talking about? The last time I came with a necromancer from another realm, at that time the extraordinary administration commissioned the Roland estate. Lin Qi briefly explained the player's calamity to Ilena. Ilena quickly expressed her understanding. She had also encountered those strange necromancers from other realms. How could their charm possibly compare to hers? In her heart, there were only two real rivals. One was Marina, whose photo she had seen while gathering intelligence. In terms of looks, the two were indeed on par. The other was the blonde girl she met when sending Isaris back to the estate. Is he a blonde enthusiast? Should I dye my hair blonde too? Ilena gazed at Lin Qi's profile, lost in thought. She understood how great his charm was. It seems that on the road to pursuing love there will indeed be many stumbling blocks. Bill's book. What a strange name, Ilena remarked as she looked at the sign of the bookstore. Not only is the name strange, but the owner has quite a character too. Saying that, Lin Qi walked into the bookstore. Having nearly finished all the books in the manor, he planned to buy some more. The hunchbacked old man, hearing the chime of the bell at the door, left behind a remark. See that? Lin Qi raised an eyebrow at Ilena behind him, as if to say he wasn't wrong. The owner was indeed unique. The old man with reading glasses seemed to recognize the familiar voice and raised his head. Benefactor. Old Bill trembled as he leaned on his cane, trying to stand up. No need for that, you should sit down. Lin Qi stopped him. Benefactor, feel free to choose whatever you want. I don't have much else here, just a lot of books. All right, you take a rest. Our little dragon in the capital is indeed quite impressive, Ilena said as they walked deeper into the bookstore. So I keep it low-key. After leaving the bookstore, the two went out for a grand meal. Ilena paid the bill cheerfully, although she felt a bit pained afterward. Yet she insisted on paying. You always insist on the most nonsensical things, Lin Qi remarked, looking at her tearful expression, a bit speechless. Ilena, afraid the order might not be enough, was nearly about to tell the waiter to bring one of everything on the menu. This isn't nonsensical, it's a promise. Just like when you said you would help me. Having finished their grand meal, the two bought some ingredients and returned to Ilena's base. They had already moved out of the sewers. After all, with an identity that allowed them to operate normally in the capital, who would want to live in the sewers every day? Ilena rented a two-story building in the Western District where the housing prices were relatively lower due to the notorious haunted house incident of the former Didier Manor. Oh, the little couple is back from their date, Lin Qi heard Mira tease as soon as he entered. Mr. Isaris. A few people in the base greeted Lin Qi. Find a place to sit and get ready to taste my cooking, Ilena said to Lin Qi. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Qi's smile seemed a bit forced. Having expectations for a noble girl's culinary skills was rather challenging for Lin Qi. Mr. Isaris. Lin Qi, absorbed in his new books on the sofa, looked up. Carl, what's wrong? Please accept me as your disciple. Carl knelt before Lin Qi with determination on his face. Dude, stand up first. Lin Qi was stunned by the scene before him. He quickly got up to help Carl to his feet, glancing around to see if anyone noticed this moment. Mr. Isaris, please teach me how to become a man like you. Carl's expression was very serious. What do you mean? Lin Qi was somewhat puzzled. I want to know why Ilena the boss likes you, Carl said, a bit embarrassed. Saying this might make you laugh at me. At first when I heard Elena always mentioning you, I felt quite unconvinced. I didn't think I was inferior to you. But since I met you, Mira Ellison and brother Roland all advised me to give up. They said you're more handsome, wealthier, and stronger than I am. But I believe in Elena. She wouldn't like someone for such shallow reasons. You must have qualities we don't know about. Please teach me. Lin Qi was completely stunned. This kid was more than just straightforward. He was practically a simple-minded being. Cough cough. Carl, let me ask you. Did you join this team because you like Elena? Of course not. I'm an orphan raised by the Greenfield Council since I was young. When I grew up, I was responsible for the church's assistance work. I've seen many commoners lose everything due to taxes, and I want to save them. Carl's voice was filled with excitement. Exactly. That's what we as upright men should do. How can matters of love be compared to changing the kingdom? The nobles think that the shackles of generations are the will of the gods, that the blisters in the hands of commoners, the wounds on their backs, and the unpalatable food are all a part of fate. The nobles sit in their towers deciding the life and death of commoners, using their bones to build their own fortresses. But in reality, nobles are also human. Their bloodlines are no more noble than that of commoners. The days of oppression are over. We must embrace a new era. Lin Qi's words were filled with passionate tones influenced by emotional turmoil, blurring reality and inspiration. Carl's expression had turned to one of admiration. You are absolutely right, Mr. Isaris. Exactly just like that. Private Carl, remember everything I told you today and work hard for your dreams. Yes, Mr. Isaris. This kid was no longer just straightforward. He was completely a single-celled organism. Under Lin Qi's influence, Carl's emotions were fully mobilized, forgetting his initial purpose of asking Isaris to teach him, only feeling that the other party was an ambitious young man who understood him. What are they doing? Elena, intending to call Lin Qi for dinner, looked at the bizarre scene before her in confusion. Not bad, your skills are pretty decent, Lin Qi praised after tasting Elena's dish at the dining table. Of course my skills are always top-notch. Elena proudly lifted her little face. By the way, how are you two preparing for your mission? Roland asked Carl and Ellison, who were devouring their food. Crunch munch. Elisan's mouth was stuffed with food. What mission? Lin Qi asked curiously. Well, we discovered that there is a noble who regularly hosts private banquets, and the attendees are either rich or powerful. It seems there is some secret at the banquet, and we plan to find out what they are really up to. Elena explained. However, her words struck Lin Qi like a bolt from the blue. No, why has the main storyline advanced? At this early stage of the public test, Elena and her group should still be lurking in the shadows, quietly gathering strength. They should only start the main storyline once most players have gained extraordinary powers. In the early stages of the main storyline, there are 3 tasks. The Norton Manor cannibal incident, the Leonard Maid alchemy case, the Lente Guard's indiscriminate killing incident. After players complete these 3 main missions, the Orange Plague will break out, and the game will enter the mid-stage of 1.0. Which manor? I think it's called Norton Manor. Lin Qi understood in his heart as a player who had reached version 5.0. He had a relatively clear memory of the main storyline. The Norton Manor cannibal incident involved a noble named Norton who harbored a traitor of the Eternal Slumber cult in his manor. Life Path Death Sequence 6 Ferryman. This cult traitor was a ogre. Under his threats and temptations, Norton also took a bite of human flesh, and from then on he was unable to stop. Since then, he often held private banquets to invite the nobles he wanted to curry favor with. The nobles always praised the food at Norton Manor. Some nobles even wanted to pay high prices to buy a secret recipe, but Norton never sold it. According to the timeline of the previous life, Elena and her group should still be residing in the sewers. Could it be that by resolving Elena's identity issue, I caused the main storyline to advance prematurely? Lin Qi felt troubled. The current players have yet to become extraordinary beings. How are they supposed to participate in the main storyline? These resurrectable undead from another world are crucial leverage for them to overthrow the Empire's rule. I remember in my previous life, players invented a self-detonation tactic, binding many explosive potions to oneself and then charging directly into the most densely guarded areas of the capital's guard. Shouting things like Patrick Star and explosions are art could yield a 1-for-10 exchange. Wait, Lin Qi suddenly realized a serious problem. In the previous life, Elena established her own agency to issue tasks to players. But now she has merged into the Roland Manor. Doesn't that mean this task has fallen onto my shoulders? This is bad. I truly have become the main character. Do you have any plans? Lin Qi asked. Ileana and Carl will look for an opportunity to infiltrate Norton Manor, gather intelligence, and then coordinate with the main force. Elena did not hide anything. The reason they targeted Norton Manor is quite simple. The other party is very bad, very bad. They bully the weak, are greedy and lustful, and have a brutal temperament. And there's one more crucial reason. Norton is wealthy yet exceedingly cowardly. This means he is quite easy to control. Elena intends to uncover Norton's secrets and, under the dual threats of secrecy and force, make him the financial supporter of their organization. Lin Qi could roughly guess Alina's thoughts by looking at her expression. Establishing an organization is quite costly. If Norton could be threatened for so long by a defector of Sequence 6, he would naturally be easily manipulated by Elena. But how should he remind Elena that this matter is not as simple as she imagines? Elena's idea is very straightforward. Through the star sequence 7-star speaker's ability, she can profile a person's character based on intelligence information. By profiling all the nobles in the capital, she discovered that the noble with the best overall conditions among those they could control was precisely Norton. Wealthy, cowardly, very easy to control. With a brutal temperament bullying the weak, they would have no psychological burden in extorting Norton. But the other side has a Sequence 6 at home. Normally, Elena could only defeat him with the help of players, but now that the main storyline has advanced, the players are not extraordinary yet. Are we going to need our capital's dragon to take action again? Coincidentally, there is still a requirement in his promotion task to kill a Sequence 6 in public. Once again, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. After dinner, Elena still accompanied Lin Qi home. Why would a big man like me need you to escort me? Lin Qi said to Elena. This is to highlight the importance I place on you, all right? Elena's tone carried a hint of cheerfulness. She simply wanted to spend more time with him. Elena, what do you think of the undead from another world? Lin Qi intended to discuss the development direction of Roland Manor with Elena. Undead from another world. There are both good and bad, but most are quite strange. Elena did not understand why he suddenly asked this. I plan to divide Roland Manor into 2 parts. One part will consist of a few elites as internal members, while the other will be open to anyone as external members. This is precisely Lin Qi's idea of how to issue tasks to players. Any player can accept tasks through the external members. When your contribution and favorability are sufficient, Lin Qi will present the unbreakable pact to sign players, allowing them to become internal members. Lin Qi's panel can adjust his favorability towards players, which means only those players whom Lin Qi deems valuable can become internal members. That's great, as it both recruits more personnel and prevents those with ulterior motives from entering the core ranks. Elena thoughtfully concluded that this system is indeed quite reasonable. I want to entrust the external members to you. Lin Qi's words carried a hint of seriousness. What? Elena was somewhat surprised. Managing the external members is quite a significant power. If Roland Manor is compared to an empire, then Lin Qi is the emperor, and the one managing the external members is the emperor's most trusted general. Before Elena had time to think, she felt 2 broad hands resting on her shoulders. Lin Qi's hand rested on Elena's shoulder, and as their eyes met, his light blue pupils reflected her flushed face. I only trust you. In fact, there was a second part to that sentence. He also trusted Kaif, Yulian, and the others, but letting Kaif manage the external members. He would definitely turn those players into a gang. Letting Yulian manage. Forget it, he was afraid that all those players would be killed by Yulian. After thinking it over, it seemed that the only suitable person to manage was the charismatic Elena. Reliable in strength, with a sufficient status as the game's protagonist in the player's eyes, and very trustworthy. However, at this moment, in Elena's eyes, apart from those azure pupils, nothing else could be seen. She only felt that tonight was particularly hot, her heart pounding vigorously in her chest, as if a small deer were racing inside. Let me handle it. Elena suddenly turned her head away as if to encourage herself and raised her small fist. Fear. So horrifying, no wonder the king would award beautiful women and handsome men to win over the nobles. Who could resist that? After agreeing with Elena to bring everyone to the manor for a meeting tomorrow, Lin Qi walked into the main building. He did not linger, but directly returned to his room. He planned to check the player forum to see what progress the players had made. Tomorrow he would call a few who have long slept and have them spread the news that Roland Manor is recruiting external members. Moreover, when the players see that the one managing the external members is none other than the protagonist Elena, they will only admire the leader of Roland Manor, Isaris, even more. Do you understand the significance of having the protagonist working for me? Do you understand what it means to be a world changer? Lin Qi had just clicked into the player forum when he saw a post with 3 red explosive words attached at the back. Alan is a kind of wisdom. Alan. Wait, how come there is a success guru here? After Lin Qi finished reading the post's content, he fell into deep thought. Has the world line changed? At this current stage, the players should still be struggling to complete various small tasks to earn gold coins and contribution points. How could so many extraordinary beings suddenly emerge? Lin Qi carefully examined the content of the post. It was about a player encountering an NPC in a small town named Homu Town. This NPC was named Alu. Players could spend gold coins to gamble with him, and the method of gambling was quite simple, guessing the heads or tails of a coin. If the player won, Alu would present 5 packages for the player to choose from. The reason the player posted this was simple. He had unlocked extraordinary knowledge. Lin Qi looked at the panel and screenshots of Alu on the player forum, utterly confused. Something was off. Something was extremely off. In his previous life, he was certain that there was no NPC named Alu. Such a simple way to acquire extraordinary power could not have gone unnoticed in his past life. Could it be? Lin Qi began to carefully sort through the timeline. His existence had caused Elena to resolve her identity issue prematurely, thus advancing the main storyline. Just as Lin Qi planned to compensate for the lack of player strength in the early stages, this Alu appeared. His emergence led to a widespread birth of extraordinary players. The timeline had been pulled back. At this rate, before the Norton Manor cannibal incident, most players would become extraordinary beings. If he opened up extraordinary knowledge for players to acquire, would this Alu disappear? There were two possibilities. One, after opening the channel for extraordinary knowledge in Roland Manor, Alu along with Roland Manor would cause an exponential increase in extraordinary players. This would advance the main storyline again. After the Norton Manor cannibal incident, players would not be given any time to pursue side quests and would immediately enter the next main task. 2. After opening the channel for extraordinary knowledge in Roland Manor, Alu would simply vanish. Lin Qi's fingers tapped rapidly on the table, producing a thump, thump, thump sound. This was his small habit when deep in thought. Tomorrow he would call several players to let them spread the news about recruiting external members for Roland Manor. At the same time, he needed to issue them the task regarding the Norton Manor cannibal incident and confirm some details of this operation with Elena. Sigh. It seems I will be busy after the public test. The next day at exactly 10 in the morning. In the Roland Manor conference room, everyone, this is the first meeting for our internal staff at Roland Manor. Lin Qi sat at the head, surveying all those present. On his left sat Elena, Mira, Alishan, Rotan, and Carl. On his right were Viola, Koff, Yulian, Celas, Gaia, and Siglith. Today is mainly for everyone to get to know each other. The people on my left are new members who have just joined Roland Manor, while those on the right are the old members. As Lin Qi spoke these words, everyone turned their gaze towards the people sitting opposite them. What kind of people are these? Celas asked Yulian, somewhat puzzled. How would I know? Yulian shot him a glance. Let's introduce ourselves first. Lin Qi said in a slightly awkward atmosphere. Hello everyone, my name is Elena Morningstar, a member of the Stellar Sequence 7-star speaker. The people beside me are like-minded partners I met while traveling the kingdom. After introducing herself, Elena specifically nodded and greeted Koff. This was their third meeting counting today. The first time they met, he was the gang leader who chased her away from Kissmark Town. The second time they met, he even said he had a secret to discuss with Isaris, implying that Elena was an outsider. Koff merely nodded, a typical loyalist to Lin Qi alone. Even if Elena married Lin Qi and became his nominal housewife, his attitude would not change. Lin Qi could sense the emotional fluctuations between the two. Ancient emperors often supported opposing factions to balance the power of their ministers. Look at me, Lin Qi. There's no need for balancing support. My two most trusted aides are already at odds with each other. My name is Mira, a member of the Nature Sequence 7 Wilderness Wanderer. My name is Rotan, a member of the War Sequence 8 Centurion. My name is Carl, a member of the Nature Sequence 8 Beast Caller. After everyone got to know each other, the meeting concluded. Only Elena and Lin Qi remained in the conference room. When do you plan to act? Lin Qi asked after taking a sip of the black tea just delivered by a maid. 3 days later, during the banquet at Norton. Task issued: Norton Manor cannibal incident, main quest task description. Congratulations on reaching the moment when the main quest arrives to make yourself more dazzling. Please ensure a contribution rate exceeding 30% in this main quest. Task rewards: 4,000 experience points, 5 skill points, 5 attribute points, 500 gold coins. Completion of the task will unlock the system store. The main quest rewards skill points and attribute points. Lin Qi was overjoyed at the rewards before him, who said this system was bad. This system is fantastic. I will also attend then, and I'll bring the newly recruited otherworldly undead along, Lin Qi said after a moment of thought. Involving players in the main quest would enhance Isaris' reputation among the player community. Tasks received from other NPCs typically involved mundane labor or farming. However, tasks received from Isaris involved killing, and the rewards were even more generous. Naturally, players would choose him. I choose Isaris as the decision-maker. He is the one most deserving of it. Alright, I will recruit and manage them in the next few days. Elena was very self-aware. Currently, she was in charge of managing the external members of Roland Manor, essentially being Isaris' subordinate. She knew well when to say what. During dates, she could show her girlish side. But when it came to business, she understood that she had to execute commands and demonstrate her abilities. I have channels for recruitment. You only need to filter the otherworldly undead. Okay, I understand. After clarifying their tasks, just as Elena reached the door, Lin Qi called out to her. Oh, by the way, Elena, I'm more concerned about you than those otherworldly undead. Yes, I understand. Lin Qi's final words to Elena were quite clear. If any players who wished to join Roland Manor were unclear about their intentions tomorrow, they should be killed directly. Elena had just stepped out of the conference room when there was a knock at the door. My lord, the several otherworldly undead have arrived. Yulian brought news of the players' arrival. Let them in. Mr. Isaris, please have a seat, otherworldly undead. Lin Qi looked at the 6 players before him with satisfaction. These were the types of players he needed. those who understood their position and knew how to align with the powerful, while also possessing a considerable reputation among the player community. The reason I called you all here today is that I need your help with certain matters. The king is old and senile, the nobles are brutal and ruthless, and our country is about to undergo a tremendous change. I need more warriors like you to assist me. Lin Qi's voice stirred the players' emotions. Task issued, recruitment task description. Isaris needs more otherworldly undead like you to help him accomplish certain tasks. Please spread the message. Task rewards 200 experience points, 3 gold coins, 1 entry opportunity to the world in the book, dungeon. Long Sleep received a new mission from Isaris today. The Roland Manor will be divided into 2 parts. Players can become outer members through assessments. Once they become outer members, they can accept main quests and other side quests, and they can also purchase game items from the Roland shop. The shop includes 12 regular sequences, extraordinary weapons, potions, and low-level prohibited items. Outer members can accumulate contribution points through quests to be promoted to inner members within the Roland Manor. Inner members have a higher level of authority than outer members, including, but not limited to, missions issued by Isaris himself, hidden sequences, romantic sequences, and high-level prohibited items. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in game time, the assessment will officially begin at Roland Manor. Everyone can come to register with a limited game time of 2 days. Once Long Sleep's post was published, it quickly became popular throughout the game forum. Lazy dog, please take me with you. I love eating poop. Finally, there is a way to join. Silly Fortune, wow, I have already joined the Eternal Radiance Church. Can I switch jobs? Long Sleep replied, then you will have to start from scratch. The contribution points you accumulated before will be reset. Genius below, can you reveal the assessment details? Long Sleep. Long Sleep replied, I don't know either. Our task is to gather players. Then tomorrow we will maintain order on site and take you to the assessment venue. We also do not know the specific details. On the subway, is there a limit on the number of spots? Long Sleep replied, the mission did not mention any quantity restriction. Lin Qi nodded at the lively scene on the forum. These players' abilities to get things done are quite good. For tomorrow's recruitment, Lin Qi specially arranged for someone to build a pavilion in the manor. To be honest, there is a feeling reminiscent of joining a club in college. The player's assessment task was an idea proposed by Elena, divided into 3 stages. The assessments test determination, courage, and combat readiness. Frankly, Lin Qi felt that this assessment was useless. Aside from deterring some players who find it troublesome, it does not help in selecting players. He knows players too well. What determination? As long as the rewards are sufficient, they will dare to do anything. What courage? Tell that to my second life. I'm about to elbow the concrete floor right now. What combat readiness? Can't I just blow myself up? Give me some bombs, and I'll become a self-exploding infantry. However, Lin Qi did not want to dampen Elena's enthusiasm. He just treated it as a game. Lin Qi had no special feelings for the players. Their relationship was a simple employer-employee relationship. Lin Qi issued task rewards, and they helped him get things done. Talking about loyalty with players is like giving Louis XVI a haircut. It doesn't make much sense. He aimed to use the players to overthrow the Viridia Kingdom while also emptying their pockets. For this, he should be thankful. Only truly capable, wealthy, and influential players can become inner members. At that time, he would let them enter the world of books as cannon fodder, exploring while providing Lin Qi with experience points. It was perfect. Early the next morning, the entrance of Roland Manor was already filled with arriving players. Wow, have players from all over the country come? Jujubake exclaimed as he looked at the scene at the manor entrance. Are there really so many people registering? Ruan Lu asked, somewhat puzzled. The 5 of them had been busy all night yesterday tallying all the players who came to register. The 5 of them calculated that there were approximately 13,000 players. They estimated that more than half of the players in the capital had registered. It is likely that there will be even more in the next 2 days. Long Sleep looked at the endless stream of people, feeling a bit overwhelmed. This is the influence of our baby, said the little wife, her voice tinged with pride. By the way, how many players are we recruiting this time? Xiaobui asked. The number of players recruited won't affect us. Didn't Isaris say yesterday that he would divide outer members and inner members? Ubi Stole spoke with certainty. Oh, how so? A few players looked curiously at Ubi. These players were mostly individuals or workers, and they were somewhat uncertain about Isaris' sudden large-scale recruitment of players. After all, resources are limited. As competition increases, their advantages will naturally diminish. Ubi, being a super-rich person who controlled a consortium, had a sharper insight than these individuals. The purpose of Isaris' large-scale recruitment of players is very simple: to use them as cannon fodder. To overthrow a kingdom, a large army is naturally required, but sustaining an army is not a simple matter. Isaris recruits them to deal with the kingdom's army in the main quest. After all, for Isaris, he doesn't need to worry about the players' food and drink, just releasing missions is enough. Moreover, in the PV, Isaris is set up as someone who changes the world, akin to a guide for players. We have a clear distinction from these players recruited later. Remember that note we signed. If betrayal results in account bans, our account has long been bound to Isaris. As long as we follow Isaris step by step, we will gain access to first-hand resources that these players cannot access. Obi's analysis was very accurate. As a manager, he was quite sharp. He could distinctly feel the difference in how Isaris treated them compared to ordinary players. I see now. Long Sleep realized why was I worried. Who am I? I am Isaris' most esteemed disciple, the first in the romantic sequence among all players. Moreover, inner members seem to be the selected elites. The tasks we receive will likely differ from those of ordinary players. Obi discovered the crux of the matter. If everyone's tasks and rewards were the same, why go through the trouble of distinguishing them? It's time, let's go pick people up. Ruan Lu said, looking at the time on the panel. Let's go. As soon as they reached the door, they were surrounded by players who had been waiting for a long time. Is Lazy Dog here? Long Sleep called out while looking at the organized registration list. Here. A handsome player squeezed out from the crowd. Long Sleep and the others would take 100 players into the manor for assessments each time. Along the way, they would tell these players some taboos in Roland Manor. For example, do not disrespect Isaris. Although he might be too lazy to pay attention to you, Urian will not tolerate you. Be careful not to get elbowed by the 190-meter-tall man inside the manor who is actually a 12-year-old child. Thus, led by Long Sleep, the players arrived at a pavilion. Lady Elena, the people have been brought here. Thank you for your hard work. The 100 players looked at Elena in the pavilion, their mouths agape in disbelief. What is going on? Isn't Elena the main character? Lynch, staying in the room, looked out of the window at the 100 players undergoing the assessment below. Elena had told him about the assessment's content. The first determination was to advance 20 meters under the influence of the forbidden object. This forbidden object could affect a person's senses, creating illusions around the players, all of which were things they yearned for. However, what were the players' yearnings? Would it be real gold and beauties, or the extraordinary knowledge and forbidden objects within the game? The second challenge, courage, was to overcome fear under Elena's influence. The star Sequence 8 Dreamwalker had an active skill called Nightmare, which would cause temporary blindness and bring forth the players' greatest fears in their minds. The third challenge, Combat Power, was quite simple. Players arriving at this challenge needed to defeat an ordinary guard from Roland Manor. Although the guard lacked extraordinary powers, they possessed physical strength superior to that of the players, making this challenge no easy feat for them. The evaluator of Roland Manor turned out to be another game, Protagonist Elena. A Lazy Dog. Major news. I just participated in the Roland Manor assessment, and the evaluator was Elena. Moreover, those who passed the assessment seemed to become outer members under Elena's jurisdiction. Not wanting to update, doesn't that mean all the protagonists in the game are under Isaris? As the new year approaches, it seems I have no choice but to join. No drafts. Isaris' importance in the game is a level above the protagonists. What should I do? It should be like this. The 4 major protagonists correspond to the 4 major kingdoms in the game. Each kingdom has a game protagonist in its main storyline. Isaris seems more like a guide for the players, probably accompanying the main storyline to continuously guide the players. The news of Elena joining Roland Manor caused a stir on the forum. When players encounter the main storyline, they can choose which faction to join. Kingdom Army, Rebel Army. Based on the current progress of the game, players joining the Eternal Radiance Church will automatically be categorized into the Kingdom Army faction. Players who join Roland Manor belong to the Rebel Army faction. As for players joining other churches and noble manors, they can freely choose which faction to join. Lynch looked at the busy people in the manor and returned to his room. Seizing the moment while everyone was occupied, he decided to enter the world of books to search for extraordinary creatures that players had encountered. Crossing through the door with strange colors, Lynch's vision landed on the familiar wooden house. He did not linger, but walked straight into the forest, locating the spot where players had previously stayed. Wait, isn't it around here? How come I can't find a single spider? Lynch felt puzzled after wandering in the forest for quite some time. He expanded the range of emotional disruption to its maximum and finally detected a living creature at the edge of his perception. Lynch looked at the panel of the mud spider and understood why he had never seen this creature before. When players entered here, among the 6 people, only 2 were Sequence 9, while the other 4 were ordinary individuals. Yet Lynch had already been Sequence 7 when he first entered the world of books. The reason Lynch had never encountered this cowardly spider was that they would run away the moment they saw him. Does that mean there could be more extraordinary creatures similar to the mud spider in this world? I just haven't discovered them yet. So far, Lynch had only found 2 types of extraordinary creatures here. One was an extraordinary fish called Glassy Light in the lake, which was quite weak. The other was the mud spider in the forest, which was also weak. Let's ask Foreign. He has been here for so long and might know something. With a firm decision, Lynch headed towards the Eternal Night Rose Garden. Mr. Foreign, powerful swordsman, how would you like to spar today? Furin's eyes lit up upon seeing Lynch. Oh no, I want to ask you about something. Lynch waved his hand as he wasn't in the mood for a big fight yet. What is it? Do you know how many extraordinary creatures exist in this world? I'm sorry, swordsman, I can't answer that question. Foreign seemed to feel guilty for not being able to help. Why? Lynch was a bit puzzled. He had a good relationship with Foreign, who was very warm-hearted and shouldn't refuse to answer his questions. Because I have never left the Rose Garden since I arrived here. Lynch, damn. He forgot that Foreign was punished by the Lady of Echo and confined here. He did not have the freedom to explore. Foreign seemed to suddenly remember something and spoke up, but I think I know a place that might help you. But I seem unable to go anywhere else. I can only move around the vicinity of the Rose Garden. Lynch shook his head. When he first entered here, he had explored once. Apart from the direction of the Rose Garden, he could not pass through the other 3 directions. He estimated that only by defeating the Sequence 5 boss in the lake could he explore other places. No, that place is right behind the Rose Garden. Furin's words stunned Lynch for a moment. He had been trapped in habitual thinking all along. He treated the world in the book as a dungeon. The wooden house was the safe house in the dungeon, while the surroundings were 4 dungeons. Lynch had forgotten a particularly important piece of information. From the introduction of Romanticism, Cloud Whale Migration, Sea Dusk Library, Eternal Night, Rose Garden Morning, Dew Battlefield, etc. Lynch had assumed that the etc. referred to the lake near the safe house. Based on Lynch's observations of the world in the book, the Cloud Whale Migration Sea Dungeon was in the sky, and he still did not know how to get there. The Eternal Night Rose Garden Dungeon had already been cleared. The other 3 directions he had not explored should be the Morning Dew Battlefield Dusk Library and an unknown dungeon. Now Furin's words conveyed a message to Lynch. Behind the Eternal Night Rose Garden, it was highly likely there was another dungeon. This world was much larger than he had imagined. What is there? Lynch eagerly sought more descriptions. Well, there is a tall building along with a sunset that never moves. Foreign stroked his chin, thinking carefully before speaking. Dusk Library. Upon hearing Furin's description, the name of this dungeon quickly surfaced in Lynch's mind. The Dusk Library is located behind the Rose Garden, which also meant that his previous assumption was incorrect. Dungeons mentioned in the introduction should be quite significant. Thus Lynch had assumed they should be in different directions. Now it seems, perhaps he had oversimplified things. Can you take me to see it? Of course, follow me. Lynch followed Foreign as they walked towards the back of the Rose Garden. This is... The scene before Lynch's eyes made him widen in astonishment. Not far in front of him stood a towering building that pierced the clouds. In the center of the building was a sunset that visually appeared very close to the structure. Logically, the sunlight should be able to reach the Rose Garden. Yet the light seemed to be blocked by something. Lynch stood at the boundary of the Rose Garden, one side illuminated by the bright moon in a starry sky, the other side bathed in the eternal sunset. The 2 light sources seemed to follow some rule, not interfering with each other. My goodness, this is simply miraculous. Lynch was thoroughly shocked. How can one describe this feeling? The sky seemed to be split in 2. One side was night, as if it were early morning, the other side was sunset, as if it were afternoon. Is there anyone inside that building? Lin Qi gazed at the miraculous scene before him, somewhat lost in thought. You need to seek the answer yourself. Flun did not look at the building enveloped by the setting sun. I understand, I will go take a look. With that, Lin Qi walked towards the dusk from the boundary of night. The distance was further than he had imagined. Moreover, the closer he got to the towering building, the more he felt his body temperature rising. Lin Qi looked at the parched ground beneath his feet, which had cracked from the heat, maximizing the range of his emotional disturbance. This is a lizard. Lin Qi sensed a creature not far ahead. As he approached, the creature did not panic, but rather gazed at him with curiosity. The lizard was about 3 feet long, or 100 centimeters, looking larger than an ordinary lizard. Its form was a blend of real flesh and solidified phantoms. Its entire body was covered in fine scales with colors of faint yellow and blood red. What truly caught one's attention were its eyes. Those pupils lacked the usual coldness of reptiles, instead appearing deep, like 2 vertical wells leading to the Earth's core, with countless concentric circles in its irises. Each layer rotated extremely slowly and independently, with a circle of fine bony spines surrounding its eye sockets. 7 special scales were arranged along its back, extending from its neck to the base of its tail. The end of its tail split into 2 identical tips, swaying slowly in opposite directions with a minimal amplitude and low frequency. Like 2 pendulums trapped in a gentle breeze, they resembled some incomprehensible symbol from an ancient rite. Perhaps the air distorted under the high temperature, making this strange creature in Lin Qi's sight appear to warp. Panel. Gazing at the bizarre creature before him, Lin Qi silently recited in his heart. Name: Mirror Dragon, Lizard Type Dragon, Category Extraordinary Being, Combat Power 60. Is it not a dragon? It looks like it should be classified as a lizard, right? Believe it or not, I have truly seen a dragon. Lin Qi took out judgment from his system backpack. Judging by combat power, this little lizard, or rather little dragon, should not be able to defeat him. But one must still be cautious. He aimed the gun at the Mirror Dragon lizard, which was observing him. The creature seemed to sense the danger and immediately turned to flee towards the building. Bang! Lin Qi fired. No matter how far it could run, the bullet would hit it. After firing, Lin Qi closely followed behind, planning to reassess once the bullet struck. If it wasn't dead, he would fire again. Just as he thought this, a blue vortex suddenly appeared in front of the bullet that had remained in his sight. Whoosh! The bullet was swallowed by the vortex, and immediately another vortex appeared behind Lin Qi's head. Just in the nick of time, the bullet flew upward, avoiding the incident of hitting someone else again. Before Lin Qi could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw numerous blue vortices surround him. The bullet, which should have struck the mirror dragon lizard, flew around in the vortex array, forcing Lin Qi to dodge in all directions. What's going on? Is this the ability of that dragon lizard? Lin Qi took out Truth Rose from his backpack and slashed the bullet in half. The bullet, stripped of its kinetic energy, fell to the ground. The vortex array around him slowly dissipated. At that moment, an old man stood before Lin Qi. The old man wore a heavy blue scholar's robe in this extremely hot environment. His white beard reached his belly, and despite its length, it was well-groomed. He wore thick, round-framed glasses, and his entire demeanor was cheerful. "Young man, what do you plan to do to my pet?" The old man's voice was completely different from his expression, carrying a hint of sternness. "I apologize, I thought it was a wild, extraordinary being." Lin Qi watched the old man speak, while silently reciting the panel in his heart. Name: Thomas. Race: human. Level 60. Health points 1400. Profession: knowledge. Sequence 4. Civilizational treasure. Attributes: strength 60, speed 60, endurance 40, intelligence 80, faith 70. Skills: transcription LV 10, analysis LV 10, extensive knowledge LV 10, weakness insight LV 10, a vision of truth LV 10, historical echo LV 10, hall of thought LV 5. This old fellow is a sequence 4. Fortunately, I didn't act recklessly, otherwise I would have been done for. Hee, it's alright. No need to be overly cautious around this old man. Speaking of which, I have made a mistake too. Since there haven't been many visitors here, I let this little guy roam outside. We're even now, come with me. It seemed that noticing Lin Qi's friendly attitude, or perhaps having not seen anyone for too long, and wanting to chat, Thomas spoke this, and walked towards the building behind him. Lin Qi wiped the sweat flowing from the heat, and followed his footsteps. Only as he approached the building could he truly feel its grandeur and luxury. At the entrance, there were a pair of lion-shaped marble sculptures. The door frame was crafted in a special wave design. The gilded door was adorned with intricate carvings. The entire exterior was infused with the power of wealth and artistic ambience. Thomas, cradling the mirror dragon lizard, pushed the heavy door open with one hand. The thick door seemed as light as paper in his hands. Lin Qi followed him into the building's interior. The bookshelves were the true giants of this space. The dark walnut bookshelves reached the dome, with each level connected by intricately designed iron walkways. Vines had long since solidified into the metal. At the center of it all was a double spiral staircase. Looking up from the ground floor, the staircase spiraled upward, becoming narrower and farther, ultimately disappearing into the shadows of the highest level. It was as if a path leading to heaven. Lin Qi glanced around and began to understand the structure of this building. One could ascend to the desired floor via the spiral staircase, and then walk along the iron walkways to seek the books they wished to find. Isn't it magnificent? Thomas' voice seemed to carry pride. Indeed. Oh, by the way, my name is Isaris Roland. Lin Qi shifted his gaze to the old man and performed a noble gesture. Just call me Thomas. Oh, I am the manager of this library. Thomas adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, "Is this the Dusk Library?" "Yes." Lin Qi looked at the countless books in the library, his heart racing. Every book in his sight had the system prompt. Learnable, however. To obtain quest rewards in such a high-level dungeon, wouldn't he have to defeat the boss inside? Lin Qi glanced at the sequence 4 old man and extinguished his thoughts. Currently, defeating Thomas was like an elephant being shoulder-tossed by an ant. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Thomas found Lin Qi's suddenly dejected expression somewhat strange. "Look? Can I look?" Of course, the door to knowledge will not reject anyone. Hearing this, Lin Qi was overjoyed. Rewards without having to defeat monsters. Such a thing exists. However, before taking the book, he carefully checked his stamina. He had a bad habit of losing track of time when reading. This was a habit he had from his previous life. He often became so engrossed in reading in the morning that he would not realize it was already evening. This habit seemed to have intensified ever since he arrived in this world. After all, there were no entertainment tools like phones or computers. The only way for him to relax was to read. "My current stamina is sufficient, or I can go take a look." Lin Qi felt reassured when he saw the numbers on the panel. "Is there something?" Lin Qi asked Thomas, as the library was simply too vast. He didn't know the classification of the books and couldn't quickly find the skills he wanted to learn. What if he found a book titled How to Win the Favor of Rich Women? To be honest, it might actually be somewhat useful. The books in the library are not clearly classified. However, as you go higher up, the rarity of the books also increases. Thomas stroked his beard as he spoke. Lin Qi, was this old man doing it on purpose? This was essentially saying nothing at all. Moreover, what uses rarity? A cookbook that exists only in one copy in the world and a widely available basic sword technique serve completely different purposes for Lin Qi. At least he could learn the basic sword technique to strengthen his foundation. What would Lin Qi do with the cookbook? Take away the servants' meals from the manor. With no other option, Lin Qi could only start looking on the first floor. He walked to the bookshelf to check the titles. Multiplication table, how to make an iron pot, high emotional intelligence, earrings, the elder in the tower. After just a glance, Lin Qi noticed that the arrangement of the books was completely chaotic. There were all sorts of books, essays, popular science diaries. If he wanted to find a combat skill book among these, it would be extremely difficult. Wait, a diary. Lin Qi curiously picked up the diary with the title The Elder in the Tower on the cover. Knowledge should be accessible to the world. It should not be a tool used by those above, but rather a key to change the world. Thomas Ram. Is this the old man's diary? Lin Qi turned over the front page and began to read the contents inside. The door of truth is always open, O welcome seekers of knowledge. Thinking is the instinct of living beings. The only advantage humans have over other extraordinary beings is their highly developed brain. We can emit thoughts and control our brains, contemplating things that extraordinary beings cannot fathom. Compared to a diary, this felt more like Thomas' philosophical reflections based on his understanding. Young friend, how do you find my diary? Thomas' voice came from behind Lin Qi. He suddenly jolted awake and immediately opened his panel to check his stamina. Damn, I got so absorbed in this old man's diary. Sorry, sir. I must take my leave. With that, Lin Qi swiftly exited the world of books. As he left, he caught a glimpse of a knowing smile on Thomas' face. Lin Qi pondered Thomas' earlier expression. No, based on Thomas' respect for knowledge, he definitely wouldn't interrupt my reading. Moreover, when he spoke to me, my stamina was about to run out. Could it be that he can see my panel? He was kindly reminding me to leave because he feared I would be trapped in the world of books. How could that be? As a native of the End era, he should only be able to sense my general strength through extraordinary means. How could he see my panel? Before Lin Qi could think too much, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, Kafu pushed the door open and entered. Sir, the recruitment event for today has ended. Oh, everyone is waiting for you in the conference room. Okay, I understand. When Lin Qi entered the conference room, he saw 6 players sitting in front of Elena like obedient children, not daring to say a word. What's going on? Lin Qi felt a bit puzzled. It was no wonder they were scared. Oh, Elena had become more terrifying to these players than Isaris. After all, Isaris currently regarded them as friendly, so they didn't have to worry about being killed for minor issues. But Elena was different. Just during the recent recruitment event, a player who seemed to be a fervent fan of Elena shouted, Elena, I'm your dog. And mom, as he rushed to hug Elena's leg. Then he was cut down mid-charge by Elena with a few swords. The most outrageous thing was that after killing that player, Elena turned to the other players, revealing a smile that looked sincere yet cold, and said, He came in like this, right? Yes, that damn fool actually dared to impersonate an otherworldly undead. BOSS, here's the list of otherworldly undead that passed the test today. Seeing Lin Qi enter, Elena stood up and handed him the form she was holding. Lin Qi took it and began to read the contents. The number of players who passed the test was more than he had imagined. Approximately 50,000 players had come to the site today. Among those who participated in the test, in addition to the 13,000 who signed up, there were also an additional 2,000 people. The rest were mostly there to join the fun, hoping to see some entertainment. Most players realized they couldn't enter the manor and started leaving one after another. They had come to see Isaris and Elena. However, they were blocked outside by Urian and a few others and couldn't get in at all. Indeed, there were some fools who gathered a group intending to rush in. As a result, Urian had quite a satisfying killing spree today. Even as other players watched the hellish scene before them, they kept their distance from the manor's entrance. Urian remained fixated on them, seemingly anticipating the next fool to appear. Out of the 15,000 players participating in today's trial, 2,000 actually passed. Moreover, it could be imagined that even more players would come tomorrow. As players posted the trial details on forums, the number of successful players would surely increase. Lin Qi estimated that they would likely recruit about 5,000 players this time. Keep in mind that the public beta of the game hasn't even been out for a week. Most players are still out in the countryside plowing fields. Yet Lin Qi has managed to gather nearly 5,000 players whose strength exceeds that of ordinary guards. Very well, after tomorrow's conclusion, the recruitment will be paused for a while. Lin Qi said to the several players. Considering 5,000 players is already a considerable number, it is enough for them to advance the early storyline. Once the plague breaks out in the mid-stage of version 1.0 and the capital falls into chaos, they can recruit players in bulk, while the Solar Royal Family and the Eternal Radiance Church are in disarray. Watching the few players leave the conference room, Lin Qi jokingly said to Elena, There's no need to act so humble in front of them. No, this is necessary. In front of outsiders, I am your subordinate. If I appear too familiar, they will think you are easy to deal with. This is very detrimental to a leader. The next day, Lin Qi still did not make an appearance for the recruitment event, and the entire process was handled by Elena, who was responsible for screening players. Meanwhile, Lin Qi himself once again entered the world of the book. When he arrived at the entrance of the Twilight Library, he found that the weight of the door was far beyond his imagination. It felt as light as a feather. He did not see Thomas when he arrived, likely because the latter was absorbed in acquiring knowledge on some floor. Thomas had once told him that the gates of knowledge would never turn anyone away, so Lin Qi felt at ease reading on the first floor. However, this time, he did not continue reading the diary titled The Elder in the Tower. Instead, he found a book that piqued his interest. Basic use of flames. Lin Qi had not extensively developed the crank forbidden item flame, mostly using it as an enchantment on the bullets fired by judgment. With the new potion Grow Big quickly developed by Gaia, the side effects of flame had become negligible. Lin Qi estimated that he would use this forbidden item frequently in the future. He opened the book in front of him. Basic use of flames by Veltrek. 1. 1. A comparison between the principle of combustion and modern elemental theory. 1. 2. Fire as the source of energy. 1. 3. The nature of flames. 1. How to prevent fires. 2. 2. How to avoid legal repercussions after arson. Lin Qi skipped the next section of the table of contents and flipped to the main text. Fire is the original light and also the ultimate destruction. Before formal study, please ensure your safety. The following content will not only burn your fingers, but also scorch your soul. People often view flames as pure destruction, but I do not believe so. Fire is the most active of all elements. This book aims to teach you how to control flames rather than merely using them as fireballs directed at enemies. The first section of the first chapter mainly discusses the differences between the fire element and other elements, its disadvantages and advantages. The second section of the first chapter delves into the energy composition of the fire element and how to control flames using extraordinary power. Lin Qi was increasingly astonished as he read. Why does the content of this book seem to teach others in different sequences how to learn the skills of the sun sequence? It is well known that the sequence 9 followers of the sun sequence have a skill. Candle Flame manifested as releasing a powerful but slow-moving fireball. Sequence 8 Fire Chant skill Fire Walk. This skill allows the user to transform into flames and move within a certain range. This book, The Fundamental Use of Flames, describes in detail how extraordinary individuals should control fire, including but not limited to reshaping the form of flames, controlling the direction of flames, adjusting flame temperature. There are similarities and differences compared to the skills of the sun sequence. Those who follow the sun sequence do not need to think when releasing Candle Flame and Fire Walk. They merely consume extraordinary power to unleash the fire in the form of skills. This book seems to seek a balance between passing down secret techniques and skills of extraordinary power, much like Lin Qi's self-created skill Kiss Mark. The skill Kiss Mark is not inherent to his panel, but is a development based on the skills of the romance sequence. If he could master the knowledge in the book, wouldn't that mean he could control the flames unleashed by fire? Creating a fire dragon would be much more impressive than simply setting things on fire right. Currently, Lin Qi's development of fire is very shallow. After all, its cost is quite severe. He can only control the size of the flames for now. Burning his own blood will make Lin Qi weak after use, but fast growth compensates for this shortcoming. Moreover, being able to control the shape and temperature of flames. Do you like this book? Thomas' voice came from behind Lin Qi. It was a reminder that it was time. The content of the book is quite interesting, Lin Qi said, closing the book and placing it back in its original position. That guy Veltrek really knows his stuff. Do you know the author of this book? Of course, he was my classmate at the Monos Academy. Monos Academy. Where is that? Lin Qi thought carefully about the name, but unfortunately he had no impression of it. Aren't you from the Phrygia kingdom? Standing in his bedroom, Lin Qi was processing the information he had just received from Thomas. He had encountered 2 communicative beings and 3 types of extraordinary creatures in the world of the book. Flun and Thomas both happened to come from Phrygia. Moreover, from the exchanges with Thomas, it seemed that the civilization level of this vanished empire was quite terrifying. He had no information about this fortress of forgotten existence. In fact, since he crossed over, he had heard this name more times than he did before. Summarizing the known information so far, one could deduce that this was a very powerful and highly civilized country. How could such a strong nation suddenly disappear? BOSS, this is the undead from another world who joined today. Elena seriously handed the form in her hand to Lin Qi. Well done, Elena. Lin Qi also looked serious as he began to review it. See, I told you that Isaris is Elena's superior. I've already recorded it. Later I'll go to the forum and thoroughly slap those little black fans in the face. Several players with serious expressions were passionately discussing in the group chat. Little wife, exactly, I don't understand what those who say they are in a cooperative relationship are thinking. This is clearly a superior-subordinate relationship. Long sleep. Wasn't it said to be a romantic relationship? Little wife, you're talking nonsense. Turbulence. Many people are shipping the scene where they locked eyes in the promotional video. Little wife, do you think their interaction looks like a couple's? Surely 2 NPCs wouldn't be acting in front of us players, right? The footage in the promotional video must be a misunderstanding. Damn the officials for deliberately trying to attract players. Very well, let's proceed as planned. We will discuss the details of the operation tomorrow and act the day after. You all have worked hard. Isaris' words interrupted the players' imaginative musings. After sending off a few players, Elena sat down beside Lin Qi. You've been working hard these past few days, right? Lin Qi poured her a cup of red tea. It's fine, mainly those undead from another world are just too strange. Elena rested her small palm-sized face on the table and turned to look at Lin Qi. He's really handsome. The day after tomorrow, we'll send Carl and Iris to infiltrate the Norton Manor. If they can uncover the manor's secrets and successfully threaten Norton, that would count as the plan's success. If unexpected situations arise, we will lead the remaining subordinates to use force to threaten. Elena's original idea was to see if the threat could succeed. If the manor's secrets could not threaten Norton, she would lead Mira and the others to rush into the manor for a show of force. However, judging by Isaris' demeanor, it seemed he wanted to launch a large-scale attack on Norton Manor. Shouldn't we not need these undead from another world? We only need a few people. If it gets too big, it could easily raise suspicions from the Solar Royal family and the Eternal Radiance Church, right? Elena was somewhat unclear about Isaris' intentions. Shouldn't he have thought of this? Why would he still bring along thousands of undead from another world? Lin Qi certainly knew that Elena's reasoning was valid, but that was under the assumption that they had no support and were still in a dormant phase. But what is the current situation? Lin Qi had the great backing of the third princess, and when it came to dividing the outer and inner members at Roland Manor, he had already communicated with the princess, saying something like, "Princess, rest assured, I will definitely support you. I plan to recruit these undead from another world in large numbers, as they have clean backgrounds and no particular faith. Only these people are the forces you can attract. The nobles all support the second young master, and the commoners do not trust you. Only these self-interested undead from another world can be utilized." Using his eloquence along with the effects of emotional disturbance and blurred reality, Lin Qi successfully moved Princess Freya to tears. Whoa, I need Isaris, it's like adding wings to a tiger. The next day, Lin Qi arrived again at the Twilight Library within the book world to continue reading the basics of flame usage. As he read, he sensed something was amiss. He closed the book and glanced at the title. No mistakes. It only taught usage, not how to produce flames. Fortunately, Lin Qi possessed the fireworks skill. Wait. No wonder the book taught how to commit arson while evading legal consequences. So you're telling me to set my own fire? Should I burn a house or a forest to spice things up during battle? The day of action soon arrived. Thousands of players were on standby in the estate. The moment Isaris issued a task, they would charge in directly. Lin Qi was not anxious, as he knew the plot here. The security forces of Norton Manor consisted mainly of that one sequence 6. After all, the less people knew about cannibalism, the better. Moreover, after attacking Norton Manor, he wouldn't have to worry about any repercussions. It was all in the name of Princess San's decree to eliminate this cannibal. As for the other nobles at the banquet, if they knew they were eating human flesh, they would probably complain that Lin Qi's methods of killing Norton were too gentle. Hey, what's going on? Elena answered the ringing communicator. Boss, there's been a little accident. Come save us. Norton, he's actually eating people, and there's a traitorous sequence 6 in the manor. The tone of Elisa was filled with fear. On my way. Elena, upon hearing this news, was clearly shocked, but she forced herself to calm down. Isaris, I heard you. Let's get ready to set off. The two walked out of the main building. They are coming out. The mission is finally upon us. It fits perfectly. I'm thrilled. What a thrill. Let's go kill. Ladies and gentlemen, the servants at Norton Manor have been disappearing one after another. Our investigation has revealed that Norton has been turning these missing servants into dishes to eat. This behavior seriously violates the solar law. I have gathered evidence of his cannibalism and, under Princess San's orders, am launching a surprise attack on Norton Manor. Task release: the cannibal incident at Norton Manor. Task description: Isaris has received news that cannibalistic acts are happening at Norton Manor. The kind-hearted Isaris cannot tolerate such occurrences. Please assist him in storming Norton Manor. Task reward: 3,000 experience, 50 gold coins, 5 contribution to the main quest 1.0 version. Main quest rewards will be distributed based on contribution. Thus, Lin Qi and Elena, along with thousands of players, grandly arrived at Norton Manor. Just as Lin Qi was about to say something to inspire them, some genius suddenly blew the charge horn. Passion and courage surged into Lin Qi's mind as he waved his hand from the front. Charge! Charge, charge, charge! Yura. The long sleep members used evil fire to shatter the manor's main gate, and the players rushed into the manor. Lin Qi and the others were also busy quickly moving within the manor, trying to find Carl and Elisa. Meanwhile, in the basement of the manor's main building, Carl was locked in a solitary room. The place was covered in blood, and in the center of the room hung an iron chain with a wooden table. From the iron chain and wooden table, it was clear that this was the place where Norton committed murder and bloodletting. He would bind people to the chain, make a cut, and wait for them to bleed to death. Then he would place the person on the wooden table, using an axe to chop them into large pieces, which he would put into a basin and take to the kitchen for further dissection. Carl looked at the other servants bound in the basement and felt a deep hatred for his own weakness. He never expected there would be a sequence 6 in the manor. He and Elisa successfully infiltrated the manor early this morning. They had knocked out 2 servants and disguised themselves in their clothes to search for secrets within the manor. The two discovered a horrifying scene in the kitchen. The evil little fat man named Norton was chopping up meat on a cutting board with a cleaver. They initially thought it was just ordinary pork, but they saw Norton throw a piece of meat from the cutting board onto the floor. It was a hand. The hand, complete with fingernails, was troublesome for Norton to eat. Shocked by what they saw, the two didn't have time to react before a sinister voice appeared behind them. 2 exquisite delicacies. In the end, Carl could only push Elisa away, leaving himself to buy time. After all, compared to Elisa, who was skilled in stealth and possessed forbidden items, he was more likely to be exposed. The result was that he was caught by the other party and thrown into this basement as the next meal. Damn it, I need to find a way out quickly. Carl's hands tightly gripped the bars, trying to pull them apart from the inside. Oh, found it. At that moment, a voice came from the entrance of the basement. Are you Mr. Urian? Stay back a bit. Carl obediently shrank into the corner of the cell. Urian drew the long knife from his waist and smashed the iron bars of the cell. Let's go, there's fighting outside. Wait. Seeing Urian about to leave, Carl seemed a bit surprised. Mr. Urian, could you please release these people as well? Urian glanced at the others in the cell. Most of them looked at him with hopeful eyes. TCH. Urian was a bit annoyed. He preferred killing over saving. A violent wind blade ravaged the basement. Carl stared blankly at the figure of Urian, leaving with a cool demeanor. Carl was just a natural sequence 8 beast caller. He lacked such cutting skills and could only shoot wooden spikes and command small animals. Mr. Urian looked a bit unhappy. But Carl gazed at the chaotic basement and the uninjured servants. Isaris, what are you doing? I am a subordinate of the second prince. Are you going against the Solar Royal family? Norton collapsed to the ground, fiercely kicking his legs back. Lin Qi looked at the evil little fat man before him with disgust. How did I run into such a cursed thing? What? I wasn't looking for you. If I had known, I would have left earlier, Lord Isaris. If there's nothing else, I'll just take my leave. Seeing this seemingly stupid noble before him, Lin Qi completely lost his patience. A headless corpse fell down, having lost all its strength. Where did that sequence 6 go? Did Elena encounter him? With that thought, Lin Qi continued deeper into the manor. In the dim corridor, Elena hid around the corner, secretly observing the strange figure. Describing him as a human would be inaccurate. He resembled a humanoid creature composed of various deep gray meatballs more than a human being. His form was exceedingly corpulent, with thick layers of fat piled upon each other, and his deep gray meatballs were riddled with bulging veins. His head seemed to be embedded directly into his broad shoulders, rendering his neck invisible to the naked eye, and there were only a few strands of hair atop his entire head. The most striking feature of his face was his mouth, where both his upper and lower lips appeared to be torn apart by the tusks that had grown from within. The teeth varied in shape. Some were as white as if just grown, while others resembled yellow-brown teeth, as if they had never seen a toothbrush. His gaze lacked the coldness of a predator. Instead, it was filled with a hollow emptiness completely devoid of reason. What on earth is that zombie-like glutton? Is this a side effect of some forbidden item? Or is it a human experiment? Elena tightened her grip on the longsword in her hand. Footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. Oh no, what should I do? I need to warn the incoming people to escape quickly. But making a sound will alert that creature. When Elena finally saw who was approaching, the heavy stone in her heart was lifted. A narrow corridor stretched before her, with Lin Qi at one end and Elena at the other. The creature brimming with meatballs stood in the middle. Why do I always set battles in corridors? Lin Qi, who had just walked upstairs, looked at the monster in front of him, somewhat confused. Did I arrive too late? Why is the boss already in the second phase? Unlike the bewildered Elena, Lin Qi was aware of the situation. In the original plot, the man-eating ogre Sassis activated an unstable grade forbidden item when attacked by Elena, and Mira left with very little health. The ability of that forbidden item rivaled that of a grade items, but its cost was beyond mere expensive. It allowed you to possess the abilities of the food you consumed. Being eaten by you does not mean they disappear. They will always accompany you. Indeed, those grotesque flesh tumors were nothing other than the consciousness of those consumed by Sassis. They would seek revenge on Sassis within his body, subjecting him to eternal agony worse than death. His skin is so thick. This was Lin Qi's first impression upon striking Sassis. Black blood gushed from Sassis as Lin Qi's slash merely opened a small wound on the enormous stomach, larger than even Liangzi. Oh, it hurts. Food. Delicious. You look quite appetizing too. Sassis clumsily charged toward Lin Qi. Swish. Before he could take 2 steps, a dazzling light akin to a myriad of stars illuminated behind him. You guys. Damn it. Sassis' eyes seemed to momentarily clear from the pain. In the narrow corridor, enemies were before and behind him. To survive, Sassis did something that thoroughly enraged Lin Qi. His original face morphed into a meatball sliding down from his shoulders, replaced by another face. Even though the newly appeared face was still a grayish hue, it was evident from the completely different features that it belonged to a little girl. Lin Qi's expression remained unchanged, his sword still sharp and unyielding. When the sword light struck the grotesque creature, it emitted a sound entirely different from before. It hurt so much. Brother, sister, why are you hitting me? Nini hasn't done anything wrong. Tears welled up in the little girl's eyes. This birth. Hearing this voice, Elena also realized what was happening. The other party had hidden away. They had entrusted their body to the little girl they had kept inside them. Lin Qi's demeanor was somewhat strange at that moment. The pinnacle of anger is calm. He noticed that on the monster's left arm, Sass's own face bore a mocking grin. Lin Qi took a deep breath and slowly said, I will make you regret being born into this world, Sassis. Oath in effect, a grade forbidden item, a grade forbidden item. First form of the Roland secret sword Sai. Accompanied by the little girl's cries of pain, Lin Qi's sword became faster and more ferocious. In that moment, Sassis understood that the man before him was completely different from anyone he had faced before. I will die, I will die. Run. Yes, I need to run. That woman. That's right. Women are generally more emotional than men. She surely won't have the heart to harm this little girl. Indeed, my thoughts were correct. This woman was completely frozen in place. Just as Sassis believed he had escaped death, he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Edge. He struggled to move his thick neck and looked at his lower body. His legs were gone. Who do you think I am? The girl's gaze was icy, as if looking at a corpse. Lin Qi, wielding the true word rose, walked over to Elena's side. From Sass's perspective, these were two utterly heartless madmen. No wonder that man remained indifferent when he saw him flee. He had known from the start that escape was impossible. Should I fight? But the side effects of the forbidden item had just exploded not long ago. In this state, his extraordinary power was in chaos, preventing him from using any skills. Facing the two enemies before him, he saw no chance of victory. Attack the heart. Yes. In the current bestsellers of the kingdom, facing such righteous knights, one must attack their hearts. He needed to make them believe that their justice was wrong, to make them pity him and shake their convictions. Who are you two really? The Extraordinary Management Bureau. How can you target a defenseless 5-year-old girl? She is already dead. We cannot change the past, but we can control the future. We cannot save her, but we can save the next person who is about to fall into your clutches. Don't waste your energy, Sassis. You are doomed today. Before Sassis could finish his words, Lin Qi interrupted him. Sass's eyes showed signs of confusion. No, that's not how it's supposed to be taught. Aren't you supposed to fall into memories and then self-doubt? Usually you wouldn't want to kill me until at least 3 or 4 chapters in, would you? Not. You guys. Before he could speak again, Lin Qi's sword had already reached his face. Damn it. Sassis understood that he would not be spared. Hold on. I must hold on until the side effects disappear. By then, even if I can't defeat these two scoundrels, they'll still have confidence in escaping. At the end of the corridor, 6 heads were neatly arranged. What the hell, this boss looks so disgusting. Give me a break, it's making me feel physically unwell. Have you started recording? Of course I'm recording. Just as the group of Longmian was watching with great interest, a voice came from behind. What are you guys doing? Damn. Several players were startled and turned around to find it was just a lazy dog one. We're watching the boss fight. Longmian replied before peering out again. Boss, why not go fight him together? Lazy Dog 1 asked curiously. Together? You're thinking too much. If we go over now, we would only serve as food. Let's quietly gather material and wait for Isaris to smash his dog head. Lin Qi looked at Sass, who was trying to fight for his life, as he stood up, his eyes cold. Currently, Sass posed no threat to him at all. He merely required a bit of time to deal with. He wasn't hard, just thick. Lin Qi was not afraid of hard enemies. With the true word rose as his primary weapon, he was confident he could cut through even the toughest foes. However, Sass was too thick. Both Lin Qi and Elena wielded swift swords, and against an enemy with such tough skin, a heavy sword would be more effective. So, Lin Qi recalled a book he saw in the Twilight Library titled Fundamentals of Flame Usage, and a thought sparked in his mind. The flames were conjured by Lin Qi, and a layer of fire appeared on his gem-encrusted hand. He placed his burning palm at the tip of the true word rose, moving it slowly towards the sword's point. The sharp, a grade forbidden item, was now adorned with deep red flames. Wow, that's so cool, exclaimed a lazy dog watching from around the corner. Little brother, this is just the basic skill of our Isaris baby. Although his little wife had no idea what was happening, it didn't stop her from helping Isaris shape his style. Changmian, aren't you also from the romantic series? How many unlocks does such a cool ability have? Obi, witnessing the scene, drooled with envy. No, the abilities of the romantic series should lean towards attraction and emotional aspects. This flame ability should be a forbidden item, right? Changmian explained to the group. Didn't Isaris often use his hand to light cigarettes? The gem on the back of his hand must be a forbidden item. Look, they're starting to fight. Elena was not particularly surprised by Lin Qi's actions. She knew the opponent had a forbidden item that could release flames, but compared to before he was now able to control the form of the flames. Given Isaris' talent, this is quite normal. This was Alina's thought. After all, back when they were both at Sequence 9, Isaris had broken through and killed 2 Sequence 8 opponents. Roland's secret sword's second form Hummingbird. Lin Qi's figure vanished in the corridor. Sass felt a sharp pain in his throat and shoulders. But it was fine, he could endure it. Since acquiring the habit of cannibalism from using this forbidden item, he felt a piercing pain every time its cost activated. It was even more painful than having a severe fungal infection. This momentary pain was bearable for him. However, as he thought this, Sass suddenly caught a familiar scent. At that moment, Sass had only consumed human flesh 3 times, and compared to his previous stewed meals, he suddenly wanted to try grilling. The fresh meat of a virgin was placed on the grill, and the pale belly meat made his saliva drip uncontrollably. After being grilled by the intense flames, the meat took on a crispy texture, requiring no additional seasoning. The salt from the human body was sufficient. Since then, Sass began to eat, not just for the sake of gaining the abilities of forbidden items. He completely fell in love with the flesh of his kind. But why was there this smell? Coming back to his senses, he looked down at his own body. Flames. His neck and shoulders were ablaze. Sass let out a roar, desperately trying to extinguish the flames with his hands. Dawnstar Trail's secret sword's second form Falling Star. Alina's figure was like a graceful female leopard bending low as she charged in front of Sass. The silver-white sword light aimed upward at Sass' flaming neck. She was clever, using a strike that posed enough of a threat to Sass' life to prevent him from extinguishing the flames. Like a giant fan, Sass caught the incoming sword light with his hand, enduring the pain of the purging flames. Black blood flowed from his palm. Still, the same problem arose. The force of the swift sword strike was insufficient. I will kill you. Sass' expression looked ferocious in the glow of the flames. What a big talker, ugly. Alina smiled cunningly at Sass' expression. Isaris. Ready. Upon hearing the voice from behind him, Sass suddenly regained a sliver of rationality amidst the pain. He turned his head with all his might, only to see a burning sword charging towards his forehead. Sass reacted quickly. He ignored Alina and wrapped his arms around his head, the fatal weak point. Hold on. There's still a chance. Though the forbidden item brought him unparalleled pain, it also granted him powerful self-healing abilities and a massive appetite. If he could just hold on for a bit longer until the side effects faded and his original form returned, he could use his skills to escape. The blade of the true word rose, already exceptionally sharp under the oath's enhancement, combined with the searing flames, became truly fearsome. My gosh, supermodel. This is too supermodel. The orange encyclopedia at the corner stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. Isaris hasn't even used his full strength, but feels like he's experimenting with his skills. Is this still not full strength? The lazy dog spoke in surprise. He had had the least contact with Isaris among these players, and had no accurate understanding of his power. He hasn't used much extraordinary power. He's mainly fighting with swordplay and forbidden items. Obi observed intently. By the way, Changmian, did Isaris teach you swordsmanship? Chaos asked Changmian as he looked at the fighting scene. No, this swordsmanship seems to be a legacy of the Roland family. Currently, only Isaris and Viola can use it. Changmian shook his head. This fire sword technique is truly cool. Real men should play with fire. Little Guo looked at the scene before him with immense envy. Which man hasn't fantasized about possessing superpowers, defeating monsters with cool abilities in front of all the students and teachers on a day of monster invasion? Stop dreaming. We still don't know how that fire control ability works. Changmian doused their enthusiasm with cold water. As a well-known high player in the game, he had long since discovered an issue. He could only control the evil fire to emit and extinguish flames, completely unable to control their temperature or form. Could he learn Isaris' ability to control fire? Sass currently felt great. Although he was only passively defending, he could sense his condition slowly improving. He felt faster than before, his posture more agile. This was a sign that the side effects of the forbidden item were about to dissipate. He would soon return to normal. He would make these 2 dogs pay the price. Wait. Sass suddenly noticed something was off. The 2 who had been furiously hacking at him had suddenly stopped. Moreover, were they always this tall? Why was he looking up at them? Sass glanced around, realizing that they hadn't grown taller, he had become shorter. He moved his entire body and discovered that the only part he could move was his neck. Looking down at himself, he was shocked. I'm not dead. The Sass before him was completely different from